Chapter 501. After defeating Wallace's Melodic and Kingdra, Haoyan said to Gardevoir gently, Xiaolu, it's hard for you, come back. Shanaido. Gardevoir obediently returned to the baby ball. Haoyan put Gardevoir's baby ball back into his arms gently, took out a baby ball from his waist, and released Tyranitar. Clap, clap. Tyranitar got a chance to play and was happy. However, he did not forget his duty as a tank. He stepped forward and stood in front of Mewtwo. When Gardevoir used Shattered Psyche just now, he consumed a lot of energy and stamina, so Haoyan chose to replace Gardevoir and let Tyranitar take over the fight. Although the consumption of Mewtwo is not small, it is a divine beast after all. Unlike ordinary Pokemon, although there is also a loss of physical strength, his body energy is still relatively abundant. Coupled with a fourfold increase in special attack, it's time to put it to good use. After changing into the Pokemon, Haoyan signaled to the referee that he was ready to continue the battle. Tyranitar and Mewtwo. Their combination is obviously to use Tyranitar's strong defense as a defense. Let Mewtwo, who has quadrupled his special attack boost, recover, and then output. As the current champion, Wallace's tactical training is also very good, and it is not surprising to be able to guess Haoyan's thought. Although Tyranitar's height and weight are terrible, being restrained by water type is not difficult to deal with Mewtwo after the really troublesome quadruple special attack blessing. In fact, in Wallace's subconscious, he knew that he had lost this battle with a high probability, unless Haoyan takes the initiative to replace Mewtwo, who has quadrupled his special attack. However, Haoyan broke his illusion with practical action. Wallace thought for a moment, then released his two Pokemon. Come out, Gyarados, Swampert. Mega Evolution. Open black lens bracket Pokemon close black lens bracket. Gyarados, Mega Evolution. Attribute, Water. Evil. Level, 90. Champion P. Characteristic, Exceptional. You can use moves against your opponents without being disturbed by your opponent's characteristic. Introduction. Although instinct will drive it to destroy everything, it will also obey the training that you truly trust. Family. Open black lens bracket Pokemon close black lens bracket. Mega Evolution. Attribute, Water. Ground. Level, 90. Champion P. Characteristic, Swim freely. When it rains or in heavy rain, the speed ability is doubled. Open black lens bracket Introduction close black lens bracket. Has the power to drag large ship to swim. With a single swing of its thick arm, it can knock down an opponent. Xiaoxi. Mega Evolution. Xiaoming. Mega Evolution becomes Y form. Haoyan used the power of Aura to connect his two Pokemon. Clap, clap. Tyranitar let out a roar and started getting bigger. His body is full of sharp rock bite, and his scarlet eyes are full of rage. Mewtwo is relatively silent, but a heavy sense of oppression oppresses everyone. At the Gessie, Alder looked into Haoyan's eyes with admiration that he couldn't hide. Looking at every battle of Curator Haoyan, I found one characteristic. He will only let his Pokemon Mega Evolution after the opponent's Pokemon Mega Evolution. When the opponent's Pokemon won't Mega Evolution, he won't let his Pokemon Mega Evolution. Curator Haoyan, you have a good attitude. As Alder said, looking at Haoyan's previous battles, if the opponent's Pokemon won't be Mega Evolution, then Haoyan won't let his own Pokemon Mega Evolution. Although there are no restrictions on the rule, but in Haoyan's view, this is a fair and regular battle between trainers, not an unruly field. Unwilling and disdain to bully others, Alder patted Mula on the shoulder and said in an envious tone, Mr. Mula, let's not talk about the strength of the Curator Haoyan. Just this bearing is enough to make people admire. You must be proud of being a teacher. Alder's remarks made the four elites and Steven, who had just fought against Haoyan, nodded in approval. Mula's wrinkled face was full of pride. What teacher is not proud of such a student? Leon of Champion of Galar region also agrees with Alder's word. Leon is undefeated in official tournaments big and small, but let him, like Haoyan, give up the advantages he could use to fight the four elites and fight Wallace. He can't. Leon clenched his fist, looked at Haoyan, who was in high spirits on the battlefield, and sighed in his heart. In terms of bearing, I am not as good as Haoyan. Lance Crossing was silent. He was inferior to Haoyan in terms of strength and bearing. He has already made a decision, and he must retreat and practice when he goes back. Diantha's expression was similar. Zulin took the expressions of champions of each region into her eyes. She knew that the reason why Haoyan had such a bearing was due to his own powerful strength. Tolerant must have enough strength to do the foundation. I couldn't help but sighed in my heart. Haoyan, you have not yet become champion. You have already caused huge pressure to all champions. You are truly a monster. While everyone was feeling emotional, the second round of Haoyan and Wallace began. Chapter 502. Release Lucario, representing the general attack. Gyarados, use Aqua Tail to attack Mewtwo. Wallace called immediately. Roar tilde roar tilde. Wallace's Gyarados are bigger than normal Gyarados, reached a length of 9 meters. Although the water on the field had been consumed in the previous confrontation, it did not affect Gyarados' speed at all. After Mega Evolution, his speed has increased dramatically. With a swing of his 9-meter long body, countless blue brilliance covered him. With a wave of his tail, he launched an attack like a stormy sea. Gorgeous monster. Attack Mewtwo with water sunder. The giant lake monster under the command of the trainer slapped his fist violently, and like Gyarados, his body was covered with a layer of blue brilliance. Hit Mewtwo with the power of water. After Gyarados and the giant lake monster Mega Evolution, the physical attack has been greatly increased. Wallace knew that the target of Gyarados and the troll was Mewtwo, but Hao-Yan will definitely let Tyranitar resist. Therefore, the moves used are all water type move. The reason is to not give Mewtwo a chance to output. It is best to consume Mewtwo's ability and force Hao-Yan to replace Mewtwo. Facing Wallace's menacing approach, Hao-Yan's eyes narrowed and he quickly commanded, Xiao Si, use protect to protect Xiaoming. Xiaoming, you dodge to the edge of the field. Clap, clap. Tyranitar, a white energy shield emerges from the body, which can only block the next attack. In order to protect Mewtwo, Tyranitar resisted a Gyarados attack. Under Tyranitar's protection, Mewtwo could not be harmed. Mewtwo also managed to distance themselves. Wallace didn't show the slightest expression because Gyarados hit Tyranitar, because he knew it. The key point of the battle was Mewtwo, who had lost a lot of physical strength and energy. It doesn't mean much if you can't take Mewtwo. Gyarados, keep going after Mewtwo with Aqua Tail. Giant Z monster, you are also chasing Mewtwo with Water Rupture. The two water-type Pokemon, shown with blue brilliance all over their body, quickly chased after Mewtwo on the sideline. How could Hao-Yan not be aware of Wallace's thoughts after the battle, and immediately stopped him? Xiao Si, use Giga Impact. Don't let them get close to Xiaoming. Clap, clap. Tyranitar roars to the sky. He is the shield of the team, is the most solid tank. How is it possible? Let the opponent pass him to attack teammate. Tyranitar stomped hard in one step, making the entire battle hall tremble. Outburst of all strength to attack and defend. Blocked in front of Gyarados and the giant lake monster. His tall body does not allow opponents to hurt Mewtwo. Wallace judged the situation and Tyranitar did block Mewtwo. It is obviously unrealistic to want to attack Mewtwo past him. Since he can't attack Mewtwo, he can deal damage to Tyranitar, which is also a good option. Especially Tyranitar just now has already resisted a Gyarados attack without standing effect. Thinking of this, Wallace immediately said loudly, Gyarados, the giant lake monster. The attack target turns to Tyranitar. Gyarados and the giant swamp monster quickly turned their targets and met the onslaught Tyranitar. Boom. Three Pokemon, pure physical collision. Fight in the most primitive way. Giga Impact is a general skill. Although it is powerful, it has no restraint effect on Wallace's two Pokemon, but it is enough to block the opponent's attack. Gyarados and the giant swamp monster both retreated because of their great strength. On the other hand, Tyranitar suffered a 3-shot restraint move, which caused him a lot of damage. The rock armor on his body was partially cracked, and it also had blue brilliance. Even so, Tyranitar didn't step back, solidly assume the role of the team's shield. At the guessy, everyone watching the battle was surprised. Hao-Yan has been fighting for so long, and his Pokemon has never been hurt. Even if he resisted the attack without standing effect of 3 moves, he did not fall down. Tyranitar's defense is really strong, Leon said in surprise. Alder nodded in agreement. Yeah, it's really strong. However, if Wallace keeps attacking, Tyranitar won't last long. It seems that now, Wallace has the upper hand. Adam, as Wallace's master, should be happy to see that the situation is slightly favorable for Wallace now. But he didn't. Instead his eyes were full of worry. Hao-Yan will not be beaten like this for no reason and not fight back. Hao-Yan did this. There must be his reason. When Wallace was training at Sootopolis Gym, he often analyzed Hao-Yan's commanding habits with him. Hao-Yan fights against his opponent, and if it is not necessary, he will not let the Pokemon be beaten in vain. But now that it is, there must be a reason. On the battlefield, Hao-Yan took out the treasure ball. A red light flashed and Tyranitar was retracted into the baby ball. Without Tyranitar's obstruction, Mewtwo was exposed to everyone's sight. Mewtwo floated in the air in high spirit. The reason why Hao-Yan asked Tyranitar to protect Mewtwo was purely to let Tyranitar create base and give Mewtwo a chance to use recover. Now, Mewtwo's physical strength has returned to the best. At the same time when Tyranitar was taken back, Hao-Yan also released another Pokemon. Lucario appears in the battlefield. The moment Wallace saw Lucario, his expression was stern. Wallace, who has studied Hao-Yan more than 1,000 times, clearly knows what Hao-Yan means by releasing Lucario. Hao-Yan, we are going to launch a general attack. Chapter 503 The perfect cooperation between Lucario and Mewtwo. As soon as Lucario came out, he automatically entered the state of Mega Evolution. The tacit understanding between him and Hao-Yan does not require any extra words at all. Lucario, after Mega Evolution, looked at Wallace's Gyarados and the gigantic monsters with gusto. With the wind, Mewtwo, who was in the air, also fell to the ground, standing side by side with Lucario. Although Lucario was staring at his opponent, he stretched out his fist towards Mewtwo beside him. Intimate Lucario, the spike on the back of his hand, retracted contracted into his body. Mewtwo understood what Lucario meant, and reached out and touched Lucario's fist. Fighting side by side with Lucario, Mewtwo's always indifferent eyes revealed a different kind of expression. Hao-Yan mainly fight Pokemon, a total of 6. The most powerful Pokemon are Lucario, who has inherited his fighting skill. There is also Mewtwo, known as the strongest biological weapon. The two of them often train together and are very familiar with each other. Their cooperation can be said to be seamless. Xiao, extreme speed, approaches Gyarados and uses Aura Sphere to control Gyarados' movement range. Luca, after Lucario got the order, he smashed the stones on the ground, leaving a deep pit on the ground. At the speed of breaking the speed of sound, he rushed towards the opponent Gyarados. While charging forward, several Aura Spheres were thrown in front of Gyarados. Wallace is well aware of Hao-Yan Lucario's powerful melee combat capability. Once Lucario is approached, then Gyarados will have no ability to resist, and must withstand the continuous attacks of Lucario's torrential rain. Gyarados after Mega Evolution, but Water type and Dark, were restrained by fighting attribute. Wallace immediately shouted at the gigantic Swamp. Gorgeous, use Earthquake to stop Lucario from approaching. The ground system restrains the steel system Lucario, and wants Earthquake to stop Lucario from continuing to move forward, which can also cause outstanding effect. Just when the giant lake monster was about to be rescued, Hao-Yan said, Xiaomeng, mental interference, stop the giant lake monster. Mewtwo was ready to attack the moment Lucario rushed out. He won't allow it, and Lucario is attacked by the troll. He stretched out his right hand, aimed at the giant lake monster, and slammed it. The psychic laws surrounding him poured out. The giant Z monster only felt a splitting headache. Earthquake, which was originally intended to be released, is no longer able to be used. Wallace is in a hurry. Lucario keeps attacking, and Gyarados will be broken even with Protect. If you want to dodge, the speed is not as fast as Lucario, who has already set off. In desperation, Gyarados could only exchange trick for trick. Gyarados, use Aqua Tail. Wallace's Gyarados is worthy of being the Pokemon at Champion's Peak and react quickly. The long tail, flashing with blue brilliance, drew towards the incoming Lucario. Lucario was a little disdainful of Gyarados' attack, and Water type was already resistant. When Gyarados' tail was drawn, Lucario grabbed Gyarados' tail. A tug on him completely drained Gyarados' strength. Hao-Yan, who has been carefully observing the battle situation, saw the opportunity. Xiao, close combat. Lucario's fist with white light poured down on Gyarados like raindrop. In the last punch, the 9-meter-long Gyarados was directly smashed out. Xiao, use Sky Uppercut to attack Swampert. Hao-Yan's voice rose again. Lucario didn't even look at Gyarados, who was knocked into the air, and stomped hard on the ground, raising a huge cloud of dust. At the same time, the powerful recoil force made him dodge to the side of the giant lake monster faster. Lucario's fist slammed from the bottom up. Wallace was startled and turned to look at the gigantic monster. Swampert, use Protect. Swampert's reaction was quick too. Just as Lucario's punch came, drumming energy organized a white energy shield, blocking Lucario's attack. It was just a huge impact that still sent Swampert flying into the sky. Xiaomeng, Solar Beam. Hao-Yan said again while Swampert was not flying. Mewtwo quickly followed up with the attack, pointing both hands at Swampert in the air, already lock on. A light green energy beam with a thickness of 10 meters was emitted. Swampert for accurate hit. Boom, boom. Gyarados and Swampert both hit the ground from the air. Lucario and Mewtwo cooperated perfectly and defeated Wallace's 2 Pokemon in one fell swoop. Even Wallace's 2 Pokemon are the pinnacle of champion. Still kill. Chapter 504, The Highest Mountain. Only one step away. Wallace silently withdraws Swampert and Gyarados. Anyone who can become champion is proud of whoever they are. But the first 4 Pokemon of Wallace, the favorite of the heavens, were easily defeated by Hao-Yan. The only Tyranitar that caused damage was also Hao-Yan's intention. Wallace, who had only 2 Pokemon left, seemed to have extinguished the fire in his heart. Now he fully felt the powerlessness that Steven had when he failed. At this time, Hao-Yan, who kept smiling as always, was pressing down in his heart like a huge boulder. What should I do? What am I supposed to do? Among the champions watching the game in the guest seat, everyone could feel Wallace's loss. They, too, are champion. I can best understand Wallace's mood at this time. They imagined that if it was Wallace, it would be difficult to accept being beaten like this. Although not completely lost, but it is no different from having already lost. Other gym curators who came to watch the game also lamented Wallace's ill-fated fate. Only Adam, who has been paying attention to Wallace, smiled. He raised a bright smile and looked at his best disciple. As if feeling his master's gaze, Wallace subconsciously looked at Adam on the high platform. I saw Adam opened his mouth and said silently, Wallace, relax. Showing your best and strongest self is what you have to do. Let go of your worry. Wallace didn't hear it personally, but seeing Adam's mouth, I remembered Adam's earnest teaching to him when he was about to play. Teacher, I understand. This is the end. Even if you lose, you will lose beautifully. Wallace realized the true meaning of life in an instant and completely let go of gains and losses. It's not terrible to lose. The terrible thing is that you can't afford to lose. Not to mention losing to the evildoer Haoyan. He is not ashamed. He quickly took out his baby ball and threw it out. Come out, Blastoise. Slowbro, let's keep fighting. Wallace stared at the most powerful opponent in history, Haoyan. He raised the Z bracelet in his hand and pressed it down hard. Blastoise, Slowbro, Mega Evolution. Feeling the firmness of Wallace at this time, the two water-type Pokemon in the field began to change. Open black lens bracket Pokemon close black lens bracket. Blastoise, Mega Evolution. Attribute, Water. Level, 90, Champion P. Feature, Mega Launcher. Pokemon with this characteristic. The power of the wave and aura moves used is increased. Introduction. The cannon on the tortoise shell is as powerful as the tank. The sturdy waist and legs allow it to stand firm under the impact of the launch. Open black lens bracket Pokemon close black lens bracket. Sharpedo, Mega Evolution. Attribute, Water. Evil. Level, 90, Champion P. Feature, Strong Jaw. Pokemon with this characteristic use the power of gnawing moves to increase. Open black lens bracket. Introduction close black lens bracket. Due to Mega Evolution, the aggressive nature is exposed. The yellow patterns are scars from past battles. Haoyan was satisfied with Wallace's tenacious will. He didn't want the tallest mountain in Hoenn to be so weak. What he hopes to conquer is a tall and majestic mountain, not a slope that can be climbed at will. To Haoyan on the battlefield, under the attention of thousands of people, he is still calm, but there is a flash of fighting blood in his eyes occasionally. Wallace looked at the unrestrained Haoyan and said, Haoyan, you are very strong. Your will to fight has been reflected several times. Your battle tactics are enough to be written into textbook. I have fought against different powerhouses, and you are the strongest. Facing Wallace's high praise, Haoyan responded with a smile. You are also very strong. Wallace also laughed and said, Really, am I the strongest of all your opponents? The man with the short head flashed in Haoyan's mind, and said honestly, you are not the strongest one, but you are the only one who made me prepare for the battle in advance. Haoyan has gone from an unknown person to the last step to stand on the top of the mountain. Among the many opponents, Giovanni is the strongest opponent, but Wallace is also not bad. In order to fight against Wallace, Haoyan made various preparations in advance and analyzed various tactics. Haoyan, the remark just now made Wallace a little surprised, but more of it was the pride of being affirmed by the opponent. Wallace looked at Haoyan's sincere eyes and said movingly, Then let our duel come to a perfect end. Okay. Haoyan nodded slightly, just one step away from the highest mountain in the Hoenn region. Chapter 505 Champion. With only the last two Pokemon, Wallace didn't expect to win. Just showing off your style is enough. As soon as you come up, let the Pokemon give it a go. Wallace pressed the button on the Z bracelet again and shouted loudly, Sharpedo, use your strongest move. Dark Void devours everything. Feeling Wallace's heart, Sharpedo used all his energy, turning his energy into an irresistible haze. That haze seemed to devour everything. Blastoise, Hydro Vortex. Blastoise stomped heavily on the ground and fit his body in the pothole. Then the three gun barrels on his body constantly flashed blue brilliant. Blastoise and Sharpedo's aura reached their peak, drawn by Wallace's fiery emotion. Accumulate good energy and quickly move towards their respective opponents. Sharpedo to Lucario. Blastoise versus Mewtwo. As he was about to reach the highest mountain, the fire in Haoyan's chest seemed to have become a prairie, and his blood was burning hot. Give up the power of aura, and also use voice to command. The voice is full of blood, confidence, and trust and pride in Pokemon. Shao, corkscrew crash. Lucario shouted, and the power of aura poured out frantically. His eyes became extremely sharp. Little Dream, shattered psyche. Mewtwo's momentum, psychic's laws, seemed to revolve around him. Use your strongest attack to retaliate to your opponent. At the end of the game, there is no need to retain physical strength, and there is no need to pay attention to any tactic but the most primitive one-on-one move. Boom, boom. Lucario and Sharpedo bump into each other. The energy attacks of Mewtwo and Blastoise are also intertwined. The entire battlefield, from the beginning to the present, has endured too many violent collisions, and finally could not bear it. Completely sunk in. Countless dust was raised. The surrounding audience didn't dare to breathe. They all wanted to see the final winner. Champion and the curators in the spectator seats are waiting for the dust to dissipate and waiting for the final champion. Luca. Before the dust cleared, came the growl of Lucario. Growl, full of excitement. After the battle ended, it was clear that Lucario was supporting Mewtwo, who was a little out of strength. Haoyan stood proudly with his hands on his back. Blastoise and Sharpedo had already lost, and Wallace got the ball back. When everyone saw the situation in front of them, it was clear that Haoyan had won, but he still didn't say a word, as if waiting for an announcement. Wallace personally walked to Haoyan's side, took Haoyan's hand, and shouted to the 500,000 audience, Haoyan, challenge Wallace. Success. With Wallace's personal admission, the audience at the scene was boiling. Director Haoyan. Director Haoyan. Haoyan. All the audience at the the scene stood up and shouted loudly. Unforgettable slapped their palm, with their shouts and applause, to welcome the new champion of Hoenn region. Good, good, good. Mula shouted 3 times. Haoyan defeated Wallace, and he finally no longer had to hold back his emotion. No one else shouted loudly, "This is my student. This is my student. He has reached a height that his teacher has never reached in his life. My student is champion. My student is champion." As he spoke, Mura's smiling face was filled with tears of excitement. The entire Slateport city burst into cheers without warning. Director Haoyan, the pride of our Slateport city. In the guessy, everyone was equally excited. Congratulations, Haoyan. Wallace put his arms around Haoyan's shoulders and said sincerely, "Thanks." Haoyan changed his calmness and calm before, and his eyes were also slightly red. Effort pays off. Sweat will not be let down. Haoyan took out all the baby balls from his arms and wait. Release all his Pokemon and let them all receive the glory together. Class, class, class. Tyranitar shouted into the sky, venting his emotion. Pooh, pooh, pooh. Charizard stood on Tyranitar's shoulders, roaring loudly. Luca, Luca. Lucario smiled and looked at Mewtwo, who was supporting him. Mewtwo also responded to Lucario's gentle gaze. Shanaido. Gardevoir stood beside Haoyan obediently, looking at Haoyan with tenderness in his eyes. Mi tilde. Bing Ninetales was beside Haoyan, running around happily. From the channel in the background, 3 yellow, red, and blue figures flashed. The 3 holy birds perched near Kana Gym, hovering in the air. 3 different colors of light seemed to form a celadon, rainbow, crowning Haoyan. In the ozone layer above the 10,000-meter altitude, the green dragon felt Haoyan's heartbeat. There was a clear dragon roar. In an unknown secret base, a man with a short head swayed a glass of red wine and made a toast to Haoyan, who appeared on the TV screen. Then take a sip of the glass of wine. He was usually expressionless, but now there was a smile on his face. Haoyan, congratulations. I really hope that the fateful day between you and I can come soon. Chapter 506. Xiao. It seems that something is wrong. After Haoyan got champion, he did not hold the position of champion, manage various chores of Hoenn region. Still Wallace. His official identity is still the leader of Kana Gym. Although he does not have the title of champion, after the challenge, people in the entire Pokemon world know that Haoyan has champion, and Haoyan's name was engraved into the Hall of Fame. With Haoyan's ascension to the top, Hoenn region has become the strongest region. Inside Kana Gym, at this time, Haoyan was in the living room, discussing with Mayor Wuhei, who came. Mayor Wuhei handed a beautifully packaged box to Haoyan with both hands. Curator Haoyan, there are some Z-Pure crystals here. A gift from us at Slateport City to celebrate your summit. Haha, Mayor Wuhei has a heart. Haoyan opened the box with a smile. A total of 6 Z-Pure crystals flashed. Raw, fairy, fly, fire. There are also 2 Z-Pure crystals with fighting attribute. The total value of these 6 Z-Pure crystals exceed 20 billion Alliance coin. Although there are only 6, please don't dislike it. For the remaining Z-Pure crystals, we have arranged for someone to contact them. Everything that Director Haoyan needs, we will do our best to get it. Mayor Wuhei said with a smile. I trouble Mayor Wuhei. Haoyan poured a cup of tea for Mayor Wuhei. No trouble, no trouble. It's all what we should do. Mayor Wuhei extended his hand to toast again and again and continued. By the way, Director Haoyan, after our negotiation, the Slateport City Council adjusted the salary of Director Haoyan to 5 billion per year. I don't know if this number is appropriate. After Wu and the mayor finished speaking, he looked at Haoyan carefully, for fear that Haoyan would refuse. No way. Who called Haoyan defeated Wallace and won the highest mountain in the Hoenn region. You are champion, but act as the gym curator of a city. Throughout the entire Pokemon world, this is the first case, and there is a voice on the web saying that Haoyan is the strongest champion. Although he didn't fight against champions from other regions, his invincibility won Wallace, which is enough to show Haoyan's rank. Such a person can serve as the curator of a gym. What city has such a blessing? Then I will be disrespectful. Haoyan was very satisfied with Mayor Wuhei's performance. The current treatment can be said to be the most generous of all champions. With an annual income of 5 billion, he will not have to think about money in the future. Money is almost a number to him. Seeing Haoyan's willingness to agree, Mayor Wuhei took a sip of tea, took out a document, and handed it to Haoyan. Director Haoyan, after consultation with the Slateport City Council, we have decided to invest 10 billion Alliance coin. Expansion of Kana Gym. Our vision is to make Kana Gym the largest and most spectacular gym in history. I don't know this plan. Do you have any comment? Haoyan took over the plan and checked it carefully. Mayor Wuhei explained while Haoyan watched. With curator Haoyan's ascent to the top, it won't be long before Slateport City becomes the most popular city in the entire Pokemon world. Trainers in each region are proud to be able to obtain the badge of Kana Gym. At that time, Kana Gym will definitely not be able to accommodate so many people. So, our plan is to expand the Kana Gym into a 10-kilometer venue, and to curator Haoyan, a more comfortable and sturdy training ground. Mayor Wuhei said. Haoyan nodded, and from time to time, he made some comments on the construction of Kana Gym. The two were chatting when suddenly they felt a violent shaking. The teacup in the reception room was shaken. Spilled tea. At the same time, there was a roar sound. Clap, clap, roar, roar. This, what the situation? Mayor Wu He, who was explaining his vision, jumped up from his chair in fright. Haoyan waved his hand and signaled Mayor Wu and Mayor not to be nervous. It's probably my Pokemon that is training for actual combat. Although Haoyan defeated Wallace, his Pokemon did not let up. Champion is just the beginning, not the end. Oh tilde. Mayor Wu He stroked his chest, put the fragile heart back in his stomach, and said with a sigh, as expected of curator Haoyan's Pokemon, she worked too hard. Afterward, the two chatted for a while, and after letting gym manager Keiko send Wu and Mayor away, Haoyan walked to the training ground. In the training ground, Tyranitar and Charizard, looking a little pitiful together. Luca, the body poured by Lucario Orberd, a piece of red, was obviously not lightly roasted by Charizard just now. With 1-on-2 Lucario's disgraced face, he exudes a strong fighting spirit. Even though he was out of breath, he still waved his fingers at Tyranitar and Charizard, signaling them to continue fighting. Clatilda, Clatilda. Tyranitar shook his head repeatedly and begged for mercy, not wanting to fight again. Roar tilde, roar tilde. Charizard, who has always been arrogant, under the power of Lucario, also put away his edge and kept a low profile. When Tyranitar and Charizard saw Haoyan coming to the training ground, they ran to Haoyan's side as if they saw a savior. Haoyan keenly felt that Lucario's situation was not right, and wondered in his heart, Xiao, it seems that something is wrong. Chapter 507 Champion. There are times when the problem cannot be solved. At night, Kana Gym is closed. The staff returned to their respective homes. Kana Gym fell silent. The accommodation area of Kana Gym. Okay, everyone is coming to eat. Haoyan and Gardevoir came out with various delicious dishes from the back kitchen. Roar tilde, roar tilde. Clatilda, Clatilda. Mi tilde, mi tilde. Tyranitar, Charizard, and Ice Ninetales all gathered around the dining table, happily preparing to eat. Mewtwo stood by, looking a little hesitant. Haoyan looked around and didn't see Lucario. Then he asked Mewtwo, Xiao Meng, where is Xiao? Mewtwo pointed to the direction of the training ground, indicating that Haoyan Lucario was still practicing at the training ground. Go and call Xiao over for dinner. Mewtwo, who was not good at expressing, hesitated for a while but went to the training ground to find Lucario according to Haoyan's word. After a while, Lucario and Mewtwo returned to the accommodation together. Sweaty Lucario just sat down. Tyranitar and Charizard involuntarily moved their butts and ducked to the side. They seemed a little scared of Lucario. Today, they are being tortured mad by Lucario. Was beaten 7 meat and 8 element. Haoyan had a panoramic view of the expressions of Tyranitar and Charizard. The sharp-eyed Haoyan saw that Lucario's hand was wearing an overweight training gear. Then he said, Xiao, it's time to eat. Take off the overweight protective gear in your hand. Lucario shook his head. Okay, let's eat first. If you have anything to do, let's talk about it after dinner, Haoyan said. As soon as the words fell, Lucario began to chew the food in a big mouth. Tyranitar looked somewhat at Covet's favorite sand scale fruit, but the bowl of sand scales was next to Lucario, and he didn't dare to reach for it. Touched Charizard beside him, and asked Charizard to help him get it. Charizard looked at Lucario, who was eating silently, and shook his head firmly. In the end, it was Haoyan who brought the sand scale fruit and placed it in front of Tyranitar. After a meal, the atmosphere is a bit strange. Just after dinner, Lucario left without saying a word. Go to the training ground and continue training. As Haoyan's first Pokemon, Haoyan knows that Lucario's emotions have ups and downs. Haoyan stepped aside and waved at Mewtwo. Xiao Meng, what happened to Xiao? Did you quarrel? Mewtwo quickly waved his hand, indicating that there was no quarrel. There was some doubt in his eyes, but more worry. Okay, then I'll go see Xiao. Haoyan walked towards the training ground. Boom, boom. Lucario, wearing an overweight protective gear, was struggling to hit a test board in front of him. Xiao, I'll accompany you to practice. Haoyan put on protective gear and walked to the training ground. Lucario's personality has always been calm and calm. In several Pokemon, there has always been the image of the big brother. But yes, there is also a problem. That is, the same is not good at expressing. If asked directly, it is estimated that Lucario would not reveal his mind. It's good to be by his side at this time. Lucario retracted his fist and looked at Haoyan. Come on tilde. Haoyan blocked the fighting grid in front of him. Lucario threw his fist on the grid plate. Right, that is it. The speed of punching is faster. Haoyan said to Lucario. Come on, hurry up. Haoyan and Lucario are training like two boxers. An hour has passed. Haoyan lay on the floor of the training ground regardless of his image. Lucario, also panting beside him. Xiao, we haven't been like this for a long time. I remember when I was young, we practiced like this every day. Xiao Lu is watching from the side. In the blink of an eye, so long has passed. Haoyan missed the pass. Tilda. A memory flashed in Lucario's eyes, thinking of the past. Seeing Lucario relax, Haoyan took the initiative and said, "Can you tell me about the things that bother you?" Lucario was silent for a while. Without hiding, he nodded heavily. Connect Haoyan with the power of aura in his body, and silently tell his trouble. When Haoyan understood all the situation, he couldn't help but said, "It turns out that you are unhappy because of Xiaoming. It's just an annoying problem for Lucario, and Haoyan has no experience. For a while, I didn't know what to do. Champion, there are times when you can't solve problems." Chapter 508 Xiaolu, go prepare the luggage. Lucario has always been Haoyan's most trusted and reassuring Pokemon. In addition to being the eldest brother in the team, he is also the strongest Pokemon. But over time, Mewtwo's combat effectiveness in the team increased. The strength is not weaker than Lucario at all. Even, there is a faint momentum to surpass Lucario. After all, Mewtwo is a unique beast. This is also very stressful for Lucario, especially against Wallace. Mewtwo played more minutes than Lucario. The role played is also greater than that of Lucario. This made Lucario feel a little anxious. He is the eldest brother in the team, and he should protect other younger siblings as a matter of course. Especially Mewtwo is Lucario's favorite. So, Lucario has a strong idea to become stronger, take on the responsibility of being an older brother again. And the only way Lucario can think of to get stronger is to keep training. Keep fighting to improve yourself. Haoyan looked at his original partner silently, thinking in his heart. After the last battle with Giovanni, Xiaolu broke through to the champion level, and with his hard work during this period, he has stabilized in the middle stage of champion. Continue to train. You can reach the peak of champion, or even break through champion, and reach the level of a beast. It's not a big problem, but if you want to continue to improve, it's difficult. Every Pokemon has the pinnacle of their effort. In addition to their special ability, there is another very important reason why divine beasts are called divine beasts. It's just that they have a high ceiling. In fact, it is easy to understand. Take Rayquaza of Bonds with Haoyan as an example. A 100 level Charmander, no matter how hard he tries, can't beat a 100 level Rayquaza. Moreover, Rayquaza kept practicing, and he could break through the limit of 100. Ordinary Pokemon, they can only regretfully stop at level 100. This is the racial difference. Haoyan remembered Giovanni's Beedrill last time. At that time, when Beedrill met, he had already reached the initial level of the divine beast. Beedrill is Giovanni's natal Pokemon. Even if a lot of resources are spent to cultivate it, it is only the initial level of the divine beast. And if ordinary Pokemon want to break through their own limitations, they can only look for opportunities to become stronger. Thinking of this, Haoyan comforted, "I understand your thought, but Xiaolu, some things can't be rushed. Sometimes it's too hasty. It's easy to fall into the vortex of desire and can't extract it." Haoyan looked at Lucario seriously and said word by word, "But don't worry, when you reach the bottleneck and cannot break through, I will help you. There is a place where you can get a complete inheritance. But now, you haven't reached that point yet. When you get to that point, I'll go with you." Lucario felt Haoyan's sincerity and nodded vigorously. Haoyan's promise reassured Lucario. "Everyone has been working hard during this time, so I plan to travel to other regions. Going to see other worlds is also an important part of cultivation. By the way, everyone can relax too," Haoyan said with a smile. Tilda. After being enlightened by Haoyan, Lucario obviously relaxed his mind and had a smile on his face. Not as tight as before. Haoyan put his arms around Lucario's shoulders and whispered in his ear, "Now there is a very important thing that you need to do." When Lucario heard something very important, he immediately cheered up. "Your abnormality these days, everyone is worried about you." After Haoyan finished speaking, he pointed to the corner of the training ground. There, several Pokemon were sneaking peek. The other Pokemon are small, so they can hide. It's just that Tyranitar's big man can't hide at all. Haoyan waved to them. Feeling that Lucario had returned to normal, a few Pokemon walked into the training ground under the leadership of Haoyan. Ice Ninetales no longer sneakily peeked out, happily riding out on the Mount Charizard. One step off Charizard's body, teasing Lucario with his fluffy tail. Roar. Charizard approached cautiously. After all, he had been beaten so badly these days. Lucario tapped Charizard on the shoulder. Charizard saw that Lucario's mood returned to normal and changed back to the appearance of a big brother. Finally, he was no longer afraid, and happily played around. Lucario pulled out a sand scale fruit out of nowhere and handed it to Tyranitar. Class. Tyranitar cherished the swallow who handed Lucario to him, with a naive smile on his face. Mewtwo, who had the best relationship with Lucario, was silent on the side, watching Lucario playing with several other Pokemon with some envy. Of course Lucario would not disappoint Mewtwo, and took the initiative to walk in front of Mewtwo. Lucario whispered beside Mewtwo, chatting with him. After a while, Haoyan clearly felt that Mewtwo's mood had improved. Swept away the previous worries. Shanaido. With a gentle smile on his face, Gardevoir leaned on Haoyuan's side. Haoyuan put his arms around Gardevoir and said, Xiaolu, go and prepare your luggage. Tomorrow we're going on a trip. Chapter 509 Going to Alamos Town for vacation. The door of Hina Gym. A Boeing 748 luxury plane parked in front of the gym. This is a gift from the president of Silver Corporation to congratulate Haoyuan on reaching the top. It was specially given to Haoyuan to facilitate his usual travel. As the honorary security consultant of Silver Corporation, Haoyuan was not polite and accepted it directly. At this time, Haoyuan, dressed in casual clothes and wearing a pair of sunglasses, looked like a tourist and waved to the gym staff. Keiko, Sabrina, while I'm on vacation, Hina Gym will ask you all. Don't worry, Director Haoyuan, just leave the gym to us. Anyway, you're often not at gym. Gym manager Keiko put her arms around Sabrina's shoulders and joked with Haoyuan. Sabrina calmly broke free from Keiko's hand and waved to Haoyuan calmly. Teacher, be careful on the road, pay attention to safety. Keiko put her arms around Sabrina's shoulders again, and deliberately pretended to be heroic and said, Director Haoyuan is going on vacation, not fighting. Be careful on the road, pay attention to safety. Sabrina was hugged by Keiko again, a little helpless. Teacher, walk slowly. What are you walking slowly? What are you doing here when the plane is low? Keiko kept teasing Sabrina. Usually when Haoyuan is not at gym, Keiko and Sabrina make decisions about big and small things. The two spend more time together, have a good relationship, and often joke with each other. Sabrina, who is not good at words, was made unable to speak by Keiko. After holding it for a long time, she finally said, then, that teacher has been tailwind all the way. As soon as she heard Sabrina's word, Keiko immediately added, Sabrina, don't be addicted to fighting all the time. Care more about science. You can't say tailwind all the way on a plane. The plane is going against the wind. Tailwind. The plane fell. Sabrina rolled her eyes. She was no match for the sharp-toothed Keiko, so she simply closed her mouth. Haoyuan smiled, waved his hand symbolically, and got on the plane. Green sky, like a piece of blue jade. Haoyuan took a luxury airliner and left Lakeport City Drive in the direction of Sinnoh region. This time, Haoyuan chose Sinnoh region for his vacation, mainly because Zulin heard that Haoyuan was going on vacation, so she strongly invited Haoyuan to Sinnoh region. Haoyuan also has this intention. As soon as you come, you can go to the Sinnoh region and meet the Lapras that were rescued earlier, especially the stubborn little Lapras. I don't know if he has grown up now. Second, it was Haoyuan who promised Zulin to show up in the gorgeous contest in the town of Sinnoh region Alamos. Using his fame, he helped the remote town of Alamos to publicize, increase its popularity, and develop the local economy. The luxury Boeing 748 offered by Silver has a smooth flight. The speed is also very fast, about 1500 kilometers per hour, twice as fast as Rayquaza. From Hoenn region to Alamos town, it took 3 hours. The town of Alamos is northwest of Sinnoh region Orberg City and northeast of Jubilife City. The main area of the town is located on a plateau in the center of the lake. There is a bridge connecting the plateau and the mainland. The town is surrounded by lush hills and plateaus. The most surprising thing is that the town of Alamos seems to be built on a cliff. It is indeed very different from the average town. Travel is all about going to a different place. The plane landed directly on the top floor of the most luxurious hotel in Alamos town, and Haoyuan took his travel backpack and got off the plane. Haoyuan is here. Zulin, who had been waiting for a long time, stepped forward with a sweet smile and said, the accommodation has already been arranged. Put your luggage and take a rest. I'll be a tour guide for you later, and I'll treat you to a meal by the way. Haha, then I'll trouble you. Haoyuan responded with a smile. Hi Tilda, it's not the first time we've met, and you're so polite. In a wood outside the town of Alamos, a cloud of black mist condensed. This black mist condensed a Pokemon. This Pokemon is like a shadow. His hazy, rolling, white hair covered most of his face. Only a pair of bright blue eyes were exposed. A collar-like red jagged object surrounds his neck. This Pokemon is the Darkrai known as the Nightmare. Darkrai's blue eyes stared solemnly at the sky. In the sky, strange light flickered from time to time. Suddenly, Darkrai, who had been staring at the air, said softly into the air, "Get off." Chapter 510. Alamos Town. The famous Tower of Time and Space has become the venue for the magnificent competition. The host Vivian, dressed in gorgeous clothes and holding a microphone, spoke to the audience in a passionate voice. Let's welcome the Sinnoh region's Bamboo Orchid champion with warm applause. Amid the applause of the audience, Zulin walked out. Zulin was wearing a long black dress and a simple coat. Step on a pair of black high heels. The overall matching is mainly black, with her long yellow shawl hair, which makes her skin look like cream. Miss Zulin, I love you like Raticate loves rice. Sister Zulin, I love you, and all the delicious ice creams are for you. With Zulin's appearance, the audience applauded and cheered vigorously. Obviously, in the Sinnoh region home, Zulin's popularity is quite high. Vivian squeezed her hands and motioned for the audience to be quiet. The next heavyweight guest is the hottest trainer in the entire Pokemon Pokemon world. As soon as Vivian spoke, the audience at the scene suddenly became quiet. He is an enthusiastic, righteous, and brave trainer. He holds the position of a gym curator. Before, he was called a heroic curator. Now, he's called the champion curator. As long as there is his place, it will be safe and peaceful. He, although not from our Sinnoh region, but the legends about him are still circulating in our Sinnoh region. On the beach of Canalave City, there are as many as 50 Lapras praying for only him. A trainer with the highest courtesy of Lapras family for the hero who saved them. I don't need to say more. Everyone knows who he is. Let's applaud the champion curator from Hoenn region, Haoyan. Vivian's voice fell, and beside Zulin, Haoyan stepped onto the stage and greeted the audience with a smile. The overwhelming applause came from all directions of the venue. Cheers, like overwhelming. This is the Sinnoh region. I didn't expect Haoyan to be more popular than me. Zulin gently bumped into Haoyan with her hand and said half-truth. It's all in your light. Gorgeous contest. Nothing special. It's just an ordinary gorgeous contest. It was only because Haoyan and Zulin joined the scene that the atmosphere at the scene became hotter. Most of the performances are some moves of catching frisbees and dancing ribbon. Lackluster. In the guessy, Zulin and Haoyan chatted quietly. There is a very good ice cream shop in Alamos Town. It is said to have been in operation for over 50 years. The vanilla ice cream there is amazing. After the gorgeous competition, I'll take you to taste. The thought of going to eat her favorite ice cream later made Zulin happy. Ice cream. Haoyan has difficulty understanding Zulin's persistence. It's December and the temperature has dropped significantly. It is estimated that not many people eat ice cream at this time, and only avid fans like Zulin will choose to eat ice cream at this time. But after all, Bamboo Orchid treat guests, and Haoyan can't say anything, just praying for a place to eat later. With Staple. Just when Haoyan and Zulin were chatting in a low voice, suddenly, in Haoyan's mind, a voice sounded. Go away. In an instant, Haoyan's whole body became sharp, and he unconsciously placed his hand on the baby ball around his waist. The power of aura in the body spreads out to the surroundings. Zulin, who was on the side, noticed Haoyan's abnormality and asked suspiciously, what's wrong with Haoyan? Just now, a voice suddenly appeared in my brain. He told me to go away. Haoyan said solemnly. Go away. Zulin immediately became serious, because she had never seen Haoyan with such a solemn expression. That's right. Haoyan closed his eyes and immersed himself in his mind, trying to find that strange energy fluctuation. It's just that no matter how he looked, he just can't find it. It can only be vaguely felt that around the town of Alamos there is a black gas-like thing, and the smell of this thing quickly disappeared. Zulin scanned the surroundings of the venue and found nothing wrong. She said, nothing special. I didn't hear anything. Haoyan slowly opened his eyes, looked at the venue full of people, and said, forget it. Maybe I was too tired to prepare for the Alliance challenge some time ago, so illusion came along. Seeing Haoyan's expression returning to normal, Zulin said, okay, looks like you really need to relax. Yeah, Haoyan said casually, but still put his hand on his waist. He could hear the sound just now. You can't get it wrong. Chapter 511 Drive Away the Nightmare God Darkrai. After the ribbons were presented to the winners of the Glamour Contest, the Glamour Contest in the town of Alamos also came to a successful conclusion. Zulin and Haoyan, walking on the streets of Alamos Town. I have to say that the architectural style of Alamos Town is very characteristic. The style of the whole town is full of Gothic post-modern construction style. Along the way, many people recognized Haoyan and greeted him one after another. Haoyan also greeted each other politely one by one. Turn around in front, about 200 meters. That's the ice cream shop I mentioned. When Zulin thought that she would be able to eat her favorite ice cream later, she was a little excited. At the same time a little confused. Eat vanilla ice cream or chocolate ice cream. The cranberry flavor is also good. The sea salt flavor is also very unique. Which one tastes better? When Zulin was tangled, Haoyan vaguely felt a strange energy moving around. When I was about to investigate, I found a panicked growl in the crowd. Ah, Tilda. Honey, what's wrong with you? Hearing the chaotic growl, Zulin no longer struggled, and Haoyan walked forward. Pushing aside the crowd, I found a man at the end of the street, passed out on the ground, brows furrowed. It seemed like he was having a nightmare. As the champion of the Sinnoh region, when an abnormal situation occurred in her territory, she was the first to ask, what happened? A woman said, I don't know what's going on. My wife and I were drinking afternoon tea just now, and suddenly he passed out. Hearing what the woman said, Haoyan stepped forward and put his hand on the pulse of the fainted man to check the man's condition. Heart rate is normal. Vital signs are normal. Looking at how he looks now, he should be asleep. The woman recognized Haoyan and heard Haoyan say her lover, but fell asleep. He vigorously shook the fallen man, but the sleeping man didn't seem to wake up at all. The woman said quickly, Mr. Haoyan, if you just fell asleep. I shook him so hard just now. He should wake up. Why didn't he respond at all? Haoyan's beautiful brows were wrinkled together. When he was about to speak, a man behind him said loudly, because he was hypnotized. Haoyan turned turned his head and saw a man with red hair and a red aristocratic costume walking forward behind him. Baron Alberto, what does this mean? The woman asked again and again, apparently knowing the man in aristocratic clothes. Baron Alberto said confidently, to be precise, your lover was attacked, and it was Darkrai who attacked him. Darkrai. The onlookers, when they heard the name, all seemed to understand it. Apparently the name Darkrai, they are not surprised. Darkrai used nightmares on your lover, so no matter what method you use, you can't wake him up. Only when the nightmare is over will your lover wake up. Baron Alberto, dressed in aristocratic costume, said to the onlookers, I believe everyone is familiar with the legend of the nightmare god Darkrai. Darkrai, the ominous Pokemon. The fall of this gentleman today is the best proof. So, I call on everyone to combine all forces to drive out Darkrai. Baron Alberto kept agitating the surrounding citizens. Haoyan frowned and stood beside Zulin. Haoyan, what do you think of this matter? Zulin asked. Haoyan said noncommittally, although I don't know what happened, I don't quite agree with what the gentleman said. In this world, for thousands of years, humans and Pokemon live in harmony. If humans don't force Pokemon, Pokemon will not take the initiative to attack humans. 1. Human beings regarded Absol as a disaster Pokemon because of their own ignorance. But Absol, it is when disaster strike to remind human beings to keep human beings away from disaster. Absol is not a beast of disaster at all, it should be a beast of blessing. However, Haoyan is not a local, and the matter is not big, so he is not prepared to comment too much. Actively said, let go eat something. Although Bamboo Orchid is the champion of Sinnoh region, it is not convenient to interfere too much in this kind of place. Leave with Haoyan. Chapter 512 Go away, it should be you. Early the next morning, Zulin acted as a tour guide, leading Haoyan around the streets of Alamos town. The shallows here are all in the form of the East China Sea, and they are all like the East China Sea. Zulin passed by a pool, pointed to the Pokemon swimming in it, and said to Haoyan, well, I read their profile from the Professor Oak profile. It is said that different water source habitats lead to different shapes. Haoyan said casually. Zulan blinked and said mysteriously, I once saw the breeding site of shellos on the outskirts of Canalov City. It's pink on one side and light green on the other, and it both spectacular and beautiful. Haoyan snorted and said, yeah, it's a bit like the intersection of Jellicent. Zulin and Haoyan were chatting while walking around. The unique geography of the town of Alamos is very different even from other cities in the Sinnoh region. Unknowingly, Haoyan and Zulin came to yesterday, where the magnificent competition was held, the Tower of Time and Space. Below the Tower of Time and Space, many citizens of Alamos town gathered together. This is the habit of Alamos town. At a certain time every day, the Tower of Time and Space will play music, and the people gathered under the tower and started dancing. Zulin explained to Haoyan, jingle bell tilde, ling ling tilde. The Tower of Time and Space is playing beautiful music. The people under the Tower of Time and Space began to dance to the music. A relaxed look. Haoyan and Zulin just listened and watched quietly. Although it is remote, there is no gym. Not many people come and go, but living here is quite comfortable. Admiring the graceful dancing gestures of the people, Haoyan sighed in his heart. It's a good place to live here. Just when the music hits its climax, suddenly, a dark figure appeared in the dancing crowd. It was the nightmare god, Darkrai. Go away. A slightly hoarse voice suddenly appeared, interrupting the wonderful music. Darkrai, who appeared suddenly, opened his black claws. On his head, hundreds of small black energy balls condensed. Hundreds of pitch black energy balls scattered around, accurately hit the dancing people, as well as the surrounding Pokemon. Several dark energy balls attacked Haoyan and Zulin. The speed was so fast that Zulin, who was enjoying the music, had no time to react. Be careful. Haoyan pulled Zulin away and dodged to the side, dodging Darkrai's attack in a dangerous way. The people and Pokemon who were hit fell to the ground one after another. At the same time, he frowned, as if he was suffering from the erosion of nightmares. The sudden change made the crowd panic. Go away. Darkrai still used a hoarse voice to warn everyone. At the same time, hundreds of dark energy balls gathered again. Another group of citizens fell to the ground. After Darkrai's spoiler, all the people gathered at the scene were in chaos. Some shouted loudly for their fallen relatives and friends, while others ran away quickly for fear that Darkrai would continue to attack. For a time, the square at the bottom of the Tower of Time and Space was chaotic. The chaotic crowd almost dispersed Haoyan and Zulin. People who lose their minds and are afraid of running away will cause huge casualties once they trample on them. Haoyan couldn't help but put his arms around Zulin's waist and jumped to the balcony of a small building next to him with a violent force. Avoid the crowded, escaping crowd. It's okay. Haoyan looked at Zulin. No, it's okay. Zulin looked at Haoyan like a monster. Zulin is a girl, and girls love beauty. Every day I wake up, I weigh myself. Zulin knew that she had 45 kilograms. Haoyan picked himself up at once, and jumped several meters high in one breath. What a terrifying power this is. Haoyan, are you sure it's a human, not a Pokemon in human skin? It's fine, let's settle this this mess first. Chaos. Haoyan let go of Zulin and took out Gardevoir's baby ball directly from his arms. Xiaolu, come out. Shanaido. Gardevoir floats in the air. Xiaolu, use safeguard. Shanaido. Gardevoir's white and tender hands were placed on his chest, and he closed his eyes and sang an ancient melody. At this time, Zulin also reacted, and threw the baby ball out, releasing her Togekiss. Togekiss, you use safeguard too. Bobby tilde. Togekiss also uses safeguard together. As the safeguard of Gardevoir and Togekiss began, a thin mist formed across the square. The comatose citizens also woke up from their nightmares, quickly escaped from the square under the Tower of Time and Space. The crowd was originally bustling, and only Haoyan and Zulin were left with their Pokemon. Darkrai's blue eyes looked at Haoyan and Zulin. Still in a hoarse voice, he said, go away. At this moment, Baron Alberto, wearing a red noble costume, ran out of nowhere, righteously shouted to Darkrai, go away, it should be you. Seeing this Baron Alberto, Haoyan frowned involuntarily. Chapter 513 I ordered you as a baron to attack him. An ominous nightmare. An inexorable nightmare. Disgusting new moon. Unknown, you should be evicted and should leave the town of Alamos. Baron Alberto righteously scolded Darkrai, who was covered in haze. I, the noble Baron Alberto, on behalf of the residents of Alamos, I'm here to expel you. After Baron Alberto finished speaking, he took out a baby ball and released his Pokemon. It's a Lickilicky at the pinnacle of gym. Lickilicky, use the Euro Ball. Involuntarily commanding Lickilicky, he attacked Darkrai. Lickilicky rolls up into a ball and spins like crazy. Facing Lickilicky's attack, Darkrai didn't move at all, and still uttered a hoarse growl. Go away. With a flick of his body, he easily dodged Lickilicky's attack. Missing one hit, Baron Alberto continued to direct Lickilicky's move. Damn. Lickilicky, use Hyper Beam to banish that ominous nightmare. Lickilicky aimed at Darkrai, shooting out a white light of average size. A Lickilicky at the peak of gym, no match for Darkrai at all. The ejected Hyper Beam was still easily dodged. With a bang, a surrounding house was blasted out of a hole. Lost the target again. Darkrai did not fight back against Lickilicky in a weakened state. Just keep repeating, go away. In the mind of Baron Alberto, who was done, it was Darkrai's taunting, and he continued to let the weak Lickilicky attack. Boom, boom. Lickilicky ruined the surrounding street, but every time he attacked, he failed to hit. As the saying goes, play figurines have 3 points of anger. Darkrai, who was continuously attacked, seemed a little angry. Blue eyes staring at Lickilicky. Lickilicky, who was obviously tired due to the continuous attack, fell down with a thud after receiving a hint of drowsiness. The Pokemon fell, and Baron Alberto was a little bit up at this time. From the corner of his eyes, he saw Haoyan beside him. He pointed at Haoyan and said, aren't you the heroic curator? Why didn't God stop him when he saw the evil nightmare? I command you as a baron to expel Darkrai, the god of nightmares. Hearing Baron Alberto's bold words, Zulin's face sank. Who is Haoyan? The strongest man of Hoenn region. Even the strongest person in the entire Pokemon world. A Rayquaza-approved successor. The one who built bonds with the 3 holy birds. A trainer with super powerful Pokemon. How could a baron in a mountain village be instructed? Even she is polite to Haoyan. Haoyan was not annoyed by Baron Alberto's ignorant words, and asked Zulin beside him, is this idiot a nobleman here? Zulin answered honestly, well, because Alamos town is remote, it retains the ancient aristocratic system. Actually, the so-called nobles have no right. It's just that in Alamos, some money and land. Haoyan understood. No wonder he has the habit of instructing people. After saying that, he rolled over and jumped to the ground. Baron Alberto was a little over the top just now, and he was usually used to commanding people, so there is no sense in speaking. Now he is completely sober up, but it may be because of the blood of the so-called nobles. He is still stubborn. Aren't you the heroic curator of justice? Why let Darkrai, the god of nightmares, do evil? Are all your heroic deeds fabricated? Baron Alberto is no longer as arrogant as he had been at the beginning, but his tone is still very unpleasant. Are you teaching me to do things? Haoyan gave Baron Alberto a sidelong glance. Baron Alberto wanted to continue speaking, but Zulan, who was beside him, interrupted him immediately. Shut up for me. It was the first time Haoyan had seen his tough attitude. Baron Alberto, who was reprimanded by Zulan, blushed and didn't know how to speak for a while. Haoyan walked towards Darkrai slowly. The Viridian power in his body told him that Darkrai was not malicious. As he walked, he said to Darkrai, is there anything you want to say to us? Go away. Darkrai repeated the sentence over and over, and it felt like he could do it. It seems to have some meaning. Madness. He's an evil Pokemon. He can only do evil. His existence is ominous. Talking to such an evil Pokemon is a waste of time. If I have your appeal, convene people directly to drive it away. Baron Alberto was like an annoying fly. Blue bites strong shark out. Zulin threw a baby ball and released her Garchomp. Garchomp, if he talks nonsense again, he will be destroyed. Roar tilde roar tilde. Garchomp of Bamboo Orchid stared at Baron Alberto with a bad expression. In front of the mighty Lubiting shark, Baron Alberto didn't dare to talk much. I don't know if it it was because of what Baron Alberto just said. Darkrai looked at Haoyan. Go away. He raised his hand, condensed a black energy ball, and threw it over. Chapter 514 The Confusion of Time and Space. Darkrai is a new demon with special ability. No matter how strong Haoyan's body is, it is impossible to resist Darkrai's attack. Seeing that Haoyan was about to be hit by Darkrai's attack, Haoyan calmly took out the treasure ball and released Lucario. Xiao, use Protect. Lucario was at the forefront, protected by the white energy, blocked Darkrai's attack. At the same time, Gardevoir on the side had already started to act. Used Teleport to send Haoyan to a safe place. The hair on Lucario is starting to grow like crazy. Shanaido. Gardevoir's form also began to change, transforming into the Psychic Queen. The two Pokemon entered the state of Mega Evolution by coincidence. They don't know what Darkrai is, but it doesn't matter at all. The important thing is that they dared to attack Haoyan. This is absolutely not allowed. Bang! Lucario directly crushed the ground, and his body flew out like a cannonball. There was a strong white light on the fist, and it attacked in the direction of Darkrai. P to the extreme. The power contained is also extremely tyrannical. Even Darkrai, who is a new demon, dare not wipe his edge easily. Darkrai's body melted into the ground and left the place. Boom! Lucario's fist slammed into the place where Darkrai was just now. A large hole 10 meters in diameter is formed. Shanaido. Gardevoir's attack is imminent. Several streaks of bright light followed Darkrai. Darkrai, who turned into a shadow, kept dodging, but Gardevoir shot out several strong lights in anger, shining brightly around him. Darkrai's dodge didn't work. In desperation, Darkrai could only create a shadow ball and throw it at Gardevoir. Use this to force Gardevoir to stop attacking. Xiaolu, teleport dodge. Haoyan hurriedly made Gardevoir dodge when he saw this. Boom! Darkrai's shadow ball hit a small building. The small building was swallowed up by the thick black fog. Lucario, who missed a hit, was ready to attack again, but he was stopped by Haoyan. Xiaolu and Xiaolu are back. Lucario stopped attacking and quickly dodged in front of Haoyan, alerting Darkrai in front of him. Shanaido. Gardevoir came to Haoyan's side. The surrounding psychic energy was condensing, ready to attack or use teleport to take Haoyan away. Baron Alberto stared at the small building that was gradually being swallowed by haze, terrified in his heart. Under the blow of Darkrai, it was so strong. If Darkrai shot him just now, with his strength, it would be impossible to dodge. At this time, he didn't dare to say a word at all. The so-called pride of the nobility, straight pick up to be discarded. Don't be nervous. Darkrai is not malicious. Haoyan quickly appeased the two angry Pokemon. The Viridian power in Haoyan told him that Darkrai didn't want to hurt him either. Even if Darkrai attacked him just now, it was not malicious. It feels more like a warning to Haoyan. Pat Lucario on the shoulder, motioning him to relax. When he was about to talk to Darkrai, Gardevoir held Haoyan anxiously. It's okay Xiaolu, I'm measured. Haoyan gave Gardevoir a soft smile. Even though Gardevoir was worried, there was nothing he could do about Haoyan. He had to be ready to use teleport at any time to protect Haoyan. Haoyan stepped forward and said to Darkrai, I know you have no ill intention. You seem to have something to tell us. You can tell me. Darkrai's blue eyes, looking at Haoyan, said in a hoarse voice, go away. Still, those two words. But Haoyan could hear a little emotional change from Darkrai's tone. It's just that Haoyan is not a master of language, and it is difficult to guess what Darkrai is thinking with just two words. Do you only know these two words? The response to Haoyan was still the word, go away. Just when Haoyan was about to use the power of aura in his body to connect with the Darkrai view to understand what he meant, suddenly, two strange energies suddenly appeared in the sky of the Tower of Time and Space. These two energies are different from all previous energies, pure and violent. It seems that there is some kind of strange law, which may people have a confusion between time and space. Shanaido. Gardevoir immediately used teleport to teleport Haoyan back to her. Lucario also felt the abnormality in the air, and looked at the air solemnly. Darkrai immediately turned the gun's head and looked into the air, shouted loudly, go away. Darkrai's shout this time, although it was still a simple two-word, but Haoyan could hear his emotion, obviously with the meaning of rage, expulsion, and warning. Chapter 5151 Double gods do not play cards according to the routine. The two energies continue to condense on the Tower of Time and Space. It was only vaguely felt. A minute later, it condensed into two light blue and light white energy groups. In these two energy groups, there is a Pokemon hidden in each. Go away. Darkrai shouted and disappeared as a shadow. Everyone in the entire town of Alamos looked at the changes in the sky at a loss. I hope it's not them. Zulin looked at the changes in the air, and had a bad premonition in her heart. Haoyan spoke directly, breaking Zulin's fantasy. It's them. The light blue energy group represents Dialga, and the light white one represents Palkia. Palkia. As a native of Sinnoh region, I am familiar with various ruins, murals and ancient books. Zulin clearly knows what these two names stand for. Dialga and Palkia are divine beasts created by the legendary creator god god Arceus, who are in charge of time and space respectively. Countless data show that these two divine beasts are extremely powerful. Just as Zulin was thinking about it, a mutation suddenly occurred. There was a strange twist in the two energy groups of different colors. The entire space seemed to collapse. At the same time, two powerful coercions enveloped the entire town of Alamos. The Pokemon in the entire town trembled in terror. Dialga, peering out of the bluish sphere of energy. Palkia, poking out of the bluish-white sphere of energy. Coming. Here they come. Roar, 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 roar. The two mythical beasts roared when they saw each other. At the same time, the momentum is constantly improving. I saw Palkia facing off in the sky, her eyes glowing with a cold orange shimmer, and the pearl on her right shoulder suddenly glowed brightly. The right arm was raised high, and the pink energy lingered in the palm, and the overflowing energy even cut the air into pieces, flashed diagonally at Dialga. The terrifying power is roaring and domineering, and the sharp edge of the energy blade can actually cut through the space. This is Palkia's exclusive skill, Facial Rend. Dialga wasn't idle when it came to Palkia's attack. On Dialga's body, bursts of light blue light flickered, converging into a single light. This ray of light rushed out like an Orberg-like torrent, and under the huge torrent, it seemed that time stood still. Amazing power, setting off waves of time tide. This is Dialga's exclusive skill, Roar of Time. Time versus space. The two exclusive skills bombarded together, causing a terrifying explosion, and the intersection between space and time was compatible, forming a weird collapse. A mass of pitch-black twisted matter devoured the surrounding space. Zulin looked at the two divine beasts fighting in the air, and muttered to herself, why they? Even if Bamboo Orchid is the champion of the Sinnoh region, it has no effect on the two tyrannical beasts. Know what to do. Zulin, now is not the time to be in a daze. Haoyan shouted, calling back Zulin's attention. Haoyan. Zulin came back to her senses and looked at Haoyan. I see what Darkrai means. Darkrai is not some ominous symbol. He's in his own way, warning us to keep us away from Alamos. The town of Alamos will become a battlefield for two mythical beasts. The incident was urgent. Haoyan didn't care that this was not his home court, and ordered Zulin, go and arrange for the residents of Alamos town to leave. After that, he called out Charizard and rode on it. Well, I see. Zulin quickly mounted her Garchomp and went to disperse the townspeople. As for the annoying Baron Alberto, this is not in the scope of Haoyan's consideration. Boom, boom. The constant entanglement and collision of Palkia and Dialga in the air caused one dark void after another. In the dark void, all matter turned into nothingness. It's like a separate fate. Miss Zulin, Director Haoyan, what can I do? If it goes on like this, isn't the town of Alamos? Yeah, the town of Alamos has been our home for generations. Please help us. Many residents who were evacuating looked at Haoyan and Zulin with worry. Don't worry everyone. The most important thing now is to evacuate to a safe area first. Zulin rode on Garchomp and shouted loudly to the evacuated people. Alamos town, it will be safe and sound. Only when everyone is evacuated can we let go. Haoyan also followed to appease everyone. Bamboo Orchid is very prestigious in Sinnoh region. Haoyan has created miracles many times and is known to the world. With their assurances, the people barely felt at ease and quickly evacuated from the outskirts of Alamos town. Haoyan, is there anything you can do? Zulin commanded Garchomp and flew to Haoyan's side to ask in a low voice. Haoyan nodded. For the battle between the two gods, he knew the reason. That was because of the awakening of Arceus, which caused the two gods who lived in their respective territories to think that their territories had been invaded. It will be a big fight. The key to stopping the battle between the two gods lies in the Tower of Time and Space standing above the town of Alamos. But the next second, a huge explosion sounded. Standing in the Tower of Time and Space in Alamos town, it was hit by Palkia's attack. The place at the top of the tower responsible for playing wonderful music has melted directly. Boom. As if it wasn't enough, Dialga also hit the Tower of Time with an attack. Under the attack of the two gods, the original Tower of Time has completely turned into a dark void. The Tower of Time is gone. I go. How is this different from what I know? Dialga and Palkia, why don't they play cards according to the formula? This accident took Haoyan by surprise. Chapter 516 Summoning Rayquaza, Darkrai's Effort. Sinnoh region, there is a divine comedy. This piece is called Orathan. It is said that this song can calm down rage and awaken the beauty in my heart. As long as you use the Tower of Time and Space to play this tune, you can quell the battle between the two gods. This is the information that Haoyan knows. But the problem is, now the Tower of Time and Space is gone. It also means that it is impossible to stop the two gods through music. Since there is no way to calm the two gods by gentle means, that's only through brutal methods. Zulin, help me take care of the surrounding. Haoyan said to Zulin beside him. Zulin wondered what Haoyan would do. What are you going to do? Haoyan looked at the two gods fighting in the air, and said with burning eyes, two children are fighting. The most efficient way to persuade the fight is to let an adult come forward. Zulin thought of Haoyan's inheritance of Rayquaza's identity, and said in surprise, are you going to ask Rayquaza to help? Yeah. Yeah. Hao Yan nodded. If you want to stop the god, only Rayquaza, who is also a god beast. Hao Yan slowly closed his eyes, immersed himself in communication with Rayquaza above the 9 heavens. Zulin hurriedly asked Garchomp to guard Hao Yan's side. Above the height of 10,000 meters in the Hoenn region, there is a green dragon floating in space. Feeling Hao Yan's call, he suddenly opened his eyes. There was a clear dragon roar. After circling for a while, the green body emitted a dazzling light, and quickly rushed in the direction of Hao Yan. After a while, Hao Yan opened his eyes. Zulin quickly said with concern, "How is it?" Zulin has seen Rayquaza after Mega Evolution on the information of the Alliance. Under the leadership of Hao Yan, the huge meteorite was smashed into pieces. With Rayquaza's help, it won't be much of a problem quelling Dialga and Palkia. Hao Yan replied calmly. Rayquaza heard my call and is on its way. Superior. Hearing Hao Yan's affirmative reply, Zulin's dangling heart finally relaxed. At this time, Hao Yan interrupted her in time. Rayquaza is coming from Hoenn region. It will take a certain amount of time. Before he arrived, delay the destruction of the town of Alamos by the two gods. Zulin nodded seriously. I understand. While Hao Yan and Zulin were talking, the battle between the two gods continued. Spatial rend and time and space roar. Under the attack of powerful energy, Alamos town is riddled with holes. The attack after the battle of the two gods produced many dark voids that devoured everything around them. Go away. A black figure floated in front of the two gods who were fighting. This black figure is Darkrai. Darkrai, unleashing two black energy balls, hit the attack made by the two gods. Let the original 5-story building be protected from damage. Dialga and Pachalia visibly froze for a moment, then stopped attacking each other. Both looked at Darkrai in the middle. Roar tilde roar tilde. Roar tilde roar tilde. The two gods looked Darkrai up and down, but didn't put him in their eye. For the two gods, Darkrai is nothing but a new demon. Not their opponent at all. Don't care at all. I saw Palkia in the sky, with her right arm raised high, pink energy lingering in her palm, and the overflowing energy even cut the air into pieces. With a move of spatial rend, he attacked the opponent Dialga. Dialga's body flashed a ray of light, and he used Roar of Time to attack. He also responded to Palkia with aggression. The collision of time and space will form a dark void that devours everything. If the dark void is left unchecked, it will continue to grow and engulf the entire town of Alamos. Feeling the powerful attack of the two gods, Darkrai's blue eyes burst into a powerful light. His body was full of momentum, and his body was full of haze that was too strong to dissolve, and shouted, "Go away." He raised his hands high, and condensed two black energy balls that reached 20 meters. They hit the attacks made by the two gods just now. Boom, boom. There were two loud explosions. Roar tilde roar tilde. Roar tilde roar tilde. There is a bit of anger in the growl of the two gods. What does it mean? Are you planning to intervene in the battle between them? A mere phantom beast dared to intervene in the battle between gods. Act recklessly. Faced with the threat of the two gods, Darkrai did not step back. Firmly stand between the two gods. Roar tilde roar tilde. Roar tilde roar tilde. Dialga and Palkia invariably drummed up their attack and attacked towards the center of Darkrai. Residents in the evacuated town of Alamos saw Darkrai's effort. The Darkrai, seen as unknown, even hated, and in need of expulsion. At this time, he challenged the two gods for the sake of Alamos town. People find themselves blaming Darkrai wrong. Chapter 517 Darkrai, I will protect your memory. With the participation of Darkrai, the arrival of Rayquaza succeeded in delaying time. However, Hao Yan frowned. Seeing Hao Yan's expression, Zulin's heart rose, and she quickly asked, Hao Yan, what wrong? Hao Yan's eyes have been catching the two gods fighting in the air, and he said slowly, Dialga and Palkia are far more powerful than Darkrai. Even with them one-on-one, Darkrai has no chance of winning. It's still the union of the two gods. I'm afraid Darkrai won't last long. It seems to be to confirm Hao Yan's word. Darkrai in the sky is constantly under attack from the gods. A loud explosion of sound was triggered. Darkrai fell to the ground like a shooting star. Roar tilde roar tilde. Just when the two gods wanted to continue fighting, Darkrai once again appeared in front of the two gods. It's just that the haze on his body has dissipated a lot. The continuous attack of the two gods made him in a very bad state, but Darkrai still stood firmly in the middle of the two gods, trying to stop the two gods from fighting. Darkrai's entanglement over and over again. The two gods are angry. During the battle just now, he still did not exert his full strength, but to stop them again and again. This is the taunt of Kai Guago in the eyes of the two gods. The two gods looked at Darkrai firmly and locked on. Unleash their own unique ill. Bombarded on the uninterested Darkrai. This time, the two gods made a move without the slightest reservation. All the firepower poured on Darkrai. The constant energy attacks shook the ground. The combination of two divine beasts that master the authority of time and space cannot be blocked by a single phantom beast. The haze that Darkrai was surrounding was also rapidly diminishing. Every time the two gods attacked, Darkrai tried their best to block. As the battle continued, even those who didn't understand Pokemon battles could see that Darkrai was on the verge of collapse. After each bombardment, Darkrai stood firm in front of the two gods. It's just that Darkrai, whose energy dissipates, is getting weaker and weaker. Suddenly, Haoyan, who was watching the battle, flashed a picture in his mind. In the picture, Darkrai, representing the nightmare and ominous, is driven away by the people. People use various Pokemon to attack Darkrai. Although Darkrai's appearance is not cute, he is very kind at heart. In the face of people's attack, they will not fight back. This also caused Darkrai to be injured. The injured Darkrai came to an empty courtyard in order to avoid being driven by people. In this courtyard, a delicate-looking little girl is playing in her own courtyard. The little girl meets Darkrai, who is hated and expelled by the people, not like everyone else, commanding Pokemon to attack him. On the contrary, the kind little girl took the initiative to help hand Darkrai to heal her wound, and Darkrai was accepted. Darkrai opened up to the little girl during their long relationship, and in the little girl's garden, she lived down. The picture in Haoyan's mind changed again. The delicate little girl, sitting under the sun, played a beautiful song with grass whistle in her hand. Darkrai, enjoying the kindness and beauty brought to him by the little girl. With the passage of time, the little girl slowly turned into a young girl, married as a woman, finally grow old. When the girl left this world, Darkrai's heart seemed to leave with the girl. As the girl leaves, the picture stopped. Haoyan, caught in Darkrai's memories, returned to normal. Darkrai liked that girl, although the girl has passed away. As long as in Alamos town, Darkrai seems to still feel the girl's breath. The town of Alamos, in a way, represents the girl in Darkrai's memory. I understand. Darkrai knew that he was inferior to Dialga and the others, but he still firmly guarded Alamos town. The town of Alamos, with the best memories of Darkrai. That's why he'll be reckless. Racially speaking, humans and Pokemon are not the same family, but emotions are interlinked. Build a deep bond with Pokemon, and you can clearly understand Darkrai's mood. Darkrai's past and obsession. Let Haoyan's eyes shed a tear unconsciously. In the air, Darkrai was attacked by the two gods, and his body became more and more empty. He can't stand it anymore. Pachulua and Dialga each used their own unique skill. Together they headed towards the Darkrai attack that blocked them. Darkrai's blue eyes showed despair. Just when Spatial Rend and Roar of Time were about to hit Darkrai, beside Darkrai, two Pokemon full of psychic energy appeared. Together, they created a giant light screen, blocked the attack of the god. At the same time, a Charizard with blue flames appeared in the air. There is a man riding on Charizard. The man said softly, Darkrai, I will protect your memory. Chapter 518. Join forces to fight against the gods of space and time. Perhaps because of the Viridian power in his body, Haoyan could receive Darkrai's memories. You can also feel Darkrai's bonds for that little girl. Although the little girl has passed away, but as long as the town of Alamos remains, then the bonds of both sides are still there. Darkrai, let us help you. Let us protect your memories with her. Haoyan rode Charizard and smiled at Darkrai. There is understanding and firmness in the smile. Darkrai smiled. From his blue eyes, Haoyan saw anticipation. There is a human who, like the little girl back then, can understand him. Such emotion warms Darkrai. Everyone, Mega Evolution. Let protect the town of Alamos together and protect the precious memories. Haoyan riding on Charizard uses the power of aura to communicate with his Pokemon. The 5 Pokemon felt Haoyan's mood swings and entered Mega Evolution one after another. The 5 powerful auras cannot be ignored even by the gods of space and time. Among them, Mewtwo is the most powerful, the divine beast that controls the authority of time and space. So what? As long as it is not invincible, it has the power to fight. Roar tilde roar tilde. Roar tilde roar tilde. Dialga and Palkia pair. It's very uncomfortable for someone to interfere with their battle. There was a huge growl. There was a weak demons in front of them, daring to stop them. Now, a few ordinary Pokemon dare to stand in front of them. Although that Mewtwo has a good momentum, but too young and too weak, not enough to pose a threat to the gods of time and space. Time and again, they offend the dignity of their spacetime god. This is never allowed. Palkia has issued an exclusive skill Spatial Rend, a pink energy blade with a suffocating speed. The space was cut and cracked, and the incomparably terrifying attacked Mewtwo in the air. Dialga's Roar of Time and Space also attacked Mewtwo. In their opinion, Mewtwo is the strongest. It is also the first opponent to deal with. Facing the joint attack of the two gods, Haoyan's eyes flash lightly. Xiaomang, Xiaolu, use mental interference to weaken Dialga's Roar of Time. Xiao, use flash cannon. Xiaoxi, Hyper Beam. A series of instructions were issued, and the Pokemon immediately took action. Shanaido, Gardevoir and Mewtwo, using Psychic's mental distraction together, respond to Dialga's attack. Lucario and Tyranitar, on the ground, sent out 2 solid white lights in return for Palkia. Xiaolong, escort us back to the ground. Darkrai, you too. Haoyan grabbed Darkrai and let Charizard quickly fall to the ground. Boom, boom. The pure energy bombardment sounded behind Haoyan. Once back on the ground, Haoyan released Ice Ninetales, freed Charizard. Xiaolong Xiaolong, go help Xiaolu and Xiaoming. Remember, just procrastinate. It won't be long before Rayquaza arrive. Roar, roar. Charizard got the order, blazing blue flames all over his body, and he rushed into the air. Zulin, who was on the side, also released her Pokemon and commanded, Garchomp, Togekiss, you all help too. Roar tilde roar tilde. Bobby. Garchomp flew to the sky with Togekiss. I am the champion of Sinnoh region, and it is my responsibility to protect the safety of Sinnoh region. Zulin smiled firmly at Haoyan. It is good. Haoyan agreed and put his hand on Darkrai's body, urging the Viridian power in his body to help him recover his strength. Darkrai's stamina and energy were nearly exhausted after being attacked by the two gods just now. If he does not help him recover, it is estimated that his life will be in danger. In the air, Gardevoir and Mewtwo team up against Dialga. Garchomp and Togekiss, led by Charizard, confronted Palkia. Because Lucario and Tyranitar could not fly, they were on the ground ready for remote support. Little Dragon, use Dragon Claw to attack Palkia. Offense is the best defense. Haoyan did not choose to defend blindly. Roar tilde roar tilde. Charizard raised his head and let out a domineering growl. Blue flames all over his body, condensing in his claws. Waving its wings, it printed towards Palkia. At the same time, Zulin also commanded her two Pokemon to attack with Charizard. Roar tilde roar tilde. Palkia's increasingly rage. A few ordinary Pokemon dared to attack him. Where is the dignity of the beast? Roar tilde roar tilde. Palkia immediately waved a spatial wren. On the other side, Gardevoir and Mewtwo are also fighting. The energy of Psychic is constantly stirring in the air. Keep fighting with Dialga. Lucario and Tyranitar swept the formation, although they could not fly, but as ground support, it is completely sufficient. Flash Cannon and Hyper Beam constantly bombarded. Boom. Palkia was inattentive and was caught by one of Charizard's Dragon Claws. Palkia's body floating in the air staggered out and took dozens of steps. Boom. Dialga's Roar of Time was shattered with the help of Mewtwo and Gardevoir. At the same time, the psychic energy invaded his brain, causing his brain to burst with pain. Roar tilde roar tilde. Roar tilde roar tilde. In the eyes of the two gods, something incredible appeared. The Pokemon, which were originally despised by them, could actually cause harm to them. Although it hit them, it didn't do much damage. But they are beat. Just a few ordinary Pokemon actually hurt God. How can this be endured? Roar, 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 roar. Dialga and Palkia, at the same time, let out a roar of hyper voice, which shook the world. At the same time, their momentum has risen wildly. Chapter 519 Lucario Breakthrough. The momentum of the time and space gods is constantly condensing. With a powerful momentum, it oppresses all the Pokemon present. The power of the beast. No taunt. Roar, roar. With a roar of the space-time god, the situation changed. The air is full of oppressive factors, one after another taunt, so that Dialga and Palkia into a state of rage. Their eyes were blood red at this time. No more sense. Good. So strong. Zulin's heart sank. The momentum of the two gods was enough to overwhelm everything. Roar. In the rage, Palkia's dazzling energy burst out, sending out two spatial wrens in a row. Garchomp and Togekiss attacking Bamboo Orchid. The sharp blade that cut through the space made Zulin's face change dramatically, and she quickly commanded, Garchomp, use the ultimate dragon to shake the world. Togekiss, use the speed dive to crash. At a critical moment, Zulin lets her Pokemon use the strongest E-move to weaken Palkia's spatial wren. Boom, boom. In the collision of the air burst, Palkia unleashed a 200% attack in a fury. Garchomp and Togekiss of Bamboo Orchid lost to Palkia. Like a powerless meteor, it fell from the sky and hit the ground heavily. Dialga, who was furious, was not idle either. He let out two space-time roars, attacking Gardevoir and Mewtwo who were blocking him. Xiaolu, Xiaoming, shattered Psyche. Haoyan also commanded in a hurry. Gardevoir and Mewtwo organized a counterattack before the tide of time when Dialga was able to stop time. The laws of psychic surround them, fighting hard against Dialga. Gardevoir and Mewtwo's situation is obviously better than Bamboo Orchid's Garchomp and Togekiss. However, Dialga's blow in a state of rage almost exhausted Gardevoir's energy. Only slightly stronger Mewtwo can hold on. As expected of the Dialga in charge of time, the attack is powerful enough to overwhelm all ordinary Pokemon. After this round, the situation on Haoyan and Zulin's side took a turn for the worse. I saw Palkia in a rage, and after a successful blow, she didn't give any breathing time at all. Once again used his exclusive skill. Charizard, who originally fought 3 against 1, was still able to handle it with ease, but since Zulin's two Pokemon fell, his stress has increased sharply. Despite trying his best to dodge, he still couldn't escape Palkia's pursuit. Palkia lock on the wandering Charizard, and use Spatial Rend again. Palkia's exclusive skills in Rage are at your fingertip. No need to charge at all. Haoyan, who had been observing the battle with the power of Aura, knew that Charizard couldn't dodge this Spatial Rend attack, can only resist. Gritting his teeth, he commanded, Xiaolong, fight back against your opponent with a super powerful ultimate explosive bomb. Roar, roar. Charizard exhaled two rough breath from his nose. The blue flames all over his body kept drumming, gathering all his energy and quickly turning into a huge fireball. Face Palkia's facial rend with fearlessness. Boom! With Charizard full strength, Palkia was knocked back hundreds of meters. However, using a lot of physical strength and energy, Charizard's wings couldn't continue to fly, and it floated down from the air like a kite with a broken string. Shao Si, take Xiaolong. Class Hilda. Tyranitar hurriedly moved his legs and quickly moved towards the direction where Charizard fell, catching Charizard smoothly. He hurriedly checked Charizard with the power of aura, and made sure that he just fell out of power, and Haoyan quickly put him back into the baby ball. At the same time, Gardevoir is also under Dialga's attack, and his energy is nearly depleted. Couldn't find it anymore. She's much better than Charizard though, with Mewtwo on the defensive. It didn't fall straight down. Haoyan called to Gardevoir in distress. Xiaolu, come back. Pulled out the baby ball and retrieved the depleted Gardevoir. Roar tilde, roar tilde. The repelled Palkia took a short rest before returning to the battlefield. With no opponent, he locked on his gaze on Mewtwo. At this time, Mewtwo, the situation is very dangerous. Only he was left with two. The two gods of time and space in their rage will not pay attention to this at all. They use their own exclusive skills to attack Mewtwo among them. Under the alliance of the two gods of rage, Mewtwo is very likely to be dangerous. Little dream. Haoyan's heart is like a fire. An uncontrollable emotion stagnated in my chest. The power of aura in Haoyan's body is overflowing all around. It was Lucario by his side who responded to Haoyan. I saw Lucario burst into the sky to drink. Lucario absorbed Haoyan's energy at this moment. Lucario broke through. Absorbing the power of aura, he broke through to the peak of champion. The overflowing power of aura floated beside Lucario. Vibrating the power of aura around, Lucario flew. Quickly rushed towards Mewtwo in the sky. Chapter 520 Rayquaza. Here we come. When the two gods of time and space attacked, Lucario flew into the sky as he wished. Mewtwo hugged the little one tightly. A body forged from Orbird, locking Mewtwo firmly in his arms. At the same time, they used Protect, and the power of aura turned into an energy shield, wrapping them around them. Lucario didn't know if he could resist the attack of the gods with his own body, because that doesn't matter. Important. Can't let Mewtwo get hurt. This is Lucario's only idea. Dialga and Palkia's attacks all hit Lucario. The dust and smoke dissipated. Lucario, who used Protect and broke through to the top of champion, hard to bear the attack of the two gods. The physical strength has been exhausted. Even though he lost all his physical strength, Lucario's hand still hugged Mewtwo's thin body tightly. Don't let Mewtwo take a single bit of damage. Lucario laughed when he saw that Mewtwo was okay. In Mewtwo's eyes, a few crystal drops fell. Every time, he was in danger. It's all Lucario coming forward. Every time, in order to protect him, Lucario has no scruples about himself. This time, too, Mewtwo backhanded Lucario and brought him to the ground. Mewtwo and Lucario returned to the ground. Haoyan immediately stepped forward to check Lucario's situation. Fortunately, just like Charizard, it's just a little bit out of power. Didn't get hurt. Thank you for your hard work. Haoyan looked at his two Pokemon who were fighting as hard as he could, and used the baby ball to take them back. With nothing standing in the way, Dialga and Palkia can continue to fight. The time and space gods looked at their opponent when preparing to attack. Roar! A majestic dragon roar suddenly sounded, haunting the entire town of Alamos. The sky suddenly changed color, and the clouds and mist kept rolling, as if welcoming their emperor. Like a flash of lightning, Rayquaza, who came from the Sinnoh region, swooped down rapidly. 100 meters of green dragons landed next to Haoyan. The feeling just now was really unpleasant. Really, very upset. Haoyan's eyes turned red without knowing when. Following Haoyan's word, the Rayquaza beside him began to change constantly. Feeling the surging mood of Haoyan, Rayquaza kept making a dragon roar. The momentum is constantly rising. Dialga and Palkia, nervously watching the ever-changing Rayquaza. If it's just Rayquaza in normal form, they're not afraid. But once done with Mega Evolution's Rayquaza, it was enough to make them feel threatened. Because Garchomp and Togekiss fell, Zulan, who had left the battlefield, watched Rayquaza's constant changes and terrifying power. My heart couldn't calm down for a long time. This is the full Rayquaza. Haoyan, to dominate Rayquaza's Mega Evolution, as expected of the inheritor of Rayquaza. Rayquaza has done Mega Evolution. Feel the domineering aura of Rayquaza Ling Lai. Dialga and Palkia used their own skills against Rayquaza at the same time. This is the first time the two of them have joined forces. Because of Rayquaza after Mega Evolution, the pressure on them is too great. Face the combined attack of Dialga and Palkia. Haoyan turned over and jumped onto Rayquaza's body. Red eyes stared coldly at the attack ahead. Roar! Rayquaza roared suddenly, the light of saffron lingering all over his body, and the amazing speed flashed like thunder. Terrifying to the extreme speed. Shocking. Boom! Boom! Dialga's and Palkia's attacks all slammed to the ground, causing a puff of smoke. For the first time, their attack smackdown was empty. Rayquaza took off with Haoyan and stared coldly above the sky double god. Seeing Haoyan riding on Rayquaza, he acclaimed, "Rayquaza, dragon ascent." Rayquaza, who sat down, suddenly let out a fierce dragon roar. The body of the streamlined body, the golden stripe flickering constantly, and the terrifying cyan energy overflowed. Rayquaza, like a cyan meteor, rushes towards the gods of time and space. Break the space. Penetrate time. Wherever Rayquaza passed, there was an extremely violent airflow. In the face of Rayquaza's attack, the time and space gods immediately responded. Time and space roar. Facial Ren. It's just their attack that can't catch the fast Rayquaza at all. Boom, boom. Two huge tackle sounds that shook the sky and the earth directly overturned the two gods of time and space. They have no room for resistance at all. The two gods of time and space were overturned in the air, all showing the appearance of pain. Not enough. Rayquaza, go ahead. Haoyan riding on Rayquaza. The voice fell, and Rayquaza burst out again. Bombard the gods of time and space. Under Rayquaza's second bombardment, the pearl inlaid on Palkia's right shoulder was completely shattered, and there was no light at all. Dialga's original hardtail fin has been missing a piece, and I don't know where to go. Chapter 521 Arceus Coercion. I don't like it. Haoyan, who was riding on Rayquaza, looked down at the injured time and space god. As the legendary Pokemon of the Sinnoh region, the time and space gods have supreme honor. At this time, he was reprimanded by a weak human being. Can this be tolerated? Immediately let out a roaring roar. Roar tilde roar tilde. Roar tilde roar tilde. I don't agree. Right. Rayquaza, dragon ascent. Haoyan gave an order, and Rayquaza charged towards the space-time gods again. Ignore time and space obstacle. Once again hit the gods of space and time. For the first time, the powerful and domineering gods of time and space were given the word weakness. Rayquaza, who holds the authority of the sky, is the only divine beast capable of mega evolution. After mega evolution, the two gods of time and space are brothers. Roar tilde roar tilde. Roar tilde roar tilde. The time and space god face the supreme prestige of Rayquaza, and they can't fight anymore. But right now, in the Temple of Creation in Sinnoh region, the sleeping Arceus felt the attack on the space-time gods he created, and opened his eyes suddenly. Carrying the broken slate on his back, he looked directly in the direction of Alamos Town. As Arceus opened his eyes, unknown in the entire temple kept shaking. Dialga, Palkia are the Pokemon he made. The reason why they were fighting was caused by Arceus waking up and deliberately twisting time and space, in order to create some trouble for those humans who have hurt him. But now, the gods of time and space have retreated. The will of Arceus, overflowing from the Temple of Founding. He wanted to see who stopped the space-time god. Alamos Town. A powerful coercion struck, overwhelming the sky. Roar tilde roar tilde. Roar tilde roar tilde. Dialga and Palkia gave up flying and greeted their master in a prostrate position. Even if it is a wisp of Arceus will, the time and space gods dare not blaspheme. Roar tilde roar tilde. Although Bamboo Orchid's Garchomp was taken back by her, Garchomp was still trembling despite the precious ball. The champion-level Garchomp was nothing but a weak ant in the face of Arceus' pressure. Those who bear the pressure of Arceus the most are Rayquaza and Haoyan, who are the strongest present. Roar. Rayquaza sensed a force that was stronger than him, and immediately faced the enemy. At the same time, Haoyan caught a tyrannical aura in his mind. Directly feel the negative emotions of violence, unwillingness, revenge, hatred, etc. The most important is, in the deepest heart of this powerful breath, there is rage who wants to destroy all human beings. Haoyan could probably guess the source of this breath according to the crawling posture of the space-time god. It is from the creator god, Arceus. Arceus was stolen by ancient humans, his exclusive life orb. He was also plotted and seriously injured. Rayquaza's strength can make the gods of time and space submit, but they can't make them submit willingly. Massive negative emotions lingered in Haoyan's brain. Arceus, coercion is something a human being can endure. The huge pain made Haoyan unbearable and couldn't help roaring. Roar. Feeling the strangeness of Haoyan, Rayquaza let out a loud dragon roar. Unfortunately, Arceus wasn't targeting him. Even if he wanted to help Haoyan resist, it wouldn't help. Haoyan's temple bulges. If it goes on like this, Haoyan can't take it anymore and explodes and die. Suddenly, the baby ball on Haoyan's waist shook. Ice Ninetales jumped out of the baby ball. With her beautiful tail, Haoyan was wrapped like a celadon, rainbow draped in 7 colors. He growls against the invisible Arceus in the air. Am I? The growl of Ice Ninetales seems to have a kind of magic power that is reducing Arceus' prestige. The pain in Haoyan's mind eased, and Arceus's negative emotions began to subside slowly. In the Temple of Creation, the appearance of Ice Ninetales appeared in Arceus' mind, and at the same time he heard the call of Ice Ninetales. Surprise appeared in Arceus' eyes, and he murmured in a voice that seemed to come from above the 9 heaven. You actually think he's the master? Could it be that he is the man of destiny? I understand. I hope he can fulfill my destiny. After Arceus finished speaking, he withdrew his will, slowly closed his eyes, and fell into a deep sleep again. At the same time, his hatred for humans seems to be lessened by Ice Ninetales and Hieroian. Ice returned to the town of Alamos. Arceus' pressure dissipated. The two gods of time and space looked at Haoyan's Ice Ninetales in submission. It's like seeing the avatar of his master. Chapter 522. This is the power of a partner. Bing Ninetales slowly converged back into her body like a colorful light, and she closed her eyes tiredly, lying softly on Rayquaza. Haoyan on the side has also recovered. When Arceus' coercion invaded his brain just now, it felt like I was about to die. Resisting the discomfort, Haoyan hugged the tired Ice Ninetales. Xiaoju, what's wrong with you? What happened just now? Haoyan wanted to know why Ice Ninetales can dispel the coercion of Arceus. It even gave Haoyan a feeling that Bing Ninetales seemed to be able to talk to Arceus. Mi tilde. Bing Ninetales didn't answer Haoyan's word, and waved his tail, pointing to Haoyan's baby ball. Signal that she is tired and wants to rest. Xiaoju, come back. Haoyan knew that this was not the time to ask, and used the baby ball to take the Ice Ninetales back into the baby ball. What happened just now was too sudden. Suddenly, Haoyan didn't respond, but the most important thing now is to expel the space-time double dragons back to their respective territory. After sorting out his thoughts, Haoyan said to the surrendered Palkia, Palkia, leave here and return to your territory. Roar tilde. Palkia didn't dare not follow Haoyan's word. In his opinion, this weak human can be wiped out with a shrunken spatial Ren, but it is this weak human being who can command the mighty Rayquaza. Moreover, even the avatar of his master Arceus was also subdued. Such a weak and powerful human being, he couldn't provoke him at all. With a single sound, Palkia Roar organized a different dimensional space in front of him. One head drilled in and returned to his different dimensional space. When Palkia left, Haoyan looked at Dialga. Dialga still maintained the prostrate posture just now, and seemed to be waiting for Haoyan's arrangement. Dialga, use your abilities to restore the town of Alamos to its original form. Roar tilde. Dialga, who was instructed, did not delay in the slightest. Following Haoyan's orders and using his energy to control time, the buildings that were originally destroyed were restored. The dark void, which was pitch black and seemed to be able to devour everything, has disappeared. As the Dialga who holds the authority of time, he can control the passage of time. The collapsed Tower of Time and Space also stood in Alamos City again. Okay, you can also go back to your territory. Haoyan waved his hand a little tiredly. Roar tilde. Dialga, like Palkia, creates an extra dimensional space, disappeared in the town of Alamos. Rayquaza, thank you so much. Haoyan patted Rayquaza gently. This time, Rayquaza was able to solve the two gods of space and time smoothly. Roar tilde. Rayquaza let out a high-pitched, clear dragon cry, exiting the state of Mega Evolution. With a swing of the green body, he returned to the sky 10,000 meters away. After Rayquaza left, Zulin came to Haoyan's side. Are you alright? When Zulin asked, there was a bit of worry on her face. Haoyan smiled and replied, it's okay, just a little tired. From the incident to the end, Haoyan has endured too much pressure. He even experienced life and death because of Arceus' coercion. A little tired. Seeing that Haoyan was safe and sound, Zulin thank you Haoyan. This time it's all because of you that the matter in Alamos town has been calmed down. We are so familiar, yet so polite. Haoyan said with a smile, if you're really sorry, just invite me back to dinner. Knowing that Haoyan didn't want to discuss this too much, Zulin said lightly, okay, no problem, I will definitely take you to eat the whole Sinnoh region, the best ice cream. Time flies by. The town of Alamos has returned to its former calm. Haoyan stayed in Alamos town for 3 days, during which time Zulin also dutifully acted as a tour guide and took Haoyan to play in Alamos town for 3 days. During the period, Haoyan used the power of aura to ask Ice Ninetales about Arceus, but Ice Ninetales couldn't answer. It was just because Haoyan was in danger at that time, he acted spontaneously. Ice Ninetales was born not long, to put it bluntly, still a child. Moreover, he was already out of trouble, and Haoyan did not go into detail. 3 days later, Haoyan packed his bags and planned to leave the town of Alamos, go to Canalave City and meet the Lapras he saved. As soon as he and Zulin left the door of the hotel, Haoyan felt a familiar aura. Not far away, Darkrai with bright eyes stood silently in the shadows. Haoyan greeted Zulin and walked to Darkrai's side. At the same time, connect Darkrai with the power of aura. I'm leaving, are you here to see me off? Darkrai did not resist Haoyan. In his heart, he had already recognized Haoyan. Haoyan was very fond of Darkrai because he had been in touch with Darkrai's memories, especially after fighting side by side. Haoyan knew that if he offered to subdue Darkrai, Darkrai would definitely agree. But Haoyan didn't do that, because he knew that Darkrai loved the little girl who accepted him for the first time. This is also the reason why Darkrai, even if the other party has died of old age, he must guard his memories and stay in Alamos town. Maybe a little paranoid, but Haoyan can understand, because in a way, Haoyan is the same as Darkrai. You still choose to guard here, right? Facing Haoyan's question, Darkrai nodded. Well, then, goodbye. I'll see you when I have time. Haoyan waved goodbye to Darkrai. Goodbye. Darkrai imitated Haoyan and waved his arm. Sometimes there are many ways to build bond. It doesn't have to be conquered. Darkrai is just like Rayquaza. Whenever Haoyan has something to do, call him. Darkrai, like Rayquaza, will come without any risk. This is the power of a partner. Chapter 523. He took a bite of this ice cream. Sinnoh region. Eterna City. Team Galactic headquarters. Galaxy Eterna building. In Cyrus' office, the three cadres of Team Galactic are here. What happened in the town of Alamos a few days ago is being played. In the picture, Dialga and Pachelu are fighting. The collision of the two gods of time and space formed a pitch-black dark void. Then Haoyan led the Pokemon to fight the gods of time and space. In the end, Rayquaza was summoned, and the two gods of space and time were defeated in one fell swoop. Cyrus snapped and shut down the computer. Saturn, one of the four cadres of Team Galactic, took the initiative to report. Boss, Adamant Orb, Lustrous Orb, we have already investigated. Ready to steal anytime. At the same time, we also know the location of the three legendary Pokemon. Our Great Red Chain plan, ready for action. Cyrus showed no emotion when he heard his subordinates report that everything was ready. At this moment, a woman with pink hair stepped forward and interrupted Saturn's report. This woman is exactly Jupiter, who is at odds with Saturn. Reporting to the leader, I don't think it's rational to act at this time. According to our investigation, although that Haoyan left Alamos town, he did not leave Sinnoh region. Instead traveled to Canalive City. Once our plan begins to be implemented, it is very likely that this great statement will come out and obstruct us. You saw it just now. Even Dialga and Pachelu, the two of them joined forces. Not at all the opponent of Rayquaza after Mega Evolution. And that Haoyan, he has the ability to summon Rayquaza. I suggest that you can move the planning time back, and when that Haoyan leaves Sinnoh region, let's do it again. Cyrus looked at the woman with short fiery red hair. She was Mars, one of the three cadres of Team Galactic. Mars, tell me what you think. Mars has always been a maverick, and Saturn, Jupiter relationship is very general. Her opinion is relatively pertinent. Mars took a step forward, thought for a while, and said, Boss, I think we can start planning, but the plan should be relatively secretive. Although we have sent people to investigate Adamant Orb and Lustrous Orb, it is very likely that there will be changes over time. At the same time, to complete our Red Chain plan, those three legendary Pokemon are essential. Even if the two orbs change, we can still track them. But those three legendary Pokemon, they have self-awareness, and their positions are not necessarily static. Also, based on what happened in Alamos town, Dialga and Palkia were injured. Maybe it's easier for us to control that. So, I think now might be a good time to do it. It's just that Haoyan is a bit tricky, but as long as our actions are more secretive, it shouldn't be a problem. Mars' remark fell into Cyrus's arms. However, the expressionless Cyrus did not show any expression. Actually, we shouldn't think about that Haoyan too much. Even if he can summon Rayquaza, it will take time for Rayquaza to come from the Hoenn region. Such a time difference is enough for us to implement the plan. And, as Mars said, the wounded twin gods may be easier to control. Hearing Cyrus say this, Saturn's face was happy, while Mars' face was displeased. Cyrus doesn't care about the emotions of his cadres at all, although Team Galactic was organized by Cyrus. But deep down in Cyrus's heart, there was an extreme disgust for Team Galactic. Cyrus is such a person who is both contradictory and paranoid. Cyrus commanded directly, go ahead and start acting according to the plan. However, be careful, be secretive, don't have contact with that Haoyan. Yes. The three cadres of Team Galactic left Cyrus' office. At this time, Haoyan was in Canalive City, sitting on the street of the beach with Zulin, eating ice cream, completely ignorant of what's going on inside Team Galactic. How about this vanilla ice cream is not bad. Zulin wrapped her coat and ate the ice cream in her hands with a contented face. It's really delicious. Haoyan put down the cold chocolate ice cream that was bitten, and said perfunctorily, in December, the sea breeze is blowing, and ice cream is eaten. Ice cream is delicious, but it's not suitable to eat in this weather. I really don't know how Zulin's stomach grows. Even eating ice cream on such a cold day is still enjoying herself. Zulin devoured the ice cream in her hands in a split second, and when she saw the chocolate ice cream that Haoyan put down, a glimmer of anticipation flashed in her eye. Then, what does your ice cream taste like? Chocolate, Haoyan said casually while holding his cheek while looking at the beach. Ah, chocolate. Zulin stared at Haoyan's hands covetously, because there was some melted ice cream before she could take a bite for a long time. Some anxiously said, then, you eat quickly, or it will melt later. Haoyan looked at the ice cream that was beginning to melt in his hand, and then looked at the way Zulin Covet was tasting it, and simply handed the ice cream to him. Jokingly said, I'm a little full, can you help me? No problem. Zulin didn't dislike it at all. She took it directly and started tasting the ice cream. Haoyan didn't expect that Zulin would be so heroic. He took a bite of this ice cream. Chapter 524 Reproduce Lapras Family. The highest courtesy. Out of a luxurious passenger ship from Canalov City, Haoyan and Zulin sat in a luxurious cabin. Haoyan and Zulin are preparing to go to the Whirl Islands to visit the Lapras group they haven't seen for a long time. I thought you arranged the Lapras group near the Sinnoh region, Haoyan said, looking out the window. Zulan lay on the luxurious sofa in the cabin and said lazily, it was originally planned, but we have been investigating in the Sinnoh region for a period of time, and we have not found any suitable place for the Lapras group to live. Then Lorelei proposed to move the Lapras group near the Whirl Island. It said that the environment there is suitable for Lapras to live, and it's not far from where she lives, so it's easy to take care of. Lorelei is an expert on this, so I agree with her. Well, also, Miss Lorelei is indeed an expert in raising Lapras. Whirlpool Island is also right in the middle of Sinnoh and Johto region. The surrounding sea is boundless, and the climate is pleasant enough to live in Lapras, Haoyan said noncommittally. He traveled this time with a travel mentality. It doesn't matter where you go anyway. Haoyan and Zulin have extraordinary identities, and the luxury passenger boat they rented sailed very smoothly and not too slow. On the sea occasionally, groups of wingulls, led by Pelipper, drop from the air to the little fish in the pluck water. In the distance, there are a few dome turtles lying lazily in the water, occasionally passing by a few lovely seals. Sailing all the way is not boring. Soon, the two landed on Whirlpool Island. Whirl Islands is actually a collective term that consists of large and small islands. There are whirlpools all around, and large ships cannot land on the island, hence the name Whirl Island. At the same time, under the sea surface of the Whirl Island, there are many dark caves like a labyrinth, also known as the Island of the Labyrinth. The weather here is really comfortable. Haoyan got off the boat and took off his jacket. Zulin on the side also took off her jacket and wore a black t-shirt, showing her proud figure, and responded to Haoyan's word. Yeah, Whirl Islands have no significant temperature changes throughout the year and the climate is pleasant. Best for a holiday. The two walked unhurriedly on the streets of Whirl Island, chatting with each other. After walking for a while, I saw a large sculpture. A large bird Pokemon appeared vividly in front of the two of them. Such a large sculpture made Haoyan stop and murmured, Lugia. Zulan, who is familiar with the history of various places, said eloquently, the people who live in the Whirl Islands believe in Lugia, the god of the sea. In legend, Lugia lived in the Whirl Islands and was the guardian of the Whirl Island. It is said that the ancient Whirl Islands were not fragmented as they are today, but a whole island. The people who lived here at that time fought for the ownership of the island, and Lugia, the god of the sea, was so disappointed that he descended bark and cut the island into 4 pieces. Make people understand the importance of living in peace. Afterward, people came to their senses and lived together in harmony. Since then, people have built this sculpture to wake up future generations and to worship Lugia. Haoyan knew what Zulin said. Lugia is a very friendly Pokemon, and Lugia is also very special. He has the attributes of flying and psychic, but he is called the god of the sea, perhaps because of the frequent legends that Lugia rescued the fishermen. In fact, it is Kyogre of Hoenn region who holds the authority of the sea, but every time Kyogre appeared, he would fight with his mortal enemy Groudon, causing the place to be restless. Therefore, Kyogre also has the title of the monster of the sea. In addition, Lugia also has the title of the strongest divine beast. However, this strongest does not mean strength. It refers to the strength of the Lugia species. According to Haoyan's knowledge, there are as many as 4 Lugias who have appeared before. The stronger the Pokemon, the harder it is for them to reproduce. But Lugia is such an outlier. The strength has reached the level of divine beast, and the population is prosperous. The front is the protected area of the Lapras group. Lorelei is waiting for us there. Zulin pointed to a relatively independent island in the distance and said to Haoyan. Haoyan retracted his gaze and followed Zulin's footsteps. Well, let go. With Haoyan and Zulin, they came to the island where Lapras lived. Lorelei stepped forward with a smile and greeted Haoyan and Zulin. Curator Haoyan. Ms. Zulin. When Haoyan and Zulin were about to say hello, Lapras, who lived in the island, felt Haoyan's breath and gathered around Haoyan from all directions. There were bursts of woohoo sound, thanks to the benefactor Haoyan who once saved them. Led by a larger Lapras leader, they all raised their heads and straightened their neck, opened their mouths and nodded, sending out a fine water column toward the sky. The air emanating from the water column was blown by the wind and turned into a continuous, hazy water curtain. Release Lapras family toward Haoyan. The highest courtesy. Lapras are kind Pokemon who never forget their kindness. Chapter 525 As long as it makes you happy, I'm willing to do it. Woo Tilda. Woo Tilda. From the Lapras group, a petite little Lapras ran out. With her beautiful neck, she kept rubbing against Haoyan. Through the other party's breath, Haoyan immediately knew that it was the little Lapras he had rescued. He hugged little Lapras happily and gently stroked her beautiful neck. It's you. I didn't expect to see you for a while. You grow up so fast. Woo Tilda. Little Lapras charmed beside Haoyan. She is very happy that Haoyan can see Haoyan. She eats a lot every day. She must grow fat. Lorelai interrupted. Okay, I'll play with you later. Haoyan waved to little Lapras. The Lapras group then slowly left. Disbanded the Lapras group. Haoyan and Lorelai fought. Greeting. Miss Lorelai. Hello. Lorelai pretended to be resentful. I'm not good at all. I usually take care of them for so long, and I have never been treated by them. As soon as you come, Director Haoyan, I feel like I've fallen out of favor. I feel like I'm a humble breeder. Lorelai's words are half-truth. In order to take care of these Lapras, she indeed spent a lot of thought. A little bit of loss is normal, but more than that, admiration. I admire Haoyan, who sacrificed his life to save these Lapras. This made Haoyan have a very good impression in Lorelai's heart. Seeing Lorelai say this, Haoyan was inevitably a little awkward. Zulin on the side peered through Lorelai's jokes and put her arms around Lorelai and said, Okay Lorelai, I know you've worked hard. I'll treat you to ice cream when I look back, and treat you well. That's what you said. I want the most expensive ice cream. Lorelai pretended to be slaughtering a bamboo orchid. Perhaps because of his specialization in ice-type Pokemon, Lorelai also liked to eat ice cream. It has a lot in common with bamboo orchid. Okay, I will show the leaders Lapras Island and report to the leader. Lorelai led the way with a smile. You really are. Zulin reached out and scratched Lorelai's itch, and it was obvious that the two were very familiar. Haha tilde so itchy tilde. Zulin, stop now tilde. The two mature and beautiful royal sisters, when they fight, also have some flavor. Haoyan was very satisfied after following Lorelai around Lapras Island. It can be seen that the Alliance has put a lot of effort into protecting the endangered Lapras. The entire island transformed into the most comfortable environment in Lapras. Haoyan stayed here. Early the next morning, Zulin knocked on Haoyan's door and said anxiously, Haoyan, I'm sorry. I'm going to deal with something. I can't accompany you. Seeing Zulin's anxious look, she quickly asked, What's wrong? Did something happen? If you need my help, speak up at any time. Zulin shook her head and said, Something happened at home, but it's just a little thing. It doesn't matter. I'll be back when I'm done with it. Since Zulin didn't speak, it shouldn't be a big deal, and it was a family matter, so Haoyan was not convenient to ask questions. He just said casually, Be careful on the road. Zulin also agreed, then released Garchomp and hurriedly left. Not long after Zulin left, Lorelai also bid farewell to Haoyan. After all, she is still the elite of Johto region, and she has some official business to deal with. Unlike Haoyan, who can be a dashing hand lover. With the departure of the two royal sisters, Haoyan and the Lapras group were left on Lapras Island. After breakfast, the bored Haoyan brought a few Pokemon to play on the island. Mi tilde. Ice Ninetales is curious about everything around, running around, joining the Lapras group from time to time to play, and chasing the Pelipper flying in the air from time to time. Charizard and Tyranitar training in seawater. Lucario and Mewtwo got together and don't know what to do. Only Gardevoir was by Haoyan's side. Haoyan and Gardevoir walked around casually and came to a stone. Haoyan sat down and motioned for Gardevoir to sit down too, feeling the laid-back atmosphere around him. With only him and Gardevoir left, Haoyan thought of a transformation stone that could transform Gardevoir into a human form. Since Haoyan defeated Wallace, he has received 30,000 bonus points. As long as you get another 20,000 points, you can redeem it. Might as well now take a look at Gardevoir's tone. Xiaolu, there's something I want to ask your opinion. Haoyan sat side by side with Gardevoir, nervous and sweaty palm. Shanai. Gardevoir looked at Haoyan suspiciously. She had rarely seen Haoyan so nervous. Facing Gardevoir's suspicious eyes, Haoyan became even more nervous. The more you pay attention, the more nervous you will be. Haoyan, who has always been calm, didn't know how to express it at this time. How can I say? There's something that can make you like me. Like Mega Evolution. Gardevoir's voice echoed in Haoyan's mind. Yes, no. For a while, Haoyan didn't know how to explain. Haoyan scratched his head and scratched his head, trying to find a way that Gardevoir could understand, but was relatively subtle. Gardevoir suddenly smiled. Vinan's small hand stroked Haoyan's face. A gentle voice resounded in Haoyan's heart. As long as it makes you happy and happy, I'm willing to do it. I want to do it too. For Gardevoir, although she didn't know exactly what Haoyan was talking about, but so what? She just wants Haoyan to be happy. As long as Haoyan is happy, she is happy. As for what to do, how to do it, just listen to Haoyan's arrangement. Gardevoir's words made Haoyan's heart suddenly have a clear understanding. He grabbed Gardevoir's small hand with his backhand and nodded firmly. Xiaolu, I understand. Gardevoir leaned on Haoyan's side. The sun that rose in the morning shone on them, golden, warm. Chapter 526. Ice Ninetales' new friend. On the sandy beach of Lapras Island, Haoyan stepped on a skateboard and was fighting against the waves. Xiao, hurry up. Lucario also stepped on a skateboard and followed behind Haoyan to hit the wave. After fighting against the gods of space and time, Lucario was upgraded to the peak of champion. Mind is much easier. Lucario is still very talented in surf. With his feet swaying again and again, he quickly rolled in the waves and kept up with Haoyan. Playing until noon, Haoyan and Lucario returned to the beach. Gardevoir handed the towel to Haoyan thoughtfully. Mewtwo followed Gardevoir's example and handed Lucario the towel. Haoyan glanced around. Tyranitar was carrying an overweight protective gear, walking forward in the water, practicing to increase his speed. Charizard kept flapping his wings in the air, training to dodge and maneuver in the air, improving his agility in aerial combat. Finding that there were no Ice Ninetales, Haoyan asked Gardevoir, "Where's Xiaoju?" Gardevoir's voice resounded in Haoyan's heart. "It's time to play. When she eats later, she will know how to come back." Being Ninetales' playful character, Haoyan is not the first day to know. When he was weak in the past, he would let Charizard protect him. Over time, the strength of Ice Ninetales has reached the peak of elite. Coupled with her special abilities, basically nothing can hurt her. Therefore, Haoyan will not specifically limit her. "Xiaolu, let go, prepare lunch." Haoyan handed the towel to Gardevoir and walked towards the residence. Gardevoir followed behind Haoyan. After lunch is made, one person and 5 pets get together. As Gardevoir expected, the Ice Ninetales bounced back from the outside, happily shouted at Haoyan and Gardevoir. "After getting along with Ice Ninetales for a long time, I also understand the meaning of Ice Ninetales." Haoyan stroked Bing Ninetales' hair and said softly, "Xiaoju made a new friend today. M.I. Ice Ninetales walked around happily, talking about her new friend. Xiaoju said that her new friend can fly and dive. It's amazing. Xiaoju said that he was very happy to get along with him. Xiaoju said he would play with him later." Gardevoir acts as a translator. Okay. As long as you are happy, let's eat first," Haoyan said softly. M.I. Bing Ninetales made a fuss for a while, before obediently bowing his head to eat. Halfway through the meal, Bing Ninetales suddenly raised his head and yelled at Haoyan, "Mimi, what wrong, Xiaoju?" Haoyan didn't understand what Bing Ninetales meant. Xiaoju said, "Can she bring something to eat for her new friend?" Gardevoir translated in a timely manner. "No problem, bring it if you want. Friends should share with each other." Haoyan nodded in agreement. M.I. Bing Ninetales got Haoyan's consent, and immediately happily fiddled with Haoyan with his beautiful tail. After eating, Ice Ninetales rolled a tail and rolled up more than a dozen tree fruit, and ran out impatiently. "Go find her new friend to play with. This child is really full of energy." Haoyan stretched and walked back to his accommodation, ready to take a nap and rest. As soon as the Ice Ninetales left the residence, he closed his amber eyes and searched for the breath of new friend. When he opened his eyes again, he had already determined his direction and jumped high towards the sea, crossed a perfect curve and stood firmly on the sea. 4 snow-white hooves, constantly running on the sea. White hair, leaving a beautiful line. After running for about 20 nautical miles, I found myself on a reef. A young, about 1 meter white Pokemon lying on a rock waiting for Ice Ninetales. As soon as I saw the arrival of Ice Ninetales, I immediately wailed happily. M.I. Ice Ninetales was also very happy to see his new friend, and ran to him at a faster pace. The distance of 2 nautical miles, less than 20 seconds, the two meet together. M.I. Ice Ninetales uses his tail to hand the tree fruit to the Pokemon in front of him, signaling the other side eat fast. Out. Ice Ninetales' new friend took a sniff and took a bite. Sure enough, it was delicious, and I sent out a happy growl. M.I. Bing Ninetales is also happy to see that the new friend liked to eat. 2 Pokemon get together and play happily. If Haoyan was here at this time, he would definitely be shocked. This new friend is not small at all. Chapter 527. The agreement between Ice Ninetales and Little Lugia. Ice Ninetales' new friend, a large bird Pokemon. His belly is light blue, and there are mask-like structures around his eyes. The protrusions on the back are blue, the rest of the body is blue. This is the god of the sea worshipped by the Whirl Island, Lugia. When Lugia becomes an adult, it spreads its wings, enough to stretch a body of more than 10 meters. The one in front of Ice Ninetales is only over 1 meter. Those smart eyes are full of curiosity to see everything. Apparently it was a little Lugia who was just born and at the heart of a child. Perhaps it is because of little Lugia's childish nature that he can make friends with Ice Ninetales. These fruits are delicious. Little Lugia ate a few berries and got out of control. These tree fruits are much better than the water plants he usually eats. But after eating a few berries, little Lugia stopped. Pushed the remaining half of the fruit to the Ice Ninetales. You should eat some of such delicious food. M.I. You eat. M.I. I eat these fruit every day. Bing Ninetales shook her head. Although these fruits are delicious, she eats them every day and doesn't care about them. Beckoned little Lugia to be polite. Eat every day. In the eyes of little Lugia, there was a glint of envy. Such delicious tree fruit. Ice Ninetales actually eat every day. What a fairy life. In fact, it's no wonder that that little Lugia hasn't seen the world. Haoyan has always followed the concept of training 3 points and eating 7 points. The things that Pokemon eat are all top-notch ingredient. Every fruit that little Lugia eats can almost be said to be one of the best of the best. Any tree fruit starts with 100,000 alliance coin. Mi tilde let go play after eating tilde. Ice Ninetales has always been playful. Just want to hurry up and play with little Rocky. Out tilde. Little Lugia also like to play with the Ice Ninetales and swallow the remaining berries wholeheartedly. Out tilde. I know a fun place. I'll take you there tilde. Little Lugia was the first to soak in the water. Mi tilde. When Bing Ninetales heard something funny, he immediately followed. With a plop, little Lugia dived underwater. Mi tilde. Ice Ninetales dove into the water as little Lugia did. When the Ice Ninetales dived, the surrounding seawater seemed not to be water, but something to be fiddled with at will. Ice Ninetales in seawater, like a fish, can breathe in the water. Out tilde. Little Lugia swims recklessly in the water, swims back and forth in the reef, and leaves the Ice Ninetales to play in the dense cave. It is the first time I have seen Ice Ninetales, the strangely shaped but interconnected underwater caves under the sea. For her, novelty is revealed everywhere. Little Lugia was already familiar with the surrounding cave. Hide aside and play hide and seek with Ice Ninetales. Although the game is very simple, the two Pokemon are very enjoyable to play. Little Lugia has a natural affinity for Ice Ninetales. The same goes for Ice Ninetales. I don't know why, but I felt a familiar aura from the other side. There's another reason why two Pokemon quickly become friends. Little Lugia is still very young, but he was born with the nobility of a divine beast. The Pokemon in the water did not dare to play with him because of the noble aura of the divine beast. Except for his mother, there are basically no Pokemon to play with him. Ice Ninetales is the only playmate that little Lugia has ever seen, not afraid of him. And Bing Ninetales has a good personality and likes all novelty. Little Lugia is a Pokemon she has never seen before, so she is naturally curious about each other. After playing for a while, it was getting late. Little Lugia, who was playing in the water, heard a strange wave. Out tilde. Little Lugia probed out of the sea, and opened her mouth to respond with a silent wave. Out tilde. Mom told me to go back. Little Lugia's face was still full of meaning. Mi tilde. Ice Ninetales is visibly disappointed to hear that this playful new friend is going back. She hasn't played enough yet, and the little friend is leaving. Bing Ninetales' only friend. Little Lugia obviously doesn't want to see Bing Ninetales disappointed, but on the other hand, his mother calling him again. In order to make Ice Ninetales happy, little Lugia said, Out tilde. Don't be upset tilde. Out tilde. I'll take you to a more fun place tomorrow. I promise you like it tilde. Bing Ninetales heard that there was something more interesting, and her eyes as beautiful as amber immediately lit up. Mi tilde. Really? You can't lie to me tilde. Out tilde. Really? You are my friend. How could I lie to you tilde? Out tilde. We'll meet here tomorrow tilde. Mi tilde. That's a deal. I'll bring you more fruit tomorrow tilde. Out tilde. Very good tilde. Chapter 528. Playful child. Unaware of the passage of time, Ice Ninetales swayed its 4 white hooves and ran happily towards Lapras Island. From a distance, I saw Tyranitar, who was soaking in water and training with weight, blocking his way. Ice Ninetales did not turn, still rushed forward. Wow lala tilde. When Tyranitar saw the little princess coming back, he quickly moved away so as not to block the way of the little princess. Mi tilde. But the Ice Ninetales did not take Tyranitar's kindness, and the high splash jumped on Tyranitar's head. She hummed at Charizard, who was flying in the air. Call her mount. Growl of Ice Ninetales, interrupting Charizard, who was training hard. Charizard understood and flew to the Ice Ninetales skillfully, leaning down. Ice Ninetales jumped on Charizard's back, commanded the mount Charizard, and played around with Ice Ninetales around Lapras Island. After flying for a while, Ice Ninetales made a Mimi cry and directed Charizard to dive into the water. Roar tilde. Charizard shook his head in horror. Although he is not afraid of water, he is a fire-type Pokemon. He couldn't bear it if he plunged his head into the water. Mi tilde. Ice Ninetales let out a disappointed cry and jumped off Charizard. Ice Ninetales' sudden look made Charizard anxious. Fortunately, Tyranitar, who was soaked in the water, kept following. Tyranitar hurriedly reached out to pick it up. Ice Ninetales stood firmly on Tyranitar's head. Mi tilde. Command Tyranitar to dive and play with her. Class tilde. Tyranitar, like Charizard, shook his head in rejection. Let him soak in water, nothing more. He's not good at diving. Mi tilde. Ice Ninetales looked at Charizard and Tyranitar in disgust. I thought it was fun to be my new friend. Can fly and dive. Simply leave them behind and run in Haoyan's direction. At this time, Haoyan sat on the beach chair with Gardevoir, chatting in a low voice. Feel the beauty of the sunset. Bing Ninetales Ninetales let out a cheer and threw itself into Haoyan's arm. The beautiful tail tickles Haoyan's nose. Xiaoju is back. Haoyan hugged Bing Ninetales and stroked his soft hair. Mi tilde. Bing Ninetales screamed excitedly while enjoying Haoyan's touch. Xiaoju said that she played with her new friend today and had a good time. She also said that she will continue to play with this new friend tomorrow. Gardevoir translated, resting her head on Haoyan's shoulder. It seems that Xiaoju pretty like this new friend. Haoyan is quite happy that Bing Ninetales has made new friend. Ice Ninetales are different from other Pokemon. She doesn't need to practice, and she can improve her rank over time. The rest of the Pokemon are in special training whenever they have time. I usually have less time to play with her. Now there are people who are making trouble with Ice Ninetales, and they are happy to see it happen. Bing Ninetales raised his head, looked at Haoyan with hopeful eyes, and let out a Mimi cry. Xiaoju asked us if we could help her prepare some food. Xiaoju made an appointment with a friend to play fun tomorrow. Bring food to play, so you don't have to go back and forth when you're hungry. Gardevoir also put his hand on Bing Ninetales, and together with Haoyan, stroked her hair. No problem, Xiaolu and I will make more food later, so you can take it to eat with your friends tomorrow. But you can't go too far, Haoyan instructed dotingly. Mi tilde. The fun-loving Ice Ninetales nodded again and again. It's just that she didn't take Haoyan's instructions to heart. She just wanted to hurry up to tomorrow. Go play with little Lugia. Early the next morning, Bing Ninetales wrapped the food prepared by Haoyan with his tail and set off to find little Lugia. Little Lugia, also early in yesterday's place waiting for Ice Ninetales. Ice Ninetales opened the prepared food with his tail and had a full meal with little Lugia. Under the urging of Ice Ninetales, he dived into the water to play. In order to please the Ice Ninetales, this time little Lugia took the Ice Ninetales to a deeper and farther seabed. Two Pokemon, like two children, explore the sea. The two Pokemon are not vulgar, can travel quickly in water. The two Pokemon unknowingly traveled far away. It is hundreds of nautical miles away from Whirlpool Island. The unfamiliar environment, even the little Lugia who was born here, has never been there. Out of curiosity, little Lugia and Ice Ninetales had a lot of fun. The playtime passed quickly, and it was getting late before I knew it. But for the two playful children, it seems that they are unaware of the passage of time. Chapter 529 Mother Lugia, who dares to kidnap my child? 50 nautical miles west of Whirlpool Island, there is a small island. Here, it is called the Island of the Sea God by the locals, because here lives Lugia, the god of the sea. A 20-meter wide white giant bird Pokemon fell from the sky. This white giant bird Pokemon is the mother of little Lugia, the Mother Lugia. Mother Lugia put the food she picked today on the ground. Lugia's staple food is some aquatic plant. In addition to the aquatic plant, there are also several tree fruits that look awkward. Just because little Lugia came back yesterday, I mentioned it to him and ate several delicious fruit. This is the Mother Lugia, a dinner specially prepared for the little Lugia. Mother Lugia spent a lot of effort for these stubborn fruit. It was collected by flying around several islands. Whirl Islands can be regarded as a relatively independent island. Because the surrounding seawater is salty, it has always been lagging behind in terms of cultivation. Moreover, there are large and small vortices distributed in the Vortex Island, and it is difficult for ordinary cargo ship to dock. This has led to a relative lack of food. Therefore, there are naturally no high-quality tree fruits in the local area. Ready, Mother Lugia looked around, but did not find little Lugia. He opened his mouth to the sky, sending out a strange wave. This kind of fluctuation is the fluctuation of the occlusive Lugia rate. Only the same kind can recede. After making wave, the Mother Lugia lay on the ground, waiting for her child to come back to eat. However, there was no response. The Mother Lugia didn't care either. The little Lugia was very active and sometimes didn't respond immediately because of playing. However, when he is hungry, he will naturally know how to come back. It's just that time passes by every minute and every second. Little Lugia did not appear. Mother Lugia was a little puzzled. He opened his mouth again, sending out strange ripples in the air. However, there is still no response. This can't help but make Mother Lugia a little worried. Little Lugia is still very small and weak. Usually the Mother Lugia will not let the little Lugia get too far away from her, so as not to cause some bad people coveted. But today was different. Mother Lugia made a special trip to collect tree fruit, so I ignored little Lugia. Mother Lugia waited and waited until sunset. Didn't wait for little Lugia to come back. Mother Lugia panicked. There were several strange fluctuations, but nothing happened. Did little Lugia get captured by the bad guys? An ominous thought rose in Mother Lugia's mind. Lugia's racial potential is so strong that it can't be said to be the best in the entire Pokemon world, but as long as it is cultivated properly, it can definitely dominate one side. And little Lugia's mind is not yet mature. Once used, it is very likely to do bad things. When you think about your most cherished child, you may be taken away. Mother Lugia was anxious and angry. Together with this idea, I couldn't suppress it, and and all kinds of thoughts were generated in my mind. With a wave of his wing, he immediately circled from the island. As the Mother Lugia's mood changes, the whole island thundered with lightning, heavily clouded. There are waves on the sea, gale, thunderbolt, rainstorm, surrounded by Mother Lugia. It seems that as long as the Mother Lugia has a thought, she will shred anything. Lugia has always been peaceful, kind, and gentle. There is also the untouchable outrage. Once touched, it will be endless. Mother Lugia closed her eyes. A little red light appeared on her body, feeling the breath of little Lugia. When she opened her eyes again, it disappeared immediately. Mother Lugia landed on a small reef. After some searching, Mother Lugia found several boxes for food. On these utensils, the Mother Lugia felt the breath of the little Lugia. A box made by human. Little Lugia's breath. Also, the residual breath of human being. The Mother Lugia thought for a while and concluded that there were humans using food to induce the little Lugia. My guess has been confirmed. Mother Lugia was full of anger. How dare a human dare to do something to her child? Unforgivable. Mother Lugia quickly flew in the direction of Lapras Island. She will use a cyclone attack that can turn everything into powder to destroy the humans who are attacking his children. At the same time, little Lugia and Ice Ninetales are playing in an underwater cave that is hundreds of miles away. The distance is too far, and it is in the deep sea, and the Mother Lugia's call is not heard at all. Lapras Island. Haoyan is having a leisurely and intimate dinner with Gardevoir. Suddenly, I found that outside the window, the setting sun was like blood, obscured by countless dark clouds, thunder and lightning. The original beautiful atmosphere was shattered. I am sighing at the impermanence of the island's weather. But he found that in the dark cloud, he saw a white Pokemon flying in his direction. Lugia. Haoyan looked at Lugia outside the window in surprise. I didn't expect to see the legendary Lugia not long after I came here, but I don't know why. Haoyan felt faintly. This Lugia doesn't seem to be in a good mood. Chapter 530 Misunderstanding. Really big enough. What the situation? Haoyan came out of the kitchen in surprise. Even surprise, he was holding a piece of meat and a kitchen knife in his hand. He stared blankly at the Mother Lugia above the sky. The Viridian power within him told him that the Lugia seemed to have a lot of hostility towards him. Could it be because I have the scent of Rayquaza on me that this Lugia thinks I've invaded her territory? No, I didn't just come today. Haoyan thought back carefully. He didn't do anything to offend Lugia. Moreover, the two sides only met for the first time. Soaring above the sky, Lugia exudes a strong sense of oppression. Strong wind, thunder and lightning, and heavy rain continued to rise with her rage. The breath left on the box is emitted by this human being. Mother Lugia's eyes, with endless fury and killing intent. The few Pokemon surrounding Haoyan exuded a good atmosphere. That Lucario, that Mewtwo that she hadn't seen, was strong. It made Mother Lugia even more sure. It must be this human being in front of her who grabbed her child. Although she was sure in her heart, Mother Lugia didn't do it directly, because the Mother Lugia is most concerned about her children. But why can't I feel the breath of little Lugia here? Mother Lugia looked at Haoyan and found that Haoyan was holding a knife and a piece of meat. Hard to do. He didn't take my child to control him, but to eat the flesh and blood of my children. Combining various evidences, Mother Lugia settled on the idea. Mother Lugia only felt her blood surge. Human, you are going to die. I want you to die. Woo, woo. Mother Lugia kept making rage growls in the air. In her eyes, in addition to the endless rage, there is only the fury that ripped everything apart. There is no more sanity to speak of. Countless gusts of wind and thunder and lightning responded to the Mother Lugia's response. The tyrannical energy condensed in the mouth of Mother Lugia, and the terrifying wind continued to ravage everything. In the next second, a strong white beam ripped through the air and rolled up the seawater. The sharp cyclone continuously rotates in the beam. Attack Haoyan. Lugia family's exclusive skill, aerial blasting. Haoyan, who was inexplicably surprised, didn't have time to dodge at all, and I didn't expect that the Lugia in front of me would actually do nothing without saying a word. Lugia is known as a gentle and kind Pokemon. How can you take the initiative to attack people in a hurry? Haoyan didn't have time to let his Pokemon stop him. Just as the terrifying cyclone was about to arrive, the Lapras family surrounded the water, under the command of the leader. Safeguard is collectively released. After Lorelei's careful management, there are as many as hundreds of Lapras family gathered here. Lapras family, even if the opponent is Lugia, the god of the sea, they must protect their benefactor Haoyan. The kindness that Haoyan once saved them will not change because of the opponent. Hundreds of Lapras immediately gave off a mysterious aura. Together they formed a powerful energy that bravely fought back the cyclone attack of the Mother Lugia. Boom! The two energies bombarded together, immediately producing a huge explosion. Such a huge explosion could be heard all over the Vortex Island. Under the rage, Lugia's full blow is no weaker than the attack of the space-time god. The gust of wind blew up countless rubble, which flew with the cyclone. Driven by the cyclone, even a small stone is a weapon for killing people. Hundreds of Lapras combined attack, attack, barely able to compete with the mother Lugia. But in the next second, they were overturned by the violent wind. Shanai, seeing that the situation was not good, Gardevoir immediately took Hao-Yan and used teleport to teleport elsewhere. Luca, class, roar. Several of Hao-Yan's Pokemon immediately gathered around Hao-Yan and entered Mega Evolution spontaneously. Protect Hao-Yan together. If it wasn't for the Lapras group joining forces to block it, Hao-Yan would most likely have fallen under Lugia's aerial blast. Although he didn't know what happened, Hao-Yan quickly reacted. Lugia is one of the most docile Pokemon among the divine beasts. Why would it suddenly attack? Hao-Yan quickly threw aside the knife and meat that were in the way. Pushing aside the Pokemon in front of him, he shouted loudly to Lugia in the air, "Lugia, is there any misunderstanding between us?" Mother Lugia, who lost her mind, saw Hao-Yan casually throw away the meat in her hand. Rage made her completely insane. Damn human, how to treat my child like this? In his mouth, once again a terrifying energy was condensed. It is estimated that the air blasting this time is even more terrifying than the previous one. Seeing Lugia's actions, Hao-Yan wanted to chat with Lugia, even though he was puzzled and helpless. But the situation simply does not allow it. You can only choose to fight. The misunderstanding between Lugia and Hao-Yan is really big enough. Chapter 531. The clay figurine also has 3 points of anger. Little Dream, use mental distraction to disrupt Lugia. Xiao, use flash cannon to meet. Little Dragon, use the flamethrower to blast Lugia. Xiao C, prepare to defend. Facing Lugia's attack, Hao-Yan hurriedly commanded several of his own Pokemon to fight the enemy together. Mewtwo opened his palm and aimed at Lugia in the air. The energy of Psychic, under the control of Mewtwo, kept invading Lugia's brain. Slow down the speed of her attack and the direction of her move. Lucario wrapped his body with the power of Aura and flew into the air. As soon as his hands gathered, he used Flash Cannon, which was also white. Roar. Charizard transformed into an X shape covered in blue flame, opened his mouth and spewed out a hot blue flame, and together with Lucario's Flash Cannon, attacked Lugia. Class. Tyranitar stood in front of Hao-Yan, his body glowing with white light, strengthening his defense. A strong shield to prevent the overflowing energy from hurting Hao-Yan. Shanai, with a wave of Gardevoir's hand, the psychic energy stirred the air around her, making her surroundings look vain. Even without Hao-Yan's arrangement, Gardevoir was ready to release teleport at any time, and if the situation was bad, Hao-Yan was taken away immediately. Boom. Charizard's flamethrower merges with Lucario's Flash Cannon, intertwined with Lugia's aerial blast, caused a huge explosion. The sound of the explosion ravaged everything around. The gust of wind whipped up the churning sea water and kept hitting the reefs of Lapras Island. Since Lucario's breakthrough to Champion's Peak, he has mastered how to fight in the air. The strength of Hao-Yan's entire team has soared. To defeat Lugia, the god of the sea, may be a little reluctant, but several Pokemon have joined forces together, and there is already a battle. It won't be as embarrassing as the last time in Alamos Town, when you have to split your forces to face the gods of space and time. After one blow, Hao-Yan wanted to speak up again and talk to Lugia. Why did this to yourself? But when Hao-Yan was about to speak up, Lugia, who lost his mind, didn't plan to talk to Hao-Yan at all. A mouth uses air blasting, and the attack strikes again. In desperation, Hao-Yan could only make the Pokemon move again to defend. The entire island of Lapras was turned upside down under Lugia's attack. After resisting for several rounds, Lugia attacked each time, and Hao-Yan defended. This can't help but make Hao-Yan and a few Pokemon slowly get angry from their heart. In the gap between each other's offensive and defensive round, Hao-Yan suppressed various emotions in his heart and activated the power of Aura in his body. Go to Lugia and try to communicate with Lugia. As soon as Hao-Yan's Aura power connected to Lugia, Lugia was stunned at first. Unexpectedly, this weak human being can use mental power to connect her consciousness. But soon, Lugia thought of a possibility. This human should use this strange ability to induce my weak child through word deception, coaxing my child. In the end, my lovely child died at his hand. Human, you are unforgivable. The mother Lugia, who had lost her child, turned into a boundless rage, and she couldn't calm down and think about it. Use the raging will to attack Hao-Yan that connect her. Hao-Yan, who has endured the coercion of Arceus, has a strong will. It has long been beyond the reach of ordinary human being, but even so, he was suddenly eroded by Lugia's will with rage, and it was still hard to resist. Lugia rage will, rude erosion of Hao-Yan's brain. Hao-Yan had to withdraw Aura's power, but the brutal erosion of Lugia just now made Hao-Yan's brain extremely painful, causes capillaries to rupture, and blood oozes out of the nose and ears involuntarily. Infected by the will of the mother Lugia's rage, Hao-Yan's anger could not be suppressed. Rage can make people lose the ability to think. Fuck you, uncle. Without saying a word, attack for no reason. Don't think that you are a divine beast. You are invincible. As the saying goes, clay figurines also have 3 points of anger. Being forced by his mother Lugia like this, Hao-Yan didn't plan to endure it any longer. Facing the mother Lugia once again using aerial blasting. Haoyan chose to fight back. Shao Si, resist Lugia's attack. Little Dream, use Ice Strike. Little O, get close to Lugia and use the Meteor Mash. Little Dragon, use Dragon Claw. Xiaolu, Dazzling Gleam. Following a series of instructions from Haoyan, all the Pokemon began to act. With the rage in Haoyan's heart, Haoyan's 5 Pokemon, the momentum rose rapidly. They can't wait. They are more rage than Haoyan. A mere Lugia dares to attack Haoyan. Haoyan is the companion, friend, family member of all Pokemon, and even the untouchable outrage. Chapter 532. Tyranitar no longer suppressed his own characteristic, and a large number of sandstorm gathered on him. The soft sand gathered on Tyranitar's body, forming a hard sand armor. Clash, clash. Tyranitar let out a loud roar and made a block with his hand, blocking the front. Lugia's aerial blast slammed into him, blast away the sand armor on his body, but Tyranitar didn't step back. At the same time, Tyranitar's successful defense also caused several other Pokemon to attack one after another. Lucario, who was floating in the air, swung the power of aura to form an air current, and rushed towards the mother Lugia first. The spiky fist in his hand glowed with a strong, dazzling white light. Melee attack is his favorite fighting method. Silent Mewtwo, Mega Evolution becomes Y form, condensing the psychic energy that is real. Lock on Lugia firmly. The powerful energy fluctuations seem to slow down the passage of time. Roar, roar. Charizard quickly spread his wing, transformed into a meteor full of blue flame, and printed a huge dragon claw. Grab Lugia. Among Haoyan's Pokemon, the most angry is Gardevoir. Gardevoir is different from several other Pokemon, except that Haoyan is a partner, friend, family member and so on. Haoyan has an additional identity for her. She would never allow it. Haoyan was hurt in the slightest. Shanaido, Gardevoir, who has always been gentle, changed her gentle and pleasant appearance, and let out a shrill scream that did not match her appearance. Bai Nen's small hand slowly contracted into fist. Following her movement, 10 strong light penetrated the dark cloud from the sky and landed directly on the mother Lugia. The 4 Pokemon, with unreserved attack, all landed on the mother Lugia. Even Lugia, known as the god of the sea, pain was also clearly felt. Pain involuntarily made her set off the whimpering growl. Haoyan stared at Lugia, who was knocked back dozens of steps. To subdue this Lugia, Haoyan still has a whole card, which he did not use. Now, can we have a good chat? Woo. Under the full force of Haoyan's several Pokemon attack, Lugia did not calm down. Instead, it made her even more angry. He quickly adjusted his state and attacked again. You don't want to talk, do you? Then go on. Haoyan was also not polite at all. He observed a few of his Pokemon through the power of aura, and the energy and physical strength was not much. Totally able to fight. Come on then. Because of the battle between Haoyan's Pokemon and Lugia, the abnormal weather has affected the entire sea area. Lorelei, not far from Vortex Island, was the first to feel the change. Silently looked in the direction of Lapras Island. In the distance, there seemed to be lightning and thunder, and collisions continued. Could it be that there was an accident on Lapras Island? After thinking about it, Lorelei took out the phone and dialed Haoyan's number. Want to ask one or two. However, Haoyan, who was commanding the Pokemon battle, couldn't answer Lorelei's call at all. Lorelei couldn't worry about not being able to contact Haoyan. He put down his official duties and rushed towards Lapras Island. The battle between Haoyan and Lugia spread far and wide. 2 Pokemon exploring the cave far under the sea are playing happily. Suddenly, both Pokemon felt the flow of sea water is a little unusual. 2 Pokemon probed out from the bottom of the sea and found that the sky was completely dark. Out tilde. Little Lugia panicked when she saw that the sky was getting dark. It was the first time that I didn't come home so late. Mi tilde. Ice Ninetales tilted his head and felt the breath of Gardevoir and Lucario. Out tilde. Little Lugia also felt his mother's breath, and curiously asked Bing Ninetales what happened. Bing Ninetales followed Haoyan, and his knowledge was much wider than that of little Lugia. Moreover, I have also seen several battles before Haoyan. After a little thought, I guessed that Haoyan was fighting. Mi tilde. Ice Ninetales told little Lugia what they had learned. Suddenly, little Lugia also realized the seriousness of the matter. The 2 Pokemon immediately rushed back in the direction of Lapras Island. Chapter 533. You can move him, but you can't move the Ice Ninetales. With this powerful racial strength, Lugia has resisted several joint attacks of Haoyan Pokemon. Haoyan's Pokemon, although the individual strength is not as good as Lugia, but with this excellent teamwork, coupled with Haoyan's exquisite command, the 2 sides fought back and forth. For a time, it was difficult to tell the winner, but overall, Haoyan still has a slight advantage. After all, Haoyan contained a huge amount of Viridian power in his body, which was equivalent to 1 more reply station. The physical strength and energy consumed by the Pokemon can be replenished at any time. Shanaido, Gardevoir burst into full force, and 13 rays of light shone on Lugia's body. Powerful energy fluctuations. Even the mythical beast Lugia is hard to resist. Led by Gardevoir. The other Pokemon attacked all fell on Lugia. Flip Lugia out. Little Lu. Hao-Yan looked away from Lugia and looked at Gardevoir. Gardevoir's dazzling gleam move just now was the strongest one that Hao-Yan had seen Gardevoir release so many times. The strength of the energy attack is actually very good to judge. It can be known by the size of the energy composition. The dazzling gleam was released by Gardevoir during the battle, but 10 rays of light shine together. But under Gardevoir's move just now, 13 rays of light fell. There are 3 more rays of light. Not right. Could it be that Xiaolu broke through? Thinking of this, Hao-Yan quickly used the power of aura to enter Gardevoir's body to check her condition. Surprised to find out that Gardevoir fought for so long, instead of reducing the energy in the body, the total amount has also increased. This result is exactly the same as Hao-Yan's guess. Xiaolu, you really advanced. Actually, in the battle, reaching the peak of champion. In Hao-Yan's heart, rage's emotions quickly subsided, replaced by surprise. In fact, every time Gardevoir advances, all because of the same mind with Hao-Yan. Gradually, Hao-Yan's side, with Gardevoir as the core, began to attack more frequently. Although Gardevoir broke through to the peak of champion, but at the same time, Hao-Yan's situation is still very dangerous. Lugia didn't really care. The combined attack of several other Pokemon, even though there are already many scars on his body, she only wanted to kill Hao-Yan, avenge her children. Therefore, every time she attacked, she was in Hao-Yan's direction. This also caused Tyranitar, who acted as a shield, to be seriously injured. The rock armor is full of cracks. After all, it was Lugia family's strongest aerial blaster. Even if Tyranitar's defensive ability was outstanding, even after being attacked several times, it was unsustainable. In this situation, it is very likely that both sides will suffer. Just as the two sides were fighting, 2 bursts of growl came from far away on the sea. Out tilde. Little Lugia was flying close to the sea. Mi tilde. Ice Ninetales ran fast on the water. Together they headed towards Lapras Island. Woo! Mother Lugia, who was about to attack, heard growl, whom she was familiar with, and in a trance she thought she had heard it wrong. He hurriedly looked in the direction of little Lugia. Only 10 nautical miles away, the familiar little Lugia was flying low over the sea. Moreover, the breath on his body told her that this is his own child. Mother Lugia was pleasantly surprised. She quickly flapped her wings and flew towards the little Lugia. Protect little Lugia. Seeing the mother Lugia flying away, Hao-Yan's heart skipped a beat, and his heart was so anxious. The 2 growls just now, Hao-Yan only heard the voice of Ice Ninetales. Another voice. He had no idea what Pokemon made it. After all, Hao-Yan had never seen little Lugia. I don't know. The little Lugia's growl is different from the mother Lugia's growl, difference so big. In addition, the sky was getting darker, and the Ice Ninetales were a full 10 nautical miles away. Little Lugia could not be seen at all. Hao-Yan only knew that the mother Lugia was flying in the direction of Ice Ninetales. Subconsciously, the mother Lugia couldn't help him in a short time. Get your hands on Ice Ninetales. Ice Ninetales is Hao-Yan's favorite Pokemon. Hold it in your hand for fear of falling, and hold it in your mouth for fear of melting. You can move him, but you can't move Ice Ninetales. Of course, the Gardevoir can't move either. As the saying goes, concern is chaos. There was no time for Hao-Yan to think. Turning over, he quickly rode on Charizard's body. Driving all the Pokemon, he rushed in the direction of Ice Ninetales. At the same time, Hao-Yan calls out to Rayquaza in his heart. If that Lugia dared to do it to the Ice Ninetales, Hao-Yan will definitely rip off her skin. Above the height of 10,000 meters in the Hoenn region, the green dragon opened its eyes. Rayquaza felt Hao-Yan's call, and immediately exuded endless power from the 9 heavens. It's not the first time that Rayquaza has been with Hao-Yan, but it is the first time he feels Hao-Yan's rage so clearly. Rayquaza didn't delay for a moment, and quickly flew in the direction of Hao-Yan. Chapter 534. While the mother Lugia was flying, she keenly felt that Hao-Yan was riding Charizard, chasing after her. Lugia, who was eager to protect her son, thought that Hao-Yan chased after her in order to catch little Lugia one step ahead of her. Mother Lugia flew forward desperately. Xiaolong, hurry up! Hao-Yan yelled at Charizard loudly. Hao-Yan has always been gentle and elegant, and this is the first time he has been so fierce. But it's understandable. Mother Lugia set off ahead of him. Charizard was a little behind. Must get in front of Mother Lugia before she can attack Ice Ninetales. Roar, roar. Although Charizard is often caught by the little princess, he, like Hao-Yan, loves Xiaoju, the youngest member of the team, from the bottom of his heart. Gardevoir, Lucario, Mewtwo, all followed behind Charizard with a burning heart. Only Tyranitar can't fly, and because the body is too huge, walking in the water has too much resistance. No matter how anxious he was, he could only be far behind all Pokemon. The picture of Tyranitar walking in the water, it is estimated that a certain Pokemon feels the same way. Mother Lugia, after all, is fast and powerful. One more step ahead. Even if Charizard tried, he was clearly ahead. Mother Lugia was close to the sea, blocking Hao-Yan in front of him, and a arrive Earth. The moment she touched the little Lugia, the mother Lugia gathered her huge wings and hugged the low-flying little Lugia in her arms. With the wings closed, it is naturally difficult to fly. The mother Lugia hugged the little Lugia like this and crashed into the water, causing a huge splash. The sudden change made Ice Ninetales stun. Her little friend was suddenly taken away by a Pokemon that looked the same. She was stunned, unable to react at all. Little Nine Hao-yan, riding on Charizard, shouted loudly. He couldn't see the Ice Ninetales because of the huge water light caused by the mother Lugia colliding with the seawater. I thought that Ice Ninetales had already been hacked by the mother Lugia. The power of aura in his body overflowed with all his might. Once lock on Ice Ninetales breathed, he immediately jumped off Charizard's body. Involuntarily, I held the Ice Ninetales in my arm. With tremendous force, the Ice Ninetales was forced into the water. The mother Lugia jumped high out of the water and supported the little Lugia on her back. After leaving the sea, he immediately flew into the sky with a look of vigilance. Hao-yan and Bing Ninetales poked out of the water and immediately shouted, "Alert!" Gardevoir, Lucario, Charizard, Mewtwo, all watch the mother Lugia in the air warily. Both sides are on alert for the other's sudden attack. Mother Lugia made a whimpering growl, asking if little Lugia was injured. Out tilde. Little Lugia lay on the mother Lugia's body and immediately replied that the mother Lugia was not injured. Mother Lugia, who received an affirmative reply, breathed a sigh of relief. The other side, Hao-yan is also investigating the situation of Bing Ninetales. Xiaoju, are you alright? In addition to the inquiry, he also used the power of aura to investigate. Mi tilde. Bing Ninetales looked at Hao-yan in surprise and shook his head. Indicates that he is not injured. Through the investigation of the power of aura, Hao-yan found that the Ice Ninetales did not any scars. He also breathed a sigh of relief when he got a positive reply. Hao-yan's side and Lugia's side both maintained a strange vigilance. Be alert to the opponent's sudden attack at any time. After a while, the two sides that were arguing with each other, undercurrents surging, but they didn't fight each other. Just when both sides wondered why the other was so calm, it was Hao-yan's Ice Ninetales who broke the peace. Mi tilde. Ice Ninetales sent a growl at Mother Lugia in the air. Growl, who heard his little friend, and the little Lugia on the Mother Lugia, also pointed out. Growl whining at Ice Ninetales. Until then, Hao-yan, who had been preparing for the battle, discovered the little Lugia on his Mother Lugia. At this time, the Mother Lugia finally set her eyes on the Ice Ninetales behind Hao-yan, who was protected by him. Mi tilde. Out tilde. Mi tilde. Out tilde. The two children had no idea what happened to Hao-yan and his Mother Lugia just now. They were just chatting and making an appointment tomorrow where to go to play. The sudden change made Hao-yan dumbfounded. Xiaoju, the new friend you said is that little Lugia. Mi tilde. Bing Ninetales winked cutely. Hao-yan thought about it for a while and seemed to understand the whole thing. Understand why that Mother Lugia would attack herself without saying a word. Mother Lugia looked at the little Lugia on her back and asked Growl, Woo tilde, is she your friend? Out tilde. Yes. Out tilde. She was kind to me mega, brought me delicious food, and played with me. Out tilde. My mega like hers. Mother Lugia suddenly realized that she seemed to have wrongly blamed the other party. At this moment, the two parents seemed to understand. The misunderstanding has been resolved. Tyranitar was still walking in the water with difficulty, working hard in Hao-yan's direction. At the same time, Rayquaza, who was at an altitude of 10,000 meters, was also anxiously rushing to help. Chapter 535 The Person of Destiny, representing the light. Lapras Island. Gardevoir was arranged by Hao-yan to cook dinner in the kitchen. Lucario, Mewtwo, are packing up the messy supplies. Charizard confronted Tyranitar, who was covered in water, and released Flamethrower to help him dry. Little Lugia is running around with the Ice Ninetales and having fun. Mother Lugia was lying on a rock, and Hao-yan stood on her broad back, using Viridian power. Helping hand Mother Lugia regained her strength. I'm sorry, I rashly attacked you before things were clear. Mother Lugia's voice was transmitted into Hao-yan's mind. Haha, little Lugia is still young, so you can understand your heart. Hao-yan replied lightly. With the arrival of Ice Ninetales and little Lugia, the misunderstanding between the two sides was also solved. The power of Hao-yan's aura can finally connect with the Mother Lugia and have a peaceful dialogue with her. In fact, Hao-yan can understand the mood of the Mother Lugia. If someone tried to plot against his Xiaoju, he would also be furious. Okay, after you take a break for a while, it shouldn't be a big problem. Hao-yan jumped off his Mother Lugia, found a rock, and sat on it. Through the power of Viridian, the Mother Lugia's injuries have been almost recovered. Thank you. I attacked you rashly, and you helped me heal so generously. Mother Lugia looked at Hao-yan gratefully. Among all mythical beasts, Lugia family is the most gentle, kind, and tolerant Pokemon. Also most grateful. You are welcome. Hao-yan wiped the sweat from his forehead and looked at the little Lugia who was crying doing his best to make Bing Ninetails happy. Silver, you should be very young. Silver is the name of little Lugia. Well, he's only 30 years old, a little guy who was just born. The mother Lugia also looked at the little Lugia tenderly, her eyes full of maternal love. 30 years old. Hearing mother Lugia's word, Haoyan was a little speechless. This little Lugia was a whole round bigger than him. Hee. Our family grew up at a different time from your human being. If it grows naturally, it will take 500 years for Silver to become an adult. Probably guessed what Haoyan was thinking. Mother Lugia explained. High legendary Pokemon with a long life that all creatures would envy. At the same time, their growth period is far beyond the average Pokemon. Probably understand. By the way, isn't Silver's father here? To be honest, Haoyan was curious about which Lugia the mother Lugia's spouse was. Silver's father. Speaking of little Lugia's father, mother Lugia's eyes showed a look of worry, and she turned her head to the side unconsciously. Obviously, it's not a good memory for her. Seeing this situation, Haoyan narrowed his eyes. It seems that there is a story here. I'm sorry if I accidentally brought up your sadness. If there's any trouble, I think I'm personally still willing to help hand you guys. Haoyan pondered for a while, then opened his mouth with a smile. Lugia family is actually a very kind family. No one knows where they came from, but for as long as it has been recorded, Lugia has been willing to be close to human. For a long time, there have been stories of Lugia family helping hand human being. I didn't expect you to be so generous. I heard you. You are still willing to helping hand us Lugia family. Thank you, man of destiny. Mother Lugia, with gratitude in her eyes. More is admiration. Haoyan was confused by what his mother Lugia said. What destiny person? What do you mean? Mother Lugia was stunned. Haoyan didn't know his identity. He pointed to the Ice Ninetails who was playing with little Lugia, and said to Haoyan, being able to get her approval doesn't mean that you are a person of destiny. Xiaoju. Haoyan looked at his Ice Ninetails. It is true that Xiaoju is very special and different. She can freely control her form and switch attributes between ice and fire at will. And, like Likun, it can walk on the water. The most important thing is that Xiaoju can improve his strength without training. The above abilities are all innate to Xiaoju. In addition, not long ago, at the end of the battle with the gods of time and space, the appearance of the two gods of time and space surrendering to the Ice Ninetails shows the difference of the Ice Ninetails. Because of Xiaoju, so I am the person of destiny. Haoyan looked at his mother Lugia in confusion. Mother Lugia saw Haoyan's expression and knew that he was not pretending, but really didn't know his identity. Then he answered affirmatively. Yes, the little 9 in your mouth is the son of luck, representing the supreme luck, and you who have her are the ones blessed by fate. Man of destiny, what do you mean? Haoyan asked curiously. This question seemed to stump Mother Lugia. After thinking for a while, he slowly said, the person of destiny is the person who has obtained supreme luck, being able to change fate and reverse the source of fate. That's it. Mother Lugia's mysterious words made Haoyan unclear. He couldn't help but ask in depth, be specific. Man of destiny, what are the characteristics? This time, Mother Lugia did not hesitate and blurted out, the person of destiny represents the light. He can bring the light of hope to the world. In other words, the man of destiny is the embodiment of light. Chapter 536. Haoyan, why don't you help me bring the baby? Man of destiny represents light. Are you destiny? I am the light. Is it possible? I call out Gaia, and then I will transform. No, this is the world of Pokemon. Mother Lugia's remarks made Haoyan inevitably think elsewhere, but the serious look of Mother Lugia really didn't look like a joke. In fact, Haoyan still wants to understand a little more clearly, but the vague words of Mother Lugia just now are indeed difficult for people to understand accurately. Even if you ask again, it is estimated that there is no reason to ask. Perhaps it is because he is a transmigrator, so he is special. After thinking for a while, Haoyan still brought the topic of the two sides back to little Lugia's father. What about your spouse? Where is he now? When it came to this question, Mother Lugia was obviously a lot lower. We Lugia family love this vast ocean. Silver's father and I live together in this sea. Besides that, in the sea to the west, the one who is responsible for guarding that sea is the patriarch of our Lugia family. But 100 years ago, our patriarch, he had an abnormality and was contaminated, and my partner, in order to purify the patriarch, never returned. Haoyan keenly grasped the key point. An exception occurred and was contaminated. Lugia's powerful ability, is there something that can contaminate them? Physically, there should be none. The so-called pollution should refer to the inner pollution. Noticing Haoyan's expression, Mother Lugia said, it's incredible, right? But the patriarch, he is indeed polluted. The patriarch has become extremely aggressive, and it is because of this that my partner discovered the abnormality of the patriarch. So, I implore you, honorable one of destiny, that you can helping hand us Lugia family, purify our patriarch and find my partner at the same time. Mother Lugia, because Haoyan subdued the Ice Ninetails, is a man of destiny, so she told him the secrets of the clan and begged to get his helping hand. Don't worry, if anything happens, you can can contact me at any time. Haoyan actually liked Lugia family very well, and doesn't care about helping hand. Moreover, he also wanted to know what the thing that could contaminate Lugia was. Thank you, honorable man of destiny. This is my feather. As long as you have this, you can call me anytime. At the same time, I can also contact you through this feather. Mother Lugia thanked. Then, a piece of silver white gorgeous feathers fell from her body and floated in front of Haoyan. Silver feather. Haoyan raised his eyebrows. This is the silver feather of the Mother Lugia. With this thing, it also means that he can call Lugia at any time. It's like calling out Rayquaza. Then I'll take it. Haoyan took the silver feather. Looking at Lugia's mother, and at little Lugia, he could fully understand why Mother Lugia was so ill-tempered. After all, in her heart, she was worried about her partner and the polluted patriarch. With all kinds of things on her mind, her emotions will naturally be more sensitive. Have you tried to find your partner? Haoyan said. Silver is still very young. He can't live alone without my care. Of course Mother Lugia wants to find her husband, but her husband disappeared for 100 years. The situation is unclear. How dare she act rashly with the young Lugia? Leave little Lugia alone in this That's even more impossible. They are Lugia family. There are countless people in this world coveted her child, and little Lugia is still so small. He is full of curiosity about everything. Maybe he left this sea area and ran to another place, then got caught. Looking at the carefree little Lugia next to Ice Ninetail, Mother Lugia shined, entrusting little Rocky to Haoyan. Can't I find my husband by myself? Moreover, Haoyan is a trustworthy person of destiny, and will not hurt Silver. Plus, if I can stay with Ice Ninetail, Silver will be happy too. Thinking of this, Mother Lugia said quickly, Haoyan, why don't you help me take Silver for a while? This, Haoyan was done. This little Lugia look cute. Yes, however, it seems that the strength is a little weak. It doesn't quite meet his own standard. Haoyan, if you can help me, I can find my partner by myself. Mother Lugia looked hopeful. Haoyan felt a little slap in the face. I just said that if you have any difficulties, you can help yourself. The front foot just promised to help, but the back foot refuses. Not easy to do. Chapter 537. Is it okay? Mother Lugia asked again, seeing Haoyan's delay in speaking. In fact, she was very worried about how her partner was doing. I am also very worried about the safety of the patriarch. Lugia family, the number is scared. No one wants to have an accident in their own clan. You're so worried about me. Haoyan had seen his mother Lugia, the appearance of Thrash's rage just now. My perception tells me that you are not a bad person, and you have good intentions for us. The voice of the mother Lugia came, and she looked at the little Lugia who was playing with the Ice Ninetails with tender eyes. No mother wants to be separated from her child. After all, little Lugia is her own son, but her partner has been gone for 100 years. If only 10 or 20 years, Mother Lugia won't worry too much either. But for 100 years, how can a wife not worry about her husband who has not heard from him? Aren't you afraid that I'm plotting against Silver? Sell him? Haoyan asked rhetorically. Mother Lugia shook her head just as she was about to answer. From the sky of Lapras Island, there was a strong and noble majesty. A green dragon galloped down from the sky. Roar! The clear and high-pitched dragon roar shocked the entire island. The Lapras surrounding the island all bowed their heads obediently. Meet the overlord from the sky. Rayquaza's powerful power. Even the mother Lugia felt great pressure. Tilda. Seeing Rayquaza coming, Haoyan was stunned for a moment. Forget about Rayquaza. Rayquaza hovered down from the air and came to Haoyan's side. Watching Mother Lugia warily, feeling the call of Haoyan rage, there must be something difficult to solve. Naturally, the female Lugia was seen as a potential enemy. At the same time, in my heart, I called Haoyan. Ask Mother Lugia if she is an enemy, and if so, fight immediately. Being stared at by Rayquaza as an enemy, the female Lugia's feathers stand on end. Sorry Rayquaza. It was just a little misunderstanding before, but now it's resolved. Haoyan replied to Rayquaza with some embarrassment. Roar tilde roar tilde. Rayquaza looked suspiciously at his mother Lugia and then at Haoyan. After confirming that Haoyan was not in danger, he let go of his hostility. I'm sorry to let you come here for nothing. Next time, I'll be more careful. Haoyan patted Rayquaza's head. At the same time, remind yourself that you can't call Rayquaza easily next time. It's so embarrassing to let people run away for nothing. Roar tilde roar tilde. Charizard flew out from the side, looking at Rayquaza full of fighting spirit. Roar tilde roar tilde. In addition to being friendly to Haoyan, Rayquaza also has a good impression of Charizard. I admire Charizard's courage. There are not many Pokemon that can spread their wings under his prestige. Charizard is the first of the normal Pokemon. Mother Lugia looked at Rayquaza in shock. Just a simple sentence from Haoyan made Rayquaza dissipate his hostility towards her. Also, listen to the conversation between Haoyan and Rayquaza. It seems that Haoyan is still calling for Rayquaza. Immediately look at Haoyan with burning eyes. The more I want Haoyan to agree to help Silver. Although little Lugia's identity is very honorable, Novel can conquer the Ice Ninetales representing luck. Have Mewtwo can summon such a powerful Pokemon as Rayquaza. Will he covet his silver? What a joke. It perfectly answered Haoyan's previous question. It's over. Haoyan saw the appearance of his mother Lugia and knew that he should not be able to escape the fate of helping her take care of the child. I had to agree. Okay, Silver, just stay by my side for the time being. Thank you. Then Silver will leave it to you. A humane smile appeared on Mother Lugia's face. Since Haoyan can summon such a powerful beast as Rayquaza, she has no worries at all. Never worry about your child's safety again. Haoyan looked at little Lugia who was playing with Bing Ninetales. Perhaps it's not a bad thing to find a playmate for Xiaoju. Worrying about a change in Lapras Island, Lorelei has been unable to contact Haoyan. Riding her dugong to Lapras Island, seeing only 5 nautical miles, you can reach the destination. But her dugong never dared to move forward. He also looked scared. It seems that there is a strong and terrifying aura there, making it afraid to approach. Lorelei, who didn't know what was going on, pulled out the binoculars from his backpack. Looking towards Lapras Island, I saw a green dragon flying over the island of Lapras. Moreover, there is a white Pokemon more than 10 meters long, lying on a reef. Lorelei, who knew all kinds of Pokemon, recognized them at a glance. Lugia, the god of the sea. Rayquaza, the god of the sky. How could they be on Lapras Island? Lorelei was done. Chapter 538 Charizard challenges Rayquaza. Woo tilde woo tilde. After confirming that the little Lugia was handed over to Haoyan, the mother Lugia instructed the little Lugia. Out tilde out tilde. Little Lugia was both reluctant and a little happy to hear that her mother wanted to keep her by Haoyan's side. It's reluctant because I have to temporarily separate from my mother. Happy because I can stay with Ice Ninetales every day. Woo tilde woo tilde. The mother Lugia gently rubbed the little Lugia with her neck. After being appeased for a while, mother Lugia resolutely got into the sea and left. I went to find my husband. Ow, ow. Seeing his mother leave, little Lugia let out a reluctant whimper and looked at the sea with tears in her eye. The pain of separation made little Lugia in a bad mood. Mi tilde. Intimate Ice Ninetales stepped forward and fiddled with little Lugia with her beautiful tail, comforting him silently. Just then, Gardevoir's voice came from the kitchen. Shanaido. Gardevoir manipulated Psychic and brought out the prepared dinner. There are many tree fruits that little Lugia has never seen, as well as various fancy meals. Exudes a strong, seductive aroma. Little Lugia immediately stopped sobbing and moved her nose vigorously. Looking back at the aroma, I immediately saw delicious food. Immediately looked drooling. Let's have something to eat, Haoyan said at the right time, and took a plate of tree fruit salad and put it in front of little Lugia. Ow! Little Lugia took a sip, and immediately gave a surprised growl. Little Lugia, who grew up eating seaweed, has tasted these delicious food, immediately began to gobble. There was no such thing as a so-called divine beast at all. What a snack! Haoyan looked at the look of little Lugia feasting, and guessed that he had left his mother's affairs behind him. By the way, everyone is tired. Let's all come over to eat. Haoyan greeted the other Pokemon and came over to eat together. When I let Gardevoir cook, I made a lot of it. After all, Rayquaza travels far and wide for nothing one trip. You can't let him go right away. Anyway, please have a meal. This is the way of hospitality. I just don't know if Rayquaza, who has always eaten meteorite, is used to these meals. But when Haoyan turned back and was about to call Rayquaza, but found Rayquaza flying in the air, chatting with Charizard. Roar tilde roar tilde. Charizard unleashes a taunt-filled growl, unafraid of Rayquaza's power. Roar tilde roar tilde. Rayquaza's pair of Longan is full of surprises. Roar tilde roar tilde. Roar tilde roar tilde. Charizard stared at Rayquaza with awe, and kept uttering growl. Haoyan immediately understood what Charizard meant. Charizard want challenge Rayquaza, that little dragon. Or, Haoyan understood Charizard's thought, and subconsciously wanted to say something. Although Charizard's courage is commendable, the difference between him and Rayquaza is too great. But seeing Charizard's firm eyes, Haoyan took his words back. Charizard has made Rayquaza his goal since the moment he met Rayquaza at Sky Pillar. There is this challenge. This point, Haoyan is clear. Since it was Charizard's will, Haoyan couldn't stop it. Roar tilde roar tilde. Facing Charizard's taunt, instead of getting angry, Rayquaza's eyes were filled with admiration. It was the first time that a Pokemon dared to challenge him. Happy to agree. Fine. Since both parties have this will, Haoyan will not stop it. Just in my heart, I explained to Rayquaza. Make him pay attention. The challenge on both sides is about to begin. Shanaido. Gardevoir, who had a big heart, immediately released a light green, lest the fluctuations of the battle affect him. Class. Tyranitar put down the lunchbox with the sand-scale fruit in his hand. He beat his chest hard, cheering loudly for my big brother. Lucario put down his steak and stood up, with encouraging eyes. Look at Charizard. Mewtwo, also putting down the salad in his hand, stood beside Lucario, looking at Charizard. Mi tilde. Ice Ninetales ran to Tyranitar Charizard's shoulder and lay down comfortably. Eat while watching the challenges that are about to begin. Between eating, occasionally give Charizard a few words of cheer. Out tilde out tilde. Little Lugia also wanted to go to Tyranitar to watch the battle just like the Ice Ninetales, but Tyranitar's huge body, he was obviously a little scared. Ice Ninetales turned around and motioned little Lugia not to be afraid. Encouraged by Ice Ninetales, little Lugia flew to Tyranitar's side and sat with Ice Ninetales. Watch the challenge while you eat. This little dragon is really... Hao-Yan shook his head silently. Charizard challenges Rayquaza somewhat recklessly. There is also some self-control, but for some reason, Hao-Yan was proud of Charizard in his heart. Knowing that you will lose, you must also touch a strong opponent, even if this opponent is God. Chapter 539 Charizard Breakthrough. Roar, roar. Feeling the strongest opponent, Charizard's momentum is constantly rising, and quickly entered the Mega Evolution X form. He was full of hot blue flame, staring solemnly at Rayquaza in front of him. Charizard knew the gap between himself and Rayquaza. Use Dragon Dance silently to strengthen your speed and strength. Compared with the dignified Charizard, Rayquaza is very calm. Charizard is too weak. Even entering Mega Evolution, he is not his opponent at all. Let Charizard use Dragon Dance. The so-called challenge, in his opinion, is just an interesting joke. Don't take it to heart at all. Roar, roar. Having used Dragon Dance 6 times, the speed and strength have reached the limit. Charizard no longer suppressed himself. Charizard in the night, like an energy ball burning blue flame. Sharp claws covered with blue flame. With a wave of his wing, he flew towards Rayquaza 100 meters away. Printed out his Dragon Claw attack. Roar tilde. Rayquaza swings Dragon Tie for Charizard's attack L, waving gently at Charizard. Boom. Charizard Dragon Claw hits Rayquaza's body, Rayquaza's tail, and slaps Charizard's body at the same time. Rayquaza, known by the people of Meteor as Lord Dragon God, Charizard Dragon attack was simply not enough to hurt him. On the other hand, Charizard, who was hit by Rayquaza's tail, immediately hit the ground like a falling meteor. According to Hao-Yan's instructions, Rayquaza has reserved his strength, not using his source power to attack. Boom. Charizard fell to the ground, immediately flapped his wings, and flew into the air again. Roar, roar. Show off his wildness and arrogance. Print out Dragon Claw again, and attack Rayquaza without admitting defeat. The difference between strength and speed was so great that Charizard was thrown to the ground by Rayquaza unsurprisingly. Charizard, who failed again, has some scars on his body. However, that did not stop him from challenging Rayquaza's determination. Soars again, unleashing a powerful attack. Boom, boom, boom. Time and time again, Charizard was relentlessly photographed by Rayquaza. Add up before and after, a full 19 times. At first, Charizard could stand up quickly, but under the constant pound of Rayquaza, Charizard took longer and longer to stand up again. It's not so much a challenge as Rayquaza is abusing vegetable. Charizard was once again knocked off the ground by Rayquaza. Charizard's appearance is indeed a bit miserable. Disgrace, with scars all over his body. The flames on the tail also dimmed. The domineering and wildness of the beginning has long been lost. Lucario clenched his fists and cried out in his heart, cheering for Charizard. Mewtwo also stared at the direction Charizard fell. Class tilde. Tyranitar felt sorry for his big brother. Little Lugia and Ice Ninetales have stopped eating, looking at Charizard fixedly. Shanaido. Gardevoir looked at Hao-Yan worriedly, hoping that Hao-Yan would stop the challenge. Hao-Yan shook his head solemnly, rejecting Gardevoir. Because of the power of Aura, Hao-Yan found that Charizard is now at a critical moment of breakthrough. Once interrupted, Charizard will most likely never grow again. Xiaolong, it should be soon. It took Charizard 3 full minutes to get up from the ground. This time, he did not continue to attack after getting up as usual. Instead, he stood on the spot, unyielding, and roared at Charizard in the air. Roar. With Charizard's roar, the momentum kept rising. Suddenly, the flames of the tail began to burn hot, not as bleak as before. At the same time, the flames on the tail instantly covered the whole body. Charizard broke through. Breakthrough to the top of champion. Clang, clang. Charizard's sharp claws collided with a metallic sound. The wings fluttered vigorously and appeared in the air again. Charged forward towards Rayquaza. Feeling Charizard's momentum, all the Pokémon are cheering him on. A flash of ember flashed in Hao-Yan's eyes. The mood also stirred up with Charizard. Facing Charizard's attack, Rayquaza was no longer distracted. Incredibly serious. The body of hundreds of meters flickered with green light, illuminating the whole sky. The momentum of the Sky Overlord shrouded the entire Lapras Island. He charged towards Charizard with lightning speed. Boom. 2 Pokémon colliding together. Charizard fell to the ground again. Sky Overlord Rayquaza, not Charizard with a temporary breakthrough, can overcome. However, the huge impact also made Rayquaza retreat a full 3 meters. Roar, roar. Charizard was lying on the ground weak and exhausted, his wings unable to flap. His stamina and energy were completely exhausted by the with a blow to Dragon Claw just now. But even so, Charizard refused to admit defeat. With difficulty, he propped himself up with his hand, and he wanted to continue to stand up. Okay Xiaolong, you've done a good job. Haoyan stepped forward, held down Charizard who wanted to get up, and used the power of Viridian to replenish his stamina. Lucario ran to Charizard and gave Charizard a thumbs up. Mewtwo learned like Lucario, gave Charizard a thumbs up. Class. Tyranitar looked at Charizard admiringly. Mi tilde, out tilde, Shanaido, Ice Ninetales, Little Lugia, Gardevoir, are also cheering for Charizard. Roar tilde. Rayquaza, the green dragon flying in the air, fell. In his eyes, he couldn't hide his admiration. I still remember the first time I met Charizard at Sky Pillar. Under his power, all Pokemon dare not fly. Only Charizard dared to offend his dignity. In his weak body, there is a proud heart. This is something that other Pokemon don't have. With everyone's approval, Charizard growls weakly but happily. Chapter 540 Attack on God and the Historical Research Institute. Thank you for your hard work, Rayquaza. Haoyan waved to the departing Rayquaza. Roar tilde. Rayquaza let out a clear dragon groan and rocketed up. Roar. Charizard watched Rayquaza leave, and he believed that as long as he worked hard, he could reach the height of Rayquaza one day. Okay Xiaolong, let's eat something. Haoyan patted Charizard. Roar tilde. Charizard was really hungry and sat down and started to gobble. Several Pokemon also began to eat again. Haoyan sat next to Gardevoir and looked at his Pokemon with a smile. Sure enough, it's a good thing to go out to travel. When Xiao fought against the gods of space and time, in order to protect Xiaomeng, he broke through to the peak of champion. When Xiaolu was fighting with her mother Lugia, she also broke through. Just now Xiaolong also successfully broke through. This time the harvest is very good. They are only one step away from the primary level of the divine beast. Now, only Xiaozi and Xiaoming are left. It's still in the middle stage of champion. Little C. Haoyan looked at Tyranitar who was putting a plate of sand scales in his stomach, thinking about how to improve Tyranitar's level. Mewtwo, he doesn't need to worry. Mewtwo is the beast. She can successfully break through the level through her own cultivation. You don't need to look for opportunities like other Pokemon. After all, her race is there. There are also Ice Ninetales, so don't worry about Haoyan. Give her time to upgrade quickly. Just as Haoyan was thinking about it, a surprised female voice interrupted his thought. This Lugia. Lorelei, who had been wandering outside Lapras Island, dared to approach Lapras Island only after her mother Lugia and Rayquaza had both left. As soon as I landed on the island, I saw little Lugia eating with Ice Ninetales. Out tilde. As soon as little Lugia heard Lorelei's voice, she hid behind Ice Ninetales vigilantly, revealing half of her head to secretly look at Lorelei. It's okay Silver. Miss Lorelei is my friend. She won't hurt you. Haoyan reassured little Lugia. Mi tilde. Ice Ninetales also encouraged little Lugia to be bold. Out tilde. With the comfort of Haoyan and Bing Ninetales, little Lugia was relieved. Miss Lorelei, you're here. Haoyan got up with a smile to greet Lorelei, and sent her an invitation. Have you eaten dinner? Do you want to have some together? Have eaten. Where is Lorelei in the mood to eat dinner? I just want to know what this Pokemon that looks like Lugia but seems to be so small is. Curator Haoyan. Who is this Pokemon? Haoyan said casually. Oh, this is Silver. He's also a Lugia, but he's not an adult yet, so he's a little bit smaller. Lorelei's eyes widened. It was the first time she had seen Lugia at such a young age. He asked in shock. I was in the distance just now, and I saw this place with a telescope, and there was a very large Lugia. That Lugia is Silver's mother. That right? Haoyan nodded affirmatively and continued. Silver's mother. Entrust Silver to me. Let me take her for a while. Lorelei was dumbfounded and couldn't believe Haoyan's word. What? Silver's mother? Entrusting you with her child? Yeah. Haoyan nodded in disapproval. Oh my god. Lorelei felt that her three views were all shattered. She had lived here for so long that she had never even seen Lugia's side. How about Haoyan? Not long after she arrived, Mother Lugia actually entrusted her child to his care. It's not a destiny bond. Same umbrella with different handle. After the shock, Lorelei continued as, I saw Rayquaza just now. Did you summon it? I just saw him play against your Charizard. Unconsciously, Lorelei's name Haoyan has changed from you to you. Oh, Rayquaza. Haoyan took a sip of tea, thought about it, and replied, it was indeed called by me. The battle is because my Charizard asked Rayquaza to help him with special training. Haoyan said it simply. It would be too tongue-in-cheek to explain it from start to finish. Anyway, that's what it means. Lorelei opened his mouth in shock, so big that he could almost fit an apple into it. Summon Rayquaza for special training for Charizard. I go. Haoyan, it's too conspicuous. That is the overlord of the sky. Dominate the sky. Rayquaza in charge of the sky. As the inheritor of Rayquaza, is it so capricious? Mother Lugia misunderstood Haoyan and was easily resolved by Haoyan and Bon, but the bamboo orchid on the other other side was not so lucky. At this time, Zulin was in the Historical Research Institute in her hometown, Celestic Town. Go through a huge test. On the periphery of the Institute of God and History, several helicopters were assembled. Hundreds of Team Galactic players wearing similar space suits are led by the 3 cadres of Team Galactic. Raid the Historical Institute. Chapter 541 Bamboo Orchid. Injured. On the periphery of the God and Research Institute, hundreds of Team Galactic members each command a Crobat. The 3 cadres of Team Galactic are all gathered here. The staff who usually study with Carolina Professional are all huddled at the entrance of the Institute. Team Galactic. You are so bold. How dare you attack the God and Research Institute? Zulin glared at the 3 Team Galactic cadre. While speaking, Zulin released her iconic Garchomp. The champion-level Garchomp exudes great power. Even if hundreds of Crobats were assembled, they would not be able to overwhelm Garchomp. Ms. Zulin, our organization has always disliked fighting. As long as you hand over 2 orbs, we'll leave immediately. Saturn of Team Galactic stepped forward and said, the 2 orbs are key items in researching the history of the Sinnoh region. You Team Galactic, don't even think about getting your hands on it. After Zulin finished speaking, she turned slightly to look at her grandmother, Carolina Professional. When she saw Team Galactic coming with such a big fanfare, Zulin asked Carolina Professor to contact the Alliance for the first time. Let the Alliance send additional staff to come to support. I saw Carolina Professor shook his head slightly. It's useless. Ms. Zulin, we have already set up a signal jammer here. It's impossible for you to contact the outside world. We at Team Galactic are determined to win 2 orbs. Although our organization doesn't like fighting, we don't mind the use of force snatch if necessary. I advise you to hand over the 2 orbs obediently. Facing the Sinnoh region's highest combat power, Zulin, Saturn did not panic. Instead, he looked relaxed. It's just you. Zulin secretly observed the surrounding. Team Galactic attacked rashly, and she must be fully prepared. Although you are very powerful, Miss Zulin, champion is not invincible, and you are only one person. Can you stop all of us? Saturn released his Pokemon, an elite Crobat. Jupiter and Mars didn't really like Saturn's appearance as team leader, but at this time, facing Zulin, he didn't say much. Both released their elite level Crobat. Team Galactic, all using Crobat. Miss Zulin, I will ask you one last time. 2 orbs, you give us them yourself, or we go get them. Saturn waved his hand. Hundreds of Team Galactic members were ready for battle, all staring at Zulin with bad expression. Zulin snorted softly, wanting her to give up the orb. It was impossible. Pressing the Mega Ring in his hand, he immediately launched an offensive. Garchomp Mega Evolution. Use the Dragon Star. Roar tilde roar tilde. Garchomp of Bamboo Orchid quickly entered the state of Mega Evolution. Soar, drumming up the energy of the Dragon System, releasing the great power of the Dragon System and the large-scale Dragon Star. In the air, stones kept falling. Attack TM Galactic Team and their Crobat. Crobat, use Air Slash to cut through Garchomp's attack. Under the leadership of Saturn, Team Galactic sent their respective Crobat to attack the rock that fell from SmackDown. Boom, boom, boom. A continuous sound rang out. Hundreds of Crobat, led by the leader, flapped their wings and sent out Air Slash, smashing the falling stone. Although Zulin's Garchomp is strong, hundreds of Crobat can join forces to defuse her offensive. If you don't give it, we can only take it. Team Galactic Saturn was the first to pull out a gas helmet and put it on his face. Simultaneously wave, use Toxic. The other Team Galactic players all put on gas masks and commanded their respective Crobat to use Toxic. Hundreds of Crobats of the Poison line used the Toxic of this line. In an instant, the entire God and the Research Institute were enveloped in black-purple poisonous gas. Crobat poison, in addition to affecting Pokemon, also affect human. Roar tilde roar tilde. Seeing this, Zulin's Garchomp immediately returned to Zulin's side. Use Dragon Breath to blow away the poisonous mist. It's just hundreds of Toxic made by Crobat. How could it be so easy to disperse? Can only barely protect the Bamboo Orchid from being affected, which is not bad. Cough cough tilde. Cough cough tilde. Many incompetent researchers, although they have clenched their mouths and noses, still have the poison gas infiltrating their bodies from the crevices of their hand, and started to have bad reaction. Especially Carolina Professor, because of her age, weak body. The reaction is most pronounced after inhalation of the poisonous gas. Seeing this, Zulin immediately became furious. Garchomp, who led her, cleared the surrounding Toxic, trying to protect her grandmother and the researcher from being affected. Act according to the plan. Team Galactic split into 2 groups under Saturn's arrangement. A group led Crobat and proceeded to release Toxic. Another group of people quickly entered the Research Institute, rummaging through the boxes, searching for what they wanted. Even if Zulin wanted to stop it, there was nothing that could be done. After a while, the team members of Team Galactic came out of the Research Institute holding 2 fluorescent white orbs. Very good. Saturn took it unhurriedly and put it in a special box. Retreat. With a wave of his hand, he led the team of Team Galactic to the helicopter. After Team Galactic left, the condensed Toxic finally dispersed, and and communication is restored. The researchers immediately went to contact the consortium. Carolina Professor's face was extremely ugly, and it was obvious that the poisoning was serious. But even so, she still grabbed Zulin's arm and said anxiously to her, quickly chase. Be sure to chase the 2 orbs back. Grandma. Zulin was very worried about the dark-faced Carolina Professional. Go. These 2 orbs are very important to our Sinnoh region. Carolina Professor pushed the bamboo orchid away. I understand. Zulin grew up under the care of her grandmother, and clearly knew the importance of the 2 orbs to her research work. Garchomp, I'll leave it to you here. Protect Grandma and the others to prevent Team Galactic from attacking again. Zulin hurriedly explained, then let out Togekiss and rode on it, chasing in the direction Team Galactic left. Zulin had just left in less than 3 minutes. Suddenly, there was an earth-shattering explosion. The huge explosion made the entire Celestic town seem to tremble. A violent fire burst into the sky. Bamboo Orchid. Carolina Professor, looking at the place where the fire is blazing, shouted loudly. Chapter 542 I will go and destroy them. Lapras Island. Little Lugia used his powers to make the sea swell with waves. Hao-Yan took the Ice Ninetales. Lucario, riding a skateboard surf on the sea. Although little Lugia turned into a surf maker, he wasn't bored. Instead, he was very happy. There were so many people playing with him every day, and there was delicious food when he was hungry. This is simply a fairy life. Hao-Yan, I have your phone number tilde. Gardevoir's voice appeared in Hao-Yan's heart. Okay. Hao-Yan turned around in a dashing manner, followed the strength of the wave, and sent himself back to the shore. He took the call from Gardevoir, and it showed that Zulin was calling. He answered with a smile and said, Zulin, have you dealt with the matter over there? But the voice from the other end of the phone was not Zulin's crisp voice. Hello, Director Hao-Yan. I'm Zulin's grandmother, Carolina Professor. Zulin, injured. I'm calling to ask for your help. Hearing Carolina Professional's word, Hao-Yan put away the smile on his face. Instead, it is cold. After hanging up the phone, Hao-Yan summoned all the Pokemon. Go to Celestic Town. Celestic Town Institute. Sinnoh Region 4 Elite. Carolina Professor gathered here early. Above the sky, a figure of saffron appeared. Hao-Yan rode on Charizard and landed on the ground. Everyone immediately gathered around. Director Hao-Yan. Director Hao-Yan. Hello everyone. Hao-Yan greeted casually and looked at Carolina Professional on the side. Carolina Professor. How is Zulin? Hey tilde. Carolina Professor sighed heavily, her worried expression overflowing. Follow me. I'll take you to see her. When he was done, he led the way, following in the footsteps of Carolina Professor. Soon came to Zulin's bedroom. Zulin was lying on the hospital bed with her eyes closed. There are various instruments all around. Several Nurse Joy, always paying attention to the situation of Zulin. Hao-Yan walked into the ward gently. At this time, Zulin's usual rosy face was not even a little bit bloody. His lips were white, and his body was covered with medical bandages. After rescue, Zulin's condition has stabilized. It's just that the injury is too serious, and it takes time to heal. Carolina Professional said with extreme guilt. Hao-Yan also activated the power of Viridian and entered Zulin's body to check her injury. As Carolina Professor said, if I didn't let Zulin go after Team Galactic that day, she wouldn't be hurt. Blame me, granddaughter. Grandma is sorry for you. Carolina Professor beat his chest with his fist in remorse. Zulin was brought up by her. The two of them are very close. Carolina Professor, can't blame you either. After all, who would have thought Team Galactic could be so vicious? On Miss Zulin's way, such a large amount of dynamite was laid. You don't have to blame yourself too much. Elite Bertha, who was good at using the ground system, stepped forward to comfort Carolina Professional. Team Galactic, is there any news from them? Hao-Yan turned around and interrupted the two of them with a cold face. Zulin is one of the few friends that Hao-Yan recognizes. Hao-Yan was in a bad mood when Zulin was seriously injured by Team Galactic's sneak attack. Very bad. During the speech, I unconsciously brought a stern coldness. Hao-Yan, who exudes an icy aura all over his body, is like a sharp sword with a cold light. In the face of such eloquence, Bertha unconsciously took a small step back, carrying Hao-Yan prestige. He replied, no. Hearing Bertha's answer, Hao-Yan's brows furrowed. He asked in a low voice, why? Facing Hao-Yan's question, Bertha lowered her head and replied in a low voice, because Miss Zulin was seriously injured. We were afraid of the people from Team Galactic, and attacked Miss Zulin again. So, gather people here. Hao-Yan was very dissatisfied with the actions of Sinnoh 4 Elite, and said in a commanding tone, I'm here to guard Zulin. You guys, go check it out. Hao-Yan's imperative tone did not arouse Sinnoh's 4 Elite disgust. Instead, it feels natural. Yes, 4 Elite got the order and went to action immediately. When the 4 Elites left, Hao-Yan stopped Bertha. Once we find out where Team Galactic headquarters is, report to me as soon as possible. I'll go and kill them. After Hao-Yan finished speaking, he ignored Sinnoh C Elite, turning to look at Zulin lying on the bed, using the Viridian power in her body, helping hand Zulin repairs her body. Yes. After leaving the Shanhe Institute, the 4 Elite breathed a sigh of relief. Inside did just now. Haoyan put too much pressure on them. Cold tone, decisive attitude, especially the last sentence. I will kill them. Even if it is not aimed at them, it makes them feel boundless coldness. Chapter 543 Giovanni visits Team Galactic. Zulin was attacked and fell into a coma, and Sinnoh region did not have any confusion, because Haoyan temporarily replaces champion of Sinnoh region. Command all investigators in the Sinnoh region. Give the people of Sinnoh region a shot in the arm. With Haoyan taking over the command, whole Shin-OH region, all the investigators began to act without sleep. For a time, Sinnoh region launched the largest operation to capture Team Galactic. Eterna City, Eterna Building, the entrance to Team Galactic headquarters. A man in a fancy suit with a short head, followed by two men with a sinister temperament. They walked in. The inch-headed man is the soul of Team Rocket, Giovanni. The two people behind Giovanni were Archie and Maxi. Maxi, who was originally crippled by Haoyan, doesn't know what Giovanni did, was able to walk upright. As soon as Giovanni approached, someone from Team Galactic stepped forward. Mr. Giovanni, our leader has been waiting for you in the conference room for a long time. Please come with me. Yeah. Giovanni nodded slightly and followed the footsteps slowly forward. Cyrus, long time no see. Giovanni walked into Cyrus's office, said hello and sat down to himself. Looking around, Giovanni sat down, but Archie and Maxi were honest, silently stood by Giovanni's side, acting as a guard. The Team Galactic you formed is not very strong, but the level of technology can be said to be second to none. Giovanni looked at the high-tech instruments around him and couldn't help but exclaimed in admiration. Team Galactic can be said to be the most technologically advanced evil organization in the entire Pokemon world. Cyrus frowned and sat across from Giovanni. Giovanni, get straight to the point. You said you had a way to take that damn Haoyan away. What the hell is going on? Cyrus's heart was distressed since Haoyan temporarily took the position of champion of Sinnoh region. In just 2 days, Team Galactic was struggling, although they obtained 2 vital orbs, but he still needs to catch the 3 holy mushrooms to open his so-called New World plan. But Haoyan didn't plan to let them go with his current posture. Haoyan was in the Sinnoh region for 1 day, and they couldn't and didn't dare to continue their plan. Giovanni also knew the current situation of Team Galactic, so he took the initiative to contact Cyrus. It's actually quite simple. Giovanni waved back. Archie, who was beside him, understood, and took out an orb with blue light from his bosom. This orb was exactly the orb that Team Aqua used to awaken Kyogre at the time. Giovanni said, it's easy to get Haoyan to leave Sinnoh region. He's still from Hoenn region after all. If something happens to Hoenn region, it will definitely attract his attention. If something goes wrong, it's still Slateport City, which he values most. Then with his character, he will definitely go back to deal with it. By then, won't you be able to continue your actions? Cyrus thought for a moment, then said, you mean to wake up Kyogre again, and then the sleeping Groudon will wake up. Let them be incompatible with each other and cause a fight again, forcing that damn Haoyan to return to defense. Giovanni was a little dissatisfied with Cyrus's name for Haoyan, but he didn't show it because he was always deep. Shaking his head silently, he said, it's not as simple as waking up Kyogre. What you have to do is to study this orb and how to use this azure orb to turn Kyogre into its original form. Only Kyogre in its original form has enough destructive power. The balance between Groudon and Kyogre has to be broken. I believe that with the technological strength of your Team Galactic, it should be possible. After Giovanni finished speaking, Archie put the blue orb on the table with some reluctance. Cyrus pondered for a while, then continued to ask, what about Rayquaza? That damn Haoyan, he has the ability to summon Rayquaza and make Rayquaza Mega Evolution. Once he summons Rayquaza, it won't be long before the dispute between Kyogre and Groudon is settled. At that time, he will come back to Sinnoh region to stop my plan. Then how to deal with it? Giovanni said with burning eyes. Rayquaza, I have a way to hold Rayquaza's footstep. Although it can't be for a long time, but you can delay it for enough time. Basically there is no problem. Hearing about Giovanni's complete plan, Cyrus was tempted. Get with 2 orbs. He can't wait to implement his plan. He didn't want to wait any longer for even a second. However, he did not lose his mind, knowing that Giovanni will not help him for nothing. Forcing himself to be calm, he asked with a blank face, what about you, Giovanni? What do you want to gain in this process? Giovanni moved closer to Cyrus and whispered his thoughts. Hearing Giovanni's words, Cyrus, who had always been expressionless, was full of surprise. Madman. Absolutely crazy. Cyrus thought he was the only one who was paranoid, but he didn't expect Giovanni to be 100 times more crazy than him. How about it? Do you want to accept my plan? Giovanni sat comfortably on the sofa and said relaxedly, Cyrus will refuse. He won't. Giovanni had already grasped Cyrus's weakness, like Archie and Maxi standing behind him. Chapter 544 Team Galactic. On the brink of collapse. Sinnoh region, Veilstone City, the warehouse of Team Galactic headquarters. The red light representing vigilance in the warehouse kept flashing. Everyone in Team Galactic was in a hurry. Lord Saturn, Saturn, hurry up. The devil is here with 4 elite. Our frontline team members have already taken charge of blocking it. It is estimated that it can only be dragged for 5 minutes. Let go. A Team Galactic player pulled Team Galactic Saturn hard and told him to leave quickly. But, damn, even such a hidden warehouse was discovered and breached. Saturn waved his fist incompetently with a look of despair. The devil in Team Galactic's mouth is Haoyan. Haoyan leads the Sinnoh 4 elites in a powerful manner to continuously attack the secret bases of Team Galactic. In just 7 days, Team Galactic has had 5 secret bases captured. At the same time, a large number of Team Galactic players were captured. If this warehouse storing a large number of precious instruments is also breached, then the huge Team Galactic is left with the Eterna building headquarters disguised as a commercial company. Lord Saturn, don't think about it anymore, just go. It is estimated that the team members outside will not be able to resist for long. The team members of Team Galactic kept urging Saturn. While talking, boom, 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 3 huge explosions in a row shook the entire Team Galactic warehouse. Haoyan's Mewtwo, Lucario, Charizard broke into the door. A large number of Team Galactic players, working hard to command their Pokemon to fight. It's a pity that it is not the opponent of Haoyan Pokemon at all. Can only resist. Haoyan walked into the warehouse lightly, followed by the 4 elites of Sinnoh region. The devil is here. The Team Galactic players next to Saturn looked desperate. Come on. He pushed Saturn away and released his Pokemon to help Saturn delay time. Saturn took a deep look at Haoyan, whose face was calm, and without further delay, took the important information of Team Galactic and fled from a secret passage in embarrassment. Roar, roar. Charizard opened his mouth to be flamethrower. The Team Galactic member who attacked blocked. Lucario kept waving his fists and attacking continuously. Mewtwo is unleashing mental distractions to tackle offending opponent. Shanaido. Gardevoir was by Haoyan's side, guarding against the opponent's sneak attack. The investigator headed by Haoyan took care of Team Galactic who was present. Hurry up and interrogate to force out the headquarters of Team Galactic. Find where Cyrus is. I don't want to waste time on these minions. Understand? Haoyan said to Sinnoh C elite coldly. Yes. The 4 elite, led by Bertha, took the lead. In the past few days, C elite has experienced the powerful combat power of Haoyan Pokemon. Just find the trail of Team Galactic and attack immediately. At the beginning, I didn't understand Team Galactic's eloquent word, and there was still some resistance. But later they discovered that both conspiracy and conspiracy were easily cracked. Under Haoyan's command, Team Galactic's heritage was almost hollowed out. 4 elite believes that as long as this continues, it doesn't take long to catch a belt T-boss of Eon Galactic, Cyrus. Haoyan glanced at the messy Team Galactic warehouse around him and said, report to me if there is any new situation. I'll go back to Celestic Town first. After finishing speaking, he took back the other Pokemon except Charizard. Charizard spread his wings and soared into the sky. Seeing Haoyan's departure, except for the slightly older Bertha, the other 3 elite breathed a sigh of relief. Haoyan's sense of oppression is too strong. Even if it is not aimed at them, he still feels Alexander. Saturn fled back to Team Galactic headquarters like a rat crossing the street. He stood in front of Cyrus with a sullen face. If you don't look carefully, you'll think it's just a down-and-out beggar. Even Mars, who was at odds with Saturn, couldn't bear to see Saturn's appearance. Report leader, our warehouse in Veilstone City has been destroyed by that demon. However, I brought something back. Saturn took a small, well-crafted instrument and placed it on the table. Cyrus didn't have any extra expressions on his teammates being so down. Facing Karen, who was in charge of the research work, he pointed and said, the research work can begin. Yes. A middle-aged man with a non-mainstream hairstyle carefully took the equipment. When Karen was about to leave, Cyrus stopped him. Karen, hurry up. Slow. We will suffer even more losses. I don't want to affect our plan to create a new world. We're running out of time for Team Galactic. Yes. Karen's heart and the continuous losses these days have almost pushed Team Galactic to the brink of collapse. If this continues, Team Galactic will probably be out of business. Chapter 545 Ripples in Bamboo Orchid's Heart. Celestic Town. The 4 elite gathered and were giving a work report to Haoyan. We interrogated the team members of Team Galactic overnight, and they were all low-level players. They don't know where Team Galactic is headquartered or where Cyrus is, said Bertha, the oldest of the Sinnoh 4 elite. For this, we have dispatched all the investigators together for information about Team Galactic. However, according to the strength of our attack some time ago, it can be said that almost 80% of Team Galactic's team members have been arrested. They probably won't show up easily during this period of time. Haoyan nodded, knowing that Team Galactic had been established for many years. It cannot be done in a short time, and each of the 4 elites has a huge dark circle under the eye. It can be seen that they have also worked very hard during this time. Haoyan turned to look at Zulin, who was sitting beside him, dressed in home clothes, and asked for her opinion. Zulin, what do you think? That's right. Zulin has woken up from a coma. During the time that Haoyan stayed in Celestic Town, he used the power of Viridian Helping Hand Bamboo Orchid to recover every day. However, after recovering from a serious illness, his overall body is still a little weak. Just make up your mind. Zulin smiled softly. During the time she was in a coma, it was Haoyan who was helping her deal with Sinorigin Sundry. It also took on the work of combating Team Galactic. Okay. Haoyan turned to look at Seolite and gave an order, continuing to search for Team Galactic's related work. Cannot stop. Try to find their headquarters. At the same time, additional staff at Lake Acuity, Lake Verity, Lake Valor. These three places may have the legendary Pokemon in the lake. Can't give Team Galactic a chance. Yes. The four elites left one after another. Haoyan, thank you. I heard from my grandmother that as soon as you get the call, come from Lapras Island immediately. After the four elites left, Zulin stroked her loose hair and thanked Haoyan. Perhaps because of the injury, Zulin lost a bit of champion's heroic spirit. 9 more points belong to the gentle charm of women, especially in some cute home clothes. There is a lovely woman's feeling in every gesture. A piece of cake. You are one of my few friends. You should help each other. Haoyan smiled but did not take Zulin's thanks to heart. Zulin heard Haoyan say that she was one of the few friends. A little joy in my heart. But thinking about it carefully, Haoyan just regarded her as a friend. A little lost again. Bamboo Orchid is the champion of Sinnoh region. It can be said that she is a goddess of heaven. He is handsome, powerful, and has a prominent family background. It can be said that it is the perfect match that thousands of men dream of. It's just that among thousands of men among them, there are not many choices of Bamboo Orchid. After all, it is impossible for her to find a man who is weaker than her as a partner. When she woke up from a coma, she knew that Haoyan came to help without hesitation for her, and learned from the mouth of Seolite. In order to avenge her, Haoyan fights the entire Team Galactic with one person. Under the continuous offensive, Team Galactic fell apart. Haoyan's actions made Zulin's heart ripple slightly. By the way, how do you feel about your physical condition these 2 days? Haoyan asked. He plans to return the position of Sinnoh region champion to Zulin when Zulin recovers completely. Although he was temporarily acting as champion, he hit Team Galactic and achieved good results. However, he didn't like champion's busy business. What he yearns for more is freedom. Travel freely around the entire Pokemon world. Okay, much better. Thank you for your concern. Zulin smiled softly and joked. I asked Nurse Joy this morning, and she said I recovered quickly. She also said that in half a month, I will be completely healed. At that time, I can eat my favorite ice cream. When it comes to ice cream, Zulin, this lovely royal sister, is like a little girl, her eyes glowing. Haha, in half a month, it will be January. When the time comes, in such a cold weather, where can you go to buy ice cream? Haoyan said with a funny look. He changed his indifferent attitude towards Sinnoh for elite before. Only around people he knows can Haoyan reveal his temperament. I don't care. I won't sell it by then. I'll learn to make it myself. Zulin said with a sweet smile and a little charm. She quite likes the current state of Haoyan chatting casually. While the two were chatting, Lucario came in. In Celestic Town, Haoyan released his Pokemon. 1. So that they don't have to shrink in the ball. 2. Let them be responsible for vigilance. Xiao, what wrong? Haoyan ended the conversation with Zulin when he saw Lucario approaching. Lucario came to him, and he must have something to say. Lucario pointed to the west. Haoyan's beautiful brows furrowed, and he looked in the direction of Lucario's fingers. You mean, there's something in there that's attracting you? Chapter 546. Leave Sinnoh temporarily. Go to Kanto. Haoyan, I can feel that there is a thing. That thing is very helping hand to me. Lucario uses the power of aura to connect with Haoyan and express his thoughts. Hearing what Lucario said, Haoyan immediately asked back. Can you be more specific about what you said? Lucario closed his eyes, feeling silently. After a while, he silently shook his head. That thing, I can't tell what it is. Haoyan then asked, since when did you start to sense the thing you said? After thinking for a while, Lucario said, I could sense it half a year ago. It's just that the feeling wasn't obvious at the time. But after leaving the town of Alamos, that feeling became obvious. Haoyan was shocked. Feeling obvious after leaving Alamos. During the battle against the gods of time and space in Alamos town, Lucario broke through to the top of champion in order to protect Mewtwo. In other words, after Lucario broke through to the peak of champion, the induction became obvious. The strength is not enough. Can't feel it. Haoyan continued to ask, Xiao, is the thing you sense far from where we are now? Far. Lucario nodded without hesitation. I understand. Haoyan quickly took out a world map from the small portable backpack he carried with him. Find the location of Celestic Town first, then follow the direction Lucario just pointed. Haoyan attaches great importance to the thing in Lucario's mouth. Lucario is a Pokemon with the power of aura, can detect the special fluctuations of all things in the world. Follow the directions and explore the top of the map. Along the way, past some cities, Haoyan searched for the characteristics of those cities in his mind. Determine if something appeals to Lucario. After rejecting enough places, Haoyan's finger finally stopped at the north of Mt. Moon in Kanto region. Is it there? Is it possible that Xiao sensed it? In Haoyan's mind, various possibilities flashed through quickly. Yes, it should be it. Apart from it, nothing can attract Xiao's attention. Having ruled out the impossible, Haoyan understood what attracted Lucario. Xiao, I've got it. Haoyan patted Lucario's shoulders, said confidently, Luca. When Lucario heard that Haoyan was clear, he stopped thinking about it. Anyway, just listen to Haoyan's arrangement. Xiao, during this time you step up your training. We'll go there when things are settled here. Haoyan said to Lucario. Luca. Lucario nodded seriously. Go, Luca. After Lucario left, Zulin stepped forward with a puzzled look and asked, Haoyan, what did you talk to Lucario just now? Haoyan didn't answer directly, but said vaguely, Team Galactic, we need to solve it as soon as possible. I'm going to finish. I promised Xiao's promise. Zulin nodded silently without asking any further question. Although she didn't know what Haoyan was going to do, she knew something. Team Galactic, bad luck. Time is like a white horse passing by. In the blink of an eye, half a month has passed. For the past half month, Sinnoh region has been calm. Nothing at all. The remnants of Team Galactic, with their tails tucked into their head, don't dare to show up at all. During this time, Zulin's body completely recovered, has been restored. Haoyan returned the temporary position of champion to Zulin. Because he calmed down temporarily, Haoyan stopped wasting time here. He's going to Kanto region to fulfill the promise he made to Lucario before. In Celestic Town, there is a Boeing 748 exclusive to Haoyan, ready to carry Haoyan away. Zulin, the key point lies in the body of the three holy mushrooms. As long as you send someone to protect the three lakes, you don't have to worry about Team Galactic bad ideas. I'll settle the matter over there, and I'll come back to help you, Haoyan explained. Well, I know. Zulin nodded seriously. Then I'm leaving. Haoyan turned and walked towards the Boeing 748. Haoyan and Zulin, don't panic Team Galactic. The last time Zulin was injured, she had no intention of calculating, just fell into the trap. If you really have to start it seriously, the bamboo orchid is still very strong. And, even if Team Galactic finally finds the time and space gods, so what? Haoyan called Rayquaza directly, and once again beat the gods of time and space to the ground. Isn't this over? Maybe, there's no need for Rayquaza to get up at all. Ice Ninetales will be able to quell the gods of time and space. Plus, hit Team Galactic so hard some time ago. Team Galactic can't make a dent. Therefore, Haoyan will leave Sinnoh region. Haoyan, who was sitting on the plane, looked at the cloud floating around, thinking in mind, this time I went to Kanto region, except to complete the agreement with Xiao. Maybe I can still see him in the legend. I don't know what Xiaoming will think when he sees him. Chapter 547 The popular Xiao, the strange envelope. Kanto region, north of Mt. Moon. There is a special place called Cameron City. Although it is called a city, it is actually not very large. Although the city of Cameron belongs to the Kanto region, because of its relatively remote location, there is not much contact with the outside world. Therefore, the people living here, their way of life and living habit, all retain the style of the ancient time, including the hereditary system is still adopted here. The leader who leads here is a queen named Illy. The purpose of Haoyan's trip is here. Take Lucario to stroll through the streets of Cameron City, the surrounding buildings, with a strong medieval style. Many of the pedestrians around were the same as Haoyan, with a Lucario beside him. In this Cameron City, Lucario is the most admired Pokemon. A legend, a long time ago, there is a huge war in the city of Cameron. An aura warrior named Aaron, with his partner Lucario, used the powerful aura power to make people put down the fight. The city of Cameron was spared the trampling of war. So, posterity in memory of Aaron and his Lucario. A competition called Aura Brave is held every year. Only Pokemon like Lucario can be used to fight. The strongest can get huge bonuses. Moreover, participating players can play the entire city of Cameron for free without spending a penny. So, at this time of year, a large number of trainers with Lucarios gather here. While strolling, a young girl dressed in a medieval aristocratic costume, followed by a female Lucario with a pink hairpin on her head, who must have been specially dressed, came towards Haoyan. The girl stopped Haoyan generously and extended her hand friendly. Hello, my name is Darlene Tilda. Is it convenient to be friends with you? Talking, Darlene Lucario, hiding behind her master, kept peeking at Lucario of Haoyan. Judging from her appearance, it seems that she really wants to get close to Lucario who is Haoyan. Haoyan looked at Xiao next to him, ignoring the female Lucario's gesture, and shook his head at Haoyan. Haoyan had no choice but to say cruelly to the beautiful Darlene in front of him, I'm sorry, my little Lo, I already have company. After finishing speaking, he took Xiao and continued to walk forward. Oh Tilda, Darlene's disappointment was palpable, and she said to her Lucario, sorry Lily. Darlene's female Lucario reluctantly withdrew her gaze from the eloquent Lucario. When Haoyan left, there were several trainers with male Lucario around, and they walked to Darina's side, like she sent an invitation to make friends. At the same time, these male Lucarios all winked at Darlene's female Lucario. It's just that Darlene's Lucario doesn't look down on these ordinary people at all. A tall look. Lucario is a rare species. Even in the most common Sinnoh region, finding wild Lucarios is not easy. The reason why the Lucario race is not prosperous is because the ratio of males to females in the Lucario race is not balanced. According to a study by Professor O, the proportion of Lucario males is as high as 87.5%. The proportion of females is only 12.5%. So, there are a lot of male Lucarios who are bachelors all their lives. And every year, Cameron Johto will attract a lot of trainers with Lucario concentrated here. Over time, the memorial ceremony in Cameron City turned into a blind date meeting between Lucario. Haoyan was walking towards the hotel he booked, and at the same time teased, "Xiao, you are really charming. The same clan you don't like, but the goddess of someone else's family tilde. Luca tilde." Xiao waved his hand indifferently. "These lesbians are too weak. You don't deserve to be with him at all. Humans choose a partner based on a series of conditions such as appearance, money, social status and so on. Pokemon too. It's just that they value strength." Haoyan's Xiao has reached the peak of champion, and is only one step away from the initial stage of the beast. How could it be possible to see these weak companions? Is there any other reason why Xiao ruthlessly reject the favors of these same races? Of course there is. "I know everything tilde." Afterward, Haoyan came to the hotel booked in advance. Because Haoyan's Pokemon are more and more precious, so I specifically chose a quiet, expensive hotel. There is money anyway. At the front desk of the hotel, respectfully handed the room card to Haoyan. "This is your room card. Please keep it. If you need anything, please feel free to contact us." Haoyan received the room card and was just about to go to the room. The lobby manager of the hotel stepped forward and said to Haoyan, "Sir, here is a letter for you." After he finished speaking, he handed over a delicate letter. Haoyan didn't take the letter from the lobby manager. His eyes were full of vigilance. The itinerary he decided only yesterday. Someone actually knew his whereabouts in advance, and even left him a letter. Is it a conspiracy? Chapter 548. Giovanni knew that Haoyan was going to the tree of Earl Dervish in the world. Haoyan's power of aura opened up, and quickly checked the envelope to see if there were any special item. Only the power of aura told him that there was only one piece of paper in the envelope. He frowned and asked the lobby manager, "Who left this letter to me?" Seeing Haoyan frowning, the lobby manager quickly explained, "That's the kind of gentleman. A gentleman came to our hotel 3 days ago. Said you would stay at our hotel within 3 days. So, I will leave you a letter in advance saying that it is for you to open it in person. According to the instructions of the gentleman, as expected, you stayed with us today, and your name and appearance are exactly the same as the gentleman explained. That's why we are sure that this letter is for you." Haoyan's brow still did not loosen, but he just took the letter and asked, "The gentleman you mentioned, what does he look like?" Haoyan didn't ask what was the name of the person who left him the envelope. If he knew, the lobby manager would call him by his first name instead of "that gentleman." The lobby manager replied, "The gentleman is wearing a famous brand black suit and has a lean head. The whole person seems very capable. Black suit, inch head, capable." Combining these three images, Giovanni came to Haoyan's mind for the first time. Haoyan was playing with the envelope in his hand. Could it be that this letter was left to him by Giovanni? But Giovanni, how did he know his itinerary? "I know that I can't ask why if I keep asking." Haoyan stopped wasting time. Back to his room. "Everyone, come out." After returning to the room, Haoyan released all the Pokemon except Tyranitar. Ice Ninetales and Little Lugia is having fun, and Lucario and Mewtwo get together. Charizard rested on the ground lazily. Only Gardevoir felt Haoyan's different mood and stayed by his side. Haoyan opened the envelope. There is no stationery in it. There is only one map. On the map, the entire city of Cameron is accurately marked. The precision is very high. The most important thing is that a place is circled in the middle of the map. Above, there are a few large characters written. "The tree of the world Earl Dervish." Single quote. And around the tree of Earl Dervish in the world, the route is introduced in detail. Seeing such content, Haoyan's hair stood up. Giovanni knows my itinerary. Besides, you still know my purpose this time. Why would he know? And why did he tell me the direction of the Earl Dervish tree in the world? Why he did this? He thought again. What to get? Haoyan's heart is full of doubt. That's right. This time I came to Cameron City from Sinnoh region to go to the legendary tree of Earl Dervish. Look for the opportunity that will allow Lucario to advance to the primary level of the divine beast. Could it be that Giovanni was there before? Haoyan thought of Beedrill, the first level Giovanni mythical beast. Ordinary Beedrill. No matter how hard you try, it is also impossible to reach the initial level of the beast. Reaching the peak of champion is already their highest glory. This is restricted by the Beedrill race, but Giovanni's Beedrill broke through the restrictions of race. At the same time, it is said that the tree of Earl Dervish in the world also gave birth to the ancestor of Pokemon, Mew, who has all Pokemon genes and can learn all Pokemon skills. Small dreams are made by Team Rocket's using Mew's eyelashes and attracting genes. Describe Team Rocket. Have met Mew. That's how I got Mew's eyelashes and got Mew's genetic sequence. And the strongest person in Team Rockets is Giovanni. Evidence of Giovanni's Beedrill, Mewtwo, plus the current specific map, all pointed to Giovanni, who had been to the Tree of World Earl Dervish. But Giovanni, why did you leave such important information to me? Is this a trap? Haoyan had a hard time guessing Giovanni's thought. His brain was spinning fast. Think about the key. After a while, he still couldn't guess what Giovanni was thinking, and Haoyan's temples were a little swollen because he thought about land crossing. Gardevoir, who has been by Haoyan's side all the time, stretched out her white and tender hand and gently kneaded it on Haoyan's temple. Help him relieve fatigue. With more massages, Gardevoir became more and more familiar with Haoyan's acupuncture point. Xiaolu, thank you for your hard work. Haoyan stretched out his hand to hold Gardevoir's small hand and said softly to her, Shanaido. Gardevoir gave Haoyan a sullen look. It seems to be saying, so polite to me. Haoyan turned his attention to the Pokemon in the room. In the spacious and luxurious room, Pokemon played happily. There is also a variety of delicious food on the side of the hotel. To obtain and enjoy all of this, it is necessary to have a strong backing. Even if it is Giovanni's conspiracy, even if this trip to the Tree of Earl Dervish in the world is a trip to muddy waters, go. Haoyan made up his mind. Chapter 549. The system releases the task of challenging the three holy pillars. The next morning, after breakfast, Haoyan took the Pokemon and followed the directions on the map to the Tree of Earl Dervish in the world. Since Giovanni prepared a map for him so intimately, then Haoyan will go straight away. Haoyan has no doubts about the authenticity of the map. No need to doubt. The verification is actually very simple. Just ask Queen Eileen in Cameron City. With Haoyan's current status, he can easily get the location of the Earl Dervish tree in the world from Queen Eileen. Coupled with Lucario's perception, the direction can't go wrong. At Giovanni's level, even setting conspiracy, it will only be set in the Tree of Earl Dervish in the world, and will not deceive him in the middle of the road. As Haoyan moved, no one could be seen around, including wild Pokemon. Everywhere, there are green mountains and green water. The surrounding quiet environment has a strange feeling. Crossed mountain after mountain to Pewter City and the mountains north of Mt. Moon. According to the display of the map, it is close to the Tree of Earl Dervish in the world. Haoyan, I have a special feeling. There, over that mountain, you can reach the place I perceive. Lucario's eye house said beside Yan. Well, I see. Haoyan got on the map, and even he could feel a special and powerful energy flowing behind the mountain in front of him. It is estimated that only the Tree of Earl Dervish in the world can emit this energy. After crossing the mountain in front of him, Haoyan stood at the highest point, saw the legendary Tree of the World Earl Dervish. The Tree of Earl Dervish in the world, up to 300 meters. The Tree of World Earl Dervish, in fact, strictly speaking, is not a tree that is commonly understood. Instead, it consists of rock formations that look like trees. It's kind of like sculpting a tree out of crystal. Around the tree, all kinds of streamers circulated, colorful and very beautiful. Moreover, as the distance approaches, you can also feel the surging life force emanating from the tree body. Here, the power of Viridian in Haoyan's body has been amplified to the greatest extent. However, in such a beautiful environment, Haoyan did not relax. All Pokemon alerts are released except for Little Lugia. Little Lugia is a Pokemon entrusted to him by the mother Lugia. Strictly speaking, it is not considered to be subdued by Haoyan. At the same time, the combat power is too weak. The current Little Lugia has only the strength of Gym's Peak. Compared with the Pokemon that Haoyan has the strength of Champion at every turn now, he is a veritable younger brother. If something really happened, Little Lugia probably wouldn't be of much help. It will even hold back. Everyone pay attention to the surrounding. Haoyan ordered and walked towards the Tree of Earl Dervish with the Pokemon. When Haoyan approached slowly, he came to the Tree of Earl Dervish in the world. I haven't had time to marvel at the beauty and strangeness of the Tree of World Earl Dervish. Then I felt the surrounding rock formations tremble. In the three directions of the left, middle and right of the Earl Dervish tree in the world, three Pokemon with a height of 5 meters appeared. These three Pokemon have distinct characteristics. One is composed entirely of gray and orange rock. The front of the head has an H pattern of 7 orange dots. A whole body is composed of icicle spear and icicles shaped like crystals. Its face has a plus pattern consisting of 7 yellow dots. One has a gray upper body and is spherical in shape. It has black stripes on its body and a hexagonal pattern of 7 red dots on its face. Haoyan recognized the three Pokemon at once. They are the rock giant Regirock, the ice giant Regice, and the steel giant Registeel. Legend has it that these three giants guard the Tree of the World Earl Dervish. At the same time, a mechanical gentle female voice suddenly sounded in Haoyan's mind. Hearing this voice, Haoyan was extremely happy. The system that disappeared for a long time is finally here. This time, it really paid off. Quest objective: lead Lucario to defeat the 3 sacred pillars of the first first level Divine Beast and obtain the qualification to break through the first level. Quest reward 10,000 reward point. Lucario break through the restrictions of other tiers and is promoted to the initial tier of Divine Beast. Open black lens bracket mission failure penalty close black lens bracket. Deduct the original reward points of the host. Note 1. In this mission, only one Lucario Pokemon can be used. If other Pokemon participate in the battle, the mission will be considered a failure. Note 2. If the challenge fails, Lucario who participates in the challenge will lose the possibility of promotion for life. Host, do you accept the mission? Hearing the content of the mission, Haoyan frowned. The number of tasks issued by the system is not large, but basically there is no penalty for failure. And, if the mission fails, the cost is too great. In addition to the original 30,000 bonus points being deducted, the Gardevoir transformation path will be extended. Lucario will also fail the mission for the rest of his life. Can only remain at the peak of champion. This is absolutely unacceptable for Lucario, who is bent on becoming stronger. Haoyan hesitated for a while whether to take up this task, because the price paid is too great. Of course, once the challenge is successful, the rewards are also great. Chapter 550 The Three Sacred Pillars. 2 Shameless. Lucario is Haoyan's first Pokemon, and the Pokemon that has been with Haoyan for the longest time. Calm Lucario is the Pokemon that Haoyan relies on the most. Don't miss him. Besides Lucario being very important, there is actually another reason that make Haoyan hesitate. As mentioned in the system task just now, the way to complete the task is to defeat the 3 Holy Pillars. Here comes the problem. The 3 Holy Pillars are placed one by one, or 3 on 1. The system is not clear. In Haoyan's view, it is very likely to be 3 volts 1, although the 3 Holy Pillars are all restrained by Lucario's fighting. But anyway, 3 legendary Pokemon. If the 3 Holy Bees take each shamelessly, Lucario's situation will be very troublesome. Haoyan, are you worried about me? Lucario and Haoyan both have the power of aura, which allows them to easily sense each other's thoughts. This time, I'm not 100% sure. Haoyan knew that his emotional changes could not be concealed from Lucario, looked at Lucario seriously and nodded. Hearing Haoyan's answer, Lucario grinned. If you can do it, how will you know if you don't try? Lucario's smile infected the hesitant Haoyan. Lucario wants to get stronger and keep breaking through himself. As a partner, then fight with each other. I understand, Xiao. Haoyan stretched out his hand and held it with Lucario. Between each other, are full of firmness. Xiao, use Swords Dance after Mega Evolution. After adjusting the state, Haoyan gave instructions to Lucario. Lucario gave a loud drink. His hair grew wild, and the spike hidden in his body came out. Keep using Swords Dance to sharpen your attack power. The sharp aura made him like a sharp sword piercing into the sky. This is a battle belonging to Xiao. Please don't participate. Before the battle started, Haoyan specifically explained the other Pokemon, especially Mewtwo. As such an important advanced mission, the battle situation will be very tragic. If Mewtwo couldn't help but help Lucario, he'd hurt him instead. Mewtwo nodded obediently despite the worry in her eyes. After receiving Mewtwo's affirmative reply, Haoyan's eyes focused on the 3 sacred pillars, and Lucario also took a step forward. With Lucario's step out, the 3 holy pillars seemed to have touched a switch, and their eyes were all locked on Lucario's body. The appearance of the 3 sacred pillars confirmed Haoyan's conjecture. The legendary giant, they are known as the 3 holy pillars. Actually, such a shameless 3 on 1. However, the 3 sacred pillars did not care about Haoyan's opinion. They raised their arms together, used the charge beam, and attacked Lucario. 3 charge beams with different powers. The strongest issued by the ice-type Regite. The second is the Registeel of the Steel series, and the weakest is the Regirock of the Rock series. However, these 3 flashing spark beams converged together. Power, but not small at all. It is nearly 15 meters thick. This really refreshed Haoyan's understanding of the 3 sacred pillars. The 3 sacred pillars are all Pokemon with extremely strong defenses, but I didn't expect the combined skills to be so powerful. Although Lucario is not afraid of electrical skills, but resisting a shot will also lose a lot of physical strength. Haoyan commanded quickly, Xiao, use extreme speed to dodge. Lucario took a heavy step on the spot and ran out immediately. Boom! The flash spark beam released by the 3 holy pillars jointly blasted a big hole in the ground. But the strange thing is that this big hole quickly repaired itself, quickly restored it to its original state. But now Haoyan has no time at all to sigh the power of the Earl Dervish tree in the world. The 3 sacred pillars continued to use the spark beam to track Lucario. For the joint attack of the 3 holy pillars, Haoyan could only let Lucario choose to avoid its edge. Keep closing the distance, looking for opportunities to attack. In the continuous attack, the ice-based Regite, the blue crystal body, seemed to merge into the stars. Haoyan knew that this was the special effect of the spark beam skill. In the process of using it, it is possible to strengthen its special attack ability. After all, the 3 sacred pillars are legendary Pokemon with massive amounts of energy. Reggie, don't be afraid of a war of attrition. It will be very detrimental to Xiao if it goes on like this. You can't let their unscrupulous attack be allowed. The distance is enough. It's time to try to attack. With the changes in the battle situation, Haoyan issued an order to attack. Xiao, use extreme speed to rush to Regice's side and use brick break. Lucario spent a lot of physical strength and finally got close to the opponent between the attacks of the three holy pillars. Toward Regice, whose defense is relatively weak, he waved his spiky palm. Clang, clang. Lucario's fist slammed into Regice's body. On Regice's crystal-like body, a scratch of different depth was left, but neck, Registeel, who was beside Regice, threw a fist with an icy aura. Regirock also has a fire punch. Haoyan was not surprised by their attack. He had already expected it, but he didn't expect it to come so quickly. Completely disrupted his original plan. Helpless, I can only let Lucario defend. Xiao, use protect. The poured body of Lucario Orberg was protected by a white route of energy, blocked Registeel and Regirock's attack. However, the huge impact force knocked Lucario out more than 10 meters before it stopped. In the first round of the battle, Lucario successfully hit Regice and blocked the opponent's attack. Lucario has a slight upper hand, but Haoyan's brows were tightly locked together, because he saw that the scars that Lucario had caused on Regice just now were healing. At the same time, the keen Haoyan found that Regice's originally damaged physical strength was replenishing himself by absorbing the vitality emanating from the world's Earl Dervish tree. With such a result, Haoyan couldn't help but scolded. It's too shameless. Chapter 551 Bond. Once again sublimated. Haoyan is a very quality person, treats others like a humble gentleman, gentle and gentle like jade. The number of swear words is few and far between, but these three holy pillars' shameless behavior made him scold. 2JB is rude. 3-on-1, and TM with a reply. Dry. For the beautiful national quintessence, the three holy pillars, who have no feelings and are like a robot, do not know how to appreciate them at all. Responding to Haoyan, it was a flashing spark that assembled three paths into one. Lucario, who was repelled by Registeel and Regirock, lost his initial distance advantage. In desperation, he could only choose to dodge again to find an opportunity. Xiao, dodge carefully. Dodge around Lucario to avoid the combined attack of the three holy pillars. While directing Lucario to dodge, Haoyan was thinking of a way. It's not the way to go on like this. You have to solve one of them. The longer it drags on, the less hope of Xiao's victory. But in the process of thinking about it, Lucario was hit by a flash beam in the chest because it was unavoidable. Electricity flashed constantly on Lucario's body, caused no small damage. At the same time, a huge impact force knocked Lucario out. He fell heavily on the rock wall beside him. Haoyan bit the tip of his tongue, letting the pain and the sweet smell of blood to calm himself down. The power of aura probed the situation on Lucario, but it was just a little embarrassed, not too much injury. Decisively issued an order to fight. Xiao, use iron defense. Lucario came out of the mountain wall and gave a loud drink, and the body of Orberg poured out a layer of white metal light, constantly strengthened their defenses. With Lucario's iron defense finished, Haoyan gave the instruction again. Hard anti-flash spark beam. Rush up with extreme speed and prepare to attack Regice. It's bound to take him down. If you want to solve the three holy pillars, the best way is to kill one of them in seconds, and then break them one by one. Lucario's body burst out again. The flashing spark beam that the three holy pillars joined together landed on Lucario once again. ZZ tilde. Lucario carried the current raging in his body, causing all kinds of discomfort. Still resolutely rushed towards Regice. Xiao, it's now. Use the all-powerful unparalleled fierce punch. Lucario sends out a huge growl to answer Haoyan. Regice, whose defense is relatively fragile, is right in front of him. Lucario faithfully fulfilled Haoyan's order. The most powerful Z move in the fighting department. The energy from all directions, like mountains and rivers, converged on Lucario's fist. Carrying the power of Wan Jun, he smashed heavily towards Regice. Boom! There was a huge explosion, and countless smoke was raised. The entire tree of Earl Dervish in the world seemed to tremble because of Lucario's blow. Such a powerful move by Lucario should solve Regice, but there is something wrong in Haoyan's heart. As if to confirm Haoyan's insufficiency, in the smoke, a blue-black figure flew out. It was Lucario who used his Z move. In Haoyan's perception, Lucario at this time is in a very bad situation. Very bad. Haoyan was so anxious that he didn't care about anything else. He rushed into the battlefield and hugged Lucario. Lucario's body was scorched by the flames on one side, while the other side was as cold as ice. In this case, it should be hard to resist the fire punch and ice punch of Registeel and Regirock. How are you? The viridian power in Haoyan's body poured into Lucario's body crazily. Helping hand added. Lucario smiled miserably, with weakness in his smile. Several of Haoyan's Pokemon saw that their eldest brother Lucario was beaten so badly, and they were all furious. quiet. Especially always look at Mewtwo who lock on Lucario. She has always been silent, and the hoarse growl kept coming out of her throat. Unconsciously entered the Mega Evolution Y form. It hurts in Lucario's body. It hurts in her heart. The laws of psychic kept haunting her. Manic energy, as if to shred everything. Shanai. If Haoyan hadn't drawn Gardevoir's attention to Mewtwo in advance, she would have rushed out. Fortunately, Gardevoir broke through to the top of Champion on Lapras Island some time ago, otherwise he would not be able to hold Mewtwo. Lucario struggled to his feet and waved to Mewtwo, who was worried about him. Signals Mewtwo not to worry about him. With Lucario's personal reassurance, Mewtwo seemed less manic. Immediately afterward, Lucario once again turned his gaze to his opponent, the three holy pillars. I saw the ice-type Regis, with a deep depression in his chest, lie on the ground motionless. Has been completely defeated, but the Orberg giant Registeel, who was not attacked, and the rock giant Regirock were still standing on the field intact. Three holy pillars, there are two left, and Lucario, both physical and energy, consumed about the same. Even so, Lucario didn't hold back. The determination to defeat the opponent remains firm and unshakable. Seeing his Pokemon so firm, the corners of Haoyan's mouth rose slightly. Standing beside Lucario, he said softly, "Xiao, let's fight together." Lucario responded to Haoyan with a smile. In the moment when the two sides looked at each other, Haoyan and Lucario, the stars representing the power of aura, overflowed from their bodies. Come together. The bonds of the two of them have been sublimated once again. Chapter 552 Victory. Advanced Divine Beast. With Haoyan and Lucario's bonds deepened, the viridian power in Haoyan's body flowed into Lucario's body without reservation. In an instant, the replenishment of physical strength and energy was completed. Moreover, Lucario has completely acquired Haoyan's fighting heritage. And Haoyan, he got Lucario's vision. Lucario has never felt so full of energy, shouted Luca. At the same time, Haoyan also shouted loudly, "Xiao, let go." Boom. Leaving a deep footprint on the ground, Lucario rushed out, unreserved, undisguised, releasing his sharp momentum. Fist. Like the sun, the light is dazzling. Like the Registeel and Regirock of the machine, in the face of Lucario's attack, no longer use the flash spark beam. Instead, they stretched out their fists together. The target of Haoyan and Lucario's attack is Registeel. One move, the Brick Break, which contained the mighty thunder, directly tore apart Registeel's defense. He slashed heavily on his rounded head. Clang! A crashing sound between metals left a deep imprint on Registeel's head. At the same time, Regirock Fire Punch also hit Lucario. Julie, let Lucario fly away. Puff! Haoyan, who was commanding behind Lucario, felt a huge force coming from his chest. The powerful impact made him slam into the rock wall on his back. I couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. At the same time, get hot all over. He sublimated with Lucario bond, sharing Lucario's damage. Seeing Haoyan vomiting blood, Gardevoir's snow-white teeth clenched. She is not Haoyan and Lucario and doesn't know the connection between them. All she knew was that Haoyan was hurt. Unconsciously, also entered the mode of Mega Evolution. The psychic energy contained in the Psychic Queen merges with Mewtwo's psychic law. Incredibly manic. Space, because of their overflowing energy, has a strong sense of illusion. Shanai. Gardevoir unconsciously held Mewtwo's hand. Mei looked at the three sacred pillars on the field with hatred. I'm fine. Haoyan had already anticipated this situation, and sublimation with Lucario's bonds meant sharing the responsibility with Lucario. He waved to Gardevoir, who was worried about him, indicating that he was fine. He stood up quickly. Concentrate with the mind of Lucario and get ready to keep fighting. Xiao, let go. Lucario felt Haoyan and his firm will to fight together, and rushed out again. The target, still the damaged Registeel, does not give him any chance to recover. Aura Sphere. In the process of rushing forward, Lucario poked his hands back. Two Aura Spheres suddenly gathered in his hand, not in a hurry to throw it out. Instead, he rushed in front of Registeel and pressed Registeel. The hands are moving and the feet are not. Flame kick. Lucario, who has obtained the complete inheritance of Haoyan's fighting, has a hot breath from his leg, violently kicked down Registeel's body. Boom, boom. The continuous attack caused a huge explosion. In the smoke, Lucario, who abandoned his defense, was once again hit by Regirock on the side. Haoyan, who shared with Lucario, felt a suffocation in his chest, and once again spurted out a mouthful of blood. Lucario looked at Haoyan behind him with concern. I saw Haoyan heroically wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, not caring at all. Pointing at the only Regirock left in the battlefield, he smiled and said, Xiao, there is only one opponent left. Let go. Lucario rushes out again as before. The Regis and Registeel of the three holy pillars have all been knocked down. Only the Regirock of the rock system is left. Victory is at hand. With Haoyan sharing the damage, Lucario can attack without fear. The bulky Regirock is no match for Lucario at all. Use the agile figure to continuously go around its back and issue a deadly attack. Boom, boom. There was a a crashing sound. Regirock, the Pokemon with the highest defense among the 3 holy pillars. But no matter how high the defense is, under the continuous attack, it is only a target. Eventually, Regirock fell. The moment Regirock fell, at this time, there was a mechanical gentle female voice in Haoyan's mind. Congratulations to the host, completing the task. Close black lens bracket. Get 10,000 reward point. Lucario advanced to become the initial level of the beast. Finally finished. Haoyan's tense nerve finally relaxed. At the same time, his eyes darkened, and he fainted. Seeing Haoyan falling, Lucario wanted to reach out to help Haoyan, but helplessly, he also consumed a huge amount of physical strength and energy. His feet were soft, and like Haoyan, he fainted because he lost his strength. Shanaido, Gardevoir and Mewtwo quickly flashed to Haoyan and Lucario's side and hugged them gently, distress stroking their faces. Meanwhile, at the top of the tree of Earl Dervish in the world, a pink Pokemon appeared. Chapter 553 Gardevoir, Mewtwo vs Mew. A Pokemon that appears in the tree of Earl Dervish in the world. It looks like a pink kitten with a tail about twice its height and an olive shade tip. The big blue eyes are triangular in shape. It looks so cute. If Haoyan wasn't in a coma, he would definitely recognize this Pokemon at a glance. According to legend, this Pokemon has all the Pokemon genes, be able to learn all Pokemon skills, considered to be the ancestor of Pokemon. Stealth, incredibly adaptable, able to move freely through water and soar through the air. This Pokemon is Mew. Mimi tilde. In the tree of the world Earl Dervish, floating around. Mew, who was released from stealth, was noticed by all the Pokemon at once. Mew curiously looked at Mewtwo, who looked a bit similar to himself. The blue eyes are full of puzzles and doubt, but more curious. Although Mewtwo met Mew for the first time, she knew what Mew looked like. This seems to be engraved in her DNA. She is a substitute for being used as Mew's template and copy. When Mewtwo was still in the culture medium, he had a strong disgust for Mew, because Mewtwo at that time could not find the value of his own existence, and wanted to destroy Mew to prove himself. But the current Mewtwo, the hatred of Mew has disappeared. What's more, what Mewtwo is worried about now is Lucario in his arms. Don't care about Mew at all. Mewtwo was not the only one who disagreed with Mew. Haoyan's other Pokemon put all their attention on the unconscious Haoyan and Lucario, the ancestor of Pokemon. So what? Is Haoyan important? Mew looked indifferent when seeing Haoyan Pokemon, a little boring. Ignore them. Instead, it floated in front of the fallen 3 holy pillars. Mimi tilde. Mew danced and shouted at the 3 holy pillars. With Mew's movement, the tree of Earl Dervish in the world continued to appear, representing the vitality of the stars converging on the fallen 3 holy pillars. Repair the injury of the 3 holy pillars. The life force contained in the world Earl Dervish tree seems endless. After a while, the injury of the 3 sacred pillars was completely repaired. The 3 holy pillars stood up. Mimi tilde. Mew looked at his work with satisfaction. He waved his hand at the 3 sacred pillars. Mew seems to have the switch to control the 3 holy pillars. At his arrangement, the 3 holy pillars moved away at the same time. After doing all this, Mew was about to leave. However, he found that the flow of air around him seemed to stop. Behind him, a pair of eyes stared at him. In those eyes, there is a monstrous killing intent. It was Mewtwo who was holding Lucario in his arms who sent out this monstrous killing intent. With a hoarse voice, Mewtwo said to Mew without concealing the killing intent, "Can you control those 3 idiots?" Mew turned around. He understood what Mewtwo said and nodded ignorantly. As Mew nodded, a shrill scream shot straight into the sky. Shanaido. The hatred soaring to the sky emanated from Gardevoir's body. The clouds in the sky seemed to be scattered by Gardevoir's boundless hatred. After the hatred soared to the sky, Gardevoir gently handed Haoyan to the Ice Ninetales beside him. Then his face was like ice, and he looked at Mew in the air. Along with Gardevoir, Mewtwo, hand Lucario to Charizard and look at Mew with Gardevoir. Gardevoir and Mewtwo don't even know that Haoyan is fighting against Lucario and the 3 holy pillars in order to break through their own shackle. Even if you know, it doesn't matter at all. The important thing is that Mew just admitted that he can control the 3 holy pillars. And because of the 3 sacred pillars, Haoyan and Lucario were injured and comatose. Even the fierce battle made Haoyan vomit blood. Unforgivable. In Gardevoir's heart, hatred turned into a huge wave. The psychic energy in the body is constantly pouring out. Mewtwo, who had always been silent, let out a rare roar. The psychic law seems to crush the space. Mew felt the hatred of the 2 Pokemon for him, and his blue eyes were full of confusion. Also began to drum up psychic energy to deal with their momentum. The duel between psychic is imminent. Chapter 554 Lend me your power. Mewtwo breakthrough. Haoyan and Lucario fell to the ground because they lost their strength. The surging vitality of the world's Earl Dervish tree is nourishing their bodies and making their cells stronger. This is a rare opportunity for them. But, according to Mewtwo and Gardevoir, that's not the case. Pokemon is not a doctor and cannot observe the state of Haoyan and Lucario. In Gardevoir's cognition, when he was still very weak, weak. Haoyan was injured once to protect her. As a result, Haoyan's back still has indelible scars. In Mewtwo's cognition, Lucario has always been strong, even in the face of a formidable opponent. It's never been like this before, and I'm in a coma because of the battle. That's what made Gardevoir and Mewtwo so angry. I used to hate you so much. Everyone says I'm a clone of you, making it hard for me to understand the value of my own existence. At that time, my life was full of darkness. So, I hate you very much. Just when I was desperate, Haoyan appeared. He is like a light, illuminating my world. And the stubborn Lucario, who made me feel that being cared for is a beauty that cannot be expressed in words. They, proving my existence, are valuable. Also tell me that I am worthy of being liked by others. Since then, I no longer hold grudges against you. But why are you? Why let those three idiots attack them who are so important to me? Could it be that I'm not destined to be happy from birth? Is it destined to be cursed from birth? The Y-shaped Mewtwo flew in the air and couldn't help roaring at Mew loudly and hoarsely, expressing her inner unwillingness. Shanaido. Gardevoir was flying with Mewtwo, staring at Mew. Mimi tilde. Mew tilted his head and looked at Mewtwo, who was yelling at him. He understood what Mewtwo meant, but he didn't understand Mewtwo's emotion. But Mew knew that Gardevoir and Mewtwo were hostile to him. Out of self-protection, in front of Mew, a transparent circular protective shield was transformed, wrapping the body inside. This is Mew's exclusive self-protection defense mechanism. But this scene angered Gardevoir and Mewtwo again, considered a prelude to battle. Shanaido. Gardevoir waved his hands in the air, and a violent white light emanated from his body. Mewtwo didn't talk anymore, fingers clasped together tightly. The laws of psychic surging around the body. Two Pokemon choose to use Calm Mind at the same time to add strength in your fighting power. Shanaido. When Gardevoir assembled, he immediately used his signature fairy skill, Dazzling Gleam. 13 dazzling rays of light instantly enveloped Mew. Mewtwo stretched out her palm, gathered a black shadow ball on her chest, and threw it at Mew. In the face of Gardevoir and Mewtwo's attack, Mew didn't take it too seriously. There was a curious look in those blue eyes. Mimi tilde. The long tail swayed slightly, and a white transparent light green appeared around him. Boom, boom. The energy attack of Mewtwo and Gardevoir caused a huge explosion. But after the explosion, Mew flew in the air unharmed. Obviously, the attack just now had no effect on him at all. Mew, who can learn all Pokemon skills, can easily defuse Pokemon's attack. The attack didn't work, not much to Gardevoir and Mewtwo's expectation. Although Mew doesn't have any momentum, it is in the perception of Mewtwo and Gardevoir. Mew can be clearly seen, surrounded by powerful, unbreakable barriers, but this did not hinder their determination to help Haoyan and Lucario. Revenge. Shanaido. The powerful energy came again, constantly bombarding Mew. After more than 10 rounds of bombardment, Mew is still unharmed, and his blue eyes are still only curious. Fighting for him. Maybe just kidding. On the other hand, Gardevoir and Mewtwo consume a lot of energy because of the continuous release of guilt. Just as Gardevoir was about to continue her bombardment, Mewtwo stopped her. Mewtwo's blocking made Gardevoir stunned for a moment. Is it because the opponent is strong? Give up. Revenge. Mewtwo communicated with Gardevoir with the power of the mind. It can't help him if this goes on. Lend me your power. Hearing Mewtwo's word, Gardevoir calmed down. Mewtwo is right. After more than 10 rounds of bombardment, the barriers surrounding Mew were still indestructible. Need more power to break through. I understand. Gardevoir thought for a moment and agreed. She knew that there was a fateful entanglement between Mewtwo and Mew. The energy from the whole body poured out and continuously gathered into Mewtwo's body. Mewtwo and Gardevoir both belong to psychic. Energy belongs to the same family and does not exclude each other. As Gardevoir's energy poured in, Mewtwo's aura grew stronger. Filled with energy, let Mewtwo's level rise to the peak of champion. Chapter 555. Just now, what happened? With the energy transferred into Mewtwo's body, Gardevoir was unable to continue flying and had to fall back to the ground. Let Mewtwo, with her will, complete the revenge. Gardevoir, who has broken through to the peak of champion, has more energy in his body than Mewtwo in the middle stage of champion. If it is another Pokemon, it is estimated that due to the excessive expansion of energy, it will explode and die. But Mewtwo is different. The muscles in her body are wider and stronger than ordinary Pokemon. Except for a little pain when I absorb energy, there is no discomfort at all. This pain is nothing compared to distressing Lucario. With the continuous absorb, Mewtwo's momentum reached its peak. The laws of psychic that surround him treat the surrounding space as a fragile lens. It was as if Mewtwo could crush the space with a little force. The improved Mewtwo has improved perception, and feels more and more powerful in this ontology. But she didn't care about it. Mewtwo doesn't skimp on psychic energy at all, and concentrates all the energy between his hands. A huge shadow ball 20 meters wide was condensed. With a vigorous lick, he threw it towards Mew. Mimi tilde. See the huge shadow ball, overflowing energy. Mew's curious blue eyes appeared solemn for the first time. I finally realized that this Pokemon looked very similar to to him, has good fighting power. Mimi. Mew is no longer passive defense, using attack skills for the first time. Use Psychic Psyshock. The originally invisible spiritual force, after being condensed by Mew, turned into a psychic light with substance. The surrounding air, under the influence of psychic light, seemed to turn into seawater, rippling outward, and Mewtwo's attack formed a counterattack. Boom, boom. The attack between the main body and the replica body suddenly formed a violent explosion. Thankfully this is the world Erlder. The Tree of Vish has surging vitality around it. It can restore everything around it. Otherwise, the battle between Mewtwo and Mew would be enough to bring down a village. Pooh, pooh. Mewtwo gasped for breath. The energy absorbed from Gardevoir just now was exhausted by using the huge shadow ball. But Mew, still flying in the air, was not affected. Is this the power of the body? Even if I try my best, I can't pose a threat to him. When the energy was exhausted, Mewtwo could only choose to change form and become X-form. I want to use the remaining physical strength to attack Mew. Just then, Mewtwo heard a pleasant voice. Little dream. Haoyan, who was lying on the ice Ninetales, woke up. As soon as Haoyan opened his eyes, he saw Gardevoir's worried and tired eyes. Haoyan immediately asked Gardevoir, Xiaolu, what's wrong with you? But before Gardevoir could answer, he saw two huge energies colliding. After the explosion, Mewtwo was found fighting. Little, who is Xiaoming fighting? With the help of Gardevoir, Haoyan stood up and looked at the sky, surprised to find that pink kitten in the air. Dream. Mew, like Haoyan, who woke up, and Lucario. Luca. As soon as Lucario opened his eyes, he saw Mewtwo fighting. After the war, his muscles were sore, but even so, he raised his hands and feet with difficulty, aroused the power of aura that had just recovered in his body, and wanted to fly. Although I don't know what happened, also don't know what Pokemon is fighting Mewtwo, but does it matter? Unimportant. He wants to help Mewtwo. Just after taking 2 steps, he was so weak that he staggered and almost fell. Seeing Haoyan and Lucario wake up, Mewtwo in the battle was surprised and happy. The good news is that they are all right. Surprisingly, Lucario almost fell. Abandoning the opponent, Mewtwo quickly flew back to the ground. Lucario was too weak, but out of the heart of protecting Mewtwo, he pulled Mewtwo and protected her behind him. Watching Mew in the air vigilantly, taking advantage of the fact that there was no further fighting, Haoyan approached Mewtwo with the help of Gardevoir. Xiaomeng, are you injured? When Haoyan asked, Lucario, who was on guard, also pulled away and glanced at Mewtwo. Mewtwo shook her head, indicating she wasn't hurt. Knowing that Mewtwo was not injured, Haoyan and Lucario both breathed a sigh of relief. Mimi tilde. Seeing that Mewtwo is no longer attacking, Mew seems to have lost interest in playing. With a shout, he disappeared into the tree of Earl Dervish in the world. As Mew disappeared, Haoyan immediately asked Mewtwo and Gardevoir, just now, what happened? Chapter 556. Haoyan, an opponent who can be seen by Giovanni. So that what happened? Hearing Gardevoir's explanation, Haoyan understood why they rioted. What a silly girl. Haoyan nodded at Gardevoir's cute little nose, and said both distressed and moved, I'm fine, it's just because I'm exhausted. Next time, you can't be so reckless. Hearing Haoyan's gentle rebuke, Gardevoir responded, but you're vomiting blood. Is it really okay? In order to reassure Gardevoir, Haoyan patted his limbs and did a few fitness exercises, comforting him while doing, really, I'm fine, and I feel like I'm stronger than ever. Okay. Gardevoir then believed that Haoyan was fine, and felt a lot more at ease. It's just that Gardevoir is still unforgettable. The moment when Haoyan vomited blood. I don't like the 3 holy pillars. Lucario on the side, like Haoyan, chatted with Mewtwo in private, although the two of them were a little impulsive, but it seems to have turned out well. Xiao successfully advanced to the initial stage of the beast, and Xiaomeng also broke through because of the battle with Mew. Even if Xiaomeng met Mew, the main body, he fought with Mew only because he was worried about me and Xiao. This shows that, subconsciously, Xiaomeng has been changed. Let her stop hating Mew and be full of hope for life. It's fine. Everything is fine. I just feel a little aggrieved. Mew. Haoyan thought in his heart. Haoyan was not surprised that Mew appeared in the tree of Earl Dervish in the world. It's like Mew's home. It's not surprising that Mew can control the 3 holy pillars. After all, Mew is the master of Udemon. This time the harvest is not small. It's time to go back. I don't know what happened to Zulin. After regaining his rank, Haoyan took the Pokemon and left open. On a mountain 5 kilometers from the world Earl Dervish tree, Giovanni, who kept his short hair, saw Haoyan, who finished the challenge and prepared to return through the high-powered telescope in his hand. He was always calm, and there was an inexplicable joy in his heart, which made him show a sincere smile. Discard the high-power binoculars at will. Take out a special baby ball from your waist and play with it in your hand. This special baby ball has an M word printed on it. Actually, it's another Master Ball. In this Master Ball, there is a Pokemon that has been covered in Orberg all the time. This Pokemon looked very similar to Mewtwo. This Pokemon is Orberg Mewtwo. Muttered. The reason why Mewtwo is called the strongest biological weapon is not how strong he is. It should be him, who has a heart of destruction and destruction. reaction. Instead of having the fragile emotions of human, Team Rockets can use genetic technology to create a Mewtwo. Make more Mewtwo. This is also why Giovanni spent a lot of manpower and material resources to make Mewtwo. But when Mewtwo escaped, they only dispatched 3 cadres who only had the strength of Jim to hunt them down. Because Giovanni didn't care much about Mewtwo, who only had an independent consciousness. What really caught Giovanni's attention was the one he had now. The transformed Oreburgh Mewtwo has no independent thinking ability, but has powerful destructive power. Such Oreburgh Mewtwo is completely in line with the strongest biological weapon in Giovanni's heart. Giovanni took the Master Ball loaded with the Oreburgh Mewtwo and put it back on his way. With Haoyan's departure, he is also ready to leave. That's right, as Haoyan expected. It was he who provided Haoyan with the map of the tree of Earl Dervish in the world. Giovanni is proud and conceited. In the entire Pokemon world, there are only 2 opponents who can make him fancy. One of the price of Kaji Jim. It's just the obsessive price who only loves Lapras who resurrected him. The other is Haoyan of the new generation. As for the Alliance champion of each region, the flying champion known as the land crossing bird. Age, older, looking to retire. Even since his debut, Leon has been undefeated. In his opinion, he is just a vulnerable person with a narrow structure and a small wealth. The leader of each region's evil organization. Giovanni is even more despised. They are only fit to serve as his subordinate. Haoyan, hurry up and grow into a giant tree. At that time, the battle of fate between you and me will definitely be exciting. I'm also curious, is it the light you believe in that can illuminate the world? It's still this world. It will be returned to endless darkness. It was you or me who changed the world. It's really exciting. Giovanni took Beedrill's baby ball out of his bosom, released Beedrill, and left the tree of the world Earl Dervish. Chapter 557 Emotional Abnormality. Avoiding Charizard of the same family. Haoyan, who was riding on Charizard, was heading north of Mt. Moon, planning to go back to Cameron City, board his Boeing 748 luxury plane, and go to Sinnoh region to meet Zooland. Although this time is thrilling, the overall harvest is still very good. There's still 10,000 reward points left, but 50,000 points are enough. As long as the task of the system is completed one more time, Xiaolu can be transformed. I don't know what will happen after Xiaolu transforms. However, what Xiaolu has become is huge. Haoyan is still looking forward to Gardevoir's transformation. Faintly, there is still some jiggle. Just as Haoyan was thinking about it, 3 Charizard flew across the sky in the distance. None of the 3 Charizard have trainers on their back. It is not uncommon to see 3 wild, mature Charizard in the wild. Roar tilde roar tilde. Charizard, who Haoyan sat down, saw his own kind, and quickly changed from high altitude flight mode to low altitude flight. It seems that I don't want these few of the same kind to find themselves. Haoyan noticed Charizard's abnormality and asked, what's wrong with Xiaolong? Roar tilde roar tilde. Charizard shook his head, slowing down deliberately. Little dragon, stop on the ground. Keen Haoyan, aware that his Charizard's mood was a little abnormal, he simply let Charizard park on the ground, ready to conduct a careful cross-examination. Charizard obediently fell back to the ground, consciously or unintentionally, and secretly looked in the direction where his own kind left just now. It seems to be watching whether the other party is far away. Charizard table love completely fell into Haoyan's eyes. You must know that Charizard has a relatively low status in front of the little princess. Usually, it is a wild and domineering look. He is not afraid of the sky and the earth. Even in the face of the sky overlord Rayquaza, he will not give way. When did you become so cautious? For fear that the other party will find out. Xiaolong, do you know the same kind of animals just now? Haoyan patted Charizard's broad back. Instead of asking directly, he chose to open his heart slowly. Roar tilde roar tilde. Charizard nodded slightly, turned his head away from Haoyan, and deliberately did not respond to Haoyan's gaze. He just turned his head. For some reason, there was a feeling of loneliness and loneliness. This was the first time Haoyan felt this way since he subdued Charizard. Xiaolong, can you tell me something? Haoyan said softly. Roar tilde roar tilde. Charizard shook his head stubbornly, as if it wasn't a good memory for him. Charizard looked sad and lonely, which reminded Haoyan of the time when he subdued Charizard a long time ago. At that time, Charizard was just a weak Charmander. Because he was attracted by the aroma of Pokeblock, he met Haoyan, who was camping in the wild. After squatting all night, tired and hungry, I finally dealt a piece of Pokeblock. Get delicious Pokeblocks and not enjoy them alone. Instead, he chose to take it back and give it to his fellow clan friend. It's a pity that the friends of the Charmander's family dislike the Charmander of different colors. Eat the Pokeblocks he brought back, but ruthlessly banish him from the clan. The stubborn Charmander, unwilling to leave because of loneliness, was attacked by his kin. In the end, Charmander, whose body and mind were severely damaged, left the group sadly. Later, I was moved by Haoyan's warmth and became each other's partners. Even thinking about it now, Haoyan still feels distress for Charizard's experience. Sitting silently beside beside Charizard. Haoyan said softly, Xiaolong, do you know, I've always felt that you are the one who understands me best, and we're all alike. At this point, even Xiaowu and Xiaolu can't understand it. When I came to this world, I was lonely, hesitant, and even helpless. Even though there are my fellows everywhere, they can't understand the loneliness in my heart. But when I see you, I think you can understand me. So, I invite you to be my partner. Haoyan's words came from the bottom of his heart. Just as he said, in this world, there are no familiar relatives and friends. Out of place, everything is so unfamiliar. Haoyan's sincerity made Charizard open his heart. Instead of avoiding his eyes, he whispered growl. He recounted the bad memories of his childhood. Sure enough, what Charizard thought was almost the same as Haoyan's guess. Chapter 558 Xiaolong, you are the king of the race. After Charizard's remark, Haoyan learned about his past before conquering Charizard. Charizard was not born in the Viridian forest that conquered him. It's a place called Charizard Valley. Only there, too, the different colored Charizard was not welcomed by his kin. He thinks that Hesse is a traitor among his own race, brutally drove him away. The weak Charizard came to the Viridian forest in order to seek the approval of other kin. It's a pity that the situation in the Viridian forest is the same as in the Charizard Valley. The same is not welcomed by the same family. In the end, Charizard met Haoyan, and Charizard avoided those few kin. In fact, just didn't want to recall the past that made him sad. Facing the dejected Charizard, Haoyan said, Xiaolong, it's just their stupidity that they expelled you. Roar tilde roar tilde. Charizard's eyes turned to Haoyan. Haoyan looked at his Charizard firmly and said word by word, they expelled you, not because you were a traitor. On the contrary, your distinctive color means that you are the king of the Charizard tribe. In a group, there can only be one king, and the king is often different from other mediocre people. Your special color represents this. Haoyan's words made Charizard's eyes flash with inexplicable brilliance. The skin color that has always made him inferior actually represents that he is the king of the race. Xiaolong, isn't it? In Lavarage Town, face Typhlosion who is much stronger than you. Challenge again and again. Temper yourself repeatedly. Even if you fall, you have to fight hard against your opponent. That is it you. Haoyan shouted loudly. Roar, roar. Charizard responded loudly. On MT. Miss. Facing the mighty god of the earth. Groudon, I didn't take a step back. Is that you? Roar, roar. In Sky Pillar, when all Pokemon dare not fly because of Rayquaza's powerful breath, are you the only one who dares to face the Sky Overlord Rayquaza? Roar, roar. Unyielding, courage, these are the spirits that only kings have. Haoyan cheered on his Charizard with a firm look. Xiaolong, you are already Charizard family, the strongest king. Those mediocre people who only hide in the valley and don't want to make progress, they are just weak and incompetent people. They, who were ignorant and stupid, expelled their king. Now, it's time to prove to them that you are the Charizard family, the most powerful king. Roar. Charizard roared wildly, as if the clouds in the sky were blown away by this roar. Haoyan looked at himself with high fighting spirit with satisfaction and swept away Charizard, who had a sad look before. Whether it is a human or a Pokemon, once there is a knot that cannot be untied, it will block their way forward. Even, it may become a lingering demon. All he wants is to let Charizard untie his knot and overcome it. Moreover, what I just said was all from my heart. Haoyan thinks that his Charizard is the undisputed king of the group. Not just Charizard, all other Pokemon. They are the kings of the group. Xiaolong, let go. Leave Charizard Valley. Let them see the strength of the king. Haoyan flipped over Charizard's back handsomely and instructed Charizard to set off. Roar, roar. Charizard waved his wing, and suddenly a small whirlwind rolled up on the ground, like a golden streamer, straight into the sky. Charizard Valley, between Violet City and Azalea Town. It is a national park that is strictly forbidden to ordinary people, because there are many powerful Charizard living here. At the top of the valley is a statue of a huge Charizard rock. The valley is surrounded by rivers on the outside and a rocky canyon on the inside, growing with small trees. We have arrived. Haoyan rode on Charizard, high above the Charizard Valley. There are many Charizard here, resting on the rock. Seeing Haoyan and his Charizard coming, they all opened their eyes. The little dragon's saffron-colored appearance is different from the general Charizard. This also made Charizard in the valley recognize him at a glance. It was the alien, the traitor who was expelled. Boom! Powerful aura erupted from these Charizard. All the auras came together to target Haoyan and Xiaolong in the air. Charizard Valley is indeed a holy place for Charizard to practice. Charizard here, the weakest has reached the peak of gym. There are countless elite Charizard and even champion Charizard. The number of Charizard here add up to hundreds. They all stared at Xiaolong with bad expressions on their faces. Ho-a-ho, the aliens get out. You are not welcome here. Ho-a-ho, damn aliens, don't defile our holy land. Their voices came one after another, but they all had the same meaning, full of expulsion. Haoyan's face sank, and he said solemnly, Xiaolong, shut up these incompetent and stupid people. Roar. From Xiaolong's nose, two white tight breath out, and he let out an earth-shattering hyper-voice roar. Directly overwhelmed hundreds of Charizard growls. The hyper-voice roars and reverberate throughout the Charizard Valley. Chapter 559. How about a pair of 100? In the Charizard Valley, a green-haired girl, riding a Charizard with a pink bow on her head, flew out from the depths of the valley. This girl, called Liza, is the only human inhabiting the entire Charizard Valley. As usual, she was in charge of taking care of Charizard in the valley. Just now Liza heard a continuous Charizard growl from the periphery of the valley. Come and see what's going on now. Seeing the golden Charizard, the expression on his face was a little weird. When she saw the big words on Xiaolong's body, she asked, "Who are you?" Haoyan turned over beautifully and got off Charizard's body. He replied indifferently, "My name is Haoyan." Haoyan. Liza seemed to have heard her friend Claire mention the name, but after staying here all day, she couldn't remember who Haoyan was for the first time. "You're this Charizard trainer?" Liza asked again. "That's right," Haoyan replied casually, put his hand on Charizard's body, and used the Viridian Power Helping Hand to restore his rank. Flying straight from Mt. Moon took some of my stamina. At the same time, Charizard, who was about to move around, gathered around Haoyan and Xiaolong. Seeing that the situation was not right, Liza hurriedly said to Haoyan, "Let's take your Charizard and leave." "This here, not." Haoyan interrupted her directly and rudely, "Because my little dragon is a different color, we are not welcome here." "That's what you meant to say." Liza was stunned when Haoyan spoke first. Having stayed in the Charizard Valley all the year round, she is very aware of the character of Charizard living here. They have a lot of hostility towards the same race of different colors, and paranoid that heterochromia is a traitor between the same race. Although this point of view, Liza does not agree. "But no way, Charizard is a very stubborn creature. Since you already know, leave now. Otherwise they will most likely attack you later." Liza wants Haoyan to leave quickly, but once a conflict arises, even she may not be able to stop it. "Attack us." Haoyan smiled disdainfully, stopped talking to Liza, and concentrated on helping Xiaolong recover his stamina in order to achieve the best aid. "Why don't you listen to advice?" Liza just wanted to continue to dissuade Haoyan from leaving, but found that Charizard around her had gathered behind her. Ho tilde, despicable traitor, leave our holy place. Ho tilde, holy land, not a place where aliens like you can come. Ho tilde, get out of our holy place. Growl that keeps issuing expulsion. Seeing that they couldn't hold back and looked like they wanted to expel them, Liza hurriedly went to appease the Charizard group. "Everyone, don't be in a hurry. I'll let them go." Usually Liza is in charge of taking care of the Charizard group, and her words still play a role. Haoyan only felt a sense of depression accumulated in his chest. He and Xiaolong had just arrived here. How long has it been? These Charizard are so excited to banish them. One can imagine how much scorn and bullying Xiaolong received in the past. "Have you seen it all? If they don't leave, they will really start," Liza said anxiously to Haoyan. "Once hundreds of Charizard move together, it's no joke." Haoyan retracted his palm. He had recovered all his physical strength through the Viridian Power Helping Hand. Xiaolong. Roar. Xiaolong stood in front of Haoyan and looked at the group of stupid fellows who drove him away with disdain. The little dragon's sound was like a signal, causing Charizard in the entire valley to send out aggressive growls. It's fine if you don't go. Charizard who doesn't restrain you. Do you really want to fight?" Liza asked angrily. Facing Liza's questioning, Haoyan said lightly, "Yes, we are here today to fight." "Are you crazy? There are hundreds of Charizard here. Are you looking for death?" Liza felt that Haoyan was like a lunatic. She looked so good, but she seems to be sick. "Hehe, what about 100? My little dragon is the king of Charizard." Haoyan was full of confidence in his Charizard. As Haoyan's voice fell, Xiaolong used his hands to beat his chest vigorously. The momentum is constantly rising. Crown, champion pinnacle. Liza keenly felt the difference in Haoyan Charizard. Moreover, at this time, she finally remembered who Haoyan was. Hoenn region, the youngest and most powerful champion curator. Roar tilde, roar tilde, roar tilde, roar tilde. Inspired by the momentum of the little dragon, all the Charizard living in the valley are angry. "An alien, traitor, how dare you taunt them all? This is coming to die." Since this is the case, it would be a good thing to clear this outlier. The densely packed Charizard all flew. All eyes are locked on Xiaolong. "Xiaolong, let go and have a big fight. Use your strength to prove that you are the king of the population." Roar. Xiaolong let out a huge roar, waving his wings like a golden streamer and flying into the sky, facing his opponent. Chapter 560. Is it really their king? Even if it's champion, so what? Even Leon's Charizard, using Dynamax, and not necessarily able to beat such a large number of Charizard. Liza said loudly to Haoyan, wanting Haoyan to leave with his Charizard. "Leon, Dynamax." Haoyan chuckled lightly and was in the system store. You can easily exchange for a giant wristband, and even the reward points for exchange are cheaper than Mega Evolution's Mega Stone. Haoyan didn't choose to let Charizard go the way of Dynamax. Dynamax, in his opinion, opinion, sacrifice the improvement in speed, barely pulling up defense and endurance. The seemingly huge body just makes the Pokemon a useless target. This has been verified in the Attribute Expert competition. In my opinion, Dynamax is a joke, and even Leon's Charizard doesn't deserve to be compared to my little dragon. Hao-Yan is full of strong confidence in all his Pokemon. Just when Liza wanted to refute Hao-Yan's arrogance, the battle began. Roar tilde roar tilde. Roar tilde roar tilde. Hundreds of Charizard have jointly used the fire-type signature skill, Flamethrower, in the entire Charizard Valley. Because of this move, the surrounding temperature instantly rose by 20 degrees. Such a scene made Liza's face turn pale. Roar. Xiaolong roared. Growl was full of unparalleled domineering and wildness. On Lapras Island, Hao-Yan's little dragon has reached the peak of champion after being trained by Rayquaza. Even if the fire column is so violent, with his speed, he can completely avoid it. But he did not choose to dodge. To prove that he is the king of the group, he must defeat this group of people with an invincible attitude. A wing, like a golden streamer, stared at the flames sprayed by the opponent, and rushed over. As a master at playing with fire, the flames cannot do him any much damage. Boom, boom, boom. In Liza's surprised eyes, the powerful little dragon, carrying the scorching flame, kept claws wanton in the Charizard group. Every time the claws are thrown, there is a strong power. Charizard, who was hit by the claws, fell to the ground weakly. Although there are hundreds of opponents, most of them are only weak opponents of gym and elite level. Xiaolong is very easy to solve. Xiaolong, use the super powerful extreme explosive bomb. Let them see what is the strongest move of the flame element. Hao-Yan's Viridian power and Xiaolong merged together. The experience in the Tree of Earl Dervish in the world has given him the ability to connect with Pokemon. Roar. The little dragon emitting a golden halo keeps improving his aura. A huge searing shot, at least 30 meters in length, condensed on top of his head. Throw it at the opponent. Boom. The huge heat energy directly dried the lake water in the Charizard Valley. Those Charizard with only gym and elite levels fell under this blow. Only a dozen or so Charizard from the early champion stage remained. Too horrible. Liza's eyes widened in disbelief. Such a fast condensation speed and terrifying power. Only the king of the population can release such a terrifying attack. But this result is far from meeting Hao-Yan's requirement. All Charizard must be knocked out. That's what he came here for. Little dragon, use air slash. Roar. The dragon's wings kept waving, and 3 air cutters were immediately thrown out. Facing the attack of the little dragon, the dozen or so Charizard in the early champion stage immediately organized an attack. Fired Flamethrower again to fight. But when these Charizard thought they could block the dragon's attack, that would be a big mistake. The air cutter used by Xiaolong is so sharp, can cut all the flames together. Like a sharp pair of scissors, it cut through the flame. Attacked them. Boom, boom, boom. 3 more collisions. The 3 Charizard in the early champion stage are all powerless to fight again. Little dragon, Dragon Claw. On the little dragon's claws, white brilliance appeared. It keeps sprinting towards the only remaining Charizard, and performs melee attack with the opponent. The little dragon commanded by Hao-Yan used pure physical collision, constantly fighting with opponent. Although the remaining 10 Charizard have sharp claws, it can leave different degrees of scratches on Xiaolong's body. But in the face of the opponent's counterattack, you can't dodge at all. Just come hard. As time went on, less and less Charizard fought against the dragon. Boom. Xiaolong, a huge dragon claw, directly hit the last Charizard in the air to the ground. In the air, only the little dragon is left. Roar. Even though Xiaolong had a lot of scratches on his body, at this time, he only felt that in his heart, depression that has accumulated over the years. He was finally lined up and shouted at the entire valley. All the downed Charizard were shocked by this. They were once regarded as traitors and alien dragons. The combat power is so powerful. Is it really their king? Chapter 561 The Secret of Charizard Valley. Charizard becomes the king. Roar. Roar. The domineering little dragon echoes throughout the Charizard Valley. Charizard, who lives here, has all been defeated by what they consider to be aliens and traitors. Even if it makes them unacceptable, they can only do glare. At this time, Hao-Yan frowned. From his perception, the entire Charizard Valley seems to have a special kind of fluctuation. This kind of fluctuation gives a very strange feeling. It's as if the entire valley that is connected as one has come to life. Move. His eyes moved. Liza pointed in horror at the top of the valley, where there was a huge statue of Charizard rock. Hao-Yan immediately looked for the sound. Sculpted into a rock statue of Charizard. His eyes moved. Then, the closed faucet opened its mouth slightly. This rock statue will move. Hao-Yan rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Anyone who sees a dead object suddenly become alive will be shocked. In the next second, the color between heaven and earth suddenly changed. The dragon head of the rock sculpture burst out with great power. The mighty power was overwhelming, pressing all the injured Charizard to crawl to the ground. Let them bow their arrogant head. Roar. Only Hao-Yan's little dragon was still flying in the air, facing the rock sculpture. The legend of the Charizard Valley is actually true. Liza's mouth widened in disbelief. belief. What legend? Haoyan asked immediately. Only a powerful Charizard can get the opportunity to practice in the Charizard Valley. This is because this is the holy place of the Charizard family. They are cultivating here and can get a quick improvement. It is said that there used to be an ancient Charizard living here. He is known as the God of Charizard. God of Charizard has the ability to summon Skyfire. With a single claw, you can split mountains and split gold. When that Charizard died, this Charizard Valley was created. Although Charizard, who became a god, died, his spirit has always been pinned on the sculptures in the valley. Look for a powerful kin and accept the highest inheritance belonging to the Charizard family. According to the records in the ancient book, the Charizard who has obtained the inheritance will be able to command the Charizard family. All ordinary Charizard must bow down when they see it, and be restrained. Liza spoke quickly about the history of the Charizard Valley. At this moment, a golden light appeared in the eyes of the rock sculpture. Wrap the little dragon in the air at once. The wrapped little dragon made a huge roar. Seems to be in great pain. Little dragon. Haoyan doesn't know if what Liza said just now is true or not. He wanted to rush up and rescue his little dragon. Cannot go. Your Charizard is receiving inheritance. To disturb him now will only harm him. Liza grabbed Haoyan's arm and prevented him from leaving. Pooh, pooh. Haoyan exhaled a few heavy breaths. Through the power of aura, Haoyan found that although Charizard was in pain, his body was being transformed and fused by a same energy. Let every cell in his body become strong and resilient. Just now, some of my concerns were messed up. Xiaolong, hold on. Haoyan silently cheered Charizard in his heart. After more than 10 minutes, the eyes of the rock statue no longer radiated light. The huge dragon head that was originally lifelike has also become dull and lost its former splendor, really reduced to a dead thing, and the little dragon that was scattered by the light has completely absorbed the energy in it. Equal rank from the peak of champion to break through to the first rank of divine beast in one fell swoop. And, on his forehead, there was a fiery red pattern like a hooked jade. In the black and golden skin, there are fiery red lines, quietly flying in the air, with a powerful breath standing like a demon king. Roar! Xiaolong opened his mouth, and suddenly a terrifying dragon's might erupted, flashing around him, accompanied by a red-black aura. It shot straight into the sky. A wing, the strong wind compresses the air, and directly forms an air cannon. Boom! On the mountain wall of the valley, suddenly a huge pit of more than 10 meters appeared. All the Charizard practicing in the Charizard Valley, all kneel down. Before getting the inheritance, Xiaolong just conquered them by force, not make them really convinced. But after getting the inheritance, all Charizard knows, the little dragon who was once regarded as an alien and a traitor by them, is the king of their family. It is the master of their family. Roar tilde roar tilde. Roar tilde roar tilde. The Charizard group let out a low cry. They are asking for forgiveness from the king. Forgive their stupidity and ignorance. Hope to get the mercy of the king. Roar tilde. Xiaolongli ignored his fellow clan and fell beside Haoyan. Xiaolong, I'm right. You are the king of races. Haoyan looked at his Pokemon with relief. Roar tilde. Charizard looked at Haoyan affectionately. He was still Haoyan's little dragon. Chapter 562 Kyogre in primal form. Hoenn region. Sea road not far from Sutopolis City. A very fast small submarine is sailing on the bottom of the sea. The person driving this small dive is Team Galactic in what looks like a spacesuit. But the person directing these Team Galactics is Archie. Report, there are still 300 meters, and you can reach the established position. Report, there are still 200 meters. Report, there are still 100 meters. Report, a huge amount of life energy detected. As the submarine got closer, Archie, sitting on the command seat, leaned forward more and more. When the window of the submarine can be seen, Kyogre's huge blue figure is seen again. Archie's expression became extremely frenzied, and he muttered to himself, Kyogre, the god of the sea, your blue body is so beautiful. Even if it's not the first time I see you, I still fall for you. Everyone says I'm crazy about you. I don't like people talking about me like that because it can't express my love for you. Actually, I'm obsessed with you. I should be a devil. You know, you appear in my dreams 3,856 times. Every time you appear, I remember. While Archie was lustful, the screen in the middle of the submarine lit up, and Giovanni's figure appeared. Although Team Rockets has fallen, Giovanni's leadership qualities, even though he is now at Team Galactic's headquarters, is still in the C position. Cyrus, the leader of Team Galactic standing next to him, was like a sidekick compared to Giovanni. Giovanni on the screen, dissatisfied with Archie who was a little confused, said with a 3-point reproach, Archie, start action. Archie resents being interrupted to talk to Kyogre, but sees Giovanni speaking, immediately restrained his enthusiasm. In the face of Giovanni, Archie has no objection at all. In addition to controlling several powerful Pokemon, Giovanni seems to be a devil who can read people's heart. Anyone who disobeys one bit will be punished by the devil. He answered with a loud yes, and immediately started the operation on the console. Before long, the submarine's gun barrels were extended towards leaping Kyogre. A specially processed blue orb was launched towards Kyogre. Kyogre, who was sleeping, suddenly opened his eyes when he felt the breath of blue orb. A random movement of the body in the sea immediately caused the surrounding sea water to tumble. Kyogre silently stared at the orb with a seductive blue light. Indeed, blue orb exudes his familiar aura. Kyogre believes that as long as he integrates this orb into his body, he can obtain the original state of return and become the strongest self. But the reason for hesitation is because the energy on that blue orb is not pure. On the periphery of the orb, there seems to be something wrapped in it. In the submarine, Archie stared closely at Kyogre and muttered, "Beautiful Kyogre, swallow this orb. This orb has been specially processed by us. In addition to returning you to your original form, it can also make you more violent, makes you more destructive. Hurry up and take it." Under Archie's expectant gaze, Kyogre hesitated but swallowed the orb. Blue orb had already entered Kyogre's body, and the surrounding sea water was churning wantonly. A violent and irrational aura instantly occupied the surrounding sea area. Kyogre's eyes are blood red. The water that has always been gentle seems to have become an armed thug full of destructive desire. Stir up the surrounding water-type Pokemon. All kinds of tossing. The mission is complete. You come back. Giovanni on the screen instructed Archie, and closed the communication. Yes, Archie withdrew his eyes with regret. He wanted to see Kyogre in person, back to his original form. Only Giovanni had orders, and he had to return to Sinnoh region. Archie explained to the surrounding Team Galactic, and the submarine quickly left towards Sinnoh region. The Kyogre in the bottom of the sea is transforming into the state of original return under the power of absorbed blue orb. On the sea, it rained again and again. The churning sea water rolled up huge waves, as if it could engulf everything in the sea. Groudon, who was lying on the mountain of Yantu Mountain, was soaking in the tumbling lava. Suddenly he felt the familiar breath of Kyogre. Waking up, gathering energy. It seems that the stinky fish wants to continue the battle with himself. Groudon, who had fought with Kyogre for tens of thousands of years, knew what Kyogre wanted to do. But this time, why is the breath of the old enemy Kyogre so violent? Did you eat something wrong? But Groudon's brain didn't bother to think about it. Since the old enemy wants to fight, then he will fight with him. Accelerate the speed of absorb the fire energy in the lava, and prepare to fight Kyogre. These two Pokemon in Hoenn region, who love and kill each other, have once again made waves. Chapter 563 Team Galactic's Tiahulishan. Sinnoh region, Celestic Town. Haoyan returned on a Boeing 748 luxury airliner. Zulin was waiting at the door early. After saying hello, the two came to the living room and chatted casually. Team Galactic of Sinnoh region. During this time, no more trouble. This time Haoyan traveled for a long time. It took almost a week before and after. No, Zulin said with a smile. I guess it was too bad for you to clean up before, but now there is no movement at all. Hide in the dark. Don't dare to show up at all. And in those three big lakes, the four elites take turns on duty there. With Team Galactic current rank, it is simply impossible to defeat the four elites. You do not need to worry. After Zulin finished speaking, she turned her eyes to the backyard. There, Haoyan and her Pokemon were both released to practice together. Zulin said, I feel that your Lucario and Charizard have become so strong. And Mewtwo too. Although it doesn't feel as obvious as Lucario and Charizard, its strength has also improved a lot. It seems that you have gained a lot from this trip this time. Haha, it's alright. Haoyan was also very satisfied with the harvest of this trip. After all, Lucario and Charizard broke through their own shackles and stepped into the primary level of Divine Beast. This is an amazing improvement in itself. Just as the two were chatting, Haoyan's phone rang suddenly. Haoyan took out the phone and glanced at the incoming call. It was Wallace of the Hoenn region who called him. After answering it, Wallace's anxious voice came. Huyan, Groudon on the MT. Smoke Tut has another chain. Last night, Groudon left Miss Hut and started moving. Groudon has left Yantu Mountain. Haoyan's heart skipped a beat. He stopped Groudon last time, so there were no casualties. But this time, he's not in Laveridge Town. Laveridge Town is home to his teacher Mura. He quickly asked, what's the situation in Laveridge Town? And is the teacher injured? There was a neutral voice on the other end of the phone. Boy, I'm fine. Laveridge Town is fine too. Groudon avoided Laveridge Town this time, and avoided crowded places. Throughout the entire Pokemon world, only Mula dared to call Haoyan a boy. Apparently Mura was by Wallace's side. Teacher, you'll be fine. Haoyan breathed a sigh of relief when he heard that Laveridge Town was fine, and then continued. Groudon will not leave Yantu Mountain for no reason. Is there something wrong with Kyogre? Wallace's bitter voice came over the phone. That's right. In the sea near Sutopolis City, there is an extremely rare storm, and the scale is much more powerful than the last time. I see. I'll be back from Sinnoh region now. Haoyan hung up the phone. What wrong? Haoyan, Groudon and Kyogre ran out to fight again. Zulin asked worriedly. Haoyan didn't answer Zulin's question. Instead, he thought deeply and didn't care about these 3 or 5 minutes. After all, Groudon can't fly, and no matter how fast he walks, he can't beat the speed of flying. flying. Groudon and Kyogre, because of the last fight, I was beaten hard by Rayquaza. It will take 3 to 5 years to get back to normal. But now, they woke up together again. And according to Wallace, the scale of the storm was bigger than before. Could it be that Kyogre has returned to its original form? Even if it returns to its original form, Houyan has the ability to let Rayquaza Mega Evolution resolve their dispute. Combined with Sinnoh region Team Galactic's lurking among them, Houyan smelled a conspiracy. I'm afraid this is a trick to turn the tiger away from the mountain. Team Galactic knew he was in the Sinnoh region, so they wanted to find a way to get him out of the way so they could carry out their plan. This conspiracy forced him to go back to the Hoenn region to quell the chaos. Zulin, I'll leave it to you here. You gather the 4 elites and focus on protecting Lake Valor. I'll come back after I resolve the Hoenn region matter. After Houyan finished speaking, he was ready to take a Boeing 748 to leave. Houyan, why don't I go with you? Maybe I can help. Zulin wanted to go to Hoenn region with Houyan. No need. This time the Hoenn region disaster is likely to be caused by Team Galactic. You are more suitable for guarding here. Houyan rejected Zulin's proposal. Team Galactic. Zulin thought for a while and then understood what Houyan meant. He specially instructed Houyan, then be careful. Well, I see. Houyan agreed, and took the Pokemon, boarded the Boeing 748, and rushed to the Hoenn region. Inside Team Galactic headquarters building. Report, we detected that Houyan has left Sinnoh region. Cyrus, the leader of Team Galactic, showed a relaxed smile on his face. Immediately arranged. Okay, let's start our plan to capture the 3 holy mushrooms. Yes. The members of the team began to take action one after another. After the team members all left, Cyrus respectfully said to Giovanni, who was sitting on the sofa sipping red wine, Giovanni, I'll ask you to delay the Rayquaza matter. Giovanni drank the wine on the table and said softly to Cyrus, Cyrus, don't forget what you promised me. After that, he left with his subordinates Archie and Maxie. Watching Giovanni leave, Cyrus felt a sense of unease in his heart for some reason. Chapter 564 Return to the original Kyogre, using root fluctuation. Team Rockets are good at genetic control and can create a powerful biological weapon like the Mewtwo. In order to achieve the purpose of controlling the world, Team Rockets once created a machine that can force Pokemon to evolve and become violent. There is also the ability to mutate Pokemon, such as the giant Tentacruel known as the Kraken. In addition, there is the ability to replicate genes, paying a batch of fate, Moltres. Throughout the world of Pokemon, Team Rocket's research on genetic manipulation is unparalleled in the world. The blue orb that put Kyogre into his return form added substances that can make Kyogre produce mutant emotion. Roar. Huge whale calls resounded throughout the waters of the Hoenn region. Kyogre, who had returned to his original form, had fallen into a state of rage, and was irrational, was tumbling on the sea. Kyogre sensed the breath of his old enemy, Groudon, and kept rushing in the direction of Groudon from the surface of the sea. Falling into a rage, he just wanted to find Groudon to vent. Hoenn region, Slateport City Gym. The storm doesn't stop. Steven, Wallace, 4 elite and other Hoenn region superior personnel are all concentrated here. The main reason for their collective coming is because the 2 points and 1 line are the shortest. The direction where Groudon and Kyogre meet is in Slateport City. This has been verified before. Report, Kyogre is still 100 nautical miles from Slateport City, and it is estimated to be there in 5 minutes. Groudon has just passed through Zijin City, which is still 1,000 kilometers away from Slateport City. It is estimated that it will take about an hour to reach Slateport City. Elite Superior Inspector report to Wallace. Such information surprised Wallace and Steven. Kyogre is so far ahead of Groudon. Kyogre, the god of the sea, once came to Slateport City, found that there is no Groudon, and will definitely continue to pursue the breath of Groudon. In this way, the battlefield of the 2 super ancient Pokemon will be transferred from the ocean to the land. This also means that Kyogre, accompanied by boundless seawater, will flood the land with a large amount of seawater. At that time, the place where Kyogre passes will be flooded. Wallace, what's going on with Houyan? Steven hurriedly asked. Houyan, who can summon Rayquaza, is the key person to solve this crisis. Wallace said in a slightly worried tone. When the mutation happened, I already told Houyan for the first time. Houyan also said to come back immediately, but under this unusually extreme weather, it is estimated that the plane he took will have an impact. It's impossible to accurately estimate the time when he returned. Hey, Steven sighed heavily and said, I hope Houyan will come back soon. Houyan is not there, but they have no way. Even if they want to stop, they have no ability to do so. Just as the 2 of them spoke, the seawater outside Slateport City tumbled violently, forming huge waves one after another, constantly beating the coast. Kyogre jumped out of the sea, a pair of wild eyes. No one dared to look directly. This is Kyogre back in form. Steven and Wallace's faces turned pale. They saw Kyogre clearly, unlike anything they had seen before. The original Kyogre, the skin is azure blue, the current Kyogre skin is navy blue, and the most frightening thing is Kyogre's aura. aura. If the normal form of Kyogre has the infinite ability of the sea, the current original form, Kyogre, is the sea. Where is Kyogre? Where the sea follows like a slave. Roar. When I came to Kyogre in Slateport City, I couldn't see my old enemy, Groudon, and suddenly made a huge whale call. Such a strong growl made all of Wallace's water-type Pokemon tremble from the heart. Don't even dare to move. This is surrender from within the DNA. Compared with the vast sea, these Pokemon are as weak as a beautiful stream, and they cannot be compared at all. Kyogre, who was in a rage, had nowhere to vent his anger. The huge fins slapped the sea surface hard, and suddenly a huge tsunami of hundreds of meters spread out around. Quick, all Alliance commanders to stop the tsunami from hitting Slateport City. Steven held the communicator and shouted loudly. On the coast of Slateport City, 4 elites were there, leading thousands of investigators, commanding more than 1,000 Pokemon, and forming a fortification. Ice Beam, Dragon Pull, various attack hit the tsunami that swept in. It took a huge amount of Pokemon's energy to successfully resist the tsunami that Kyogre unintentionally created. After successfully resisting, just wanted to take a breath, the 4 elite found that Kyogre's wild eyes were staring at them. Before Groudon arrived, Kyogre, unable to vent, had his eyes on them. Kyogre jumped high out of the water and flew into the air. Around the fins, 6 huge energy light bots were formed. This is exactly Kyogre's exclusive skill, the source of fluctuation. 4 elite is inexplicable. Returning to the original form of Kyogre, use exclusive skills to root fluctuation. How scary this is. Once hit, at least half of the thousands of investigators here will die under Kyogre's attack. Even 4 elites are not there. Chapter 565 people are not in Slateport City but still guarding Slateport City. The original return of Kyogre has been transformed into the whole sea. Just tap the sea surface, and you can roll up a tsunami of hundreds of meters. Such a person, the power that a wave of root causes can cause is simply unimaginable. Seeing the 4 elite guarding the coastline, as well as thousands of investigators, life and death are only on the line. Wallace wants to go to the rescue, but his water-type Pokemon, under the power of Kyogre, can't move at all. The impact is profound. Steven's Steel-type Pokemon, although not too affected, but the distance between the two sides is so far apart that it is too late to rescue. The investigator led by the 4 elites is a first-class expert. The Alliance spent a lot of time and money to nurture it. Leaving aside the investigator, each of the 4 elites is the top superior in the Hoenn Alliance. Losing one of them is an immeasurable loss. At the time of life and death, Drake, the most experienced of the 4 elites, shouted loudly, "All psychic Pokemon, use light screen to resist. Others, protect yourself as much as possible." Countless light green stood in front of the defense line, ready to meet Kyogre's root fluctuation. Just when everyone thought that the source of fluctuations condensed and wanted to attack, Kyogre dissipated the energy and fell back into the water. He lowered his body into the sea, his furious eyes staring at one of the buildings in Slateport City. The sudden scene made everyone stunned. Kyogre didn't attack us. Are we all right? The 4 elites looked at each other and saw the surprise of the rest of their lives in each other's eyes. Go back, Drake, the 4 elite shouted. Although I don't know why, Kyogre gave up the attack, but now is obviously not the time to delve into it, and immediately led the rest of the investigators to start a frantic retreat. What happened? Could it be Groudon? Although Steven was relieved that the crisis was temporarily relieved, he was full of doubts at the same time. Why did Kyogre, who was planning to attack, cancel the attack? Isn't Groudon the only one who can attract Kyogre's attention? But the people under his command just reported that Groudon is still in Zijin City. It takes at least 2 hours to come from Zijin City. Groudon can't fly. How could he arrive in such a short time? Wallace pointed to a distant direction and said to Steven, "Look, on the outskirts of Slateport City, there is a huge statue that is 100 meters high. That statue named Light. That statue is carved with Haoyuan's Rayquaza riding behind Mega Evolution, soaring into the sky." Steven followed Wallace's direction and saw the statue too. The shocked Steven quickly understood what Wallace meant and said, "You mean Kyogre, who just flew up?" Seeing Haoyuan riding the statue of Rayquaza and choosing to give up the attack, Wallace nodded, pointed to Kyogre, who was rolling in the sea again, venting his dissatisfaction, and said, "Look at Kyogre again. Have you noticed that although Kyogre is still furious, he has unknowingly moved away from Slateport City? Seems to be deliberately avoiding Slateport City. Perhaps in Kyogre's opinion, that sculpture is a sign. This is where Rayquaza guard. Even if Kyogre returns to his original state, he still subconsciously wants to avoid Rayquaza." Steven looked at Kyogre tumbling on the sea just as Wallace had said. He said with emotion, "The only person who can control Rayquaza Mega Evolution is Haoyuan." Wallace nodded seriously and said, "Yeah, in other words, it was also because of Haoyuan that Kyogre gave up the attack. Next, we shouldn't have to worry about the safety of Slateport City. Don't worry about Kyogre. It will cross Slateport City and enter the land." Steven nodded, silently letting out a sigh of relief. Although Haoyuan is not in Slateport City, he still guards Slateport City with the deterrent power power of being able to control Rayquaza. Furious Kyogre with nowhere to vent, rolling around on the sea. Kyogre has been waiting for 2 hours. Groudon, who can't fly and can only walk, is finally here. Roar. Kyogre saw that his long-awaited enemy had finally arrived, and immediately let out a loud wail call. Roar. Groudon felt Kyogre's distasteful aura, and immediately roared in color. It's just a normal form of Groudon, and compared to the original return Kyogre, the momentum is so weak. Chapter 566 is Rayquaza's side, except for something. When Groudon came from a distance, he had already seen the huge sculpture erected in Slateport City. The 100-meter dragon Rayquaza, like Hauyan riding on him, has firm eyes, and the momentum of riding the wind and waves to the sky is lifelike. Although the sculpture is only dead, it gives Groudon a sense of oppression. When approaching the battlefield, Slateport City was specially avoided. Enter the battlefield at the beach on the outskirts of the city. Roar. Kyogre let out a loud wail call and jumped out of the sea, looking down at his old enemy Groudon. As soon as he came up, the alpha symbol on the top of his head flickered violently, and Ling Lai's breath spread. The huge fins flashed blue light, and then Rage's pound hit the sea, and several tsunami hits hundreds of meters high hit Groudon. Kyogre's ordinary surf, if released in the city of Slateport City, can completely submerge half of Slateport City. In the face of such a violent tsunami, Roar. Groudon snarled with his head up, and stomped his right foot down toward the ground. Boom. Big earthquake move. Groudon, the god of the earth, communicated with the continental shelf. A stone wall hundreds of meters high rose from the seabed and blocked Groudon. Fissure. Use Fissure's special skills to directly squeeze the earth out of a stone wall. Boom. The surging tsunami hit the stone wall, crashed the stone wall to smithereens. After that, the remaining momentum continued. The water was pulled by Kyogre, and tackle was above Groudon's chest. Boom. Groudon involuntarily took a few steps back, white steam rising from his body. As soon as they met, the two old enemies greeted each other in their own way. Obviously, Kyogre, who returned to the original, is obviously going to overwhelm Groudon. The suppressed Groudon is very unconvinced. Roar. He raised his head and roared again, and above him, the scorching sun was like fire. A dark blue light suddenly brewed in his mouth, and countless rays of light condensed in Groudon's mouth. Next second, the blue energy cannon shot toward Kyogre's stomach. The moisture in the air was squeezed out by the blue energy cannon. Boom. Kyogre, who was hit by Groudon's solar beam, didn't care about the damage at all. In the eyes, there is only infinite rage and desire to attack. The offensive was launched again. While the two super ancient Pokemon were fighting, a red-black dreamer quickly passed through the air. Roar tilde roar tilde. Hauyan rode Charizard and landed in front of Jim's door. Hauyan, Director Hauyan, you're back. Hauyan, Steven, Wallace, Foralee, Sabrina, and others, all gathered around. Hauyan looked around and asked Wallace, because of the weather, the plane could only land at Lilycove City, and I'll be back as soon as possible. Is Slateport City alright? Wallace shook his head at the same time and said, it's okay. Kyogre and Groudon both specifically avoided the Slateport City battle. The aftermath of the battle didn't have much impact. That good. Hauyan nodded slightly. Officially, he is also the curator of Kana Gym, and is obliged to protect the safety of Slateport City. I can breathe a sigh of relief after confirming that Slateport City is fine. At this time, Hauyan turned his attention to the two sides fighting on the sea. On the battlefield, Kyogre pressed Groudon to fight. Groudon was able to fight back a little or two at first, but as time went on, he only got a beating. The original return of Kyogre. Hauyan noticed the difference in Kyogre at a glance, and, even though he didn't get close, he could feel Kyogre's unusual rage right now. Yes, it's the original Kyogre, Steven said solemnly. Originally, the two Groudon and Kyogre were similar in strength, back and forth with each other, but if one side is out of balance, the other side is likely to lose. If Groudon is defeated by Kyogre, the balance between the earth and the sea will be thrown together. In severe cases, it will cause a series of unpredictable natural changes. For example, the area of the ocean continues to expand, thereby submerging existing cities. The situation is urgent and there is no time for Hauyan to think about why Kyogre has returned to the original state. It is imperative that Rayquaza come to persuade the fight immediately to quell their fight, and then slowly investigate the reason. I'm calling Rayquaza. Everyone stand back a little. Hauyan finished, and then closed his eyes. It is good. Wallace and Steven and the others quickly backed away. Leave enough space. Hauyan was immersed in his heart and called out in his heart Rayquaza, who established bonds with him. 5 minutes later, Hauyan still didn't open his eyes and frowned. Usually, as long as Hauyan's thoughts move, he can easily communicate with Rayquaza, but now 5 minutes have passed, but he has not received a response from Rayquaza. Time passed slowly, and another 5 minutes passed, but there was still no response. This situation is so bizarre. Although Hauyan didn't use the baby ball to subdue Rayquaza, the bonds between them were extremely close. Now that he has established bonds with Hauyan, he will not go against the grain. Just like the last time we fought Lugia on Lapras Island, Rayquaza can be called with just one everyone thought. But at this time, Rayquaza seemed to be entangled by something. Is there something wrong with Rayquaza? Sinnoh region. The green 100-meter dragon, Rayquaza, who holds the authority of the sky, is facing a Starman's Pokemon glare. Chapter 567. The balance of the earth and the ocean is about to be broken. The Pokemon that confronts Rayquaza is the alien visitor Deoxys. Rayquaza, like all mythical beasts, take their territory very seriously. Any living thing that dares to invade his territory will be hunted by Rayquaza endlessly. And Deoxys, it is Rayquaza's list of foreign threat that must be eliminated. Rayquaza appeared in Sinnoh region because of this Deoxys. Originally, Rayquaza thought that Deoxys had been destroyed by him when the meteorite fell last time. Unexpectedly, Deoxys' breath appeared again. So the Sky Overlord of Hoenn region, Rayquaza, pursued Deoxys all the way to Sinnoh region. Rayquaza, who was called by Haoyan, was furious and wanted to go back to Hoenn to help Haoyan. Just as Rayquaza was about to leave Deoxys behind and head back to Hoenn, Deoxys was ready. The originally oval head suddenly protruded 3 sharp horns, and the purple core of the chest shone with dazzling light. Deoxys transforms from normal form to attack form. Deoxys in attack form, completely abandoning defense and strengthening their own attack. Whether it is physical attack or special attack has been unprecedentedly strengthened. This feature is precisely the ability brought about by the mutation of the DNA of the cosmic virus. Deoxys directly launched the strongest attack. A dark purple energy ball congealed in the chest, surrounded by sparkling spark, charged towards Rayquaza. Boom! Energy ball hits Rayquaza. Roar! Rayquaza, who was suddenly attacked, was suddenly unable to restrain his anger. The usual high-pitched and clear dragon roar turned into a roar that shook the sky and the ground. This damn monster. It would be good if he didn't hit him, but he actually dared to take the initiative to attack him, then blast the opponent to ashes. The furious Rayquaza opened his mouth, and the hot flames exploded towards Deoxys. Just before the Rayquaza attack hit, Deoxys' form changes again, instantly switched to a defensive state. There is also energy condensation similar to purple meteorites on the body, and the scorching flames are turned down. Deoxys in the defensive form completely abandons the attack and strengthens the defense with maximum strength. After blocking Rayquaza's attack, Deoxys once again shifted into speed form, quickly opened a safe distance from Rayquaza. Mastering Deoxys in attack, defense, and speed form, the combat effectiveness is extremely strong. Even if it is as strong as Rayquaza, it is not easy to defeat this almost rogue tactic in a short period of time. Facing Haoyan's call, Rayquaza doesn't want to fight Deoxys at this time, but just as he was about to leave, Deoxys went up to taunt again. This made Rayquaza realize one thing, and it's hard to get out without getting Deoxys out of the way. Can only attack more and more fiercely, want to end the battle as soon as possible to support Haoyan. This is Rayquaza, no choice. Hoenn region, the door of Hana Gym. Haoyan opened his eyes with a little doubt on his face. What is it that can hold down the Sky Overlord Rayquaza? Seeing Haoyan open their eyes, Steven, Wallace and others quickly step forward and ask, Haoyan, how is it? Would Rayquaza be willing to help? Haoyan saw everyone's worried expressions. In order to appease everyone, he immediately retracted his doubtful expression and said calmly, no problem, Rayquaza has already received my call. It's just that Rayquaza is here. It's going to take a while. Haoyan believes that as long as Rayquaza resolves the ties, he will come immediately. It's just a matter of time. When everyone heard Haoyan say this, they breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Rayquaza comes, this dispute will be resolved. Even if Kyogre is now in the state of the original return, Haoyan has mastered the ability to make Rayquaza Mega Evolution anyway. Rayquaza of Mega Evolution once shattered a meteorite that could destroy a continent. Wouldn't it be a piece of cake to clean up these two disobedient little brothers? Just when everyone thought that it could be solved as long as Rayquaza came. Two Pokemon that are fighting. Mutation regeneration. I saw that Kyogre gave Groudon a source of fluctuation. The huge source energy attack directly knocked Groudon back dozens of steps before he stabilized his body. Roar tilde. Pain made Groudon make a loud roar. A storm dominated by Kyogre at the same time directly overwhelms Groudon one head. The blazing sun on Groudon's side was completely obscured by the dark clouds organized by Kyogre. Kyogre, who was in a state of rage, tumbled directly into the huge waves and slammed towards Groudon. Boom! Groudon stepped back again. If he wasn't the god of the earth, and his feet communicated with the earth, he would probably fall directly to the ground. Roar! Kyogre flew in the air again, looking down at his old enemy Groudon with wild eyes. Returning to the original, coupled with the rampant energy bonus, Kyogre completely has the upper hand. Only Groudon in normal state is not an opponent at all. Haoyan's heart skipped a beat. Ooh, the balance of the earth and the ocean is about to be broken. Chapter 568. The Child of Destiny representing light. How strong is Kyogre going to go back to the original state? As long as he is given enough time, he can cover the whole world with seawater. With the characteristics of the Sea of Origin, Groudon. He is a top first level god. Not to mention the current Kyogre, still in a state of rage. It's a pity that it's not the original Groudon who was fighting the original Kyogre. This also led to the reason why Groudon was losing ground. Even the most important weather control ability has been deprived. Such Groudon is completely suppressed. Boom. The original Kyogre used unpretentious tackle. For Groudon at this time, there is no need to use an energy attack to overwhelm him. The god of the earth, Groudon, who was tackled by Kyogre, could no longer stand on the ground but was knocked to the ground by the original Kyogre. Roar. With the huge whale chirping of the original Kyogre, the storm in the sky became more severe. Like a dove egg-sized raindrop ruthlessly knock off on Groudon's face. The waves of the sea are stacked away, like a pile of high-rise buildings. The violent breath of the original Kyogre is more and more terrifying. The alpha pattern on his body fills the entire sea with blue fluorescence. At this time, Kyogre was full of water, and the golden light was shining. He is the god of the ocean. Groudon could clearly sense that this old foe he hated was beyond the norm. Looking up at the primordial Kyogre flying high in the sky, snarl of rage. The solar beam condensed in my mouth. But Groudon, who has lost the weather advantage, is under the characteristics of the original Kyogre sea of origin, and solar beam can no longer be cast instantly, requiring a short period of accumulation. After a few seconds of condensation, the solar beam in Groudon's mouth finally spewed out. But just as the attack reached Kyogre, a more surging water column rushed out, hovering directly on top of the solar beam. It completely neutralizes the attack. The attack couldn't work, and Groudon wanted to condense again. Representing the god of the earth, he would not bow his head to Kyogre no matter what the situation. But this time, Groudon while condensing solar beam, Kyogre's red eyes stared at Groudon, making a loud whale call. In front of him, several blue light balls condensed. With the appearance of the light ball, terrifying energy condensed the air. The full version of root volatility. Such terrifying power made Hyaon faintly worried about Groudon. Groudon, who failed to enter his original form, is a ground-based attribute. If you are attacked by water type, you need to suffer outstanding damage. Although Groudon's skin is rough and fleshy, but it is hard to resist this source of fluctuations. It is estimated that he will be injured a lot. And Groudon has been attacked by Kyogre several times in a row, and so on. I'm afraid Groudon is about to lose. Just when Hyaon was thinking, the original Kyogre's fins slammed, and the waves were huge. Several terrifying balls of light all headed towards the Groudon insect system. Has the bonus of the sea of origin. The originally extremely terrifying source fluctuations gathered in the air. The surrounding rain and sea water seemed to be condensed, transformed into a water dragon that could destroy everything and hit Groudon. Boom! The powerful explosion directly overturned the 50-meter high Groudon, fly upside down for a full 100 meters. It just fell on the sea. Although Groudon's appearance is still fierce and powerful, the bone spurs still glow with a fierce cold light. But everyone saw that Groudon's red armor was covered in scars. Even the sharp eyes are a little dim. If this goes on, Groudon's defeat is a foregone conclusion. Seeing this, Hyaon decided to help hand Groudon, pulled out the baby ball and released Charizard. Seeing Hyaon's action, Steven and Wallace quickly asked, Hyaon, what are you doing? Hyaon mounted Charizard's back and said without hesitation, I'm going to help Groudon. If Kyogre once defeat Groudon, the balance of earth and sea will be broken. The first one to suffer will be Slateport City. I am the gym curator of Slateport City, and it is my duty to guard Slateport City. Hyaon's firm words made Steven and Wallace admire in their heart, but at the same time they also have a doubt. How Hyaon help Groudon? Rayquaza is not here. That Kyogre from the original comeback. No matter how strong Hyaon is, can he be stronger than Kyogre, who has transformed into the entire sea? How can manpower fight against the entire sea? The concerns of Steven and Wallace were beyond word, but Hyaon did not explain. No time to explain. The original Kyogre, who knocked down Groudon in one blow, is condensing the root wave. Prepare to defeat Groudon while he falls. Xiaolong, let go. With Hyaon's loud shout, the red hook jade on Charizard appeared, entered the Mega Y form, and flew towards Kyogre. Mega Charizard Y, the first level divine beast, has the characteristics of sunshine. The originally cloudy sky showed a ray of sunshine. The sun shines on Hyaon's body. It is so dazzling. The sun of destiny, representing the light, soars into the sky with unstoppable determination. Chapter 569 Groudon, open your mouth. In an instant, the original Kyogre had accumulated a good source of volatility. Alpha runes all over his body lit up with brilliant blue light. The terrifying energy accumulation roared, and bursts of bursting water exploded. The overwhelming source of fluctuations rushes toward Groudon again. Groudon's eyes are extremely bleak. Such an attack, if he takes another blow, he will be seriously injured. At this moment, 3 red lights flashed in the air one after another. Hyaon's Lucario, Gardevoir, and Mewtwo all flew in the air. Everyone, Mega Evolution. 3 powerful auras rose up immediately. Xiaolu uses Flash Cannon. Xiaolu uses Fantasy deadly light. Xiaomeng uses Psystrike. Cut Kyogre's root volatility. Calm Conductor riding on Charizard. Lucario immediately emitted a pure white deal energy. Shanaido. Gardevoir's white and tender hand was placed on his chest, and Psychic's energy transformed into a shining light. Mewtwo's fingers pinched, causing Psychic's law to break through the space, merging with Gardevoir's attack. The three Pokémon use their own attack to strike together, right on top of the original Kyogre's root fluctuation. The three different energies shattered inch by inch while touching the fluctuation of Kyogre's source, but it effectively reduces the power of the root fluctuation. The reduced version of the root wave continued to blast in front of Groudon. Just as we were attacking smackdown, the red light flashed again. A Tyranitar, slightly smaller than Groudon, stood in front of Groudon. At this time, there were loud words and loud shouts in the air. Xiaoxi Mega Evolution. Used Protect to help Groudon block the attack. Class. Tyranitar, standing in front of Groudon, roared, "Get bigger again." A full 30 meters high. Although it is not as good as the 50-meter Groudon, it is also a huge beast. There is gust sand around Tyranitar, and the wind and sand gather on the body to form an indestructible rock armor. At the same time, the white energy is welled up. A protective cover was formed, blocking Groudon's fate. Boom! The huge splash caused by the explosion formed an exaggerated water curtain. After the water curtain, Groudon was surprised to find that Kyogre's root fluctuated and did not fall on him unscathed. The one who helped him resist the damage was the Pokémon that once fought with him on Yantu Mountain. The reason why Haoyan participated in the battle between Groudon and Kyogre was entirely out of confidence in his own Pokémon. Lucario, Charizard have all broken through to the initial level of Divine Beast. Although compared to the original Kyogre in its original form, it is still very weak and cannot defeat the original Kyogre, but it's still possible to procrastinate. Xiaoju, come out. Haoyan riding on Charizard threw a baby ball towards the sea. Then he rolled over and fell off Charizard's body. Give up riding Charizard and unleash the power of Charizard. Mimi tilde. Ice Ninetales walked on the water, and the beautiful tail caught Haoyan steadily. Haoyan, who fell on Ice Ninetales, quickly rummaged through his backpack to find a vermilion orb. This orb was obtained by defeating the flames of Team Magma in MT Higher a long time ago. This orb should be able to promote Groudon and enter the state of primitive return. Sure enough, when Groudon saw the red orb in Haoyan's hand, his red eyes were full of surprises. Seeing Groudonkovit's expression, Haoyan knew that he had the right fight this time. This vermilion orb really matches the attributes of Groudon. Xiaoju, burst out with all your speed and go to Groudon's side. Ice Ninetales, with no white hoof, ran quickly on the water. Kyogre was already annoyed that someone had interrupted the fight between him and Groudon. Now, he has even sensed the red orb in Haoyan's hand. Kyogre is on a rampage, but he's not stupid. Once Groudon absorbs the red orb, it's time to enter the state of the original return. With the characteristics of the end of the land, Groudon will change the previous trend. Immediately stirred up a monstrous wave, trying to stop Haoyan from approaching Groudon. Xiaoming uses light green. Under Haoyan's orders, Gardevoir and Mewtwo organized a transparent light green behind Ice Ninetales. Pong sound. The tsunami of the original Kyogre smashed the light green, but the speed of travel has been cut. The surging tsunami chased behind him, but couldn't catch up with Ice Ninetales. After the initial acceleration, the speed of Ice Ninetales reaches the extreme. Riding the sea breeze left an afterimage on the sea. He left the tsunami directly behind him, and his limbs seemed to run in the air, like a snow-white meteor falling from the sky. Next moment, Haoyan has approached Groudon and shouted at Groudon, "Groudon, open your mouth." Groudon obediently opened his bloody mouth. After Haoyan took aim, he vigorously threw the red orb in Groudon's mouth. At this time, the vermilion orb suddenly released an incomparably dazzling light. Chapter 570 Protect our Groudon. The sea is constantly churning. The continental shelf is constantly shaking. Rolling torrents of magma emerge from the bottom of the sea. In an instant, the place where Groudon was standing became a torrent of hot magma. The red Omega runes on Groudon kept flashing. Magma, as if there was life, covered Groudon's body, forming a magma armor. Although Groudon closed his eyes, no matter who he was, he could feel a terrifying and powerful aura from him. At this time, Groudon, the characteristics of the land of the end began to appear, and began to slowly regain control of his own weather. It done. Haoyan looked at the silently changing Groudon in surprise, and let out a heavy breath. As long as Groudon completes the original return, the balance of the earth and the sea will be balanced again. Actually just now, Haoyan was also unsure whether this tactic would be successful. Ever since I got the red orb, I've been eating ashes in my backpack. Never research. Kyogre's attention was completely on Groudon, his old enemy. The appearance of the end of the land began to squeeze the scope of the Sea of Origin. If Groudon is allowed to enter the state of original return smoothly, then the advantages just established will no longer exist. Fighting for thousands of years, Kyogre has never had an advantage like it does today. way. Can't let Groudon go smoothly into the original return. Roar. Kyogre's fins suddenly pounded the surface of the sea and leapt above the sky. Several flickering blue light balls condensed around him. Exclusive skills. Root fluctuation. Seeing Kyogre's outrageous shot, Howyon knew that Groudon could not be attacked. Groudon, who closed his eyes and felt, was like a living target. There was simply no way to dodge Kyogre's attack. Tough root volatility, once hit, will interrupt Groudon's original return. It may even make the defenseless Groudon seriously injured. Howyon didn't show much expression, took a deep breath, and calmly commanded, Xiaoxi uses Iron Defense. You are responsible for protecting Groudon. Claff, claff. Tyranitar's body flashed a strong white light, and he stood firmly in front of the big Groudon. Xiaolu, Xiaoming, use mental interference together. Shanaido, Gardevoir and Mewtwo join forces, and Psychic's energy keeps shaking the air. The collision of energy and air creates an inexplicable melody. Such a voice made Kyogre, who was condensed, rather irritated. Incidentally, the speed of condensation has slowed down. Keen Howyon found that Kyogre was in a trance at this time. Good Chan, take the time to make a move now. Anyone who is familiar with Howion's character knows that he has always adhered to the strategy that offense is the best defense. Xiao, use all-out unparalleled fierce punch. Xiaolong, use extreme speed to dive and crash. Lucario let out a loud snort, his fist gleaming with blinding white light. The power of aura enchanted his fist and charged at Kyogre with an incomparably fierce momentum. Roar, roar. Charizard, who was inherited in the Charizard Valley, also exudes a terrifying aura just like Lucario. The wings seem to have become two sharp knives, and the sharp edges seem to be able to cut through the air. Charged towards Kyogre together. Boom, boom. Lucario and Charizard's attack fell firmly on Kyogre. The powerful attack power, even the original Kyogre, can't be ignored. At the same time, the impact force made Kyogre's root fluctuate and loses its accurate head. Boom. On the sea not far from Groudon, the water splashes burst, stir up boundless waves. Howyon proudly looked at the Pokemon surrounding him. Kyogre, the god of the sea who has existed for thousands of years and has authority over the ocean, is a powerful first-level god. So what? As long as it's not invincible, you can touch it all. Since Groudon's appearance, Kyogre's attention has been on Groudon. That was his old enemy for thousands of years. The continuous blows made Kyogre focus on Howyon. These weak Pokemon dare to participate in the battle between him and his old enemy. The most incomprehensible thing was that the group of weak Pokemon could cause harm to him. The root of all this comes from the weak human being in front of him. For Howyon, in fact, Kyogre didn't want to have direct contact with him, because Kyogre felt the breath of Rayquaza from Howion's body. Subconsciously, he avoided Howyon, but Howyon actually blocked the battle between him and Kyogre one after another, and now he is on Groudon's side. If you want to interrupt Groudon, you can't get around this weak human being. Roar. Kyogre, in a state of rage, outrageously shot. With a fin, it immediately fell back to the sea from the air. The alpha rune on his body flickered, causing the surrounding seawater to emit fluorescence. The fin swung again, and a monstrous wave hundreds of meters high immediately formed, a steady stream of rushing towards Howyon. Chapter 571 Fighting with all members. Don't let Howyon fight alone. The seawater kept rolling, forming huge waves one after another. There is only one target for the giant wave to attack. That is Howyon riding on Ice Ninetales. Swish, swish. Gardevoir and Mewtwo dodged to Howion's side, worked together to create a huge light green to resist the rushing wave. Boom, boom. The seawater hit the light green one after another. Visible to the naked eye, the light screen is breaking. Surf's attack power is much worse than the root fluctuations, but the victory continued. Kyogre, representing the sea, can command the sea at will. If you can't break through one, then take another, and keep hitting the light green. And Kyogre is marked to dive directly into the sea without showing up, and don't give any Howyon Pokemon a chance to attack him. At this time, Howyon cannot retreat, because behind him is Tyranitar. Behind Tyranitar is Groudon. We must ensure that Groudon returns to the original smoothly. To find a way to solve the current predicament, because Gardevoir and Mewtwo have to maintain the light green, the energy consumption is huge. According to this momentum, they won't last long. At the critical moment, Howyon said calmly, Xiaolong, use Dragon Pulse to stir up the water around Kyogre. Roar. There was a huge wave in Charizard's mouth, blasting the water around Kyogre, exposing the giant fish's head. It's now Xiao-O, using the Meteor Mash attack. Lucario slammed a step into the air. Aura's power exploded instantly, and his body rushed out like a sharp arrow. The fist, glowing with white light, slammed heavily on Kyogre's huge fish head. Kyogre was stunned by the headshot, and stopped the impact of the wave. After a brief stupor, Kyogre let out a deafening wail call. Roar. Kyogre is angry, totally angry. His head has never been attacked by anyone. Even his nemesis, Groudon, never hit him on the head. Now, he was actually attacked by a weak Pokemon. What can be endured and what can't be endured? It's all because of that human human being. Furious, Kyogre completely lost his mind. Desperate to attack Hyoyeon, Kyogre's chest heaved violently. His fins flap constantly, jump out. Several light balls condensed instantly. This time, the strong root of the wave firmly lock on Hyoyeon. Ooh! Hyoyeon swept around quickly. Gardevoir and Mewtwo spent a lot of energy for building the light green. Can't use mental distraction for a short time to slow down Kyogre's energy formation. Charizard and Lucario are also on the verge of closing. Hurry up to make move, although it can also slow down the power of 1 or 2 root fluctuation. But Tyranitar, who is in charge of damage resistance, is behind him. Ice Ninetales can't be faster than Kyogre's root fluctuation. Without any obstruction, Kyogre completely used the root fluctuation. No matter how strong Hyoyeon's body is, he will be blasted to ashes after carrying it. Right at this time of crisis, more than 10 Pokemon appeared in front of him, blocking Hyoyeon's fate. Steven's White Mega Metagross, Wallace's Mega Troll, Sabrina's Mega Alakazam, Drake's Mega Solomon. These more than 10 Pokemon all sent out attacks of different colors, slamming together with Kyogre's root wave, successfully block Kyogre's attack. Boom! The huge explosion caused a boundless spray. Hyoyeon looked back. Steven, Wallace, Sabrina, and the 4 elite all gathered behind him. With a gentle smile on his face, Steven looked at Hyoyeon and said slowly, Hyoyeon, although you are strong, don't forget us. We are comrades in arms side by side. Wallace took Steven's words and joked, although I'm not as good as you, I'm also the champion of Hoenn region. You can't steal the limelight all by yourself. After speaking, Wallace looked at the people around him. Everyone said yes. The 4 elite headed by Drake all smiled and nodded. Even Sabrina, who has always been arrogant, smiled. Teacher is working hard to protect Lakeport City. As a member of Kana Gym, I also have a responsibility. Hyoyeon looked at the people around him, and his heart was moved. Although Steven is known as the fortress of the Hoenn region, in the face of Kyogre who has transformed into the sea, his Metagross is nothing but a boat sailing in the sea. Although Drake is called the strongest elite, the strength of Pokemon is nothing but champion. Especially Wallace. Under the suppression of Kyogre, the combat power of water-type Pokemon is compressed to the minimum. But even so, they all stood firmly by Hyoyeon's side. At this moment, they choose to stand up. All fighting. Don't let Hyoyeon fight alone. Chapter 572. The original Kyogre. So terrifying. Irritable. Seeing more and more Pokemon join the battlefield, Kyogre is inexplicably irritable. Groudon has slowly recovered from swallowing the red orb. It won't take long to get back to its heyday. Primitive Kyogre raised his head with a loud whale call, and his fins slapped the water. The surging waves roared straight up. The Sea of Origin was surging, and several blue energy balls that flickered fluorescently rose again. Toward Hyoyeon and others, he shot out, everyone, let go together. Steven, who was riding Skarmory, quickly commanded his white Metagross. Mega Metagross uses Psyshock. Wallace pressed the brim of his hat and said slowly, Mega uses Hyper Beam. After that, everyone commanded their own Pokemon. Salamence, use Hyper Beam. Glalie, use Psybeam. Sableye, use Dark Pulse. Alakazam, use Mental Distraction. Various Pokemon, unleashing their own attack, meet Kyogre's root fluctuation. Boom! The deafening explosion sounded suddenly, filling everyone's ear. The shock wave caused by the explosion stopped the originally sloping rainstorm. Everyone looked at the water splashing and steam lingering in the distance. Although it is hard to resist the original Kyogre's attack, it cannot cause any damage to the original Kyogre. One hit failed, and the original Kyogre's violent aura was even worse. Over and over again, commit the following to taunt. Let Kyogre, who was already in a violent and irritable state, become more and more raged. The original Kyogre kept rolling in the water. Throughout the sea, as the original Kyogre tumbled, the wave did not stop. Roar! The primordial Kyogre whale croaks as if it were the sea roaring. Carrying the unparalleled power of the sea, it rammed straight towards Hyoyeon and the others. Water blasting. The original Kyogre was 50 meters in size. Spreading your wings and slamming with sea water, it feels like fighting against the entire sea. No matter who it is, under the power of the sea, it will tremble. The original Kyogre who gave up the energy attack is to use his incomparably powerful body to completely smash Hyoyeon and others and their Pokemon. Hyoyeon, please stay at the end. Just let me be a pawn. Facing the incarnation of the sea, Steven riding the Skarmory took the lead without flinching. Mega Metagross rushed to stand up. Wallace, who was riding on Pelipper, glanced at Hyoyeon. Hyoyeon, the last line of defense is up to you. After finishing speaking, he shouted to Steven, Steven, wait for me. He took his giant swamp monster, followed Steven, and charged towards the original Kyogre. Hyoyeon, I'll leave it to you next. Ha ha ha. Salamence let go together. Drake burst out laughing. The 4 elite command their own Pokemon to attack. Alakazam, we can't fall behind. Sabrina, who is a woman, is not afraid of difficulty. Hyoyeon looked at the comrades who rushed forward, and there was a warm current in his heart. He is not fighting alone. He is not alone. Boom! With Steven and Wallace taking the lead, the crowd resisted the momentum of the original Kyogre. Although the will is very strong, but the difference in strength is too obvious. Champion-level Pokemon, in the eyes of the original Kyogre, are still pitifully weak. The first to be blasted out was the weaker Sydney. His Absol hit the original Kyogre directly. After that, Phoebe and Bonnie, even the strongest among them, Steven and Wallace, their Pokemon, are covered in scars. The usual gentle seawater. Under the pull of Kyogre, every drop of seawater seems to be a sharp blade. In the face of Kyogre's continuous attack, Steven, Wallace, Sabrina and their Pokemon have all lost their combat effectiveness. The pressure has returned to Hao-Yan again. Kyogre, who had dealt with the crowd without any pause, brazenly launched a water burst against Hao-Yan, who was standing in front of Groudon. Hao-Yan glanced at Groudon behind him and knew that Groudon's return to the original was nearing the end. At this time, it must not be interrupted by Kyogre. Xiao, Xiaolong, come on. Hao-Yan's voice fell, and two screams rushed away with an indomitable momentum. Lucario's fist, Charizard's wing, all with dazzling white light, meet the original Kyogre representing the sea. Boom, boom. Lucario and Charizard's attacks left scratches on the original Kyogre, but at the same time, they were also knocked out by the original Kyogre. Perhaps it was pain, and the furious aura of the original Kyogre was raised one more point. Without the slightest pause, he rushed towards Hao-Yan again. Shanaido, Gardevoir and Mewtwo teamed up to create a huge light green, blocking Hao-Yan. Boom, boom. The huge light green was also shattered by the violent original Kyogre. Gardevoir and Mewtwo's energy has been exhausted. The only Pokemon that Hao-Yan can use now is Tyranitar. Hoenn's superior teamed up, and Hao-Yan's Pokemon who were promoted to the first level of the beast work together. Still can't stop the progress of the original Kyogre. Original Kyogre, so scary. Chapter 573 Original Groudon, Return. Class. In the face of the attack of the original Kyogre, Tyranitar, who was guarding the last line of defense in Groudon, raised his head and screamed. Look firmly at the flying Kyogre. Tyranitar knew that the original Kyogre wasn't targeting him. It was Groudon behind him. Deep down, Tyranitar has a strange feeling for the big man, Groudon behind him. It seems that the two of them are the same. There are some similarities in appearance, and at the same time, the two are so close. Tyranitar at 30 meters, Groudon at 50 meters, is a bit like father and son. Under Hao-Yan's leadership, Tyranitar also met his own clan, but their thin bodies made it difficult for Tyranitar to regard these kin as the same kind. 50 meters of Groudon. Tyranitar has a natural favor. Class. Tyranitar stretched out his hand. Tyranitar held the original Kyogre from the attack. The huge impact made Tyranitar unable to help but take a few steps back. However, like other Pokemon, it was not washed away by Kyogre's giant power. With both hands firmly against Kyogre's big head, he pushed hard. With the brute force brought by his huge body, he forcibly resisted Kyogre's momentum. Although the momentum was resisted, the water flow that turned into a sharp knife still left deep scratches on Tyranitar's body. Many of the rock armors on Tyranitar were cut open by the water. Roar. Kyogre leapt over the sea again, looking at Tyranitar with some doubt. He didn't understand why this ordinary Tyranitar was so big. Moreover, it seems to be a bit like his nemesis Groudon. But Kyogre, who was in a state of rage, didn't think about it. Anyway, as long as it is similar to Groudon, he hates it. The sea water was stirred up again, and the water burst was made, and it slammed towards Tyranitar. Shao Si, Iron Defense. In Hao-Yan's command, Tyranitar's rock armor was covered with a layer of white light. Strengthen his defense. Put your hands up in a block and greet Kyogre's tackle. Boom. The original Kyogre and Tyranitar collide again. The rock armor on Tyranitar was even more broken, but he only took a few steps back before resisting Kyogre's charge. After the downshift, continued to stand in front of Groudon. Roar. Tough Tyranitar. Make Kyogre even more raised. Stir up the water, gushing out a dazzling blue light, and rush to the Tyranitar. Boom, boom, boom. The continuous impact made Tyranitar panting, and the rock armor was already bleak. Physical strength is also approaching the upper limit, but he was still standing in front of Groudon. Help him. Of similar height and weight, to resist the opponent's attack. At the bottom of Tyranitar's heart, he is the shield of the team. It is impossible to fall. Look back at the original Kyogre. Except for a few scratches on his body, he has almost no damage. There is still a gap between the Tyranitar at the top of champion and the top first level god. Little C. Hao-Yan wanted to take out the gravity ball several times and put his own camp, Tyranitar, the most solid shield, back into the ball. But every time I see Tyranitar's eyes, I can feel his determination not to back down. Roar. I don't know if it's because Groudon is about to complete the original return, and Kyogre is getting more and more violent. The fin slammed the sea constantly, rolling up the sea water in the sky. Bumped toward Tyranitar. Class. Tyranitar, who was exhausted and his armor shattered, raised his head and roared angrily, then, as before, firmly put on a block shape. Little C. Hao-Yan couldn't bear it anymore, and aimed Tyranitar with the gravity ball to take him back. Tyranitar has done his best. Just when the original Kyogre crashed into Tyranitar, Tyranitar. There was a burst of rage's extreme roar from behind. The earth is torn apart. The continental shelf is whining. A surging heat wave hit, isolating the storm brought by the sea of origin in Kyogre. Seawater, transpired by high temperature, turned into hot lava. Groudon, who has been comprehending with his eyes closed, has finally completed his original comeback. He opened his bright golden eyes that flickered with cold light. Groudon's skin, every gap is flowing with hot magma representing the earth. The Omega Rune emits a dazzling red light. Groudon's nose shot 2 hot breaths across Tyranitar's face. 2 sharp claws sticking forward. One gets stuck with Kyogre, which is attacking with surging seawater. Roar. Using brute force, he withstood the original Kyogre, and even threw the Kyogre out. With a plop, Kyogre was mercilessly flung away and fell into the sea. Unlike Kyogre's wild, irrational eyes, Groudon's golden eyes, with a touch of humanity, especially when he looked at Tyranitar, who was a little smaller than himself. His eyes were full of admiration. Chapter 574. The earth and the sea confront each other. Things are not so simple. When he closed his eyes to absorb red orb just now, Groudon could clearly perceive everything around him. Bright golden eyes silently looked at Howyon, who was not far from him. When Groudon first woke up on Mt. Mist, Howyon once led his Pokemon to study with Groudon in order to prevent Groudon from hurting Lavarage Town. At that time, Groudon hated the words that got in his way, but now, Howyon gave him a red orb that would allow him to retrieve his ancient power and lead his Pokemon, helping Hondi. He procrastinates and defends against fatal injury. It seems that this human is not very annoying. Roar tilde roar tilde. Groudon roared at Tyranitar twice, signaling him to leave the field, not needing him to help with the damage. Class tilde class tilde. Tyranitar glanced at Groudon, then Stomp was on top of the magma, approaching Howyon. Strangely, the lava made by Groudon did not feel hot to Tyranitar. Perhaps this is the same as the flame on Rapidash. Groudon has endorsed Tyranitar, so it won't be affected. Let go. Let's leave it to them next. Howyon patted the Ice Ninetales and left towards the edge of the battlefield. Others also understand that now they are no longer fit to intervene, nor are they able to intervene, and they all took back their Pokemon and left the central region of the scene. At this time, the Groudon side is in the air. The Kyogre side is stormy. After the return of the 2 super ancient Pokemon, the sea and the earth will usher in the most intense confrontation. Groudon raised his head and roared. His feet communicated with the earth, and all the magma was churning under his feet. I'm still brooding about being beaten by Kyogre for not returning just now. The red light was shining all over the body, and the right foot was raised high and Stomp came down. Suddenly, one after another, the stone pillars flowing with lava stabbed and rose from the sea. The extremely high temperature turned the surrounding seawater into a magma field, and the terrifying destructive power seemed to be able to poke a hole in the sky. Groudon's exclusive skill, Sword of the Cliff. Here's a return to the original Groudon, the best gift for your old friend. Kyogre in a violent state is also not to be outdone. The root wave erupted, and several blue rays of light blazed out. There are bursts of explosion, and the wave continued. When it comes to melee combat, Groudon definitely has the upper hand. His sharp claws are enough to pierce through everything. Even Kyogre dare not wipe his edge lightly. When it comes to ranged combat, Groudon wields an earth-shattering cliffhanger, completely true to Kyogre's root. Even, the resulting power is slightly stronger than Kyogre. Coupled with Groudon's rough skin and thick flesh, it is simply a perfect warrior template that takes into account both distance and can fight and resist. But such Groudon, seemingly perfect, but there is a disadvantage. It just can't fly. Although Kyogre can't resist Groudon's attack, he can fly. Jump high in the sky. As long as you concentrate a little, you can dodge Groudon's attack. This really made Groudon quite annoyed. Kong has a strong ability, but he just can't beat his opponent. Only when Kyogre unleashes the root fluctuation, sees the opportunity to make move. The two sides have been fighting for thousands of years, and they have long been accustomed to each other's move. For a time, you will come and go. In a short period of time, there will be no winner or loser. Boom, boom. Every time Groudon and Kyogre collided, the loud noises shook everyone's heart. Have you noticed that Groudon has been pulling Kyogre to the edge of the sea? It seems to be deliberately avoiding Slateport City, so as not to let the aftermath of the battle affect Slateport City. Wallace said slowly. That's right. This is probably related to the statue of Rayquaza. Steven looked at Howyon at the front of the team, looking at the lock-on battle situation. As long as they don't affect Slateport City, then let's take it easy. Drake, the leader of the 4 Elite, breathed a sigh of relief. Their duty is to protect the Slateport City and the ecology of the Hoenn region without being affected. Anyway, according to the records in the ancient book, Groudon and Kyogre, every time they fought, were tied. Drake's words made the rest of the people nod. Yeah, wait until the 2 super ancient Pokemon fight to the point where they don't need Rayquaza, and they both calm down. The string that had been tight before was finally loosened. Compared with the ease of others, Howyon, who contained the power of aura in his body, tightened his brows even more. According According to his observation, although Groudon's aura is very strong, no matter what, Groudon still maintains his scent. On the contrary, Kyogre is full of rage, and with the continuous fierce confrontation, Kyogre's violent aura became stronger and stronger. It seems that things are not as simple as Steven and the others thought. Chapter 575. Rayquaza's concern comes from Kyogre. Sinnoh region. Lake Verity. At this time, the beautiful Lake Verity is full of traces after the battle. The originally calm lake water was stained with blood. Sinnoh fell to the ground without image for 4 days, surrounded by wounded investigator. Bamboo Orchid, who rode Garchomp from Celestic Town, helped the injured Bertha. She asked with concern, "Aunt Bertha, are you okay?" With the help of Zulin, Bertha got up with difficulty and shook his head silently. The 4 elite Lucians with elegant atmosphere on the side tremblingly stepped forward. "Zulin, I'm sorry. We failed to protect Lake Verity. Mesprit has fallen into the hands of Team Galactic." Zulin said in surprise, "As soon as I received your notice, I came right away. Why? I lost so fast." "You know, Team Galactic has been crippled by Haoyan, and the guards here are the extremely powerful 4 elite." Unexpectedly, the 4 elites were defeated by the remaining Team Galactic in such a short period of time. Bertha said slowly, "If it's just Iris from Team Galactic, the 4 of us can easily defeat him." But this time, Team Galactic unites the 2 evil leaders of the Hoenn region, Archie and Maxie. Zulin was even more surprised. No matter what she thought, she never thought of this. "That's right. And Maxie and Archie, I don't know what they have gone through. They have become extremely powerful. Each of them has a strength that is no weaker than yours. Plus the 3 cadres of Team Galactic. We can't stop it at all." "What?" Zulin's heart sank. "Archie and Maxie are actually no weaker than her. It shouldn't be." Among so many evil organizations, Archie and Maxie were not evil leaders with outstanding combat effectiveness. In the past, at most, they had the peak of elite. Now, there is no weaker than her strength. In addition to being powerful, they have also mastered an ability that allows Pokemon to go berserk in a short period of time. Pokemon in a state of rage, the combat power has increased abruptly. "Even my Mega Alakazam can't withstand the blow of Archie's Mega Sharpedo," Lucian said, full of loneliness. "My proud Fire-type Pokemon can't hurt Maxie's Mega Camerupt at all." "Hey, Fire-type Elite Flint," one of the 4 elites, sighed heavily. Zulin looked at the 4 elites who lost their confidence and lost their mind, and was full of worry. It is estimated that Uxie and Azelf have also fallen into the hands of Team Galactic. Cyrus, conspiracy is about to come true. The other side of Sinnoh region, the battle between Deoxys and Rayquaza is coming to an end. Rayquaza couldn't Mega Evolution even though Haoyan was away, but Rayquaza in normal state still has a strong suppressing force. From the beginning, Deoxys will use 2 forms of speed and attack to contain Rayquaza, and now he has completely transformed into a defensive form, carrying Rayquaza's attack with difficulty. Deoxys has failed to show it all. On the contrary, Rayquaza's heart is also quite anxious. First, it is a call to build bonds. Second, it is Rayquaza who has a faint worry. This concern seems to come from little brother Kyogre. Both are super ancient Pokemon. Groudon, Kyogre, Rayquaza, they have an inexplicable strange connection with each other. There seemed to be a strange substance in Kyogre that was affecting his thought. If it can't be dealt with in time, it is very likely that Kyogre will mutate. Over time, this feeling became more and more obvious. Roar! Rayquaza let out a high-pitched dragon roar, and his body suddenly turned into a golden light, charging towards Deoxys with an afterimage. The speed is so fast that it doesn't give Deoxys a chance to react at all. The impact directly blasting Deoxys into the sky. At the same time, the energy in Rayquaza's mouth boiled instantly, as if countless stars gathered in it. Next moment, suddenly squirting dragon stars. The extreme high temperature, the violent impact, and the incomparably overbearing dragon-type energy poured down on Deoxys at close range. Can't resist. Deoxys in a defensive state. The limbs and torso have been torn apart. Only the chest purple core is left. Seeing that the opponent has been torn apart by himself, and finally can no longer stop his footstep, Rayquaza did not hesitate, and his whole body was full of light. Head towards the Hoenn region where Haoyan is located. After a while, Giovanni walked in from the outskirts of the battlefield and picked up the purple core that Deoxys had dropped on the ground. He murmured in his mouth, "Even if you have mastered 3 Deoxys in form, trying their best to stop Rayquaza for half an hour. It seems that we need to find a way to improve." Chapter 576. Groudon's eyes worry. Hoenn region, a battlefield not far from Slateport City. Groudon and Kyogre are still fighting. Roar! Groudon's sword on the cliff, which condenses the energy of the earth, make the whole sea tremble. Hit Kyogre steadily and knock Kyogre into the sea. At the same time, Kyogre's root fluctuations are also completely poured on Groudon. Made Groudon take dozens of steps back, letting the lava on him keep falling. The 2 sides exchanged a move, but it didn't help. Just as Groudon was about to stabilize his body and prepare to attack, he found it impressively. Rival Kyogre has taken off again. The source fluctuations that condense the power of the entire entire sea already booming at Groudon again. The rough-skinned Groudon is much stronger than Kyogre, but the problem is Kyogre actually recovered one step faster than him, and it also condensed the source fluctuations so quickly. This is not normal. In the face of the source fluctuation, Groudon didn't have time to think. He quickly used two sharp claws to block in front of him. Boom! Groudon has a block and has tried his best to minimize the damage, but it still took a few steps back to stabilize. The source of this hair fluctuate compared to the previous one. More energy to fill. Groudon was then thrown back, but Kyogre was in bad shape too. There are many cracks on his fish that were caught by Groudon. At the same time, above the belly of the fish, there are also scars struck by the sword of the cliff, but Kyogre was not affected by these injuries at all, and persevered in launching all kinds of powerful attacks, constantly repelling Groudon, carrying Kyogre's attack hard. Groudon's golden eyes showed a hint of doubt. For thousands of years, he and Kyogre have fought countless times, but every time, it is not like this. The battle is so fierce. This time, Kyogre seems to have a sense of death. Although it didn't feel right, Kyogre didn't give Groudon time to think, and kept attacking Groudon. Although I don't know what's wrong, I feel that Kyogre is weird at this time. It's much more intense than the last time they fought. Drake, the leader of the four elite, said suspiciously. The last time Groudon and Kyogre fought, he watched the entire process. I also think, Bonnie said from the side. According to the records in the ancient book, the two super ancient Pokemon who returned to the original should be comparable in combat power. But right now, Kyogre feels like he's hitting Groudon. It shouldn't be. Wallace thought for a moment and said Groudon was suppressed. Could it be that he was at a disadvantage from the beginning and was expended too much physical strength and energy? No. Steven shook his head and rejected Wallace's idea, saying, at the beginning of the battle, although Groudon was beaten continuously, but don't forget, we also use some of Kyogre's energy. In that respect, they should be on an even footing now. Everyone has different opinions, but there is no conclusion. There's no explanation for Kyogre's strong hold on Groudon. They all looked at Hao-Yan, trying to get an answer from him. I saw Hao-Yan biting his lip and frowning deeply. Through the observation of Aura's power, he clearly felt that Kyogre's situation was getting worse. But on the contrary, the fighting power is getting stronger and stronger. He couldn't explain this situation. Just between the doubt, Kyogre's situation changed again. A surging ocean wave was stirred up, and a root-causing wave was sent out. Boom! The huge impact knocked Groudon back again. Just when everyone thought that Kyogre had just used a root wave, and would rest for a while to charge up, Kyogre unexpectedly condensed a wave of the root cause again, and mercilessly blasted toward Groudon. Boom! Groudon is knocked back again. When Groudon was repelled, Kyogre's root fluctuated and condensed again. After two consecutive rounds, without stopping, another round, the powerful source fluctuate, and there are 3 consecutive rounds without stopping. At this time, Kyogre is like a barret that can burst. The most powerful Groudon, who was repeatedly knocked to the ground, did not growl as angry as usual, and then fought back. Instead, he stared at his old rival with bright golden eyes. In his eyes, there was a trace of worry. At the same time, Hao-Yan finally knew why Kyogre was able to continuously suppress Groudon, who was as powerful as him. Chapter 577 Big Brother. Here we come. Just when everyone was amazed at Kyogre's powerful source of fluctuation, Hao-Yan couldn't help but blurted out, Kyogre is consuming the power of the source. Hao-Yan has always been calm and indifferent, giving people a feeling that the sky is falling and he is taking it with equanimity. It is rare to see him so surprised. Even Hao-Yan was so surprised. It seemed that the matter was not trivial. Steven and others quickly asked, Hao-Yan, what source of power? What mean? Hao-Yan thought for a while, and explained in words that everyone could understand. The power of the source can be understood as the vitality of every living being. The reason why Kyogre is able to use the root of the burst to suppress Groudon is because he is consuming his own vitality, draining life force. What would that be? Steven demanded. Hao-Yan continued. The vitality has been consumed by land crossing, and it is very likely that irreversible damage will occur. Even, there may be exhaustion and death. I'm sure you've all heard that Team Rockets has a technique. Squeeze the vitality of Pokemon and let them acquire powerful abilities that do not belong to them in a short period of time. Finally, Pokemon that have been squeezed by land crossing will exhaust their vitality and die. And now Kyogre is in this state. Wallace quickly asked, could it be that someone did something to Kyogre that caused him to be like this? Although Hao-Yan doesn't know exactly what Kyogre has experienced, he can be sure that it must be someone's conspiracy. Now, the important thing is not to find the root cause, but to stabilize Kyogre's emotions first and let him get out of this violent state. If Kyogre falls, the sea and the earth will be out of balance, and what will happen is really unpredictable. Hao-Yan really wanted to help, but at this time his Pokemon were already close to the limit and could no longer fight. Shout out to Groudon, who was fighting Kyogre. Groudon, stop Kyogre. What Hao-Yan thought in his heart was actually similar to what Groudon knew. Groudon's feelings for his mad, berserk old adversary necessary are complicated. The worlds as fire and water are incompatible. Indeed, at the beginning they were indeed a state of struggle, either you died or I live. But over time, thousands of years of constant change, there were also subtle changes in the hearts of both parties. Time is the best regulator. For thousands of years, Groudon and Kyogre have become both rivals and friends. After all, it is only each other that accompanies them for thousands of years. And of course, Rayquaza. This feeling is not difficult to understand. Just imagine that a person has a long lifespan. The people around you are getting old and dying. The only one who accompanies him through this boundless life is his old rival. As the saying goes, companionship is the longest confession of love. Groudon and Kyogre hate each other, but in fact they regard each other as a friend in a sense. Roar. After 3 consecutive Kyogre shots, the root fluctuations created by consuming the power of the source, even the rough-skinned Groudon is very uncomfortable. He stood up with difficulty and looked at his old rival Kyogre again, hoping to use his voice to make Kyogre stop that state of hurting himself. It's just growl in Groudon, and Kyogre in a frenzy sounds like a taunt. Roar. The original Kyogre made a wail call louder than Groudon, completely ignoring Groudon's cry. At the same time, it consumes the power of the source within the body and bombards Groudon again. Boom, boom, boom. 3 consecutive roars hit Groudon accurately. At this time, Groudon was disgraced and severely injured. The lava covering the body seems to have been extinguished by the root fluctuation, but his Lingran sharp breath was not affected. As long as he is given enough time, he can make up for the injury through self-healing. But on the other hand, Kyogre has 3 consecutive root fluctuations, which look very strong and powerful, but in fact, it once again consumed his source power. If this continues, there will be irreversible damage. However, Kyogre, who is not rational, is not aware of this problem at all, and is planning to continue to make move. Boom, boom, boom. Primitive Kyogre continued to consume the power of the source, constantly bombarding Groudon. Even if Groudon wanted to wake up Kyogre, he couldn't do anything under the constant bombardment. No, if it goes on like this, both Groudon and Kyogre will suffer. Anxious Houyan took out a special baby ball from his backpack. This treasure ball was given to him by Professor Oak a long time ago, and let him conquer Mewtwo's Master Ball. It was at that time that he did not use this Master Ball to forcibly subdue Mewtwo. It has been in the backpack to eat ashes. It's just that with this Master Ball, it's hard to say whether Kyogre in a violent state can be forced into the ball. Just when Houyan wanted to take a risk and tried to trap Kyogre with the Master Ball, the violent storm and the scorching sun all vanished in an instant. The clouds and smoke are filled with boiling, like the wings of the sky hanging from the sky. Tiny cyclones swirl across it, and each cyclone has a unique mystery. Seeing the scene at this time, Houyan was determined. Rayquaza, here we come. Groudon, who was overturned to the ground, looked at the 100-meter dragon galloping in the air for the first time, full of hope. Brother, here we come. Chapter 578. Rayquaza's bloodline suppression. Groudon, Kyogre, and Rayquaza are called super ancient Pokemon. Groudon and Kyogre are equals to each other. Rayquaza is in charge of the sky, and their strength is higher than them. A veritable big brother to Groudon and Kyogre. In normal time, Groudon and Kyogre respect their big brother. After all, the sky is the sum of the sea and the earth. But now, Kyogre, who is drugged and fell into a violent state, has no reverence for Rayquaza, who is soaring above the 9 heavens, especially under the influence of a state of rage, making Kyogre just want to destroy everything. Disregarding the injury and consuming the power of the source, he opened his mouth to face the big brother Rayquaza and issued an ice beam. Kyogre consumes the power of the source, and the ice beam issued is 10 meters thick. The temperature around ice beam dropped directly to freezing point. Rayquaza, who came after a long journey, just met and found that his little brother, Kyogre, had committed the following crime. Attack him. Rayquaza of the Dragon and Flight Department, but 4 times weaker ice. Fighting Kyogre's ice beam is no joke. As a noble sky dragon, coupled with his elder brother's dignity, he is not allowed to dodge. When he opened his mouth, a powerful cyclone was sent out, sending out a dragon pulse, which blasted with Kyogre's ice beam. Boom. The attack from both sides collided and cancelled each other out. Anger flashed in Rayquaza's eyes. The little brother attacked the big brother. How dare he? Back to the original. Don't recognize his big brother. Just when Rayquaza wanted to teach his disobedient little brother a lesson, Groudon, who was not far away, kept making a roar sound towards Rayquaza. Roar tilde roar tilde. Groudon kept talking about Kyogre's anomaly and wanted big brother to put out the fire. Hearing Groudon's call, Rayquaza's dragon eyes looked at Kyogre with a puzzled look in his eyes. It was true that Kyogre was abnormal and seemed to have lost his mind. At the same time, Kyogre, who was in a state of rage, didn't stop for a moment and once again consumed the power of the source and sent a more powerful ice beam to Rayquaza. The icy light that is extremely cold seems to freeze the space. The whole space seems to become obscure. Facing the more powerful ice beam, Rayquaza, who has always been arrogant, had to wave his 100 100-meter body to dodge Kyogre's attack. Roar! Rayquaza's anger can't hold back. The original clear and high-pitched dragon roar disappeared. Instead, the sound of a dragon blasting everyone's eardrum. Seeing that the war was about to break out, Hao-Yan quickly rode the Ice Ninetail, sprinted continuously on the sea, and quickly entered the battlefield. Rayquaza, don't attack yet. Kyogre fights again, and the result is likely to cause him to collapse. Roar! Roar! Rayquaza forcibly suppressed his anger, and his body rolled towards Hao-Yan at a rapid rate. It's hard work. Xiaoju. Hao-Yan gently jumped up from Bing Ninetail, landed firmly on Rayquaza, and used the baby ball to retrieve Bing Ninetail. Hao-Yan, who was riding on Rayquaza, immediately comforted Rayquaza. Rayquaza, listen to me. Kyogre didn't mean to attack you. He was drugged, causing his emotions to go into a frenzy. Hao-Yan explained it to Rayquaza roughly. After hearing Hao-Yan's explanation, Rayquaza took back his rage and didn't care about Kyogre's taunt. While Hao-Yan was explaining, the violent Kyogre was not idle either. Taking advantage of the gap when Rayquaza went to look for Hao-Yan, he continued to consume the power of the source, sending out the source wave to Groudon. The onslaught doesn't stop. Roar! Under Kyogre's onslaught, Groudon's passive defend, but Kyogre's attack that consumed the power of the source, even if Groudon tried his best to defend, was beaten to the point of paining Growl. Even the sharp breath has weakened a bit. Despite Groudon being beaten, Kyogre's situation is not optimistic. Excessive consumption of the power of the source has made him extremely weak, but the brain has been completely imperceptible due to the influence of the madness. Hao-Yan knew that he had to quiet Kyogre as soon as possible. Immerse yourself quickly. Use the power of Viridian to communicate with Rayquaza, and connect with Rayquaza's consciousness. Rayquaza, Mega Evolution. Feeling the fusion of Hao-Yan's will in himself, Rayquaza's form is constantly changing. Roar! A majestic dragon roar suddenly sounded, haunting the entire Slateport city. In the cloud, the cyclone is constantly changing with the will of the Emperor. Rayquaza is surrounded by Saffron's light, streamlined body, overflowing with terrifying cyan energy. The aura of domineering, fierce, and supreme dignity permeates the entire battlefield. Mega Rayquaza, who holds the authority of the 9 heavens, makes no secret of his power. The huge power stems from the suppression of the blood, so that Kyogre, who is in a violent state, dare not act rashly. Roar! Groudon roared twice, as Rayquaza's tyrannical aura allowed him to catch his breath. Chapter 579. Groudon hug Kyogre. As soon as he came into contact with Rayquaza's incomparably powerful aura, Kyogre quickly dived back to the bottom of the water, a pair of fish eyes staring at Rayquaza restlessly. Kyogre, in a state of rage, did not surrender. The factors of destruction have completely occupied Kyogre's big fish head, lurking down, just looking for an opportunity to attack. However, Kyogre's lurking also gave Hao-Yan a short time to think. Should be Team Rocket doing it to Kyogre. But Team Rocket, how did Kyogre go berserk? Hao-Yan's brain was running fast, and he suddenly thought of the red orb that he fed Groudon just now. Team Rockets is supposed to use the blue orb that can bring Kyogre back to its original state, and wrap the orb with some substances that can make Kyogre go mad. Yes, that's how it should be. In other words, as long as the blue orb is taken out of Kyogre's body, Kyogre can be restored to normal. Hao-Yan probably knew about the mutation of Kyogre. After clearing things up, a plan is quickly generated. Hao-Yan patted Rayquaza and asked, Rayquaza, we need to take out the blue orb that affected Kyogre, so that he can return to normal. I ask you, can you get Groudon to follow our orders? Rayquaza glanced at Groudon next to him and nodded in response to Hao-Yan without thinking. Let Groudon, the god of the earth, follow his command. At first glance, it felt incredible, but for Mega Rayquaza, it's not a thing at all. Roar! Rayquaza roar made 2 noises and called Groudon to his side. It proved to Hao-Yan with practical actions that there is no problem. Groudon, listen to my instructions later. You are a very important part, you know. Hao-Yan used the power of aura to communicate with Groudon. Roar! Groudon nodded. To tell the truth, it was the first time that Groudon, the dignified god of the earth, had obeyed a human being. No way, the situation is stronger than people. A weak human being in his eyes actually has the ability to make Rayquaza Mega Evolution. Even, riding on the head of the big brother Rayquaza. Will he listen? Also, that human seemed to be quite sure of getting Kyogre back to normal. Listening to his word, it seems that there is nothing wrong. Hao-Yan patted Rayquaza with relief. As long as Groudon listened to the command, he would be sure to take blue orb out of Kyogre. Come on Rayquaza, and blast Kyogre out of the water with the Dragon Pulse. Hao-Yan gave an order, and Rayquaza's golden body flashed and flew quickly. There was a huge dragon wave in the mouth, and it slammed directly around Kyogre. Rayquaza's dragon wave, combined with his cyclone, instantly emptied the Kyogre seawater. Kyogre's huge fish body exposed. Without being surrounded by seawater, Kyogre simply flew straight up. Hao-Yan's eyes narrowed, and Kyogre's reaction was exactly what he thought. Immediately ordered, Rayquaza, use the dragon dragon tail. Draw Kyogre in front of Groudon. Roar. Rayquaza's 100-meter body, shining with golden light, constantly circled to strengthen his rank. Following Hao-Yan's instructions, he beat Kyogre on the body. With tremendous force, Kyogre was ejected. In this case, Rayquaza is like a long whip, whipping the Kyogre on his body. Kyogre was whipped out like a spinning top. Pretty. Hao-Yan is very satisfied that Rayquaza and his mind are connected. As Kyogre kept getting closer to Groudon, Hao-Yan said again, "Groudon, hug Kyogre." Roar. Groudon never expected that Hao-Yan's order was to let him hug Kyogre. Although he was reluctant, he still followed Hao-Yan's instructions, stretched out his paws and hugged Kyogre. Boom. Groudon hugged Kyogre and fell heavily on the magma ground. Roar. Kyogre made a loud wail call and kept struggling in Groudon's arms. Want to resist? Attack Groudon. Kyogre in a state of rage, so powerful that even Groudon can't control it. The huge fins flap, trying to fly again out of Groudon's control. At this time, Hao-Yan's voice came again. Groudon, put Kyogre under your body. Put your weight on him and don't let him move. Roar. Groudon stretched out two claws with difficulty, locking Kyogre's fins firmly. The huge body pressed directly on Kyogre. Movement was suppressed, and Kyogre could only use his fins to keep flapping. A slap on Groudon's face. Not much damage, but extremely insulting. The fins were controlled. Kyogre opened his big mouth, and the cold light inside his mouth burst. An ice beam is about to be issued. Groudon and Kyogre are so close together that Groudon can't even hide. Groudon wasn't afraid of ice beam, but once hit, Kyogre will be freed. Fortunately, at this time, Hao-Yan arrived with Rayquaza. Rayquaza, use Thunder Wave. Paralyze Kyogre. Roar. Rayquaza opened his mouth, and suddenly countless sparks condensed, accurately hitting Kyogre, who had nowhere to resist. The energy of the electrical system constantly numbs Kyogre's nerve. Almost instantly, Kyogre was paralyzed, causing Kyogre's originally condensed ice beam to dissipate into nothingness. At this point, Kyogre was firmly locked by Groudon and could not resist. Chapter 580. The Red Chains That Bound the Gods of Time and Space. Occasionally, Kyogre's fins were thrown in Groudon's face. Struggle hard. Groudon pressed Kyogre tightly, not letting him move. After tens of thousands of years of fighting, Groudon never expected to be so close to Kyogre. And he is on top and Kyogre is on the bottom. This is a slightly shameful posture. Groudon, control Kyogre. Hao-Yan directed Rayquaza, approaching them. Roar tilde. Groudon nodded. Tough. Rayquaza, you'll be careful not to let Kyogre fire an energy attack later. If Groudon can't control it, you help too. Rayquaza also nodded, reassuring Hao-Yan. After making arrangement, Hao-Yan measured the distance, then turned over and jumped down from Rayquaza's body, standing on top of Kyogre's fish head. Stabilizing his body, he took a deep breath. Using the power of Viridian, the dazzling white light condensed in both hands and pressed down on Kyogre's fish head. The moment I touched Kyogre with both hands, Kyogre's struggles subsided a lot immediately. Taking advantage of this time, Hao-Yan quickly used the power of aura to connect with Kyogre. Suddenly, Hao-Yan's eyes turned black. Consciousness is plunged into chaos. There are boundless negative emotions in my mind. Destruction, fury, destruction, and all kinds of emotions seem to engulf him. Kyogre's consciousness is too vast. Hao-Yan felt that his consciousness was like a lone boat sailing in a storm. It is possible at any time, and it will be engulfed by the rolling wave. At the critical moment, Hao-Yan's Viridian power unfolded, trying his best to resist the violent breath of Kyogre. If it wasn't in Alamos Town, where he had endured the coercion of Arceus, it would have been possible for Hao-Yan to be influenced by Kyogre. Into the boundless fury together. Use the power of Viridian to stabilize the words of the mind and fight against the violent breath. Time passed by minute. Hao-Yan's clothes were completely wet with sweat. An indigo orb slowly emerged from Kyogre's body. On the periphery of this orb, there is an unknown substance, and it is this substance that affects this Kyogre and sends him into a frenzy. Only the last step. Hao-Yan bit the tip of his teeth, used the tingling pain to wake himself up, and let the smell of blood stimulate his nerve. Use the last Viridian power to pull blue orb out of Kyogre's body. It done. Hao-Yan tightly hugged the indigo orb with both hands. He fell heavily to the ground. At the moment when Hao-Yan fell, Kyogre changed from returning to his original form back to his normal form. At the same time, the violent aura no longer affected him, as if he had been drained of energy. Boundless exhaustion hit his heart. Unable to struggle any longer, he lay down under Groudon's body. Roar tilde. Groudon clearly sensed that Kyogre had returned to normal, so he stopped holding him and rolled from Kyogre's body to the side to lie down. Groudon is also very tired, pressing down on Kyogre, who is constantly struggling. Take a deep breath and relieve the tiredness just now. Hao-Yan, Kyogre, and Groudon were all very tired, but only Rayquaza was the most relaxed. Hao-Yan stood up strong and patted Kyogre under his butt. Rayquaza, who sighed, smiled. It's okay, the matter is resolved. When Hao-Yan took out the influence of Kyogre, that blue orb containing special substances, it meant that the Hoenn region thing came to an end. But But in the Sinnoh region, there is still a big drama going on. Sinnoh, top of MT, Coronet, Spear Pillar. Lots of people gather here. Team Galactic Cyrus has 3 trap Pokemon in front of him. They are Mesprit, Yuxi, and Enorm. Cyrus is manipulating the machine, controlling 3 Pokemon, and summoning the gods of time and space to Spear Pillar. Behind Cyrus, Zulan, representing the Sinnoh Alliance, took the injured 4 Elite and a superior Inspector, and fought against the 3 cadres of Team Galactic. Want to stop Cyrus. Conspiracy. The reason why Zulan was unable to defeat Team Galactic Saturn and the others was because there were 2 men of evil who joined forces to stop Zulan. The 2 sullen men were Giovanni's subordinates Archie and Maxie. Just as the 2 sides were fighting, 2 dark voids appeared above Spear Pillar. From the 2 dark voids, there was a constant roar. The time and space gods, under the manipulation of Cyrus, revealed their hideous heads. Immediately afterward, the gods of time and space appeared together. Ha 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 ha, ha 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 ha. Cyrus laughed wildly. My ideal. I dream of a world without fighting. It's almost done. Palkia, Dialga, come and fulfill my long-cherished wish. The mad Cyrus pressed a button in his hand, and 3 red chains appeared in the void. The red chains quickly landed on Constrict body. The space-time Shuanglong kept roaring and struggling. It's a pity that no matter how hard they struggled, they couldn't break free from the red chain. It's over. Zulan couldn't take care of the battle anymore. Her pretty face turned pale. Cyrus, who has mastered the gods of space and time, will implement his morbid ideal. Destroy the real world. Archie and Maxie looked at each other and saw the disdain for Cyrus in each other's eyes. Withdrawing their respective Pokemon, taking advantage of everyone's eyes, they all focused on the gods of time and space. He laughed quietly. Chapter 581. Xiaoxi learned Groudon's Sword of the Cliff. Hoenn region. The low pressure surrounding Slateport City disappeared as Kyogre recovered. Haoyan took a deep breath and scratched from Kyogre's fish head. Fortunately, your frenzy didn't last long. Once you cause permanent damage, even my Viridian power can't help you repair it. Next, take a good rest and replenish your energy. It shouldn't take long before you can be the same as before. Taking out the blue orb that made Kyogre go berserk, Haoyan used the power of Viridian Helping Hand Kyogre to repair his body. Roared Tilda. Kyogre opened his mouth wide and thanked Haoyan. If Haoyan hadn't protected him from the boundless rage and protected his dying rationality, he might have fallen into the abyss forever. You're welcome. Haoyan smiled weakly and patted Kyogre's big fish head. Roared Tilda. Kyogre didn't dislike Haoyan's touch, nodded at his elder brother Rayquaza, and looked at his old enemy Groudon. Groudon's lava armor was shattered and bleak. There is no power of the god of the earth at all, but it looks like a huge sandslash that has been roasted red. Kyogre hesitated for a while, and then thanked Growl slightly to Groudon. After all, Groudon has been passively defending in order to prevent him from getting injured in the violent state. Didn't attack while Kyogre lost his mind. In the end, instead, he cooperated with Haoyan and Rayquaza to help him return to normal. Roar Tilda. Roar Tilda. Groudon turned his head slightly to avoid looking at Kyogre, posing an air of arrogance and disdain. Kyogre immediately retracted his gratitude upon seeing Groudon's appearance. Shame on your face, you deserve to be beaten Tilda. With a swing of his fin, he dived underwater and swam toward the deepest trench in the seabed. Returned to his lair, absorbed the water essence to replenish lost stamina and energy. Groudon, who saw Kyogre leave and return to the original, flashed red on his body, and a vermilion orb emerged from his body. Groudon, who had withdrawn from the original, returned, carefully handed the red orb back to Haoyan. Groudon, hard work. Haoyan took the red orb with Groudon's body temperature, put it together with the blue orb, and put it away. These 2 orbs are the key items in bringing back the original Kyogre and Groudon. These 2 orbs were handed over to Haoyan for safekeeping, and Groudon felt relieved. An inheritor who can be recognized by the big brother Rayquaza. What else is there to worry about? You also go back to Yantu Mountain. Groudon. Haoyan waved to Groudon. Roar Tilda. Roar Tilda. Groudon nodded slightly to Rayquaza, then took heavy steps and slowly left in the direction of Miss Hut. Groudon, remember to be careful when you go back. Don't touch the surrounding dwelling. Haoyan waved his hand in the direction Groudon left, and instructed. It's not Granny Haoyan, but Groudon can't fly and can only walk on his leg. After all, his huge stature, with a footprint of more than 20 meters, could easily crush a building with one wrong step. Just a reminder. Things are over Rayquaza. You also quit the state of Mega Evolution. Haoyan said to Rayquaza with a smile. Roared Tilda. Rayquaza let out a high-pitched growl, and quickly gathered the golden light that was lingering around him into the 100-meter high body of God. So hungry. Haoyan's stomach hoot-hoot growled. Dealing with Kyogre took too much of his energy. The Viridian power in the body is even more empty, just like the Nan people who were in urgent need of nutritional supplements after the war. But now is not the time to eat, and is about to ask Rayquaza why he heard his call and came so late, if there is something to restrain him. But to his surprise, Rayquaza flew to Tyranitar's side. I don't know where Rayquaza took out a stone that emits red, orange, yellow, green, blue, blue, purple light. This colorful stone is not big, about the size of a fist. Tyranitar stared at the colorful stone with hope, expectation, and incomparable covet. Roared Tilda. Rayquaza growled at Tyranitar, motioning for Tyranitar to eat the stone. If Tyranitar wasn't forced by Rayquaza's power, the moment the stone appeared, he would have wanted to take a swallow. Now with Rayquaza's permission, there is no hesitation. Open your mouth wide. Merciless swallow. The shark teeth kept chewing, making a shark-like, slightly hideous face, full of satisfaction after getting it. With Tyranitar swallowing the stone, suddenly, Tyranitar burst into colorful light. The original broken rock armor was restored to its original state under the wrapping of colorful rays of light, and it radiates a white light similar to metal. Tyranitar felt the surging energy in his body and was very excited. With a heavy stomping on the sea, a stone pillar with a shocking crack suddenly rose from the sea. This is the sword of the cliff. Xiaoxi learned Groudon's cliff sword. Haoyan looked at his Tyranitar in shock. Chapter 582 Bamboo Orchid's request for help. Groudon's fighting style is simple, also rude. The most direct way to do the most damage to the opponent is the Groudon fighting style, and Tyranitar is a big man who can't fly because of its eyes, and Groudon. It's similar in combat, especially Groudon's powerful cliff sword, which Tyranitar yearned for. Taking the colorful stone from Rayquaza gave Tyranitar an epic boost. Let Tyranitar break through his own shackles from the peak of champion and achieve the first level of the beast. The rock-cracking stone pillar he used just now was a cliff-breaking sword with incomplete power, because after absorbing the colorful stone, the energy is full, and his own perception is further deepened. Only then did a reduced version of the sword of the cliff come out. In terms of power, it is not comparable to Groudon's full version of the sword of the cliff, but such power cannot be underestimated. Haoyan's surprise command of Ice Ninetales jumped on Tyranitar and looked left and right. I didn't expect Tyranitar's breakthrough to be so simple. Breakthrough by eating. Haoyan was very satisfied with Tyranitar's change, and couldn't help but said to Rayquaza, Rayquaza, what is the stone that Xiaoxi ate just now? Rayquaza shook his head, and a majestic voice sounded in Haoyan's head. I found that stone by accident from where I live. I felt like Tyranitar would need it, so I took it out. Haoyan quickly remembered that the reason why his Tyranitar became so big was that it ate a meteorite called the core of rock, which caused it to grow so well. It seems that meteorites are a good thing. No wonder Rayquaza has been living in space for so long. It's good to eat more meteorite. Afterward, Haoyan looked at Rayquaza with hope. Rayquaza, do you still have that kind of stone? If there are a few more colorful stones, wouldn't Tyranitar easily advance? Rayquaza shook his head silently, indicating no more. All right. Rayquaza's answer was not unexpected, and getting a piece by chance is already a pleasant surprise. Anyway, there is one person who is very fond of collecting stone. Go back and talk to him. Maybe there is something to gain or not. In addition to the joy, Haoyan returned to Pete. Was about to ask Rayquaza what was holding him back. The mobile phone around his waist made a harsh ringtone. Jingle bell tilde, jingle bell tilde. Glancing at the caller, it was Zulin. Seeing Zulin, the caller, Haoyan knew something had happened. He quickly connected the phone and heard Zulin's slightly anxious voice. Haoyan. In addition to Zulin's voice, there was a loud roar on the phone. The roar was clearly unyielding, unwilling to surrender, and the roar seemed a little familiar. Haoyan immediately asked, what's wrong with Zulin? Did something happen to you? Zulin quickly replied, Red. Cyrus captured the 3 holy mushrooms and summoned Dialga and Pachaluya, and wrapped them in a kind of red chain, as if controlling them. The scene, I can't grasp it. Can you come and help me? I see. I'll come right now. Hold down Cyrus as much as you can, and wait for me to clean him up. Haoyan frowned and hung up the phone. Although he was puzzled, after all, when he left Sinnoh region, Team Galactic was almost cleaned up. Moreover, he also specifically explained that Sinnoh's 4 elites would go to Lake Verity to guard and prevent Team Galactic people from capturing the 3 holy mushrooms. Unexpectedly, it was still succeeded by the people of Team Galactic, and he was summoned by Cyrus to summon the gods of time and space. How did the surviving Team Galactic succeed under the perseverance of the Sinnoh Alliance? Could it be that there is an expert behind Team Galactic? Could it be that Kyogre's anomaly was specially designed by someone to tune the tiger away from the mountain? Could it be that Giovanni was hiding behind his back? In Haoyan's mind, a story chain quickly formed. Although it is not possible to guess the complete story 100%, the general situation is almost the same. Haoyan directed Bang Ninetales to return to Steven and others, and instructed them, Steven, Wallace, Bamboo Orchid of Sinnoh region asked me for help. The gods of time and space are bound by the people of the evil organization Team Galactic. I must get there immediately. I suspect that the sudden mutation of Kyogre this time is likely to be related to Team Galactic of Sinnoh region. So, start an investigation as soon as possible to find out who made Kyogre go berserk. Steven and Wallace heard it, and nodded solemnly, saying that it would be fine to leave it to them. Let Haoyan go at ease. After explaining everything, Haoyan took back all the Pokemon and rode on Rayquaza. Rayquaza, let go to MT. Coronet in Sinnoh. Roar tilde. Rayquaza didn't hesitate, let out a clear dragon roar, swung the 100-meter-long body, and took off at high speed. Chapter 583 Giratina in charge of antimatter. Roar, 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 roar. Dialga and Pachulua were covered in red chains and let out a loud growl. I don't know what this red chain is made of. The more you struggle, the tighter it gets. Can't move. In addition to binding them, this red chain has a strange ability. It seems that they are suppressing their original will. Let their bodies out of control. Ha ha ha. Dialga, Pachulua, surrender to me. Struggling is pointless. We will destroy the original world together and create a new world without any dispute. Come on, let's make it happen, my great ideal. Cyrus laughed wildly, the source of the red chain wrapped around his hand. Once Cyrus has fully mastered the power of the space-time Sangyong, we can't stop his ambitions. Zulin shouted to the four elites in a loud voice. While Cyrus has not fully mastered it yet, let's attack the red chain on his hand together. After speaking, Zulin commanded her Garchomp and issued a powerful dragon pulse. Afterward, the four elites of the Sinnoh region, commanding their respective Pokemon, attacked together with Zulin. Our ideal of Team Galactic will not be easily destroyed by you. Because Cyrus was about to control the gods of time and space, which boosted Team Galactic's morale, Saturn led him to Bronzong to stand in front of Zulin. Bronzong used the light screen to block Garchomp's attack. The rest of the Team Galactic cadres Jupiter and Mars also shot together. Boom! The energy attacks of both sides cancel each other out. HMPH. Courting death. Zulin's pretty face was covered in frost, and she brazenly directed her Garchomp to shoot. Garchomp, Dragon Claw. Garchomp sickle-like claws swung down at a speed that broke the speed of sound. Clang! Saturn's Bronzong was directly opened with a huge crack. The Sinnoh 4 elite also joined forces to attack Jupiter and Mars respectively. Without the support of Archie and Maxie, Team Galactic would not be a match for Zulin at all. Even with the Sinnoh 4 elite injured at Lake Verity, 2-on-1 is clearly much stronger. The three cadres of Team Galactic are losing ground. Quick, attack the red chain in Cyrus' hands now. Zulan, who had forced back the three major cadres of Team Galactic, took the lead in commanding Garchomp to deliver a powerful hyper beam. The other four elite, leading the Inquisitor, all attacked Cyrus together. The numerous attacks were about to hit Cyrus. I saw Cyrus standing at the top of Fear Pillar, turning around gloomily, without a trace of fear on his face, because he has completely controlled Dialga and Pachulua, the two gods of time and space. Their eyes are empty and no longer as agile as before, like a puppet. Dialga, roar of time. Dialga got the order and stood in front of Cyrus. Dialga, who is in charge of time, seems to be around him, and time is stagnant and unable to move forward. For him, time is just a plaything that he needs at will. He opened his mouth and released a huge energy that shook the air and shattered time. Not good. Go back. Zulin's pretty face turned pale. Haoyan had seen the power of Dialga in Alamos Town. Strong as a rhetoric. All the Pokemon went on together, and they barely survived a few rounds. Now, with Zulin alone, and the injured four elite, they are no match for Dialga at all. Boom! The huge energy attack directly blasted a big hole in the ground. Fortunately, the four elite quickly retreated under the reminder of Zulin, so there was no damage. However, several investigators who did not retreat in time were hit and turned into void fragments and dissipated. Very scary. Is this the strength of Dialga? Bertha, one of the four elite, stroked his chest in fear. If it was 0.1 second slower just now, she would disappear into nothingness like those investigators. The other three elites were also full of cold sweat. Too strong. Dialga's strength is simply not something they can resist. Ooh. Zulin's beautiful eyes showed despair. Cyrus has taken control of Dialga and Pachulua. They simply can't compete with it. Only Mega Rayquaza can defeat the gods of space and time. Huyan. Zulin called silently in her heart, looking forward to Haoyan's appearance. Ha ha ha. Destroy as much as you like. This old world doesn't matter anymore. Destroy this world that is full of strife, disgusting, and stench all the time. Meet a whole new world. Ha 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 ha. Holding the red chain in his hand, Cyrus, who controlled the gods of time and space, laughed wildly, as if at this moment he has mastered everything. At this moment, a dark void appeared in the void. In the dark void, it is pitch black. Even if light shines in it, it cannot penetrate the black. A winged centipede, full of black air, emerged from the dark void. It is Giratina who is in charge of antimatter. Chapter 584 Haoyan, can you make it in time? Palkia, Dialga, Giratina, the three Pokemon, are the creator god Arsu Pokemon created by S. Palkia is in charge of space, Dialga is in charge of time, and Giratina is the antimatter in charge of stable space and time. It can be said that the time and space of Sinnoh region is stable, and Giratina has made a huge contribution. In terms of identity, Giratina is barely the big brother of the gods of space and time. Giratina, who originally originally lived in the antimatter space, felt that the aura of the gods of space and time was unstable. Then from the antimatter space to the world space to find out. However, he was surprised to find that Constrict had many red chains on his body. It seems that their will is limited, controlled by a human in front of me. Roar. As Giratina, co-created by Arceus, the creator god, he knows the power of the gods of time and space. It seems that the red chain in the hands of the human is not a common thing. Ha 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 ha. Giratina. Cyrus stared at Giratina with thirsty eyes. As expected according to myths and legend, as long as the gods of time and space are controlled, Giratina, who controls antimatter, will be attracted. Giratina, you are an integral part of my plan. Come on, surrender to me. With a flick of the red chain in Cyrus's hand, the red chain flew towards Giratina. Roar. Giratina didn't dare to be careless about the red chains that could control the gods of time and space. Roar snorted, and her huge body turned into a mass of haze. After Cyrus' red chain hit haze, haze immediately dissipated towards the surrounding haze, which dissipated at the same time, reappeared on Cyrus' right side and regrouped into Giratina. Giratina rolled up countless dark waves of light and attacked Cyrus himself, a ghost-type shadow force. It useless. Cyrus found that the red chain had failed, and without any dejected expression, he still smiled wildly, and pointed in a direction to the right, where Giratina transformed into haze. He shouted, Palkia, use Spatial Ren to the right. The orange-yellow orb on Palkia's right shoulder continued to shine, mechanically slashing a space-cutting slash. Boom! The collision of the two energies and the explosion made everyone in Spear Pillar feel their ears tingling. At the same time, the space is cracked, the dark void that reveals the origin of the world and devours everything. After this round, Giratina has completely seen the dual gods of time and space, and her consciousness has been completely suppressed. Even if they can't be rescued quickly, it is very likely that the will of the space-time gods will be wiped out. In the end, it was completely reduced to Cyrus' plaything. Honor me. Submit to me. Giratina, this is the only way you can go. Cyrus, who controls the two gods of space and time, has regarded Giratina as his possession. Respect each other. Surrender to each other. There is only one object of allegiance to the three Sinnoh gods, and that is Arceus, the god of creation. A weak human, relying on some despicable means to control the gods of space and time, thinks that he has the ability to control the gods. Wishful thinking. Roar. Giratina got angry, let out a growl of hyper voice, and the wind blew. Haze, whose body was so strong that it couldn't be dissolved, kept spreading out to the surrounding. The whole sky around Spear Pillar doesn't have any light. The world is filled with endless black magic energy. Suddenly, countless terrifying phantoms appeared, all of which hit Cyrus and attacked. This is Giratina's exclusive skill, Nightshade. Stubborn stuff. Just resist. After you resist, you will know that everything is in vain. Pulling the red chain in his hand, he controlled the space-time gods and shouted to countless terrifying phantoms. Dialga, Roar of Time. Palkia, Facial Ren. The wooden gods of time and space joined forces to use their exclusive skills to break through the nightshade made by Giratina. Boom, boom, boom. In the continuous battle, space and time collapsed, and all around Spear Pillar were the dark void that devoured everything. As the three gods battle, the dark void grows bigger and bigger, devouring the surrounding matter. Bamboo Orchid and Four Elite have retreated to the end of Spear Pillar, even though they are the most superior human trainers in the entire Sinnoh region. But they are ordinary human beings after all. The Pokemon used are just ordinary Pokemon. At most, a quasi-god like Garchomp. There is an essential difference from the god who holds the authority. For the battle between the three gods, the four elite Berthas were inexplicably horrified and could only pin their hopes on Haoyan. Only God can fight against God. Zulin, Haoyan still, how long will it take to arrive? Zulin shook her head silently. No, I don't know. There is a sea between Sinnoh and Hoenn. Zulin's words made Sea Elite's expression darken. Yes, there is a sea between Sinnoh and Hoenn. Even on the fastest lane, it will take at least 3 hours. Haoyan, can you make it in time? Chapter 585. Giratina is the big brother of Dialga and Palkia though, but this is just the big brother in the identity. In terms of combat power, Giratina is on an equal footing with the space-time god. Under the encirclement and suppression of the gods of time and space, they are losing ground. Boom! Dialga's Roar of Time, tearing apart the dark shadows in the sky. At the same time, Palkia's facial rend also cut Giratina's body. The huge attack power made the black fog on Giratina dissipate a lot, but Giratina is still looking for an opportunity, wanting to cut off the red chain in Cyrus' hands and free the gods of time and space. The battle between the two sides intensifies. Aunt Bertha, be careful. Zulin grabbed the four elite Bertha's hand and dragged her to her side. Behind Bertha, a fist-sized dark void suddenly formed. The dark void is constantly absorbing all the surrounding matter, and it is rapidly getting bigger. In just a few seconds, the fist-sized dark void has become half a meter in size. Thank you, Zulin. Bertha stroked her chest with fear on her face. If you are dragged into it by the dark void, it is estimated that the person will be gone. Everyone step back. Zulin once again instructed the four elite and the other others to move away in the opposite direction of Spear Pillar. With the battle between the three gods, more and more dark voids appear throughout the Spear Pillar. The space starts to become unstable. There is something faint, on the verge of collapse. It was a little safer after retreating 100 meters. If this goes on like this, Spear Pillar will be swallowed up by these dark voids. The anxiety on Lucian's face couldn't be hidden. Spear Pillar has a special meaning for the people of Sinnoh region. It is said that the Spear Pillar is the origin of life in the Sinnoh region. It is also the starting point for Arceus to create the world. In a way, Spear Pillar is the spiritual totem of the Sinnoh region people. It's not just Spear Pillar. Fighting according to the three gods is likely to affect the entire MT. Coronet. Flint added with a pale face. Yes, Aaron and Bertha were also worried. I'm afraid the worst outcome is that the entire Sinnoh region disappears. Zulin, who has been following the situation of the three gods battle, said Giratina can't hold on anymore. Hearing this, the four elite hurriedly looked at the three gods in the battle. I saw Giratina covered with guards. Palkia's facial rend slashed directly between Giratina's waist and abdomen. Huge impact directly to the ground. Giratina smacked down. That's not all. Dialga's roar of time completely hit Giratina. Pain made Giratina hissed in pain. Haze, which was originally majestic, dissipated. Under the guidance of Cyrus, Palkia and Dialga pursued down, and both suppressed Giratina. Ha 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 ha. I said long ago that resistance is meaningless. You can't fight me who controls Dialga and Palkia. Submit to me. After Cyrus finished speaking, he threw the red chain at the fallen Giratina. Being suppressed, even if Giratina wanted to dodge, she could no longer break free from the suppression of the gods of time and space. As soon as the red chains touched, they quickly constricted on Giratina's body. Giratina's will quickly sink. Roar. Giratina kept neighing, trying to break free. It's a pity that, like the gods of time and space, they can't break free at all. Those blood-red eyes, under the siege of the red chain, no longer have any light. Like the two gods of space and time, he was completely reduced to Cyrus's puppet. Ha 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 ha. Finally collect you all. The plan I've been looking forward to for countless years is finally coming true. Master Cyrus, the three gods of Sinnoh, and feel like you master the entire world. Destroy this fighting, filthy, sickening world. Palkia, Dialga, Giratina. Destroy the only human beings who are fighting in these hearts. Cyrus pointed to the tea scattered around the M-Galactic team members, pulled the red chains in their hand, and the three Sinnoh gods started to move against the surrounding Team Galactic players. Unleash their respective exclusive skills and keep bombarding. The three gods joined forces to attack, and directly caused most of the scattered Team Galactic players to smash to pieces. The three cadres of Saturn, Jupiter, and Mars Team Galactic are dodging everywhere. Seeing that his former partner was killed by the attack of the three gods, Saturn shouted loudly, "Boss, why are you attacking us? Didn't you say yes? Take us into the new world together." Cyrus heard Saturn's cry, with obvious disgust on his face. It's true that I founded Team Galactic, but deep down, I hate and fight you guys. It's just that before, you still need you garbage to execute the plan. Now that I have mastered the three gods, I no longer need you rubbish. Don't hide my true emotions anymore. You who are covered in filth are not worthy of entering my new world. Give me death. The attack of the three gods fell mercilessly once again. Saturn, Mars, Jupiter heard Cyrus' words and stopped dodging. As the saying goes, there is no greater sorrow than death. In the hearts of adoring leaders, they are just garbage, not worthy of entering a new world at all. Well, they used to be desperate for Team Galactic. Do all kinds of things that go against your conscience. Got this result wrong. It was all wrong after all. Saturn's hearts at this time, like the dark void that devoured everything around them, completely darkened. At this moment, the clouds in the distance kept rolling, and a light appeared. Chapter 586. Cyrus feels insulted. Roar. The shocking dragon roar resounded throughout MT. Coronet. 100 meters of gods shone out of the cloud. It is enough to shock the dragon power of the three Sinnoh gods, directly shrouding the entire MT. Coronet. The three Sinnoh gods stopped their attacks one after another and looked blankly at the 100-meter giant dragon in the air. It's Rayquaza. Bertha shouted to the sky in surprise. Yeah, it's Rayquaza. Haoyan is here. Zulin also looked up in surprise, and she saw Haoyan riding on Rayquaza. The moment Rayquaza appeared, in everyone's eyes, the dazzling light of Rayquaza is reflected. Everyone looked hopeful, because Haoyan is here, then Sinnoh will be safe too. Contrary to everyone's expectations, Cyrus' face was gloomy. The reason why the plan to create a new world has not been implemented for so long is because of Haoyan. After a lot of hard work, I did something in the Hoenn region and took Haoyan away. Unexpectedly, in the final step of the plan to create a new world, that damn Haoyan actually came again. Facing the gloomy eyes of Cyrus and the three Sinnoh gods being controlled, Haoyan didn't care about them at all. Rayquaza is in hand. I have it in the world. Command Rayquaza and land in front of Zulin's group. Huyan, Sinnoh group. Only Zulin dared to step forward, and the other four elites did not dare to take a step forward because of Rayquaza's majestic aura. Their Pokémon lowered their ahead. Haoyan, who came down from Rayquaza, looked a little embarrassed. Riding Rayquaza all the way from Hoenn region, the huge wind blew his hair on end. Just changed his hairstyle. The shirt has become a rag and hangs on the body. Rayquaza flew too fast, more than 2,000 kilometers per hour, and the huge wind force directly tore Haoyan's clothes. There was a slight loss of strength in both hands because they had to grasp the high-speed Rayquaza. Eyes exudes a faint green light. Zulin didn't care about Haoyan's embarrassment. At this time, she just wanted Haoyan to solve the madman Cyrus quickly and make the Sinnoh region bright. He immediately walked to Haoyan's side and told him the whole situation. The red chain on Cyrus's hand first trapped Dialga and Faculia. Then Giratina came out and was restrained by that weird red chain. In other words, as long as the weird red chain on Cyrus's hand is smashed, the three gods can be restored to their senses. In the town of Alamos, Zulin once saw Rayquaza defeat the gods of space and time with an incomparably powerful gesture under Haoyan's helping hand. Although there are more Giratina now, the difficulty has increased a lot, but presumably with Rayquaza's ability, there should be no problem. Anyway, there is no need to completely defeat the three gods. Just smash the red chain in Cyrus's hand. When he was expecting Haoyan to direct Rayquaza to resolve the mutation, Haoyan interrupted her with a wave of his hand. He glanced around Zulin and asked, "Have you eaten anything?" This question directly put the bamboo orchid confused to ask food. The battle was imminent, but Haoyan asked her what to eat. What the meaning? Zulin didn't know what Haoyan meant. Think you heard it wrong. What do you mean? What to eat? Haoyan rubbed his stomach and said a little embarrassedly, "Bread is fine. Anything is fine, as long as you can fill your stomach. I'm a little hungry." Haoyan is very hungry. Very hungry. All Viridian effort was expended in Slateport City to get Kyogre back to normal. As soon as the matter was resolved, Zulin asked for help. Not a single bite went into the stomach. As the saying goes, people are iron and steel, and if they don't eat a meal, they will be hungry. Besides, Haoyan has been hungry all day. Fighting on an empty stomach, not suitable. Zulin rolled her eyes at Haoyan, and Haoyan's indifferent attitude made her calm down. I found a fat investigator, took a little bread and handed it to Haoyan. Haoyan, who was so hungry that his eyes glowed green, devoured it. Since Haoyan appeared, Cyrus' eyes were fixed on Haoyan, just in case he takes Rayquaza for a surprise attack. But Cyrus never thought of it. Haoyan did the opposite. Ignore him. And in gulps of bread. What the meaning? Are you underestimating him? He now controls the three Sinnoh gods. Hateful. Damn Haoyan. Excessive. Unacceptable. Cyrus felt insulted, and felt that there was an inexplicable flame in his chest burning violently. Really? Uncle can endure, aunt cannot endure. Chapter 587. Average. Third in the world. Dialga, Palkia, Giratina. Give it to me. Cyrus, who was ignored by Haoyan, could not calm the anger in his heart. With a pull of the red chain, he immediately directed the three gods and attacked in Haoyan's direction. Countless terrifying phantoms appeared in the air, which was Giratina's exclusive skill. The gem on Pachaluja's right shoulder glowed violently, shone with a strong light, and Spatial Rend swung it down in one fell swoop. The roar of time condensed by Dialga, ignoring the flow of time, attacked in front of him in an instant. Haoyan was not surprised by Cyrus' sudden attack. He stuffed a small piece of bread into his mouth, turned over and rode on Rayquaza's body, and instructed Zulin and the others behind him, "Go back a little. After that, go straight to the sky with Rayquaza." The group of Sinnoh Superior, headed by Zulan, handed it over to Haoyan with confidence and quickly retreated. The kind Zulin also asked the investigator to take away Saturn and the others who were saddened and ruthlessly abandoned by Cyrus. "Rayquaza, Dragon Dance." Haoyan calmly commanded Rayquaza to fight. Roar. The 100-meter body shone with a golden green light, and the speed increased by a notch. He turned over beautifully, leaving an afterimage in the air. Dodged the attack of the three gods. Rage made me lose my mind. I need to calm down. Cyrus patted his face hard. The pain brought some clarity to Cyrus' head. I was careless just now. To actually direct the three gods to attack the same point. This gave Rayquaza a chance to dodge. This time, I won't give you another chance. Cyrus's eyes narrowed. Let the attacks of Palkia and Giratina, respectively, attack the front and rear of Rayquaza. Squeeze Rayquaza's dodging space. Finally, let Dialga bring the roar of time with the bonus of time flow rate to contain Rayquaza. How could Haoyan not see through Cyrus' tactic? Tear open the package of the bun with one hand, put the bun in your mouth, and swallow it into your stomach. Feel the food enter the stomach, and gradually feel the physical strength. Use the power of Viridian to gain Rayquaza's vision, and use the power of Aura to connect Rayquaza's brain. At this moment, Haoyan and Rayquaza became one. Rayquaza, Mega Evolution. Among the cloud, lightning flashes. A domineering aura from the 9 heavens made the entire MT coronet change. Rayquaza is constantly changing. Kyogre, the god of the sea, has the support of the entire sea. Groudon, the god of the earth, can absorb the energy of the earth by stepping on the earth. And Rayquaza, who holds the authority of the sky, his power is wider than the earth and deeper than the sea, rule the whole sky. Looking around, everything he goes is his territory. The place beyond the reach of his eyes is also his territory, and Mega Rayquaza is the king of this territory. Inside the territory of Mega Rayquaza only dominate. Roar. Rayquaza after Mega Evolution, with a very high-pitched dragon roar, treads Garrot directly, a terrifying phantom created by Ina. With a flick of the dragon's tail, Palkia's facial rend was blasted away. The ordinary, but extremely powerful dragon pulse condensed in his mouth blasted away Dialga's roar of time. How is it possible? Rayquaza is so strong. Cyrus was shocked by how easily Rayquaza blasted off the attack of the three Sinnoh gods. Haha tilde. Hao-Yan chuckled lightly. Generally average, the third in the world tilde. Ordinary Rayquaza, the strength is not very prominent, but once Mega Evolution, it is extremely powerful. It was as if it had become another species. And after Mega Evolution, use Dragon Ascent's Rayquaza, which is even more invincible. The only one who can stabilize the Mega Rayquaza is Arceus, the creator god, who has a complete slate. Other top mythical beasts, such as the Promise that represents Dynamax, Necrozma with Prism armor, and Zygarde who guards the ecology, really want to fight. Who will win and who will lose is yet to be determined. The three Sinnoh gods, who are the first level gods and the lower ranking gods, cannot have any influence on Mega Rayquaza even if they join forces. Damn Hao-Yan. Cyrus stared at Hao-Yan with his eyes fixed. He knew that Hao-Yan was still alive. His great ideal could not be realized. Hao-Yan is a moat that he can't cross. According to this situation, it is only a matter of time for Hao-Yan to defeat him. You forced me. Cyrus took out a strange medicine bottle with some green liquid in it, unscrewed the cap of the medicine bottle and poured it into the red chain in his hand. With a sudden wave of his hand, the green liquid was injected into the body of the three Sinnoh gods through the red chain. Suddenly, roar, roar, roar. The three gods of Sinnoh let out an earth-shattering roar. Their momentum is constantly rising. Those original wills were suppressed, causing Muran's eyes to turn red. Each dragon's eyes are filled with boundless fury, almost exactly the same as Kyogre, who returned to the original and became violent. Seeing the appearance of the three gods of Sinnoh, Hao-Yan finally had a dignified look in his eyes. Chapter 588. What is Giovanni thinking? The three gods of Sinnoh, who are in charge of time, space, and antimatter, seem to be very powerful at first glance, also known as the Beast. However, they are not omniscient and invincible gods. Even Arceus, the creator god, has weaknesses. Although this world has strong and terrifying beasts, but the people who dominate this world are still weak humans. Humans have created baby balls that can ignore time and space and store Pokemon, which is the best proof. It was you who made Kyogre go berserk. No, at your level, you can't create something like this that make Pokemon go berserk. The best at controlling genes and making Pokemon go berserk should be Team Rocket. But you have something from Team Rocket. In other words, you are united with Team Rocket. Hao-Yan deduced with a cold face. Although the three Sinnoh gods fell into a frenzy and their aura received a huge boost, Hao-Yan was only slightly dignified and not afraid. Rayquaza also has a powerful move called Dragon Ascent, which is not used. This is one of his trump cards. That's right. The plan to bring Kyogre back into a frenzy was exactly what Giovanni came up with. To get you out of Sinnoh. I just didn't expect that you solved Kyogre so quickly and came back. Hao-Yan had already guessed it anyway, so there was no need for Cyrus to hide. Giovanni, what the hell do you want to do? In Hao-Yan's mind, he thought of that powerful and proud man. In the city of Cameron, Giovanni specially left the address of the Tree of the World Earl Dervic. Having him there, with Lucario, got a further boost. Hao-Yan didn't understand why Giovanni helped him and designed it for him. In fact, Hao-Yan did not know. After the last battle at Kanto region, Giovanni had been silently watching Hao-Yan's every step in the dark. It seems that Giovanni has a special feeling for Hao-Yan. Cyrus looked at Hao-Yan's contemplative look, thinking that Hao-Yan had retreated under the oppression of the violent Sinnoh three gods. You must have felt the power of the three Sinnoh gods. If you leave now, I can let it go. To put it bluntly, Cyrus didn't want to confront Hao-Yan in his heart. He had seen the video of Hao-Yan in Alamos town, leading Mega Rayquaza to fight against the gods of space and time. Although there are more Giratina now, and GI, the special reagent provided by Ovani, abruptly boosted the fighting power of the three gods. But in fact, Cyrus didn't know whether the three gods in the violent state could defeat Mega Rayquaza. Hao-Yan retracted all kinds of conjectures about Giovanni and laughed contemptuously. Forget it. I'm leaving. Will you stop thinking about destroying the world? You shouldn't. Right. The Sinnoh region was destroyed because of the three Sinnoh gods. If my lips are cold and my teeth are dead, then I'm also in danger. Your idea is ridiculous. If Hao-Yan spoke in an angry way, maybe Cyrus didn't have any emotional fluctuation. However, Hao-Yan always seemed to be calm, and the casualness in his words completely angered the sensitive Cyrus. Let Cyrus feel humiliated again. If that's the case, don't talk too much. Let's use battle to find out. Cyrus pulled the red chain in his hand, and the three gods of Sinnoh, who were bound, suddenly let out a fury furious growl. What you rely on is actually as fragile as a piece of paper. A flame flashed in Haoyan's eyes. Too lazy to talk nonsense with the madman Cyrus. Roar. Rayquaza, who was in the same mind with Haoyan, felt Haoyan's fighting spirit, and let out a high-pitched dragon roar, suppressing the roar sound of the three Sinnoh gods at once. Cyrus snorted coldly, shook the red chain in his hand vigorously, and shouted, Dialga, Palkia, Giratina, give it to me. Dialga, who was in a state of rage, used the power of the sword. It seems that the entire MT coronet has stopped the passage of time. Dazzling roar of time, rushing towards Rayquaza. Palkia froze the space, lock on Rayquaza firmly. The shoulders shone violently, and the hands waved the enhanced facial ren. The attack made by Giratina is even weirder. The dark void, which was originally all over MT coronet, converged into a huge antimatter energy and blasted towards Rayquaza together. The three Sinnoh gods, who used the power of the sword, launched the strongest attack in history. In the face of the opponent's powerful attack, Haoyan was not afraid of danger, and calmly communicated with Rayquaza under his seat. Rayquaza, Dragon Ascent. Roar. Rayquaza suddenly let out a fierce dragon roar. The body of the streamlined body, the golden stripe flickering constantly, and the terrifying golden cyan energy overflows. The so-called freezing time and freezing space are useless to Rayquaza, because as long as there is sky, Rayquaza is the god who dominates. Rush. Haoyan's thoughts moved, and he and Rayquaza, who had the power of the 9 heavens, attacked the three Sinnoh gods together. Chapter 589. In the battle between gods, only gods can decide the outcome. Pure energy, constantly colliding, caused a burst of dazzling brilliance. Forali, who followed Zulan back to the mountainside of MT coronet, stared dumbfounded at Rayquaza, who was fighting fiercely on the highest peak. Spear pillar. Too strong. Such a collision is terrifying. Aaron, one of the 4 elite, sighed at the strength of the battle of the beast. Yeah, such a rich and pure energy, only God can use. Even my strongest Pokemon can't use 1/10 of its power. Lucian said solemnly, holding up his glasses. I really admire Haoyan's courage. If it were me, I was already overwhelmed by the aura of the divine beast. Flint, one of the 4 elite, looked at the fierce battle situation of Lock-On. Among Sinnoh's 4 elite, Bertha, who has a relatively stable personality, said to Zulan with a slightly worried tone, Zulan, such a fierce battle. Even a trace of overflowing energy is enough to tear apart the fragile human body. In this case, is Haoyan alright? As soon as Bertha opened her mouth, everyone watching the battle immediately focused their attention on Zulan. Yes, even a little energy turbulence is enough to tear apart the flesh of ordinary people. No matter how strong Haoyan is, he is only a mortal body. Once accidentally hit by the overflowing energy, Haoyan may die here. If Haoyan has any accident, then no one can restrain the crazy Cyrus. For the 4 elites' worry, Zulan shook her head gently and said firmly, Haoyan will be fine. It is difficult for the 4 elites to understand why Zulan is so determined. Zulan remembered the psychic Sabrina's fanatical worship of Haoyan at the Evergrande City Convention. Sabrina at that time once said a word, make her take it for granted. Facing the doubts of the 4 elites, Zulan repeated it, because he is Haoyan. It's the one who is in charge of destiny. Destiny. 4 elite thoughtfully turned their attention back to the battle situation. Boom. The 3 gods of Sinnoh joined forces, so they barely resisted and used Draw. Mega Rayquaza by Gon Ascent. If they don't use the power of the sword, with the blessing of Dragon Ascent, they can't resist Mega Rayquaza at all. Although he successfully resisted Mega Rayquaza, Giratina, who was at the front of the team, had a lot of scratches made by Rayquaza on his centipede body, apparently not badly injured. However, it was the 3 Sinnoh gods who used the power of their own origin. The enhanced exclusive skills of Palkia and Dialga also hit Rayquaza. A little white mark was left on Rayquaza's body. Both sides played against each other in the first round, and both sides were injured. Haoyan did not use the power of aura to check the situation of Rayquaza, because at this time he has been integrated with Rayquaza. The pain caused by Rayquaza's attack also transferred to him. The 3 Sinnoh gods in a violent state still have something. If you keep fighting like this, it's not good for Rayquaza or the 3 Sinnoh gods. Even if Rayquaza defeats the 3 Sinnoh gods, the 3 Sinnoh gods will be unable to control the energy of this world because they use too much source power. It may lead to the collapse of the Sinnoh region space. Cyrus doesn't care about the life and death of the 3 Sinnoh gods, and he wants the world to be broken. If it goes on like this, it will help Cyrus. While constantly commanding Rayquaza to fight, Haoyan still maintains a calm mind and key thinking. It is clear that the opponent at this time is not the 3 Sinnoh gods, but to solve the red chain in Cyrus's hand that restrict the 3 gods. When Rayquaza pushed back the Sinnoh 3 gods again, Haoyan pulled out his hand and threw 5 baby balls. Luca, Shanae, roar, roar, class, class. Except for little Lugia and Ice Ninetales, Haoyan released all the Pokemon. When Cyrus saw Haoyan releasing other Pokemon, he panicked. Don't look at how powerful he seems to be controlling the 3 Sinnoh gods now, but his means of controlling the 3 gods of Sinnoh are very fragile. If he didn't didn't have the red chain in his hand, he wouldn't be a fart. He is most afraid that Haoyan will use Rayquaza to contain the 3 Sinnoh gods, let other Pokemon attack him directly, and destroy the red chain in his hand. Although he was flustered, Cyrus couldn't show it, and said in a mocking tone, "The battle between gods can only be decided by God. Although your Pokemon are very powerful and have their own characteristic, their bloodlines are, in the final analysis, far less noble than divine beasts, and they are not as powerful as divine beasts. In front of God, they are just cannon fodder." In an attempt to use such rhetoric, Haoyan took back Lucario and the others. While speaking, Cyrus subconsciously let the 3 Sinnoh gods stand in front of him, beware of Haoyan's sudden attack. Haoyan saw the panic in Cyrus' eyes, knew that he had hit his weakness, and said lightly, "Really? Everyone, Mega Evolution." As Haoyan's words fell, 5 powerful auras rose from the ground. Chapter 590. I have so many regrets and so many expectations. You know, the remaining Pokemon of Haoyan, although their individual strengths are not as good as the 3 Sinnoh gods, but when they come together, they form a very powerful force. Lucario, Charizard, Tyranitar, all broke through their own shackles. Now they, ordinary 3rd level gods, are no longer their opponent. Coupled with Mega Evolution, it can completely wrestle with the 2nd level god. Haoyan's Pokemon, plus Mega Rayquaza, has stabilized Cyrus, but Haoyan didn't launch the offensive immediately, because a mechanical female voice appeared in his mind. "System, the task is sent. Quest objective, defeat Cyrus and restore the 3 Sinnoh god to normal. Task reward, 10,000 reward point. Open black lens bracket. Mission failure penalty. Close black lens bracket. Deduct reward points equivalent to the task reward. I have so many regrets and so many expectations. You know, system. Thank you." Haoyan's heart filled with boundless joy. After waiting for so long, the system finally released the task. He now has 40,000 reward points. As long as he successfully complete this task, then he has enough 50,000 points. It is now possible to exchange for Gardevoir's Metamorphosis Stone. This time the task must be successfully completed. It's a big deal. Don't let it go. Haoyan's brain is at an unprecedented speed in rapid spin. Cyrus didn't know what Haoyan had gone through, but suddenly he noticed that his eyes seemed to be on fire. It feels like being stared at by hundreds of terrifying houndooms on a dark night. The same. It seems that if you don't pay attention, you will be ruthlessly torn apart by the other party. Fear. Cyrus subconsciously tightened the red chain in his hand, allowing the 3 Sinnoh gods to block him further. There are 2 objectives of the mission. The first is to defeat Cyrus, and the second is to liberate the 3 gods of Sinnoh. Haoyan decided to complete the first goal first. Rayquaza, Dragon Ascent. Everyone, follow me. Rayquaza's 100-meter body flashed with dazzling light, and with unrivaled power, took the lead in rushing towards the 3 Sinnoh gods. Lucario and Gardevoir all flew behind Rayquaza and attacked together. The flightless Tyranitar moved his legs to follow. Giratina, Palkia to block Rayquaza. Cyrus yelled loudly. Giratina and Palkia quickly attacked Mega Rayquaza using their unique skills. Leave Dialga behind to protect yourself. Xiaoxi, the Sword of the Cliff. Xiao, Flame Kick. Little Dragon, Dragon Claw. Xiaolu, Dazzling Gleam. Little Dream, Psystrike. Go attack Cyrus and smash the red chain on his hand. Rayquaza dragged Palkia and Giratina, and Haoyan immediately directed the other Pokemon to launch their own attack. As soon as the voice fell, Tyranitar used the new skill Cliff Sword, and a huge stone pillar rose from the ground, straight into Dialga's stomach. Lucario and Charizard rushed forward, punching and kicking as soon as they got close. Gardevoir and Mewtwo's attack, because they haven't broken through the initial level of the beast, the attack is relatively soft, but the destructive force was enough to make Dialga drink a pot. Boom, boom, boom. Dialga, who stood in front of Cyrus, was attacked by 5 Pokemon. It was directly hit and flew out a few meters. At the same time, there were large and small scars on Dialga's body. Cyrus never imagined that Haoyan, normal Pokemon were so powerful. It can actually hurt the god who controls time. The powerful Dialga, with the cooperation of 5 Pokemon, can only passively defend. Haoyan's Pokemon, the overall strength is greatly improved by a level compared to when he was in Alamos Town. The speed of improvement is so fast. Now, he is already the #1 person in the alliance. Zulin looked at the Pokemon that Haoyan and Dialga were fighting with a burning gaze. In the town of Alamos, face the gods of space and time, can only barely resist. Now, he already has the ability to fight against God. The changes in this are really terrifying. Sinnoh and the 4 elites all had excited expressions on their faces. According to this situation, Haoyan would soon be able to defeat Cyrus. In the war situation, rapid changes. Gardevoir's dazzling gleam, paired with Mewtwo's Psystrike, made Dialga's smackdown elsewhere. At the same time, Lucario and Charizard took the lead in charging, rushed to the vicinity of Cyrus. Lucario pumped up the power of Aura and threw several Aura spheres towards the red chains that controlled the 3 gods. Roar! Charizard opened his mouth and spurted hot blue flame, burning the red chain together. In the expectation of everyone, Haoyun, the red chain that Cyrus used to control the three gods of Sinnoh was broken. But the three Sinnoh gods did not stop attacking because they lost the control of the red chain. On the contrary, after there is no restraint, it is even more violent. The most terrible thing is that the space around Spear Pillar is collapsing on a large scale. Chapter 591 Ice Ninetales Incarnate Arceus Incarnation. Matter is annihilating. Space is collapsing. Time is dying. The whole Spear Pillar gives these three feeling. Because the three gods fell into a frenzy, everything fell into disorder. The boundless dark void is devouring everything around it, including time and space. And dark void is expanding at an extremely fast rate. In an instant, Spear Pillar has been swallowed up by most of it. And the three Sinnoh gods abandoned Rayquaza, and some of Haoyun's Pokemon went crazy and used their own attack. Accelerates the expansion of dark void. Ooh, the situation is out of control. Seeing this situation, Haoyun quickly recalled his Pokemon with a baby ball. Everyone come back. At the same time, riding the Rayquaza left the boundless dark void and retreated to the side of Sinnoh superior such as Zulan. What going on here? Why, even if the red chains are broken, the three Sinnoh gods will still destroy them disorderly. Facing the endless dark void, Zulan was a little overwhelmed. Originally, she thought that as long as the red chain was broken, everything would return to normal. So when Haoyun appeared with Rayquaza, she asked Haoyun to break the red chains of the three gods controlled by Cyrus. But now, the situation is completely different from what she thought. Haoyun jumped off Rayquaza's body and said, it should be that the three gods fell into a violent state of consciousness, causing them to be unable to control the time, space, and antimatter they are in charge of. Then, how can we get them back to their senses? Zulan has lost her mind. If it goes on like this, not only Spear Pillar, but even the entire MT Coronet may be turned into nothingness, thus affecting the entire Sinnoh region. Haoyun pondered for a while, then looked at Rayquaza. Roar tilde. Rayquaza let out a high-pitched dragon growl, indicating that there was nothing he could do. It's okay to fight, but let the space stabilize. This is beyond his capability. Just like a super capable sport student, all kinds of sports are readily available, but asking him to solve a complex two-dimensional equation is a bit embarrassing. After all, every divine beast has its own direction. Haoyun thought of Kyogre, who had returned to his original state and had fallen into a frenzy. Although the violent state is similar, but it is different. Kyogre's rampage is caused by the rampant substance attached to the blue orb. Just force out the blue orb. But the three Sinnoh gods, because of the red chain, have injected violent drugs directly into their body. In other words, the drug with the rage has been infused into their blood. Of course, if time permits, Haoyun is sure to use the power of Viridian to help them regain sobriety. However, what is lacking most now is time. It is estimated that Haoyun has just appeased one of them, and MT Coronet is finished. Just when everyone was at a loss, in Sinnoh Temple of Creation, unknown in the entire temple kept shaking. The sleeping Arceus felt the movement of Spear Pillar, and the three uncontrollable Sinnoh gods suddenly opened his eyes. Arceus looked in the direction of Spear Pillar silently, and after a while, he said solemnly, Man of Destiny, I didn't expect you to touch the cycle of destiny so quickly. In that case, let's start as agreed. After Arceus finished speaking, a dazzling white light shot out from the top of the entire Temple of Creation, rising into the sky. Between the heavens and the earth, an exclusive Arceus energy began to transfer. After doing all this, Arceus closed his eyes wearily and continued to fall into a deep sleep. His gaze returned to the sky above Spear Pillar again. The boundless dark void was broken open. A dazzling white light fell from the sky. A vast, oppressive aura pervades MT Coronet, Bamboo Orchid and 4 elite Pokemon. Because of this boundless breath, all sent out a low growl, and asked their master to take them back into the treasure ball to avoid. The three Sinnoh gods, who were caught in a rage, were even more oppressed by this, and they all fell to the ground. Roar. The arrogant Rayquaza made a huge roar and seemed to be fighting against the coercion. It's Arceus. Haoyun remembered that last time in Alamo's town, Arceus' coercion almost crushed him. Uncontrollable cold hair stand up. At this moment, the baby ball of Ice Ninetales was loaded on his waist, and there was a bang. Ice Ninetales out of the baby ball. Mimi tilde. Boundless coercion. Only Ice Ninetales is not affected by any. Infected. 4 hooves wrapped in beautiful fluff quickly ran towards the white light. Run faster. Finally, the hoof is on the air, as if on the ground. Wind, heeding her call, became Ice Ninetales' most loyal squire. Fly straight up. Little 9. Haoyun looked at his Ice Ninetales in shock. Ice Ninetales jumped into the white light and began to absorb the energy in the white light. Arceus was full of coercive aura, and one after another merged into the body of Ice Ninetales. Like Arceus, a cross named Qianyu arm appeared on the body of Ice Ninetales. At this moment, Ice Ninetales is like the incarnation of Arceus walking in the world, standing between heaven and earth. Chapter 592 Unova. We have like-minded people. The white light emitted by Absorb Arceus. The momentum of Ice Ninetales is constantly improving. Breakthrough from the peak of elite to the beginning of champion, breakthrough champion midterm, breakthrough the peak of champion. In the end, the white light completely converged into the Ice Ninettle's body. The level of Ice Ninetales has also reached the first level of Divine Bees in one fell swoop. Usually Ice Ninetales always give people a cute, beautiful, naughty, playful look, but standing in the air, she now has a noble and inviolable majesty. The Chenjo wrist around the abdomen makes Ice Ninetales like the only master in the world. Mimi tilde Mimi tilde. Ice Ninetales let out a cry, and Qianzhou's wrist in the abdomen immediately burst into a dazzling light. The three Sinnoh gods, who were lying on the ground, immediately felt the madness in their brain, which was quickly fading. Reason began to overwhelm the rage. Eventually, everything went back to normal. Mimi tilde Mimi tilde. Ice Ninetales, standing in the air, loudly issued orders to the three Sinnoh gods. The three Sinnoh gods made a roar sound of surrender. Giratina folds the ever-expanding dark void. Dialga adjusts the flow rate of time and restores all the damage. Palkia is reinforcing the solidity of the space. After a while, the surroundings return to normal. Spear Pillar as if unharmed. It is completely impossible to see that there has been a war here. Mimi tilde Mimi tilde. Ice Ninetales looked at his subordinates with satisfaction, and his tail danced. Immediately, in front of the Sinnoh three gods, a circular space was created. The Sinnoh three gods bowed their heads to the Ice Ninetales as a farewell, and headed into their respective territory. When the three Sinnoh gods left one after another, the Qianzhou wrist on the abdomen of Ice Ninetales stopped shining, and quickly converged into the body. The coercion of the sky also disappeared. As if all his strength was consumed, the Ice Ninetales fell straight to the ground. Rayquaza, go and catch Xiaoju. Roar tilde. With a long moan, Rayquaza took off quickly. In the blink of an eye, the 100-meter body gently let the Ice Ninetales fall on his back, then quickly returned to Hao Yan's side. Hao Yan couldn't wait to pick up Xiaoju and stroke her beautiful hair. Mimi tilde Mimi tilde. Bing Ninetales lay tiredly in Hao Yan's arms, looking drowsy. Xiaoju, are you alright? What happened to you just now? Hao Yan looked at Bing Ninetales worriedly. Mimi tilde Mimi tilde. Bing Ninetales opened his eyes hard when he heard Hao Yan's voice. What just happened? She doesn't know. She only knows that she is very sleepy now and wants to rest. Hilda. Seeing Bing Ninetales' stunned look, thinking of rest, Hao Yan was speechless for a while. Okay, Xiaoju should be tired. Go to sleep if you want. Hao Yan put it back on his stomach even though he had all kinds of doubt. Rubbing the small head of Bing Ninetales, he took out the baby ball and put her back. His Ice Ninetales are always so peculiar. Just now, it was more like an incarnation of Arceus commanding the three Sinnoh gods. In this world, there are too many mysteries waiting for him to solve. Fear Pillar returns to his original form. Sinnoh three gods retreat, and the Sinnoh incident finally comes to an end. Zulan took the four elites and directed the investigators to arrest the remaining Team Galactic members. Team Galactic, which wanted to destroy the world, was completely disintegrated after this battle. The three cadres of Saturn, Jupiter, and Mars Team Galactic were handcuffed and sent to the vehicle bound for Pokemon prison. Everything is recovering in an orderly manner. On a mountain about 10 kilometers away from Mt. Coronet, Giovanni was sitting leisurely on a rock, looking in the direction of Haoyan. There was a sound of footstep behind him. Two respectful, but somewhat gloomy voices came. Boss, we brought people. Giovanni withdrew his distant gaze and turned back with a slight smile on his face. I saw a disgrace Cyrus between Archie and Maxie. Giovanni said with a smile. Cyrus, I told you already. Even if I help you so much, you will eventually fail. Now, you should believe what I said. Giovanni. Cyrus lowered his head and looked at Giovanni with a vacant look. Yes, even after controlling the three Sinnoh gods, he thought he could create a new world, but as long as Haoyan is there, his plan cannot be realized. It's as if it was destined. Giovanni said with ease. Don't look like you're being hit. Everyone here has experienced the failure you have experienced. As the saying goes, failure is the mother of success. Giovanni's words gave Cyrus a sense of organization. Team Aqua, Team Magma, including the mighty Team Rocket, were all destroyed by rhetoric. Cyrus figured it out, and a flash of determination flashed in his eyes. Giovanni, I'll join you. Remove that great word. Hee tilde. Giovanni chuckled and stretched out his hand. Welcome, Cyrus. When Cyrus also wanted to reach out and hold it, Giovanni restrained the smile on his face, burst into the coercion of the superior, and stared at Cyrus. Join us. You have to know your own position. Submit to me. Obey me. Do you understand? Startled by Giovanni's sudden majesty, Cyrus was silent for a few seconds before reaching out to take Giovanni's right hand. In a sworn tone, yes, I understand. Chief Giovanni. Giovanni withdrew his hand in satisfaction and took the lead. The purpose of Sinnoh and his party has been achieved, and then we will go to Unova. There are like-minded people there. Archie, Maxie. Cyrus followed behind Giovanni without saying a word. Chapter 593. Looking forward to the coming of night. Team Galactic conspiracy was cracked, and the relevant personnel were arrested, and the entire Sinnoh region rejoiced. The official official website of the Sino Alliance announced the relevant situation and paid 120,000 compliments to Haoyan who helped. At the same time, Zulan, Sinosi Elite and others who participated in the action this time also spared no expense in all kinds of gorgeous rhetoric, praising Haoyan's strength and obligation. Among them, Zulan of Sino region champion praised Haoyan as the first person in the league. As soon as this news came out, Haoyan's prestige was pushed to a whole new level. On the internet, there has been a hot post of #Alliance first person. A large number of netizens left comments below. As a trainer who can use Rayquaza in the entire Pokemon world, there is only one curator, Haoyan. Director Haoyan is #1 in the world. Who dares to refute? That right, curator Haoyan is awesome. Crazy deduct 66,666 for curator Haoyan tilde. Upstairs, in addition to Rayquaza, the Pokemon that curator Haoyan cultivated himself are also boundless. Okay, Lucario of the Steel system has stabilized even with his strength. Not to mention the fighting department. Most of the curators who use the fighting department go to the curator Haoyan. The same is true of Psychic. Even Sabrina, the curator of Kanto region, can only be a trainee disciple at Kanto Gym. It is said that Diantha of the Kalos region has personally admitted that her Gardevoir is not as good as the Gardevoir of curator Haoyan tilde. And Leon, who has never failed, also said that his ace Charizard is not as good as the Charizard of curator Haoyan. I thought Champion was already the strongest person before, but I didn't expect Director Haoyan to surpass Champion. The guy upstairs is right. I don't read much, and I only say that the director of Haoyan is mighty, and the director of Haoyan is awesome tilde. Team Magma, Team Aqua, Team Rocket, and Team Galactic are all defeated by curator Haoyan. Other evil organizations tremble. One day, you will all be trampled to pieces by the iron hoof of curator Haoyan. Director Haoyan is the nemesis of evil. The one upstairs is right. Curator Haoyan is awesome tilde. The news of Haoyan's defeat of Team Galactic spread, and the organizations in each region began to get nervous. Unova region, the headquarters of Team Plasma. Kizi was listening to his subordinates reporting on Haoyan's situation. To sum up, this great statement is a huge hidden danger for our Team Plasma. He has mastered combat power that ordinary people can't master. Kizi tapped the table with his fingers rhythmically, flipping through the information about Haoyan from time to time. After a while, Kizi said, "Always pay attention to this great statement. Once he set foot on Unova region, he will report to me immediately. Usually Kixian's behavior should be low-key. Try not to attract the attention of the Alliance, lest the people of the Alliance notice us." Yes, Kalos region, Team Flare headquarters. The red-haired Fu Raticate silently looked at Haoyan's information on the holographic projection. In the end, Frap Raticate, like Team Plasma, kept his people constantly aware of Haoyan's whereabouts. In addition to the evil organization, Alola Region's Ether Foundation and Galaregion's Malacoman group were also closely watching Haoyan. In almost the entire Pokemon world, the focus is on Haoyan. On the other hand, our protagonist, Haoyan, did not realize that various organizations were paying attention to him. After solving Cyrus, Haoyan returned to Hoenn region, but instead of going back to Kana Gym, he went back to where he started. A home built on the outskirts of Fall Arbor town at the foot of Mt. Haoyan soaks in the backyard in the hot spring. Close your eyes and feel the warm water running across your chest. Gardevoir was gently behind his back, helping him knead his back to relax his muscles, and his white and tender fingers brushed the scars on his back from time to time. Haoyan, who was enjoying a massage, asked absent-mindedly, "Xiaolu, what time is it?" Gardevoir looked up at the time and replied, "It's 5 o'clock in the afternoon." Gardevoir's beautiful eyes were full of doubt. Since this morning, Haoyan has been checking the time from time to time. It seems to be expecting something. It's only 5 o'clock. Time flies so slowly. Haoyan closed his eyes and muttered to himself. Haoyan has never been so looking forward to the coming of night. Transformation Stone, a strange stone that absorbs the energy of the moon. Once used, it can temporarily transform a Pokemon into a human form. Open black lens bracket remark close black lens bracket. The form can only be changed at night. Haoyan had already exchanged this stone through the system store. Chapter 594 Gardevoir. Do you like it? At 6 o'clock in the afternoon, Gardevoir made dinner, and Haoyan brought the Pokemon together to eat at the dining table. At 7 o'clock in the evening, Haoyan and Gardevoir packed up the tableware. Ice Ninetales and Little Lugia were playing around. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Haoyan took Gardevoir and sat in the yard to watch the stars. At 9 o'clock in the evening, the playful Ice Ninetales and Little Lugia were tired from playing, and like other Pokemon, went back to their respective rooms, ready to rest. Gardevoir and Haoyan returned to the room as usual, packed things in the room and made the bed. There was no one around, only himself and Gardevoir. Haoyan took out a small stone from his arms and played with it. "Little Lu, come here. I have something for you." Haoyan waved to Gardevoir with a soft gaze. Tilde. Gardevoir automatically sat beside Haoyan, with his cute little head leaning on Haoyan's shoulder, blinking a pair of beautiful big eyes. I have a small stone here. Haoyan showed Gardevoir the stone in his hand. There was a curious look in Gardevoir's beautiful eyes. The stone she had noticed this morning. It seems to be a very special treasure to be held by Haoyan all the time. Do you remember what I said to you before? I can turn you into a human figure in a short time. Haoyan swallowed hard and said slowly, this little rock is just, it can make me like you. Gardevoir looked at the stone in Haoyan's hand in surprise, and the light flashed in his beautiful eyes. Haoyan replied softly, and asked in a cautious and expectant tone, then, that Xiaolu, are you willing to transform into a human form? Between words, some dare not look at Gardevoir's beautiful eyes. Gardevoir did not direct the answer to Haoyan's word, but asked in a slightly worried tone, then Haoyan, if I don't look good in human form, will you still like me? Haoyan replied in a positive tone, how is that possible? No matter what Xiaolu turns into, she will definitely be cute, and, no matter what Xiaolu become, as long as it's Xiaolu, I like it. Really, Gardevoir had already affirmed Haoyan's heart, but he couldn't help but laugh. Haoyan raised his right hand, stretched out 3 fingers, and made an oath. Real, I swear to God, as long as it's Xiaolu, I like it. If I tell a lie, the sky will thunder. Before Haoyan finished speaking, Gardevoir's white and tender hand covered his mouth. He blamed in a coquettish tone, okay, I believe you. Haoyan smiled foolishly like a big kid. There is absolutely no calm composure in the face of the collapse of Mount Tai as usual. Give it to me. Gardevoir stretched out his small hand, looking for Haoyan for the avatar in his hand. Her face was flushed red, like a delicate red apple, and she was smart enough to know what would happen when she turned into a human form. Haoyan nodded heavily and handed the metamorphosis stone into Gardevoir's hand. Gardevoir's small hand, as soon as it touched it, was instantly enveloped by a white light. Gardevoir in the white light is changing rapidly. Haoyan ignored the glare of the white light and stared at the changing Gardevoir. Clear and bright pupils, curved eyebrows, and long eyelashes trembled slightly. The fair and flawless skin revealed a touch of pink, and the thin lips were as delicate as rose petals. The long white hair made Gardevoir, who was transformed into a human figure, add a bit of fairy air. Such a Gardevoir made Haoyan say a famous sentence. The so-called beautiful people have flowers as their appearance, birds as their voices, the moon as their god, willows as their bodies, jade as their bones, ice and snow as their skin, autumn water as their posture, and poetry as their heart. Gardevoir in human form is as beautiful as a 9-day mysterious girl. It has both the charming and naive feeling of a girl, and the charm of a woman like wine. Even the old-fashioned Haoyan was astonished. Huyan, I look good. Gardevoir looked at Haoyan shyly and expectantly. In fact, from Haoyan's appearance, she already knew whether she was good-looking or not, but still want to get affirmation from Haoyan's mouth. Nice. The beautiful Gardevoir made Haoyan's brain seem to stop turning, and he could only stare blankly at Gardevoir. Suddenly, Shangfeng entered his arms. Gardevoir hugged Haoyan actively, feeling Haoyan's beating heartbeat, and asked, then, do you like it? Haoyan hugged Gardevoir tightly in his arms, and said tenderly, I like it. Of course I like it. Gardevoir snorted softly and hid in Haoyan's arms. At this moment, the two hearts are colliding and merging. Mutual affection, through heart-to-heart interaction, becomes one. At the same time, there was a vast energy between the heavens and the earth, which quietly merged into Gardevoir's body. Let her originally only be the peak of champion, and break through to the initial level of the beast. Chapter 595 Little Lugia fleeing. When the first ray of light in the morning shines on the window, Haoyan opened his eyes, scratched Gardevoir's cute little nose, and said softly, Xiaolu, it's time to get up. Gardevoir opened his hazy eyes, stuck out his little head, and hit yawned naively. Just as he was about to get out of Haoyan's embrace, he stretched out his small hand to check the temperature outside. He seemed to feel cold and shrank back. Haoyan teased dotingly, I still don't want to get up after sleeping for so long. What a lazy pig. Although his mouth said so, he did not let go of his tightly clasped hand. Gardevoir put his head on Haoyan's chest and snickered softly. Okay, then let's sleep for a while. Haoyan didn't want to let go of Gardevoir in his arms, so he continued to embrace. Mimi. Ice Ninetales wakes up and plays with little Lugia outside the yard. After playing for a while, I found that I was hungry. Gardevoir did not prepare breakfast as usual. He tilted his head, ready to run to Haoyan's room to find out. Just arrived at the door of Haoyan's room. When I was about to open the door of Haoyan's room, suddenly, a transparent light green appeared at the door, blocking her next step. The unknown Ice Ninetales head hit the light green, knowing that Gardevoir was expelling her, and had to leave angrily. It was Gardevoir who used the light screen to block the Ice Ninetales from entering the room. Haoyan looked at Gardevoir in his arms in surprise. The power of aura told him that Gardevoir had broken through. Like Lucario and the others, they broke through the shackles of their own race and reached the primary level of divine beast. Such a happy event made Haoyan excited. Xiaolu, have you broken through? Gardevoir blinked, nodding slightly in affirmation. When did it happen? Haoyan asked repeatedly. Do not know. As soon as I woke up, I felt like I was getting stronger. Gardevoir answered honestly. Xiaolu, you are amazing. Haoyan, who was surprised, put his own mark on Gardevoir's lovely head again and again. Gardevoir also blushed and responded bravely to Haoyan. When Gardevoir reappeared, he has changed back to his Pokemon appearance. Her beautiful human form is only revealed to her favorite Haoyan at night. The weather is so nice today. Haoyan, who had eaten Gardevoir's loving breakfast, walked out of the yard and stretched. Haoyan came to the yard. Several Pokemon were practicing in the yard. Lucario and Mewtwo are sitting together at calm mind. Charizard and Tyranitar are cultivating speed with super heavy stones on their back. Well, they are all diligent. I didn't slack off of cultivation just because my own strength became stronger. Ice Ninetales and Little Lugia don't know where they went. They probably went to play, bask in the warm sunshine beside Gardevoir, and enjoy a leisurely life. On Smoke Tut Mountain not far from Fall Arbor Town, Ice Ninetales are riding the wind. It was a lot of fun to drill around in various grasses. Haoyan rarely comes back to Fall Arbor Town, so Bing Ninetales is full of interest here, playing with the Ice Ninetales and Little Lugia. Just different from the Ice Ninetales, Little Lugia has difficulty keeping up with the smart Ice Ninetales. After all, Ice Ninetales itself is quite powerful, especially absorbing the energy of Arceus, breaking through directly from the peak of Elite to the initial level of the beast. Early on, he distanced himself from Little Lugia, who was only at the peak of Gym. The fun-loving Ice Ninetales, with a swoosh, disappeared, leaving Little Lugia on empty. Finding the figure of the missing Ice Ninetales, Little Lugia could only follow the smell left by the Ice Ninetales in the grass in pursuit. Smoke Tut Mountain is an active volcano because it is where Groudon slept. Active volcano, there is a lot of sulfur smell. The smell of sulfur immediately overwhelmed the smell of Ice Ninetales. Little Lugia looked for it and lost her way. Anxious Little Lugia, crawling around in the grass. Unconsciously, I came to the depth of Yantu Mountain. Suddenly, there was a burst of growls one after another in the grass. At the same time, more than a dozen flames came from all directions. Suddenly attacked. Little Lugia hurriedly flew up to dodge. It was found that around him, there were more than 10 Magmortars eyeing him. It turned out that he strayed into the Magmortar gathering place. These Magmortars have long lived on empty Smoke Tut, each with gym level ability. It can be said to be a tyrant in Yantu Mountain. Lugia is a race that lives in the deep sea. Although they have no water attribute, they have a strong affinity for the water type. That's why Magmortar didn't like him. Magmortar, who was in the lead, raised his hand like a gun barrel and sent out a flamethrower. Magmortar's temper is not very friendly, and he automatically regards the friendly Little Lugia of the water type as an enemy who invades the territory. The rest of the Magmortars, like their leader, sent out flamethrower. Little Lugia has lived under the protection of her mother Lugia since she was a child, and when she came to Haoyan, there are delicious food. I have never seen such a battle. Immediately frightened and ran away. But the grumpy Magmortar did not let go of Little Lugia easily. He has been driving him to run around on Yantu Mountain. This also caused Little Lugia to run farther and farther. Chapter 596. Little Lugia was attacked by Heatran. Because Yantu Mountain was where Groudon slept, Groudon's property of repelling water made the entire Yantu Mountain a hot breath. Here, it is a paradise for fire type, ground type, rock type, and a few grass type Pokemon. It's almost rare to see other Pokemon outside of it. Little Lugia flew desperately, and finally escaped from Magmortar's pursuit. But facing the unfamiliar environment around him, he was tired and confused. He couldn't feel the breath of Ice Ninetales around, and he didn't know where Haoyan was heading towards the wide Yantu Mountain. Totally lost on empty. Out tilde. Little Lugia calls out to Ice Ninetales, hoping that the other party will hear her call. I blame myself for being too weak, which is why I lost the Ice Ninetales. Good luck. Heck, Little Lugia's tweet was originally just his self-pity. Unexpectedly, in a cave, a Pokemon was awakened by Little Lugia's growl. Roar. A reddish-brown Pokemon crawled out of the cave. This Pokemon looked like a turtle. The torso has a mixture of brown and orange spots, and the legs have structures resembling metal anklets. There are 4 claws on each foot, arranged in a cross. If Haoyan was present, he would definitely recognize this Pokemon. It was Heatran. Heatran is a combination of fire and steel. This combination of attributes is extremely unique, and it is called a fire steel beast, or a flame steel beast. The sudden appearance of Heatran turned the original Little Lugia into a frightened bird. Out tilde. Immediately want to fly, dodging Heatran with a bad fate. But Heatran, like Magmortar just now, regards Little Lugia as a Pokemon that invades the territory. The wild Pokemon in this area of MT Smoked Mountain know that this is Heatran's territory. The one who should not be provoked the most is not Groudon, the god of the earth, but Heatran. After all, Groudon rests in the lava all the year round, and can't wake up even if he screams. But Heatran is different. He is extremely fierce. Those big mouths can easily crunch a rock that weighs thousands of pounds. Moreover, if he waits rest, he will make a mess. Unfortunately, Unfortunately, little Lugia woke him. Roar! Heatran unceremoniously issued an ember to warn little Lugia, let the other party leave their territory. Originally, little Lugia was tired and hungry after being chased by Magmortar, and he could not avoid Heatran's attack by taking off hastily. Heatran's ember is just the most common fire-type move. However, due to the special bonus of the terrain, it adds a bit of power. It burned on little Lugia's body at once. Ow! Tilda. Little Lugia, who had no combat experience, fell to the ground. Roar! Heatran just wanted to teach little Lugia a lesson and keep him away from his territory, but now he found out that he had never seen this Pokemon. Move your limbs. Fast running towards little Lugia. Want to see what the other side is. Facing Heatran, which was nearly 2 meters and weighed a ton, little Lugia thought Heatran was going to attack him. Instinctively flapped its wings, creating a small whirlwind that swept Heatran. The whirlwind blew up the gravel on the ground, and by coincidence, a few stones hit Heatran's eyes. Yo-hoo! Heatran is furious. He shook his head vigorously. Even if this weak Pokemon invades his territory, how dare you attack him now? As the second brother of Yantu Mountain, when did he suffer from this kind of bird energy? Taking 2 steps faster, Iron Head slammed into little Lugia. Little Lugia couldn't dodge in time, and was immediately knocked out. Out tilde, out tilde. Little Lugia groaned and fell to the ground again. Heatran has reserved his strength. If he attacks with all his strength, even a stone weighing tens of thousands of pounds can be easily shattered. It's a pity that little Lugia doesn't understand his good intention. In a hurry, he sent a water pulse to Heatran. He seemed to want water to quench Heatran's anger, but once again little Lugia backfired. Water. Because of Groudon, it is a taboo on MT. Yantu. All water-type Pokemon should be expelled from Yantu Mountain. This is the consensus of all Pokemon on Yantu Mountain. This time, Heatran didn't hold back and launched a ferocious attack. On the other side of Smoketuff, Ice Ninetales are being entertained by a group of regular Ninetales. Picky eating the fruit picked by Ninetales, running around with these same kind, chasing each other. Suddenly, Ice Ninetales' ears moved. Growl heard little Lugia's pain. Ice Ninetales immediately put away the playful heart. Aha! Someone actually bullied her little friend. Who is so bold? Don't know that little Lugia is covered by her. Chapter 597. Xiaoju wants to stand up for little Lugia. The vortex of flames surrounded little Lugia, burning his body non-stop. The original white feathers were all blackened. Little Lugia wanted to resist, but under the attack of Heatran, who had completely overwhelmed him, it was useless to resist. Even just make Heatran more hostile. Living in the greenhouse under the protection of her mother Lugia since childhood, she finally felt the disadvantage of being weak for the first time. Out tilde, out tilde. Surrounded by a vortex of flame, little Lugia cried out for mercy. At this moment, a purple-white figure crossed in the distance. Ice Ninetales came, following little Lugia's whimper. As soon as he came, he saw his little friend being bullied by an ugly Pokemon. Can this be tolerated? I broke little Lugia. Who will play with her? Mimi! Ice Ninetales shouted, and immediately rushed to little Lugia's side. The flames that had been burning around little Lugia immediately dissipated. Out tilde, out tilde. Little Lugia was moved to tears when she saw the Ice Ninetales that fell like a magic weapon. As if to find a backer, hide behind the Ice Ninetales. Mimi tilde. Bing Ninetales looked at the scorched feathers of little Lugia, and the tearful appearance of little Lugia made him a little angry. She looked at Heatran, who was attacking her little friend, with a bad expression. Meanwhile, Heatran is keeping an eye on the Ice Ninetales. On Smoked Mountain, he had seen Ninetales a lot, but it was the first time he had seen Ninetales with purple-white hair. And this Ice Ninetales seems to be a little different. It can actually dissipate the flame vortex he just used. There is something tilde. Mimi tilde, Mimi tilde. Why are you attacking my friend? Ice Ninetales asked Heatran. Who tilde ho tilde ho tilde. He woke me up and invaded my territory tilde. Heatran responded. Mimi tilde, Mimi tilde. Is this your territory? Who tilde ho tilde. Yes, this is my chassis. Mimi tilde, Mimi tilde. Then I've also invaded your territory now. Do I want to fight? Roar, roar. Damn, so arrogant. The atmosphere between Bing Ninetales and Heatran began to get tense, and little Lugia hurriedly screamed at Bing Ninetales, wanting to let it go. Little Lugia had seen Heatran's strength just now. I don't want Ice Ninetales to provoke unreasonable Heatran. Mimi tilde. Ice Ninetales pushed little Lugia aside with his tail, telling him that this place must be found. Educate each other tilde. The little princess of the dignified Haoyan family. When has she been angry tilde? Finally, Taunt looked at Heatran. Yo-ho tilde. Heatran did not expect. Ice Ninetales is so arrogant tilde. He is a dignified smoke bursting into the mountains, and he is not afraid of the sky and the earth. On Yantu Mountain, except for Groudon, he is the biggest. Although he is no match for Groudon in strength, no matter what, he is still a new demon. A nice-looking Ninetales dared to provoke him after eating the gall of a bear and a leopard. Roar, roar. Heatran growled from his throat, ready to attack. Mimi tilde, Mimi tilde. Ice Ninetales is not at all cowardly. Mimi called call to look ready to fight. Little Lugia fidgets beside her with a worried look. Roar. Heatran made the first move, spewing a burst of flames towards the Ice Ninetales. With the environmental bonus of Yantu Mountain, the fire-type moves have been greatly improved. Eudemon's Heatran flamethrower used with all his strength. Its power cannot be underestimated. Seeing such an attack, Little Lugia was stunned. The power of this skill is much stronger than the flame vortex that attacked him just now. The flame attack that scared Little Lugia was a piece of cake for Ice Ninetales. Just when the flame is about to hit, the form of Ice Ninetales changes, and the attribute conversion is called Fire Attribute. At the same time as the attributes are converted, the characteristics have also changed and become Ignition. Let Heatran's flames hit him without causing any damage. Ice Ninetales' ordinary form transformation, commonplace, but in the eyes of Little Lugia, it scared him half to death. Little Lugia knew Bing Ninetales during this time. Bing Ninetales has always been a purple-white Snow White fluff, but now, it has changed color. Is it possible that Xiaoju's hair was burnt because of the flames just now? Little Lugia thought of the feathers on his body, which were also scorched by Heatran's flame. Naturally, the transformation of the form of Ice Ninetales is understood as being scorched. It's just that both sides of the battle didn't care about Little Lugia's thought, and all focused on their respective opponent. Roar. Knowing that Team Magma's Ice Ninetales were ineffective, Heatran ran immediately and used Iron Head of the Steel System. The heavy body leaves a deep footprint on the ground with every step. Run like a small tank. Little Lugia panicked when she saw Heatran's battle. Heatran's same move is much more powerful than the previous one. From what Little Lugia knew, if the Ice Ninetales were hit, they would definitely be injured. Do not care. Little Lugia couldn't help but watch the Ice Ninetale, who was in his early years, get injured, and bravely waved his wings, blocking Heatran's forward direction. Chapter 598 Butterfly Effect. Sweeping the entire Hoenn region. Heatran's seemingly powerful Iron Head attack, in the eyes of Ice Ninetales, is at most only 1/3 of the power of her mount, Charizard, which is nothing to be afraid of. Ice Ninetales, who have been promoted to the primary level of Divine Beast, can be easily defused and counterattacked, but Bing Ninetales never expected that Little Lugia would come forward. Bang! Heatran's strength hit Little Lugia as hard as he could, just knock him out. Fortunately, the race of Lugia has a relatively strong tolerance. It was just the continuous attacks that made Little Lugia fall to the ground very weakly. Roar. Heatran looked at Little Lugia with some disdain, and even learned to persuade him for this little skill when preparing to reorganize the attack, but he was horrified to find that a coercion that was enough to cover the sky and the earth gathered on his opponent, Ice Ninetales. The originally blue, amber-like eyes of Ice Ninetales were now occupied by boundless red on. She is angry. In front of her, the ugly Heatran dared to attack her little friend. Is she really being bullied? With the imposing manner of Ice Ninetales rises the entire Yantu Mountain, the situation changes color. A strong sense of oppression directly pressed Heatran to the ground. In the void, 3 apertures of different colors suddenly appeared. Among the 3 apertures, there were bursts of roar. The 3 Pokemon, Dialga, Palkia, and Giratina, came out of the aperture one after another, falling firmly behind the Ice Ninetales, like the Imperial Guard the Ice Ninetales. Moreover, they all stared at Heatran with a bad face. As long as Ice Ninetales gives an order, they will immediately launch their respective attack. Panic. Very panic. Heatran never imagined that the background of Ice Ninetales was so big. To be able to call 3 such terrifying Pokemon, each one, the string crushed him. It's a farce. Heatran wanted to escape, but because of the strong pressure, he was directly pressed to the ground. Can't run away. With the appearance of the 3 gods of Sinnoh, Groudon, who was sleeping in the magma, suddenly opened his eyes. Someone has invaded his territory, and there are 3. As long as they are divine beasts, they are very sensitive to their own territory. Never allow others to step in. Roar. Groudon stepped out of the churning magma and strode towards the place of the 3 gods of Sinnoh, Sutopolis City, under the deep sea of Sea Route 127. Under the 10,000-meter trench, Kyogre is sleeping. Suddenly, he opened his eyes. Kyogre sensed Groudon's awakening, thought Groudon was going to fight him. Groudon was beaten so badly last time. Has he recovered so quickly? Shouldn't be. Kyogre felt it carefully, and realized that Groudon wasn't coming for him. Who's Groudon fighting? Kyogre was very puzzled, but when he looked back, it seemed that it was none of his business. He closed his eyes again, and absorbed the essence of the surrounding water to replenish the damage from the previous battle. The altitude above the Hoenn region 10,000 meters. Rayquaza, who was floating in the ozone layer, also felt the breath of Groudon, and opened his eyes in dissatisfaction. What are you doing, Tilda? How long did it take to stop? And my brother came out to do something again. Also let no one have a good rest, Tilda. Rayquaza was clearly dissatisfied, but he didn't act immediately because he didn't feel Hao-Yan's call. Think about it, or close your eyes and continue rest. If something happens, Hao-Yan will call him. Meanwhile, the Weather Institute on Route 119. The researchers inside have detected the abnormal weather in Yantu Mountain, and they are all facing enemy. Report to Alliance's Wallace immediately. The center of the universe in Mostit City. The researchers immediately sounded the alarm because the three gods of Sinnoh descended on Hoenn and detected the space-time disorder in MT. Home in Fall Arbor Town. Lucario and Mewtwo woke up from their calm mind state and looked at the direction of MT. Mist in unison. Charizard and Tyranitar also stopped their own cultivation with a puzzled look on their faces. They all felt the familiar atmosphere together. Haoyan, who was gathering in the kitchen with Gardevoir to prepare a warm dinner, also put down his work. A butterfly effect caused by Ice Ninetales and Little Lugia swept the entire Hoenn region. Chapter 599. Boom, boom, boom. A steady stream of footsteps came, and Groudon took the lead to the battlefield of the confrontation. The aura of Groudon dispelled the aura of the three Sinnoh gods. Roar tilde roar tilde roar tilde roar tilde. Heatran finally stopped lying on the ground because of Groudon's entry to resist the momentum. Quickly run behind the big brother tilde. Talk to Groudon. The enemy's invasion tilde. I want my big brother Groudon to teach the invading enemies a lesson tilde. But Groudon, not as Heatran thought, took a shot at the Sinnoh three gods with a grumpy temper. He just glanced at him lightly, and focused his eyes on the three gods of Sinnoh. The three Sinnoh gods, each of which is no weaker than him. Even going back to the original, Groudon was at best tied with the opponent. But the arrogant Groudon doesn't counsel each other at all. Who let the other party invade their own territory? Between the beasts, there is a tacit understanding between the beasts. Once you set foot on the opponent's territory, you are the greatest haunt to the opponent. When Groudon was about to take a fighting stand, he found a small figure among the three Sinnoh gods. Haoyan's Ice Ninetales. Mimi tilde. Ice Ninetales stepped forward with dignity, and the three Sinnoh gods stood behind her obediently, holding her as their respect. Groudon had seen Bing Ninetales, but he never imagined that Bing Ninetales had such a strong aura. And behind her, the Sinnoh three gods actually looked like a guard, and many more. The situation is not right. Roar tilde 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 tilde. Groudon turned to Ice Ninetales, asking what was going on. Mimi tilde Mimi tilde. Ice Ninetales held her head up like a noble queen, with a beautiful tail. He pointed at Heatran, and then at Little Lugia, who fell to the ground and was frightened by the powerful big brothers from all walks of life. Tell Groudon that Heatran bullied her buddy, so I just found three little brothers out. Groudon looked at the injured Little Lugia, and then stared at Heatran with a bad face. The situation should be as Ice Ninetales said. Roar tilde tilde tilde. Stared by big brother Groudon wearing Heatran. I almost freaked out. Unexpectedly, the eldest brother Groudon actually knew each other. He really didn't expect that Ice Ninetales is so big. If he had known earlier, how could he dare to provoke him? It's over. It's getting cold. Heatran's legs are so frightened. Groudon looked annoyed at his useless little brother, and made trouble for himself. If it were normal, Groudon would have taught Heatran a lesson. After all, Bing Ninetales is Haoyan's Pokemon, and Haoyan is the inheritor of his big brother Rayquaza. Haoyan is the red orb that can bring Groudon back to the original. This face is still to be sold to the other party. But now, Ice Ninetales brings people. The nature is different. After all, this is his territory, so easy to admit it, and let Kyogre know about it. Isn't it shameful? But for Bing Ninetales, Heatran bullied Little Lugia, and this matter can't be left alone. Little princess, don't be angry. Just as the two sides were at a stalemate, a red-black light flashed in the air. Haoyan came riding on Charizard. Why are the three Sinnoh gods here? Groudon, Heatran, and Silver, why do you look injured? Haoyan, who is used to seeing strong winds and waves, was also shocked by the situation in front of him. Mimi tilde Mimi tilde. Bing Ninetales saw the parent Haoyan coming, fluttered her limbs and hoof, ran to Haoyan's side, and told Haoyan her grievance. Hearing the whole incident, Haoyan was both happy and surprised. The joy is that his Ice Ninetales are actually so powerful. He actually has the ability to summon the three Sinnoh gods and command them. Surprisingly, Silver, whom his mother Lugia entrusted to him, was beaten so badly. When I turned back to my mother Lugia, she knew that her child was beaten, and he couldn't explain it tilde. How to deal with this matter? Let Haoyan have one head and two big tilde. I looked at the Ice Ninetales of the Grieve Papa, and the Little Lugia who looked like he was beaten. Haoyan decided to make Groudon feel a little wrong. Heatran, sorry tilde. Chapter 600. Heatran, the Joker is myself. That, everyone listen to me. Haoyan coughed twice and considered his words. All the Pokemon were concentrated on Haoyan. Groudon, Heatran bullied Silver. That's the real deal, right tilde? Of course, it wasn't a big deal. It was just a misunderstanding. After all, you also know that the three Sinnoh gods didn't intend to set foot on your territory. They were just afraid that Xiaoju would be bullied. I'll ask Xiaoju to send the three Sinnoh gods back. You know, this isn't about you either. Let Heatran apologize, then forget about it. As Haoyan spoke, he took out a vermilion orb from his backpack and played with it. Although there is no threat in the word, but the actions tilde. It's a little bit threatening. Did you have a chicken broken tilde. Groudon is so depressed. Haoyan holds the red orb. Can he object? You know, Haoyan can even instruct his eldest brother, and the three gods of Sinnoh. What's more, the little Lugia who was beaten seems to have a lot of background. Form is stronger than people. Groudon glared at Heatran, who was crawling behind him. It's all to blame for this ignorant little brother. Seeing Groudon's silence was the default. After dealing with Groudon, Haoyan comforted Bing Ninetails. Xiaoju, don't be angry anymore tilde. Mimi tilde Mimi tilde. Bing Ninetails calmed down under Haoyan's comfort. I just hate Heatran tilde. Okay, so be it. Seeing that both sides had no opinion, Haoyan breathed a sigh of relief. This matter is finally over tilde. Everyone turned their attention to Heatran. Hello, why has no one asked my opinion? What did I do wrong? Heatran finds out that the clown is actually himself. It's just that even Groudon has no opinion. How dare he have an opinion? I can only silently walk to the side of little Lugia who fell to the ground, and Roar apologizes in a low voice tilde. On the other side of Yantu Mountain, Steven and Wallace took 4 elites and rode their respective Pokemon, rushing towards Yantu Mountain. The Weather Institute and the Cosmos Center have reported to them that something big has happened on Yantu Mountain. As soon as they received the notice, they immediately organized relevant personnel to gather from all directions. I thought there was something wrong with Groudon, but when they came with great fanfare, they were horrified to discover. In addition to Groudon, there is also Dialga, where Sinnoh region is in charge of time, Palkia in charge of space, and Master Antimatter Giratina, and a shivering Heatran, a young Lugia. The gathering of so many divine beasts and phantom beasts really shocked their cognition. But what shocked them the most was that Haoyan was in the middle of this group of divine beasts. He waved his hand lightly, and the god of the earth, Groudon, took Heatran and left slowly, just took out a baby ball and took back the little Lugia. Haoyan's Ice Ninetail swung its tail to create 3 different dimensional spaces, and the 3 Sinnoh gods obediently got into them. Haoyan was originally able to control Rayquaza, and has the ability to make Rayquaza Mega Evolution. For this reason, even if Groudon listened to him, he could understand it. But why? The 3 Sinnoh gods also listened to him. Could it be that the last time Haoyan went to Sinnoh to solve the Team Galactic, he subdued the 3 Sinnoh gods? By the way, fine, these all barely make sense, but what happened to that little Lugia? With such questions, Wallace and Steven came to Haoyan's side. Haoyan, what happened to those divine beasts? Facing everyone's doubtful gazes, Haoyan once again made one head and too big. It's too complicated to explain. He also wanted to go back quickly and continue making dinner with Gardevoir. Then he casually made an excuse. It's nothing major. Don't make such a fuss. It's just a few Pokemon quarreling. But it's settled. I have something to do. I'll go first. After speaking, Haoyan rode on Charizard and left gracefully, leaving Steven, Wallace, 4 Elite and others messed up in the wind. In the face of so many mythical beasts, people who are still so calm, it is estimated that except for Haoyan, there is no other person in this world. Chapter 601 Little Lugia, a diligently cultivated, newlywed trip. Home in Fallarbor Town. In the actual combat training ground, little Lugia looked at his opponent Tyranitar in earnest. The round eyes are full of seriousness and seriousness. The opponent is the little Lugia, the thick Tyranitar, with a casual look on his face. Mimi tilde Mimi tilde. Ice Ninetails was running around excitedly between the opposing sides. A look of fun. Xiaoju, they are going to fight. Don't disturb them. Come to me. Haoyan greeted. Bing Ninetails hid in Haoyan's arm, her beautiful tail dangling, causing Haoyan's nose to itch. It has been half a month since little Lugia was attacked by Heatran last time in Yantu Mountain, triggering a series of chain reactions. Since then, little Lugia has been bent on getting stronger. Can't drag down Ice Ninetails. Instead of playing around, choose to train with other Pokemon. Today, it is to test the results of little Lugia's half-month cultivation. Ow! Little Lugia spread her wings high, condensed an ice beam, and blasted towards Tyranitar. One thing to say, little Lugia's ice beam, whether it's the speed of cohesion or the power it creates, is still pretty good. But the little Lugia only has the peak of Gym, which is too different from the Tyranitar of the first level Divine Beast. Can't do any effective damage to Tyranitar at all. Tilde. Tyranitar stretched out his giant claws and blocked the ice light. With a sudden rush, the ice cube formed on the arm were shaken off. The blow was ineffective, and little Lugia was not annoyed, and quickly flew above Tyranitar's head at high speed, taking advantage of Tyranitar's unhappy turn. Find a gap. A layer of light blue radiance emerged from the outside of the body, covered with a layer of rich water-type energy, and slammed toward Tyranitar's back. With a bang, it hit Tyranitar's waist. Little Lugia's move made Haoyan flash a glimmer of admiration. The advanced use of Aqua Tail is creative and powerful. Hearing Haoyan's compliment, Ice Ninetails in his arms immediately let out a happy Mimi cry. This trick was taught to Silver by Xiaoju tilde. Xiaoju is really amazing tilde. Haoyan praised Ninetails, lovingly rubbing his little head. However, although the use of skills is very innovative, the gap between Silver and Xiaoju Stoudemire is too great. Silver is no match for Stoudemire. If Haoyan thought that, little Lugia faced Tyranitar with sharp rock bikes all over his body. Even if his skills hit, he would injure the enemy 1,000 and lose 800. In front of Tyranitar, who is famous for his defense, it is little Lugia who suffered. Out tilde. Little Lugia found this out too. But no way. The Tyranitar of the rock system and dark is like the sky and the psychic of the flight system. For a few rounds down, Tyranitar didn't need to do anything. Little Lugia was too tired to end the battle hastily. This level of battle, at most, is to help Tyranitar warm up. Failure. Little Lugia had already expected it, but he just didn't expect it to be so difficult. She shrank to the side dejectedly. Pitiful. Haoyan brought Bing Ninetails forward. Bing Ninetails teased little Lugia with his tail, trying to make him happy. It's just a strong sense of frustration, so little Lugia doesn't have the heart to play. Seeing this, Haoyan said, Silver, don't be discouraged tilde. Don't give up so easily, just keep training. Sooner or later, like your mother, you will become a very powerful Lugia tilde. At the mention of his mother, little Lugia's smart eyes blinked forcefully. His mom can handle the storm. Later, he can too. As long as you work hard, you can become a powerful Lugia like your mother. At that time, you will no longer have to be protected by Xiaoju. I will try my best to catch up with Xiaoju. Little Lugia was still very young, and his emotions were easily aroused by Haoyan. No longer unhappy, happy to play with Ice Ninetails. Seeing little Lugia's emotional recovery, Haoyan looked at the Pokemon around him who were training. Xiaowu, Xiaolong, and Xiaozi have been stabilized at the initial level of Divine Beast. After this period of cultivation, there is only one chance before they can step into the intermediate level of Divine Beast. Although Xiaoming is only at the peak of champion, it is only one step away from breaking through to the first level of Divine Beast. While thinking about it, Gardevoir gently came to Haoyan's side. Haoyan had a good heart, and slightly opened his arms to let Gardevoir lean on his arms comfortably. Hugged together, lazily basking in the sun. Xiaolu, there's nothing wrong with Jim during this time. I'm going to travel to another region. Go back and pack your luggage. Haoyan pressed his chin against Gardevoir's small head and said while rubbing. Gardevoir was tickled by Haoyan's beard, and moved to and fro in Haoyan's arms. Haoyan went out to travel, first of all, to broaden his knowledge. Second, help Pokemon find opportunities for breakthrough. Furthermore, from a certain point of view, it can also be regarded as a wedding trip. Gardevoir was locked in his arms by Haoyan, and he agreed softly. Chapter 602 Kuikizi. Why is my life so bitter? Unova region, Akumula town. Three ordinary-looking girls gathered together and pointed to a tall and thin man in a hat and black sunglasses resting on a street leisure seat in the distance. Look at his Adam's apple. Mega is sexy. I'm 100% sure. He must be a handsome guy. A young girl in blue said excitedly to her companion. Did you see his hand? Long and beautiful. Just those big hands. They must be very warm. Another girl also looked like she was about to move. Why don't we go to him for contact information? Forget it. There were several beautiful girls who went to find his contact information just now, but they were all ruthlessly rejected by him. Even if we went, we were just rejected. It's a pity. Such a handsome guy can only be viewed from a distance and cannot be molested. It was Haoyan that the girls whispered to each other. The place Haoyan chose to vacation was Unova region. Because in Sinnoh region, Haoyan solved Team Galactic, once again pushing his fame to unparalleled height. Powerful, handsome, young, righteous, all kinds of compliments were added to him, making Haoyan regarded as an idol by countless young girls with a sense of spring. There are even many girls who hang Haoyan's posters in their room. In addition to girls, boys also regard Haoyan as the object of their worship. If you don't dress up outside, you will be surrounded by countless fans immediately. Haoyan bathed in the warm sunshine, and fed P-Dove, who was gathered around him, bored. Unova region is very different from other regions. Here, there are people of all skin tones. Here, Haoyan saw Nurse Joy and Officer Jenny with different appearances for the first time. At this time of laziness, a group of people wearing white missionary uniforms suddenly gathered around. The group of missionaries came to a stage where performances were usually held. One of them was a man wearing a black missionary uniform and holding a strange cane, standing on the stage. Suddenly, a group of missionaries appeared, immediately attracting the attention of those around them. A large number of people are concentrated on this group of missionaries. Haoyan is no exception. Seeing the man in the black missionary uniform taking off the cloak on his head, Haoyan immediately recognized who he was. He's of Team Plasma. Team Plasma is different from the general evil organization. They package themselves as a religious organization, act normally and be very low-key. This kind of packaging has caused the Unova Alliance not to care too much. This is also the reason why Kuikizi dared to be so ostentatious and appear in front of the public. Kuikizi spoke to the citizens in the audience in a captivate tone. My name is Kuichisi. What I want to tell you today is the topic of liberating Pokemon. We humans and Pokemon have lived together until now, and we are they're indispensable partners for each other. Maybe a lot of people think so, don't they? Koikizi's remarks made the audience under the stage nod frequently. Immediately afterward, Koikizi continued, but, is this really the case? Could this be just wishful thinking of us human trainers or driving Pokemon at will? Drive Pokemon to fight. Drive Pokemon to work for you. Have you ever thought about whether Pokemon is willing? Since everyone regards Pokemon as partners, have you considered whether Pokemon is willing to help us and be affected by our trend? Koikizi's words seemed to have a kind of magic power. Some of the citizens in the audience looked at the Pokemon beside them with doubts in their eyes. We and Pokemon should be an equal attitude, instead of humans blindly driving and enslaving them. If everyone really regards Pokemon as partners, all Pokemon should be liberated. Let them be free. Only then can humans and Pokemon begin to achieve true equality. Koikizi kept using words to agitate the surrounding citizens, wanting them to accept his theory and release his Pokemon. Absurd. Haoyan stood up from his chair, not to mention that Koikizi's remarks were full of loopholes. The reason why he can convince the surrounding citizens is that in the distance, there is a Miss Gerda, who is releasing self-suggestion and cooperating with Koichizi to confuse the citizens. Let the citizens think that what Koichizi said is correct. Haoyan took out the baby ball from his arms. Xiaolu used mental interference. Shanaido. Gardevoir's white and tender hands were placed in front of his chest, shaking the surrounding psychic energy. Gardevoir, the first-level divine beast, easily destroyed the self-suggestion of Miss Gerda hiding in the dark. The surrounding citizens all recovered. The sudden change made Koikizi notice Haoyan's Gardevoir. This Gardevoir is so strong. At the same time, Koikizi also saw Haoyan in disguise. There are not many trainers using Pokemon like Gardevoir. Gardevoir is scarce after all. Also, so powerful. Immediately, Koichi thought a great word. That person. Could it be Haoyan? At the thought of Haoyan destroying several evil organizations, the guilty Koikizi broke down in cold sweat. According to Haoyan's previous behavior, he will not easily let him go. Why is my life so hard? How did I meet him during an ordinary missionary mission? Chapter 603. This iris. It seems that I can't get rid of it. Haoyan didn't like Koikizi well. On the surface, Team Plasma is a religion, but in fact, like other evil organizations, the Quizzy seek to control the world. Since I can meet him here, I can catch Koikizi easily so that he will not harm one party in the future. Just when Haoyan was about to let Gardevoir start, a surprised female voice interrupted him. Director Haoyan. A young girl with thick long hair ran up to Haoyan in a lively manner. He fixed his eyes on lock on Haoyan and said in an uncertain tone, "You are the director of Haoyan, right? I've seen this Gardevoir. You must be Director Haoyan." The girl in front of him is exactly the curator of Unova region Sengyang Gym, Iris, whom Haoyan once met in the Attribute Expert tournament. Iris tilted his head and got close to Haoyan. At close range, Haoyan could smell the fragrance of a girl on the other side. "It's you, Director Haoyan. I didn't expect to meet Curator Haoyan here." Iris screamed in surprise, attracting the attention of the surrounding people. Originally, it was because the people gathered on the stage heard Haoyan's name, immediately surrounded by a group. Honregion's legendary Curator Haoyan. Is it really him? Guess so. Director Haoyan, can you sign my name? Curator Haoyan, I am your idol. No, you are my idol. Citizens around, you surrounded Haoyan with every word. The citizens of the nearby shop, when they heard Haoyan's name, ran out and joined the army of onlookers. Koikizi, who thought he was dead and sweating coldly, was overjoyed. Thank God. With a wave of his hand, Koikizi immediately turned on the escape mode. Get to the corner and disappear. Facing such a change, Haoyan was also caught off guard. The surging crowd could not be squeezed out, and they could only watch Koikizi and the others disappear. It's impossible. Release Pokemon to scare off these enthusiastic citizens. Sometimes being popular isn't necessarily a good thing. Seeing Quizzy escape, and a large group of citizens who saw Covet through fate, Haoyan could only helplessly take off his hat and sunglasses, and thunderous cheers erupted immediately at the scene. The entire Akumula town has turned into a large fan meeting for Haoyan. Countless people are holding posters, looking for Haoyan's sign. The whole scene was chaotic, and finally, under the leadership of the short-haired officer Jenny, it gradually returned to order. Haoyan, who signed in softly, nestled on the sofa in the Pokemon Center. A large number of unsatisfied citizens gathered outside the door. If Officer Jenny hadn't maintained order, Haoyan probably wouldn't have had a chance to catch his breath. Weary, enthusiastic citizens, in addition to asking for autograph, also asked Haoyan a variety of questions. The exhausted Haoyan wanted to put himself into the baby ball, into the Pokemon Center, a machine that restores physical strength. Iris, the culprit who caused all this, was excitedly pestering Haoyan around him. Director Haoyan, when did you come to Unova region tilde? Director Haoyan, what are you going to do when you come to Unova region tilde? Is it a tour, or is there any business? Director Haoyan, where are you going next? Director Haoyan, do you have time to be a guest at Sengyang Gym tilde? Tilda. Haoyun's Charizard has convinced Iris since the attribute expert tournament. Iris would love to go to the Hoenn region and visit Haoyun. It's just that at that time, she had just become the curator of Sangyang Gym, and she couldn't get away from a lot of work. When I met Haoyun at Unova region, I was even more reluctant to miss this opportunity. Facing the chattering Iris, Haoyun's head hurt. He replied casually, I'm coming to Unova region to travel. Then I found Nurse Joy and found a bento to cure the 5 internal organs called by Hutu. But who knows? This sentence makes Iris extremely excited. Director Haoyun, you must be unfamiliar with Unova region. Why don't I be your tour guide? Be a guide. Forget it. Facing the enthusiastic Iris, Haoyun politely refused. Director Iris, forget about the tour guide. I guess you are very busy. Before Haoyun's words were finished, Iris immediately grabbed the words and said, don't be busy, don't be busy. I've already dealt with Jim, and I'm just about to relax. Tilda. It's my honor to be a tour guide for curator Haoyun. Tilda. Haoyun, who was taking a big mouthful of rice, sighed in his heart when he heard Iris answer Tilda. This Iris, it seems that I can't get rid of it. Chapter 604 Iris. No one here best suited for that thing. Team Plasma's headquarters. As soon as he came back from Akumula town, Push immediately found his confidant and held a meeting. In the meeting, Kuisichi scolded his subordinate. Trash. You are all trash. Don't tell me to keep an eye on him. That Haoyun came to Unova region. You have no news at all. Pushy kept throwing various items in the office. He ran into Haoyun in Akumula town and was almost hot. Kuisichi, even thinking about it now, is terrified. Faced with Push's anger, the team members of Team Plasma did not dare to dodge. After a while, Kuisichi suppressed the anger in his heart. Looking at Kolres, who was standing aside with a casual look. Kolres, a wanted criminal known as the Dark Scientist. He is guilty of felonies such as researching and using prohibited weapons, applying them to Pokemon, and modifying Pokemon. To avoid being wanted by the Alliance, he committed himself to Team Plasma. Kolres, Professor, how is your machine developed? When will we be able to take control of Zekrom from that monster? Kisiki's tone was very rude, disappointed that Kolres took so long to develop. Kolres shrugged and said, the device has been made, and it's been debugged. It's just the previous object, and it's just some ordinary Pokemon. I'm not sure whether it can control Zekrom. Kuisichi said with a cold face. Then what will happen? There will be results. Kolres still had an indifferent attitude. He and Quisky were just a cooperative relationship, not a subordinate. Frillish said, the specific capabilities of Zekrom are currently only speculation. Without actual data, there is no result. It's very simple to want the result. Let Zekrom fight with all his strength once so that I can accurately assess. Do you fight with all your strength? Kisichi thought thoughtfully, and after a while, he continued to ask, what about the plan to resurrect Genesect? The 5 stones have been obtained for so long, so they should be almost ready. Alaroma replied, the work of resurrecting Genesect is in the final stages. The question is not resurrection. The question is whether the machines I made can control them. Is it possible to control? Kisichi thoughtfully muttered to himself, as long as you can control Zekrom, there are still 5 Genesect. With such strength, you shouldn't be afraid of Haoyun who masters Rayquaza. After thinking for a while, Kuisichi said to his confidant, in my name, send orders to that monster. Let that monster attack that damn Haoyun. At the same time, do the necessary inspection work and feed back the data to Kolres in time. After hearing about it, the confidant nodded immediately, replied that he understood, and left in a hurry. Haoyun didn't know that his arrival caused such a big reaction from Kuikizi. Right now, he is en route to in Akumula town. Director Haoyun, come quickly Tilda. There's no one around here. It's the best time for us to do that. Excited, Iris probed the surrounding environment and found that there was a huge open space around, and excitedly waved to his fellow Haoyun. For Iris, there are some things that don't look for 4 or 6. Haoyun is very speechless. What do you mean by no one around Tilda? Suitable for that Tilda. It looked like something is inside Tilda. Curator Haoyun, didn't you promise me Tilda? Come on Tilda. Seeing that Haoyun didn't move, Iris ran over and raised his head, looking at Haoyun with hope. His face was flushed from running around. Adds a lot of girly charm Tilda. Okay, let's get started Tilda. Haoyun didn't correct it. Iris's language problem just now. Iris is just a teenage girl who doesn't think about those. Randomly stood in a corner of the open space and assumed a fighting stance. That's right, Iris just wanted to have a simple battle with Haoyun about Pokemon. Seeing Haoyun getting ready, Iris also ran to the other side of the open space, closed his eyes and took a few deep breaths to adjust his state. When Iris opened his eyes again, the hairs of his eyes shone brightly. His expression also became extremely serious and serious. Director Haoyun, since I saw your style in the Tribute Expert competition, I am deeply fascinated by your power. My ideal is to become a Dragon Master. My grandma told me that if you want to become a Dragon Master, you must fight against a powerful trainer, and you are the strongest trainer I know. I got your coaching, so I hope that you won't leave your hands in the upcoming battle. After speaking, Iris bowed deeply to Haoyan. Iris's serious attitude made him start serious. Bring it on. Haoyan raised his hand slightly, signaling the start of the battle. Yes. Iris quickly took out a baby ball from his waist and threw it into the air. After the red light, a Haxorus appeared in the clearing. Roar, roar. Haxorus of Iris, full of fighting spirit. Open black lens bracket Pokemon close black lens bracket. Haxorus. Attribute Dragon. Equal Order, Elite. Characteristic Fighting Heart. The target of the battle is the same sex Pokemon, and the power of the move is increased. Introduction. It has strong teeth that will not damage the blade even if it cuts I-beam. The whole body is covered with hard armor. Chapter 605 I can't get rid of the clingy Iris. Haxorus has a good strong destructive power. Decent speed, defense and endurance are also very good. In the Unova region, it has always been called a quasi-god. It's just a little pity that Haxorus doesn't have the ability to fly. The attack surface is also a little weak because of the focus on attacking, but overall, it's still pretty good. Come out, Xiaolong. Haoyan also chose to release his own Pokemon, Charizard. Since he was in the Charizard Valley, Charizard has been promoted to the primary level of the beast, and his personality has become calmer. No longer like the other way around, roaring loudly as soon as he came out. But the red and black Charizard, just standing calmly on the ground, has an extremely terrifying power. This made Iris Haxorus take a step back involuntarily. Observing Haxorus' strange appearance, Iris cheered loudly. Haxorus, do not be afraid. It's true that the opponent is wrong. It is because the opponent is very strong that we have to challenge. A chance against Charizard, the curator Haoyan, is rare. Let's work hard together. Iris cheered loudly, quickly boosting Haxorus. Haxorus' body surface glowed with a faint blue light, making the blade on his head even more sharp. Yes, under the suppression of Xiaolong's absolute strength, it can also stimulate its own characteristic. Iris has her own set. It's no wonder that Iris can take over from Alder and become the champion of Unova region. Haoyan spoke highly of Iris. Haxorus, double hack. Iris quickly commanded, and Haxorus immediately waved his claws full of dragon energy, constantly using running to increase his speed, and attacking Charizard. Little dragon, dragon claw. Haoyan commanded aloud. Roar. The black and red Charizard stood there, calmly stretched out his claws, and printed a huge dragon claw in response to the opponent's attack. After a few back and forth, bang. Haxorus of Iris, one of Charizard's hit dragon claw and directly repel more than 10 meters. So strong. Iris clenched her pink fist tightly because she was nervous. Charizard, curator Haoyan, hasn't moved a single step. The moves are all suppressed with pure power. No matter how hard I try, I can't find a single flaw at all. This is the curator Haoyan who defeated Steven and Wallace and was called the first person in the alliance by Miss Zulin. I want to cherish this hard-won opportunity to fight. Iris worships the mighty Haoyan more and more. Haxorus, use earthquake. Iris shouted softly. Roar. Haxorus slammed on the ground, creating several cracks and swiftly attacking Charizard. In the face of the menacing earthquake, who can restrain the fire department? Haoyan didn't mean to let Charizard take off and dodge. He just said lightly, little dragon, air slash. A red-black Charizard with one wing. Immediately, a violent airflow was set off, and the powerful twister rose from the ground. Among twisters, the wind turned into a sharp wind blade. The ground cracked, and the powerful destructive force paved the crack brought by earthquake in one fell swoop. And twister remained unabated, and directly overturned Haxorus. Bang tilde. Haxorus fell to the ground again, with many marks left by the wind blade on his body. The huge equal level gap between the two sides cannot be leveled by a moment's enthusiasm. Haxorus. Iris ran to Haxorus's side quickly and helped Haxorus, who was struggling to get up. Roar tilde. Haxorus looked ashamedly at his master, Iris, who could no longer fight. Haxorus, you've done a great job. For Charizard, curator Haoyan, it's amazing that you can be so tenacious. I am proud of you. Do not be discouraged. As long as we work hard together, one day we will definitely reach the heights of curator Haoyan. Iris comforted Haxorus softly. Roar tilde. Haxorus also nodded seriously. Iris took back Haxorus with the baby ball, bowed to Haoyan and said, Curator Haoyan, thank you for your mercy. Thank you for your advice. Thank you, Iris, from the heart. It was better to say that Haoyan was teaching instead of fighting. Her Haxorus looked seriously injured, but in fact Charizard avoided the key points because of Haoyan's command. Just go to the Pokemon Center, let Nurse Joy recover, and it will be fine. You're welcome. Director Iris is also very powerful. At such a young age, he has such a strong fighting quality. Haoyan waved his hand casually. Among Iris and others of his age, he is regarded as a rare fighting genius. The command just now was quite eye-catching in many places. It's just a genius. Compared to a heaven-defying evildoer like Haoyan, it just seems mediocre. After the battle, Haoyan retracted Charizard and said, Director Iris, since the battle is over, should we stop here? Haoyan just wants to travel alone and quietly tilde. Hear Haoyan's parting meaning. Iris immediately blinked her big eyes with a pitiful look. Director Haoyan, do you think I hate it? So you don't want me to follow follow you, do you?" As he spoke, his eyes were slightly red, as if Karen brought rain immediately when you said yes. "Neither. Iris is so cute. How can I hate you? It's just that Director Iris has his own affairs, and it's not suitable for me to continue disturbing you." Hao Yan politely refused. After all, if it is too direct, it is always easy to hurt a girl's heart. A sly smile flashed in Iris' eyes. She wanted to follow Hao Yan and learn how Hao Yan trains Pokemon. Immediately interface. "It's not that great." "Then let go. Let me be a qualified tour guide. Follow Route 2 and you'll be on Striaton City soon." Striaton City is much bigger and more orderly than Akumula Town. By the way, in the east of Striaton City, there is a relic of a dream. I believe that curator Hao Yan will be interested. Iris babbled a lot. "Like I was in Unova region. I understand it very well. I look like a qualified tour guide." Hao Yan smiled helplessly. It seems that the trip to Unova is destined to be unable to get rid of Iris. Chapter 606 Add People, N. Striaton City, the remains of dream. It is said that this place used to be a research institute. I don't know why, but this place has been ruined and turned into what it is now. But because of the current dilapidation, this place has become a paradise for Pokemon. It is said that here, if you are lucky, you can catch the unique Pokemon new of Unova region. Sharna. The energetic Iris walked around the ruins with Hao Yan. The ruins are tightly surrounded by high walls, and there are ruins everywhere. In addition, it can also be seen that some of the original research institute, there are some dilapidated stairs around, leading to the bottom. Indeed, as Iris said, this place has become a paradise for Pokemon. From time to time a few Watchog and Kricketune passed by. Hao Yan was casually visiting the ruins when Iris suddenly ran to his side, grabbed his arm tightly, pointed in one of the directions, and said in surprise, "Director Hao Yan, look, there's a Musharna there. We are so lucky." Hao Yan followed the direction pointed by Iris. A light pink Pokemon floating on a rock. Her eyes were closed, with 3 short black eyelashes. The pale pink of Musharna's head and the lilac body have petal-like wavy stripes. "What a cute Pokemon," Hao Yan said casually. Musharna is a Pokemon that many female trainers like to capture because of its good-looking appearance and gentle personality. Seemingly aware of Hao Yan and Iris' attention, Musharna opened her eyes. "So cute, Tilda." Iris folded his hands and walked towards Musharna. Although the Pokemon used by Iris are mostly dragons, but it's hard not to like Musharna, a cute Pokemon. Musharna didn't dislike Iris either. Frillish floated to Iris' side, playing with her. After playing around for a while, Musharna seemed to sense something. With a swish, he disappeared in front of Iris. "Ah, Tilda." Musharna. Iris looked back with disappointment, but found a man behind him. The man had long pale green hair, and was followed by a Zoroark. It is estimated that it is the breath of Zoroark's evil attribute. Astonished to Musharna just now. "Who are you?" Iris spoke in dissatisfaction, but the man ignored Iris and focused his attention on Hao Yan. "You are Hao Yan." Hao Yan replied softly, focusing on the other side as well. "This man is no one else. It is the king of Unova region Team Plasma, who is called the N of the Sorrowful Man. N, titularly the king of Team Plasma, but in fact, N has no real power and is only regarded as a symbol of Team Plasma's establishment of authority and cohesion, and is just a puppet supported by Koichi-C. In fact, everything about Team Plasma is in the hands of Koichi-C. Rumor has it that N is a half-human born from a human and a Pokemon. From a young age, N was able to read the inner words of Pokemon, but because of Koichi-C's special cultivation, N's character is a little paranoid. Always thought that Pokemon were enslaved by humans and wanted to liberate all Pokemon. "You have a strange aura about you. It's special, different from everyone else." N's voice was soft and hard to offend. "You too," Hao Yan said softly. "Are you here to find me?" Hao Yan didn't know why, but he felt that N, who met him for the first time, had a slight hostility towards him. N nodded and said solemnly, "That's right. I want you to leave Unova region." N's word let Hao Yan be silent. "I just met Koichi 2 days ago, and now I meet N again. Keisha's is definitely involved." Just looking at N's current attitude, he hasn't realized Koichi's wolf ambition. After a while, Hao Yan said, "Did Koichi call you here?" N was stunned for a moment, not expecting Hao Yan to guess, and nodded silently. Hao Yan asked again, "Do you trust Koichi?" N was silent for a long time before he said, "I believe he is my father." "Father?" Hao Yan sighed in his heart. N calls Quech his father, but in fact Quech refers to N as a monster. N, as Hao Yan knew, he is a tragic person. Chapter 607 Iris. This is the serious curator Hao Yan. For the N in front of him, Hao Yan didn't have much malice towards the other party, even being able to empathize with N's feeling. When N was a child, he was deliberately separated from human beings, which made his understanding of human beings too simple. Growing up with Pokemon who were betrayed, abused, and hurt by malicious humans also led to his paranoid personality. It is precisely with these characteristics of N that Quishy made one lie after another, falsely claiming to work hard to liberate all Pokemon, but in reality he just wants to control the world world behind his back. The simple and paranoid N was crowned king by Team Plasma, but he was actually just a puppet. Before N had foresight, quirky ambitions, N still naively regarded the other party as his father. N is not a bad person. In the final analysis, he is just a tragic person who was used. Haoyan withdrew his gaze and looked at N seriously. He said softly, "Since Huichichi asked you to expel me, he shouldn't expect Zoroark by your side. Have you been approved by Zekrom?" N was silent for a while, then nodded slowly. "Don't hide. That's right. I did get Zekrom's approval." In the depths of N's heart, N has an inexplicable sense of closeness to Haoyan. "I don't want to attack Haoyan," as Huichichi said. It's just that Quisky's word kept lingering in his heart, that Haoyan is the biggest enemy that prevents us from liberating all Pokemon. Have to expel him. You have to believe me. I'm your father. I won't lie to you. A sentence "I am your father" will not lie to you deeply penetrated into N's heart. Simple and paranoid N, although he is reluctant to attack Haoyan who has a sense of closeness, he is even more reluctant to betray his father. Facing N's inner struggle, Haoyan didn't plan to explain anything. To convince N, who blindly believes and is paranoid, the best way is to let him experience it himself. People only know pain when they have been hurt. "Iris, back off a bit. I'm going to fight later," Haoyan said to Iris behind him, and then took out 4 baby balls from his waist. Iris, who was watching, didn't know what happened to Haoyan and the green-haired man in front of him, but she is sensible, seeing Haoyan's serious look, and also knows that things are not easy. According to Haoyan's instructions, he obediently hid behind Haoyan and stayed away from the battlefield. Seeing Haoyan's fighting stance, N sighed slightly and gently rubbed the black mark on his arm. His mind and Zekrom connected. The sky, which was originally clear, was immediately covered with dark cloud. The sky above the entire dream ruins is full of thunder and lightning condensing. From the thunder, a sparkling gray-black figure floated above N. Zekrom's powerful sense of oppression made Iris, who loves dragon-type Pokemon, take a few steps back unconsciously. The ideal dragon, Zekrom. Facing Zekrom's strong sense of oppression, Haoyan disagreed. He just threw the baby ball in his hand lightly. Lucario, Mewtwo, Tyranitar, Charizard appeared beside Haoyan. Facing the powerful Zekrom, Haoyan did not let the Ice Ninetales summon the Sinnoh 3 god, let alone Rayquaza, because it is not necessary. Lucario and the others already possess the ability to fight against God. At the same time, Haoyan did not use Gardevoir. After all, her status is a little different now. There is no need. She will not be allowed to fight. In case there is any damage to Gardevoir in battle, the furious Haoyan could do anything. "Everyone, Mega Evolution has entered a state of battle." Haoyan's voice fell, and 4 powerful breaths emerged. Lucario's hair was growing like crazy, instantly turning into a sword that pierced through the sky. Mewtwo clenched her fist, her body shrunken, but her energy overflowed. Roar, roar. Charizard was covered in hot blue flame, revealing the aura of the king of the Charizard race. Claff, claff. Tyranitar, who is huge in height and weight, constantly grows rock blades on his body, as thick as a mountain. At the same time, Haoyan activates the power of Viridian and combines with his 4 Pokemon. The 4 forces converge to resist the might of Zekrom, the ideal dragon, with a formidable stand. Feeling the power of Haoyan's Pokemon, Iris, who was hiding behind him, was shocked. Is this the serious curator Haoyan? Good. So strong. At this time, Iris finally understood. Why was Haoyan able to defeat Steven and Wallace, and was made the first player in the league by Zulin? I also understand why Haoyan was able to defeat the evil organizations such as Team Galactic and Team Rocket, just because he is too strong. Chapter 608 Zekrom. Start overclocking mode. Feeling Haoyan, who is one with Pokemon, doubt flashed in N's eye. Haoyan and his Pokemon seem to have a chain that binds them firmly together. According to my father's word, don't humans use Pokemon as tools to enslave them? Why are they connected so closely? This shouldn't be. In N's heart, a subtle change appeared. Compared with N's erratic nature, Haoyan's belief is firm. There was no slack in the battle. After training, Lucario, Tyranitar, and Charizard in the battle have all broken their own shackles and broke through to the primary level of Divine Beast. Now is the time to test their cultivation achievements against the ideal dragon Zekrom. Be the first to command the Pokemon to attack. Xiaomeng, use mental interference to imprison Zekrom's movement. Mewtwo pointed at Zekrom with both hands, and pushed hard. Psychic's energy overflowed, locking on the space around Zekrom firmly, seemingly slowing the passage of time. Xiaoxi, the sword of the cliff. Claff, claff. Tyranitar roared, feet up on the ground and tried to communicate with the earth like Groudon. The earth gave Tyranitar a positive feedback, and a towering sword attacked Zekrom. Without N's command, Zekrom couldn't move in time because of the slow flow of time. Tyranitar's sword of the cliff can only be blocked in a block state. Boom. The huge force, although it didn't cause much damage to the block-like Zekrom, still blasted him away a few meters. Haoyan's instructions continued. Xiao, Ice Punch, Little Dragon, Dragon Claw. Lucario, who was already ready, drummed up the power power of aura and quickly charged towards Zekrom. The fist that exuded a breath of ice that was like 10,000 years of ice landed exactly on Zekrom, who was knocked out. At the same time, Charizard, who turned into a blue flame, also printed a dragon claw that was so hot that the air was burned up. Stronger than Zekrom, under the joint attack of Haoyan's Pokemon, he was also beaten back again and again. At the same time, the arms and legs were left with faint guard. Roar. There was a loud roar from Zekrom, and there was a hint of dissatisfaction in the growl. Dissatisfied with N's reaction. It can actually cause damage to Zekrom. N heard Zekrom's roar, withdrew his erratic eyes, and became serious. Loudly shouted at Zekrom. Zekrom uses exclusive skills. Fusion Bolt. Roar. Zekrom growled loudly, and the lightning that covered the sky seemed to answer him. Thunder kept flashing. The huge electric energy made the world change color. After Zekrom's gathering, boundless black thunder raged. Disorderly falling thunder, like God punishment to the world. Ordinary lightning strikes on the ground, directly blasting a huge pothole. Facing the blazing boundless lightning, Haoyan's face froze. Shao Si, Iron Defense. Class. Tyranitar stepped forward, blocking the front of the team with his huge body. At the same time, his body glowed with white brilliance, strengthening his own rock armor. Little Dream, light green counteract the power. With a firm grip, Mewtwo created a light green, blocking Tyranitar in front of him. Helping hand, he weakened the power of falling thunder. Xiaowu and Xiaolong returned to Xiaozi's back, and prepare to condense energy. Lucario and Charizard, knowing that this was not the time to shoot, hid behind Tyranitar, waiting for an opportunity. Because Tyranitar, who advanced to the first level of the Divine Beast, gained the power to communicate with the Earth. Although it is far inferior to Groudon, the god of the Earth, it is not difficult to resist falling thunder. Not to mention that Mewtwo uses light green to reduce power. Boundless thunder, seemingly powerful, but most of it was guided to the ground by Tyranitar. Only a small part of the current flashes on him, and it can't cause any fatal damage. It's now, fight back. Haoyan saw the opportunity and commanded. Xiaowu, flash cannon. Lucario condensed a dazzling white light. The steel's hard, unrivaled energy dashed away from the darkness brought by the dark cloud, and charged towards Zekrom. Little Dragon, transform into Y form. Use air slash. The blue flame that originally enveloped Charizard instantly turned into a burning black flame. With a wave of his wings, he instantly created several sharp blades that cut the air. Following Lucario's attack, they attacked Zekrom together. Boom, boom. Air cutter and flash cannon all hit Zekrom, who was in a skill vacuum because of the fusion bolt. With his excellent cooperation, Haoyan's side once again added several scars to his body. Affected by flying sand and stone, she never imagined that Iris would be a little disheartened. Haoyan is so strong. In the face of the ideal dragon, he did not fall behind. Moreover, for 2 consecutive rounds, they beat Zekrom. It seems that it is not impossible to defeat Zekrom. N's face was very ugly. He didn't expect that for 2 consecutive rounds, Zekrom would fall behind under his command. Zekrom, who had the same heart as him, was already very impatient. Being suppressed by a few ordinary Pokemon completely lost the dignity of a divine beast. In order to reverse this trend, N shouted, Zekrom, start the overclocking mode. Chapter 609. She is the law. Overclocking mode, a mode exclusive to Zekrom, Reshiram, and Kyurem. This mode is a bit like Rayquaza's Dragon Ascent. It can greatly enhance their physical fitness and the speed of energy condensation. As N's voice fell, Zekrom's tail was like an engine is running at high speed. Around Gringy constrict, spark flickered, thunder dazzled. Facing Zekrom, who was in overclocking mode, Iris turned pale, released her Hydreigon, and retreated back and forth from the battlefield. Zekrom in overclocked mode is horrible. It seems that thunder and lightning have the power to destroy the world. He looked at Haoyan in the center of the battlefield with a worried look on his face. Curator Haoyan, can you deal with Zekrom like this? Unlike Iris, although Haoyan is equally dignified, he is not afraid of Zekrom, because he has fought against more powerful Pokemon than Zekrom. That's what it looked like. Otherwise, the performance just now will humiliate the worth of the ideal dragon. Everyone, start fighting seriously. As Haoyan's voice fell, his Pokemon was ready to go with full of fighting spirit. Compared with Haoyan's fighting spirit, N was much more silent. Even though it's been a while since Zekrom's acknowledgement, he's only fighting with Zekrom for the first time. What's more, deep down in his heart, he felt close to Haoyan. But the current situation cannot stop him. After a long silence, N said, Zekrom, use lightning strike. Roar. Zekrom suddenly let out a low growl. The sky suddenly shrouded Gringy, which blocked the sun, and countless blue lightning bolts were hidden and flickering. Thunder roared, thunderbolt violent. As the menacing attack is about to strike, Haoyan prepares to let the Pokemon defend. Suddenly, Mewtwo's voice appeared in Haoyan's mind. Haoyan, let me fight him. I feel that this is the opportunity for my breakthrough. Haoyan quickly checked Mewtwo's situation. Mewtwo, who was at the peak of champion, was already on the verge of breaking through. As Mewtwo said, this kind of battle was the opportunity for her to break through. Lucario's worries were beyond word. Connecting several Pokemon is through the power of aura. Lucario can also clearly perceive the dialogue between Mewtwo and Hao-Yan. Hao-Yan could understand Lucario's concern, and comforted her. Xiao, since Xiaoming is confident, then we should believe her. Mewtwo calmed Lucario's worried heart with a sure look. Lucario was not hypocritical, nodding forcefully. Choose to trust Mewtwo. Xiaoxi, Xiaolong, back off. Xiao, let's bring our strength to Xiaoming. Hao-Yan's viridian power opened, and countless energies poured into Mewtwo's body. Lucario also let out a scream. Aura's power turned into energy, and together with Hao-Yan's viridian power, it gathered into Mewtwo's body. Feeling the power of his companion, Mewtwo's aura continued to rise. Mewtwo broke through. Like other Pokemon, break through to the first level of the beast. The huge gathering of energy made Mewtwo, who had always been silent, let out a loud cry. Countless psychic energies evolved into psychic laws. Speaking of psychic in the form of Mega Y, it can control the laws of psychic. The Mewtwo after the breakthrough at this time has incarnated into the law itself. She is the law. Feeling that Mewtwo's power had reached its peak, Hao-Yan shouted loudly, Xiaomeng, Psystrike. What? The law that haunts Mewtwo, the powerful pulling force, is enough to shatter the space. Mewtwo's hands clenched tightly, turning the psychic, which had no entity, into a dazzling ball of light. To the boundless thunder of Zekrom, throw it. Under the shock gazes of En and Iris, the two energies collided enormously. Boom! The air wave caused by the explosion turned the ruins of the dream into dust. Mewtwo, who had broken through the primary level of the beast, exhausted all her strength. At this time, she was so weak that she fell from the air. Lucario jumped up, and a second before he hugged Mewtwo, he gathered up the sharp bite on his body and made Mewtwo fall back to the ground steadily. Clash! Tyranitar stepped hard, blocking Mewtwo and Lucario. Roar! Charizard fluttered his wing, guarding Zekrom with Tyranitar. On the other hand, Zekrom and Mewtwo exchanged moves, and he was not lightly injured. Gray-black body, and a lot of guard. Like the tail of an engine, the blue light is no longer strong. En looked at his Zekrom, silent. The scene where Hao-Yan and Pokemon were united just now made him feel uneasy. The belief that I have been pursuing has been shaken. Chapter 610 talking about the warmth of Pokemon. En has lived in a special closed environment since he was a child. The one who accompanied him land crossing through his childhood was a Pokemon who was hurt and betrayed by humans. Living with these Pokemon for a long time has led to En's paranoia. Make him think that he wants to free Pokemon from the hands of humans. He believed in this concept for more than 10 years. Suddenly one day, Hao-Yan appeared. Hao-Yan and his Pokemon seemed to be an inseparable whole. Unity and love for each other. Seemingly independent individuals caring for each other. Lucario's eyes were so sincere to Mewtwo, who was doing his best. Mewtwo, who tried her best, gave herself to the trusted Lucario with confidence. Tyranitar, Charizard and the others formed a formation just to protect their comrade. And it is Hao-Yan who links these Pokemon together. Such a scene shocked the belief that En had always believed in. Why is it different from what I thought? Difficult could it be? Am I wrong? Norman's embankment, once there is a gap, no matter how small, will no longer be solid. En's faith was shaken, and Zekrom, who recognized him, was no longer ferocious. Overclocking mode is automatically turned off, returning to the appearance of ordinary Zekrom. Seeing En's absent-mindedness, Hao-Yan patted Tyranitar and Charizard lightly, indicating that they can relax a little. At this time, En is no longer a threat. Hey Tilda. Hao-Yan sighed, stepped forward and said, I know you can feel the mood of Pokemon. Actually, I can also feel the mood of Pokemon. Hao-Yan's words made En, who was caught in the battle between heaven and man, stunned, and looked at Hao-Yan in disbelief. Because, always, En all think that he is the most special one, and can read the feelings of Pokemon since he was a child. This, he asked a lot of people, his father, Quish, and the whole Team Plasma, and no one could do it. There are people who can also feel the mood of Pokemon. Hao-Yan looked at Tyranitar and said with a slight smile on the corner of his mouth, for every Pokemon of mine, I can feel their mood all the time. Xiaoxi liked to eat it, especially the sand scale fruit. When I was in Fall Arbor Town, I often sneaked to the hot spring pool in the backyard to drink hot springs at night when no one was there. Xiaoxi naively thought that as long as he was careful, he would not be discovered. It's just that we all know. Don't break it. Tilda. The dismantled Tyranitar scratched his head naively. Hao-Yan then looked at Charizard and said, Xiaolong always looked wild and domineering on the outside, but in fact, deep down in his heart, he attaches great importance to his partner. Always put your partner first. Even though there are many times when he is always bullied, he is happy. Hao-Yan followed, looking at Lucario and Mewtwo. Don't look at his calm appearance, Xiao, but he's actually a straight Mega Man. I'm not good at expressing myself. I only use my own stupid way to take care of my partner. Although Xiaomeng was born in the dark and is known as the strongest weapon, she actually has a tender heart and covetous taken care of. While speaking, Hao-Yan put his hand on the most heart, took out a baby ball, and released guard Gardevoir. Although Xiaolu looked very gentle, she is actually a stubborn little girl. Shanaido. Gardevoir stood beside Haoyan with eyes like water. By the way, let the ice Ninetails out again. Mimi. Bing. Ninetails surrounded Haoyan intimately, teasing Haoyan with her beautiful tail. Xiaoju likes to play by nature, but he is very reliable at critical moments. Haoyan warmly talked about the little things he had gotten along with Pokemon. The Pokemon who get along day and night, even without the power of Viridian. He knows what these partners think. The sincere, warm, and unadulterated words made N silent. N really felt Haoyan's love for Pokemon, and Pokemon's sincere love for him. Language may be fake, but emotions cannot be fake. N. It is undeniable that there are many bad people in this world. They hurt and betrayed Pokemon, but more people, like me, treat Pokemon as partners, friends, and inseparable family. Haoyan waved at Iris in the distance. Feeling Haoyan's call, Iris patted the head in the middle of Hydreigon. Curator Haoyan called us Tilda. Since Haoyan told her to approach, it proved that there would be no danger. Hydreigon carried Iris on his back and came to the middle of the battlefield. Get up close and personal with Zekrom and Haoyan's Pokemon. The powerful aura they emanated unconsciously made Hydreigon very nervous. Tightly wrap Iris in it. Haoyan said softly to N. Have you seen it? It's not just me. If Iris doesn't take care of Hydreigon, how can Hydreigon protect Iris from the bottom of his heart? N's eyes were full of doubt. The belief that I once believed in decided a huge hole. There seemed to be a lot to say, but all the words were stuck in his throat. Chapter 611. Iris. I feel that such a curator is a bit sexy. Team Plasma's Babe Puichi is checking the relevant data of Zekrom. The process of N commanding Zekrom and Haoyan to fight was detected by a machine hidden in the distance. Sent back to Team Plasma's headquarters in real time. Colress operates a half-human height machine, constantly entering data on it. Drop. After precise calculation, the machine flashes red light. A whole bunch of unknown symbols appeared. Colress licked her thin lip, reading the message hungrily. From time to time, he showed a look of surprise. Is there a result? Kisichi asked quickly. A strange light flashed in Colress's eyes, and he said enthusiastically, "That right. Say it." Quizzy can't wait. Colress also didn't have the appetite for quibble, and was about to speak frantically. Kisichi immediately interjected and said, "Don't tell me your complicated mathematical formulas. I just want the result. Can this machine of yours control the resurrected Genesect and that Zekrom?" Colress's frenzy subsided immediately after being interrupted by Kisichi rudely, and he was very upset. It felt like a moment when someone rudely interrupted and completely lost interest. Heartlander. The beauty of mathematics lies in the beauty of operation. Ignore the process and care about the result. Just a vulgar savage. Despite his inner slander, Colress still said, "Controlling Genesect is totally fine. Control Zekrom. Can do it too. Especially now, with Zekrom injured. It's the best time to control him." When Kisichi heard this, he immediately burst out laughing excitedly. Ha 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 ha. After waiting for so long, the result finally come. As long as the control can perfectly control those 5 Genesect and the ideal dragon Zekrom, the entire Unova region, didn't it fall into my pocket? No more disgusting monster. Bye. Kisichi laughed and pulled a confidant. Go, pass my order. Let that disgusting monster come back. As soon as he comes back, start taking control of Zekrom. The confidant nodded and acted immediately. Meanwhile, Haoyan is guiding N. In his heart, Haoyan knew that the other party was a tragic person, and he did not intend to force him to submit by coercive means. N, you are not a monster. You, like me, can feel the mood of Pokemon because you and I are people who love Pokemon with all our heart. You're just being used by Quizzy. Haoyan's words came from the bottom of his heart. N was a little overwhelmed. Haoyan in front of him proved to him that Pokemon are not tools to be used. He doesn't have to free all the Pokemon. The one who was really used was himself. He is the tool being used. Although N's heart was shaken, he couldn't believe no matter what the father he respected was actually taking advantage of him. Just then, the communicator on N's waist rang. N Murin turned on the communicator, and the text on it told him that Kisichi asked him to go back. N looked at Haoyan deeply, although he knew that what Haoyan said was probably right. But Kisichi has been his father for more than 10 years, and it is not so easy to give up. Moreover, N has too many questions about the shaken belief in his heart, and he wants to ask Whiskey. N put away the communicator in his hand and took a deep look at Haoyan. Haoyan, let's end today here. After finishing speaking, N rode on Zekrom's body and hurried away with Zoroark. N's departure gives people a feeling of escape. As long as he keeps in touch with Haoyan for a longer time, he is afraid that he will fall. Can't help betrayal. His father. Iris breathed a sigh of relief when Zekrom left. Her Hydreigon wasn't so nervous either. Director Haoyan, who is he? Why is he able to control Zekrom? Haoyan looked at N who was leaving, and said slowly, he is N, the king of Team Plasma in name. He got Zekrom's acknowledgement. Unlike ordinary people, Iris is is a leader after all. The sense of smell is still very sensitive. Knowing Team Plasma masquerading as a religion isn't easy. Will it be okay to let him go like this? Iris asked again. Haoyan retracted his gaze, did not directly answer Iris' question, but said in a philosopher's tone, if there is no pain, how can there be a scar? Some things you won't understand if you haven't experienced them. Pain is an integral part of life. The afterglow of the setting sun fell on Haoyan, who was looking at the sky at a 45-degree angle. Iris looked up at Haoyan, although she didn't understand what Haoyan meant, but that doesn't prevent Iris from admiring Haoyan. The words of director Haoyan are so profound. I don't know why, but I feel that Haoyan is a little sexy. Chapter 612. The grief is greater than the death of N. Team Plasma's headquarters. With a large number of henchmen, Kisichi formed a circle and gathered in an open space. These confidants were specially trained by Kuisichi and only loyal to his dead servant. Kores hide the half-human machine in the dark. N rides Zekrom and falls from the sky. N vaguely felt that the situation was wrong, but at this time, he just wanted to get an answer from Kuikizi. Just as N left Zekrom and took Zoroark into Quishi's side, without warning, Kuisichi stabbed the ground with the scepter in his hand. Dozens of henchmen immediately took out the baby ball and threw it out. Toxicrow, Kinkeldor, Crafty, Strike Ghost, all fighting Pokemon appear. Father, what happened? N, who didn't know why, quickly looked at Kisichi. Kuisichi glanced at N in disgust, ignored N, and instead shouted at Kores, who was operating the machine. Do it. Kores, who was ready for a long time, immediately pressed a button on the machine. In this open space, a transparent energy shield immediately appeared. A strange red light shot towards Zekrom in the space. Zekrom, who was not lightly injured, and without N's order, did not dodge in time. Hit by a strange red light, Zekrom struggled fiercely, resisting the eerie red light. It's just that the sanity in his dragon's eyes gradually disappeared under the influence of the machine. N only felt that there was a buzzing sound in my mind. He and Zekrom have a close bond and are cut rudely. The intense pain directly made N unable to stand and fell to the ground. N, who fell to the ground, saw Zekrom, who was struggling desperately. He got up quickly despite the severe pain, grabbed the corner of Kuisiki's clothes and asked, Father, what happened? Quizzy discovers the effects of Kores's machine. Knowing that Zekrom cannot escape control, he kicked away N, who was grabbing the corner of his shirt, without concealing his disgust for N. Don't call me father, you bloody monster. Kisiki's attitude, even an ordinary person can understand, not to mention the sensitive N. N's Zoroark, because of N's fall, immediately opened his mouth and roared at Quisky. At the same time, he stretched out his hand and wanted to help N, who fell to the ground again. It's just that N didn't have time to pay attention to Zoroark, and looked at his father in disbelief. Monster. I'm a monster. Kuisichi patted the corner of his clothes that N had just touched in disgust, and said to N indifferently, yes, you are a disgusting monster. It won't be long before Zekrom falls under my control. I finally don't have to call me father. Bide, you disgusting monster. N trembled all over, and said in a hoarse voice, Father, what are you talking about? Even now, the situation is clear. N also didn't want to believe what Quish would say to him. Kuisichi interrupted N rudely, his eyes full of disgust. Stupid monster. I want to control Zekrom. I have bide you this monster for more than 10 years. Now, you have no use value. Kuisiki's words are like a sharp knife, cutting through N's heart one by one, but he still didn't give up. Then, what about our ideal of liberating all Pokemon? Is it fake too? Kuisichi gave N a disdainful look. Nonsense. Of course it's fake. The so-called liberation of Pokemon is just a pretense for foolish people to believe, to control the whole world. Kisiki's ruthless words completely disintegrated the belief that N had always believed in. It was as if a handful of hurtful salt had been sprinkled on the shredded heart. Fake. All fake. Kisichi didn't even look at N lying on the ground, and asked Kores, who was operating the machine, loudly, Kores, how long will it take to fully control Zekrom? While operating the machine, Kores replied frantically, come on, it's 50% complete. Zekrom. When N heard Zekrom, he got up with difficulty. He can die, but he can't kill Zekrom. Seeing the machine emitting a strange red light, he immediately commanded Zoroark, the only power he could use. Zoroark, leave me alone. Use the dark pulse to attack that machine. Don't let them control Zekrom. Zoroark gritted his teeth and acted immediately. Black energy emerged from his body, and he wanted to complete N's order. Zoroark had just walked out a few steps and was all over the place. Quish's henchmen commanded their respective fighting Pokemon to launch a merciless attack on Zoroark. Boom, boom. The Zoroark of the fighting system Tiank Dark, and there are still so many. 3 or 2 blows Zoroark into the air. Zoroark endured the severe pain, and picked up Zoroark, who fell to the ground. Zoroark has endured dozens of attacks in a short period of time and has been completely trapped into a near-death state. At the same time, Kores's voice came. Done. Zekrom is under our control. Desperate N looked up at the sky while holding the dying Zoroark. I saw Zekrom Zekrom, who was gray and black, fell silently beside Kisichi. Ha 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 ha. Finally mastered the power of Zekrom. It's just a few genosecs now. This world, surrender to me. Ha 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 ha. En looked at Kuisichi, who was laughing wildly, then at Zekrom, who was unconscious, and Zoroark, who was dying in his arms. He knew that he was powerless, and the reason for all this is because of him. Betrayed by my father, dragging Pokemon into a near death. Let Zekrom, who recognizes him, be a tool to conquer the world, and the collapse of fate. All of this tortured En's heart. Some people live, but his heart is long dead. It is the En at this time. Chapter 613. The different colored Mega Monster. After Quisky took control of Zekrom from En, confidence greatly increased Colress to step up the resurrection of Genesect and use the machine made by Colress to control them. As for En, in order not to disclose the information, Quishy had En imprisoned. With a heart ashes, En was thrown back to his room by Kisiki's confidant and sealed up. Inside Team Plasma, it's not clear what happened to Haoyan. At this time, he was a guest at Alder's house. Director Haoyan came to Unova region for a tour without saying hello. The time is in a hurry, and I have nothing to prepare. I can only make Curator Haoyan feel wronged and drink this ordinary tea. With a wrinkled face, Alder happily made Haoyan a cup of tea. Although Alder is the champion of Unova region, his partner died of illness in the early years, which caused a lot of frustration. Travel around in the Unova region. Just passing by the ruins of dreams, I met Haoyan after fighting with En, so he warmly invited Haoyan to his house as a guest. Hee, Mr. Alder is polite. Haoyan took a sip of the tea, and his lips and teeth were fragrant, obviously not ordinary good. Haoyan and Alder were chatting aside, while Iris and Alder's grandson Guashi Lang stared at each other. What are you looking at, Tilda? Look at you, Tilda. Take another look and try, Tilda. Just try it, Tilda. There is a war between Iris and Guava. Two teenage girls, who had been classmates when they were children, attended classes together at the school where Alder was a teacher. One is a talented girl from the land of Dragon. One is the grandson of region champion. Both of them are naturally arrogant masters. In the battle of Pokemon, they often collide and do not give way to each other. Guashi Lang, I heard that you lost to Sister Elisa in the mega match against the subway last time, Tilda. I don't know if you have made progress after so long, Tilda, Iris said proudly, holding his head up. I'm so much better than before. It's you. Have you established a firm foothold at Sengyang Gym? Guashi Lang immediately replied. Yo, is it? How about a trick? Don't cry like before when you lose a battle, Tilda. Iris looked up, and when he was in school, Iris often suppressed this Shiro. Come on, I won't lose to you this time. The two children, who were a little pissed off, walked out of the battlefield outside the door without giving in to each other. Hee, my grandson is reckless. Let Curator Haoyan laugh. Alder scratched his head embarrassedly. Hee, Mr. Alder is joking. Young people are more energetic. Haoyan's conversation was mature and temperamental, but his face was unusually young. It is true that the old Alder is envious. Tilda, come out. Haxorus. Iris was the first to release his own Pokemon. Humph. Tilda, come out. Juice Monster. Mega Evolution. Giant Zebra. Guashi Lang also showed no weakness and released his starting Pokemon, and because he was fighting against Iris, Guashiro attached great importance to it, and from the beginning he let the giant lake monster enter the state of Mega Evolution. While chatting with Alder over tea in the room, Haoyan saw through the window the giant zealot of Guava, Mega Evolution, and almost spit out tea, obviously being arrived by Astonic. The giant Z monster that surprised Haoyan so much is actually a strange colored Pokemon. Different color Pokemon, although precious, but Haoyan, who has broad knowledge, has seen a lot. His Charizard is a different colored Pokemon, including like Hoenregen's Winona. Her Swellow is also heterochromatic. Steven's Metagross, also heterochromatic. But when he saw the strange colored gigantic monster, Astonish really came to him. Because of the strange colored gigantic monster, it is pink all over. The point is that giant lake monster is male. Mega Evo, the giant Z monster after Lucian, is like a muscular man. But what if it was pink? The style is weird, Tilda. That feeling is like a muscular man wearing a pink JK suit, Tilda. Cough cough, Tilda. Haoyan quickly took a sip of tea to hide his surprise, Tilda. Ha ha ha, Tilda. Director Haoyan, do you think that the pink giant Z Mega is cute, Tilda? Alder smiled when he saw Haoyan's expression. Tilda. But lovely, Tilda. Haoyan nodded reluctantly. Alder didn't know if it was because of his age and poor hearing. The voice was very loud, and Guashi Lang outside the house saw Haoyan couldn't help laughing, which made him a little ashamed, Tilda. It is estimated that Guashi Lang has long been accustomed to this kind of strange gaze, and he quickly adjusted, commanding the giant lake monster, and fighting Haxorus of Iris. Alder watched their battle with interest while drinking tea, and Haoyan was drinking tea silently. The pink giant lake monster made Haoyan sound Kyogre, the god of the sea, Tilda. Apparently, Kyogre of different colors, Tilda. It's also pink, Tilda. Tilda. Pink Kyogre, Tilda. Tilda, a little something, Tilda. Chapter 614. What is this this situation. Haxorus, you scary face. During the battle, Iris was like a different person, calm and easy to handle. Roar tilde. Haxorus immediately created a ferocious phantom, briefly stunting the opponent gigantic monster. Right now, Haxorus uses the double chop. Iris saw the opportunity and launched an attack. Roar tilde. Haxorus immediately used his sharp claws to deal damage to the pink giant lake monster tilde. Juice monster, use protect. Yu Shilang didn't dare to be careless, and quickly commanded the giant lake monster to defend. Boom tilde. Iris. Haxorus has already surpassed Guava's giant monster in rank, and even Mega Evolution has barely evened the gap between the two. Even so, Iris still relied on her commanding skills to defeat Guashilang's mega gigantic monsters. Several times Iris's wonderful command has made Alder praise again and again. Halfway through the battle, Alder suddenly sighed and said to Haoyan, Curator Haoyan, although I am still champion of Unova region, but in fact, I submitted a retirement application to the league 3 years ago. It's only been 3 years, and the league is still looking for someone to take my place. One of the people with the most potential to take my place is Iris, and Caitlin, who just became a 4 elite. In your opinion, which of the two of them is qualified to take on the big responsibility? Haoyan took a sip of tea in silence, although he knew that in the future, Iris would defeat Caitlin and become the champion of Unova region. But in the face of Alder's question, he still shook his head and said, Champion, you need the ability to coordinate various departments, as well as the decisiveness to deal with emergencies. These are all things that need to be practiced. As Haoyan said, Iris and the arrogant Caitlin may be strong in the future, but they are relatively young. The ability to make decisions on some key matters is still a little immature. In other words, it may have the strength of champion, but they're not quite ready to be a leader to lead the region. As he spoke, a sly look flashed in Alder's eyes. He said again, Curator Haoyan is right, so I launched a proposal to the league. When I retire, let Curator Haoyan temporarily replace champion of Unova region and handle related affairs. As the recognized first person in the alliance, Curator Haoyan is strong, needless to say. Secondly, your calmness in the face of a crisis is appreciated by countless people. You are the most suitable person. I don't know Director Haoyan. What do you think? Alder looked at Haoyan with burning eyes, eagerly hoping for his answer. Haoyan didn't even think about it, and directly refused. I'm loose by nature. The champion thing, forget it. If Haoyan wanted to be champion, he could take over as Hoenn region champion when he defeated Wallet. It's just that he is too lazy to deal with these trivial things, and only wants to be a free and happy prince. Countless people are vying for the position of champion, which represents the supreme power. In Haoyan's view, it is just a burden that hinders him. Hey tilde. Alder probably guessed what Haoyan was thinking, and sighed helplessly. While the two were chatting, the battle between Iris and Guava was over. Guavalang's pink mega gigantic monster, defeated by the claws of Iris Haxorus. Yu Shilang lowered his head and said harshly, Next time I will definitely win you tilde. Iris rolled her eyes. Tilde. Just you. Your grandpa was Alder. Yes, but when she acts as a tour guide beside Haoyan these days, always ask Haoyan tilde. It can be regarded as half a student of Haoyan. No matter how strong Alder is, can he be compared to Haoyan, the first person in the league? What a joke. Iris has seen it with his own eyes. Haoyan's Pokemon is just like the legendary beast Zekrom. The teachers on both sides are not on the same level. After a few chats, the phone at Alder's house rang. Haoyan gave Iris a wink, and was about to say goodbye to Alder after he answered the phone. Lest Alder pester him, let him be the champion of Unova region. I have already abused Guava 1, and Iris is in a good mood tilde. Well behaved and sensible. He nodded to Haoyan. Alder, who took the phone and walked back, looked a little weird. Just as Haoyan was about to say goodbye, Alder said, Director Haoyan, there are 2 women in Nimbasa City who are commanding Pokemon to attack humans on the battle subway, and then a few trainers were held hostage. These 2 women want to see you by name. Listen to Officer Jenny from Nimbasa City. The 2 women are beautiful, but they are very aggressive. They also said that if they don't see you, they won't give up. Haoyan looked puzzled after hearing this. How long has it been since he came to Unova region, and how did he get involved so quickly? 2 beautiful women hold the trainer hostage to see him. What going on? Chapter 615. Unova region, Nimbasa City. The subway was originally a place where trainers gathered. Because there was a hostage-taking incident, it was even more crowded. People in any world are the same, and they all love to watch the fun. 2 girls with a cold temperament and anxious expressions. One of them is the conductor of Gardevoir, and the other is the conductor of a Miss Gerda. He is holding the dozen or so trainers who have been beaten down. Officer Jenny, who was in charge of local security work, led the search officer and shouted to the 2 girls, if you have anything that needs our helping hand, you can tell me. Don't be impulsive. Don't hurt the hostages. It's just the 2 girls who directly ignored Officer Jenny's call. So stalemate. The 2 girls didn't say a word, but there was a lot of discussion in the crowd. I'll go. Let's not talk about anything else. These 2 kidnappers look good in Mega, don't they tilde? Even compared to Elisa, his temperament is not even weaker tilde. In addition to their similar appearances, mega points are added tilde. What the use of adding extra point? They're not looking for you tilde. Those two beauties are looking for curator Haoyan tilde. And don't forget, these two kidnappers. Did you take a ruthless mega action tilde? Just now, several ignorant pretending to be by were directly beaten down by their Pokemon. Yes, Miss Violent. Tis tilde, I'm scared tilde, but I'm a little excited tilde. Hey tilde, you said. What are they looking for? Curator Haoyan for tilde, so much fanfare tilde. I see, it's probably an affair tilde. Director Haoyan is a man, the two of them are women, and the relationship between men and women is 100% love tilde. I'll go, I won't tilde. There was a lot of discussion, and more people gathered. The focus of their discussion was not on the kidnappers who kidnapped the hostages. What they paid more attention to was the extremely popular Haoyan. Almost 80% of the female trainers gathered here, in order to be able to meet their idol, Haoyan. In the crowd, there was a surging. Plenty of female tip growls sounded. Ah tilde, curator Haoyan tilde. Headmaster Haoyan is here. I'm going. It's really director Haoyan tilde. At the entrance of the battle subway, Haoyan walked in surrounded by Alder and Iris. When the two kidnapper girls heard Haoyan's name, hope immediately flashed in their eyes. Director Haoyan, you're finally here. Officer Jenny led the investigator to form a human wall around Haoyan to stop the approaching female trainer. Who is looking for me? Haoyan looked at Officer Jenny suspiciously as he walked. They, Officer Jenny said to Haoyan, pointing to the two young girls in the distance. They, Haoyan looked in the direction Jenny pointed and saw the two girls taking hostages. He doesn't know these two girls. This is how the same thing. He is about to assist Jenny in rescuing the hostages. He didn't wait for Haoyan to speak. The girl kidnapper who took the hostage took the initiative to let the Pokemon release the controlled trainer, and walk towards Haoyan quickly. Does this solve it? Officer Jenny didn't even think about it. The kidnappers released the hostages so easily, but then, she responded very quickly, and asked the investigator to rush to rescue the fallen hostage. At the same time, he stood in front of Haoyan and prevented the kidnappers from having a bad intention to Haoyan. Haoyan frowned and patted Jenny, signaling her not to get excited. The Viridian power within him told him that the two girls had no ill will towards him. Moreover, with Haoyan's strength, do you want to hurt him? It is estimated that only the power of Arceus level can be used. Jenny thought about it. To automatically step aside. Who are you? Why kidnap people? Haoyan looked at the two girls up and down and asked. My name is Babena tilde. My name is Helena tilde. The two girls seemed to have found the backbone, and there were faint tears in their beautiful eyes. The reason why we want to see Curator Haoyan is to ask you to save people. It's just that we don't have your contact information, so we can only use this method to draw your attention. We didn't mean to hurt them. Barbara and Helena spoke at the same time. Barbara, Helena. Haoyan was a little unfamiliar when he heard these two names, but he probably guessed it when he heard the word save people. He frowned and said, are you N's sister? When you said saving people, was something wrong with N? Babina and Helena nodded at the same time. Their expressions were anxious, and tears fell from their eyes. That right. Whiskey took control of Zekrom from N's hand. And he has also. In the words of the two girls crying, Haoyan understood what happened. At the same time, his brows furrowed even deeper. It has only been a few days since the last time he played against N. Quizzy moved so quickly, he took control of Zekrom. Moreover, from the words of the two girls, it seems that Kiseki also controlled 5 Genesect. It's not a small thing. Chapter 616. Kiseki's design. I always thought Team Plasma was just a religious organization. Think they're just extreme and want to liberate the religion of Pokemon. I didn't expect that Kuikizi, who had the ambition of Langzi, actually wanted to occupy the entire Unova region. Alder's face sank when he heard Babena and Helena's word. As champion of Unova region, he didn't know Team Plasma's conspiracy. Doesn't that mean he didn't do anything before preparing to retire? Give him such a show, and no one will be happy if he changes. Director Haoyan, please save N. He didn't participate in the conspiracy of Kiseki. He was just a child who was used. Babina and Helena looked at Haoyan pleadingly, hoping that Haoyan would take action. Haoyan didn't answer directly, but looked at Alder silently. In Unova region, Alder is champion. If he directly agreed to shoot, then he would be hitting Alder in the face. And Alder is also a person of the same period as Mulla, a senior. Directly and rudely to intervene, although it is true, but it is inevitably a bit rude. Alder gave Haoyan a deep look, with undisguised admiration deep in his eyes. He did not directly agree because of his tyrannical strength. Will be human. Be polite. It is a standard 4-year-old youth. Mula is very lucky to have such a student. This life is enough. Alder had a very high evaluation of Haoyan in his heart. Curator Haoyan, I believe that an upright trainer like you will never allow evil organizations to implement their evil plans. So, I want to invite you together to defeat the evil Quish. I don't know if you want to. Haoyan followed Alder's words and said, said, "Of course. I used to hear the teacher's praise for Mr. Alder under the teacher's door. It's an honor to have the opportunity to work with Mr. Alder." After some beautiful words, Alder felt relieved. "It doesn't matter if it's true or not, but at least I feel comfortable in my heart." Alder said to Jenny, "Report to the Alliance and order the 4 elite station to dispatch together and join us. Also, let the gym curators in each city do their job of defending the local area. Can't let the scum of Team Plasma escape." There is no doubt about Alder's tone. Among the region champions that Haoyan has seen, he is the first person to command the 4 elites in a commanding tone. After all, he has been the region champion for so many years, and his prestige and ability are not comparable to the younger generation. "Yes." Officer Jenny saluted and went to make arrangements immediately. Director Haoyan, "Let go." Alder, Haoyan, and Iris, under the guidance of Babena and Helena, head to Team Plasma's headquarters. Team Plasma's headquarters. The alliances changed. Kisichi was not surprised. If it were the past, Kisichi would be shocked. But now that he has mastered Zekrom, Kisichi is not at all cowardly, and even a little excited. Turning to look at Kolres, the right-hand man beside him. "Kolres, how are the preparations for the 5 Genesect?" Kolres said, "The resurrection work has been completed, and it has been successfully controlled through the equipment I developed." After speaking, Kolres pressed a half-human high machine in front of him, and the machine made a sound. 5 Pokemon in the shape of giant insects and with a powerful cannon on their back came out of the dark. The Genesect in the middle is a different color than the others, consisting of red and pink. In terms of height, it is also clear significantly taller than the other 4. "Very good." Kisichi was very satisfied with this, but when he thought that Haoyan could call Rayquaza, he still asked again with some guilt, "The signal jammer, are you sure it can be effective against that Haoyan?" Kolres nodded affirmatively. "According to our experiment, it worked for that Haoyan." Kisichi, who got the reply, is very satisfied. "It looks like the world is under my control." The command said, "Notify everyone, turn on the battle mode. When the Alliance gang arrive, activate the signal jammer immediately. As long as the connection between Haoyan and Rayquaza is blocked, he is a beast without sharp teeth. As long as he is killed, then not only the Unova region, but the entire world will be ours. In the future, see who can stop us." Ha 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 ha. Yes, the team members of Team Plasma agreed and went to prepare. Haoyan, who was coming, never expected that Team Plasma had made so many preparations for him. Chapter 617. Giovanni, mortal against fate. He is doomed to fail. Northwest of Nuvma town at the corner of Unova region, a dilapidated, overgrown building turned out to be the headquarters of Team Plasma. It hid indeed. This quiz is not easy. Alder rode his braviary, and Haoyan and the others flew quickly. Because of the sudden incident, and because of his confidence in his own Pokemon, he did not wait for the support of the Unova Alliance and went first. As soon as they landed, Team Plasma, such as Kisichi, was no longer hidden. Appears carelessly. Zekrom, gray-black and starless, was standing behind Quizzy. By Zekrom's side, there were several Genesect with equally sullen expression. "It's not right." Haoyan, who has a keen sense of smell, immediately smells the conspiracy. Quish knew he could call Rayquaza. A Zekrom plus 5 Genesect is no match for Rayquaza after Mega Evolution at all. Even a Dragon Ascent in Rayquaza can teach them to be human. In addition to Rayquaza, Haoyan and Alder's other Pokemon are also top-notch. No matter how you count it, Kisichi is the disadvantaged party. It stands to reason that Kisichi should take advantage of the home court to hide and make a sudden shot, which is the best way. Why make him so arrogant? Soon, when Kisichi saw Haoyan and Alder landing, he smiled sullenly. With a big wave of his hand, he shouted proudly, "Start action." As Kisichi's voice fell, the team members of Team Plasma formed a circle one after another, surrounded Haoyan and the others. At the same time, Kolres, who was on the side, quickly pressed his fingers on the half-human high machine frantically. The installations arranged around early formed a circle of 20 kilometers in Hoenn, shrouding the entire Nuvma town. Alder looked at the surrounding Team Plasma players with disdain. Most of the Pokemon they used were superior level, and occasionally a few gym level 1. Although the number is a little more, it is not a big climate at all. Even the weaker Iris can easily face it. As for the trouble for Alder, it was Zekrom and the 5 Genesect. However, according to the information provided by Babena and Helena, as long as the machine in front of Kolres is destroyed, they can be restored to their senses. Director Haoyan summons Rayquaza. Let's go up together. Alder wants Rayquaza to come and wreck Zekrom and sabotage Quizzy's plan, but he found Haoyan standing in the same place with a blank expression. Alder found Haoyan stunned, and quickly asked with concern, "Curator Haoyan, what's the matter with you?" Haoyan raised his head and looked at the sky, the looming mask. "This mask isolates the connection between Rayquaza and me. I can't reach Rayquaza." Even Haoyan and Rayquaza are separated by 10,000 meters in the sky. As long as Haoyan thought about it, he could connect to Rayquaza through the bonds in his heart. But now, he and Rayquaza's bond broken. In his tight bonds with Rayquaza, there seems to be an extra layer layer of unbreakable cloth. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't break through the isolation of the mask. What? Alder's face changed greatly. Haoyan's Rayquaza is an extremely important fighting force. Haoyan and Alder's conversation, Kuisichi obviously also heard, and immediately put down the original nervous heart. Soon, Whisky turned into a wild laugh. Ha 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 ha. Huyan, we spent a lot of manpower and material resources to finally develop this system. It's for the purpose of restricting you. Why did those two women who pity monsters escape? Get out of RC. The purpose is to use them to lure you, and then kill you smoothly. Although your Pokemon is not weaker than Zekrom, don't forget it. I have 5 more resurrected Genesect here. What are you doing to fight against me like this? As long as you kill you, and kill the old guy Alder by the way, then Unova region will surrender to me. No, at that time in the whole world, who else can stop me? Ha 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 ha. While Quisky was talking, Zekrom and 5 Genesect gathered around him. Alder pressure is increasing. The current situation seems to be a dead end. A hillside 10 kilometers away from Nuvma town. Archie, Maxie, and Cyrus surrounded Giovanni behind. The newly joined Cyrus seems to have gotten used to this team. He respectfully said to Giovanni, Leader Giovanni, in this case, is it possible for Quishy to succeed? Cyrus's words were filled with grudge. Who spoke to Haoyan? Giovanni chuckled and said slowly, Quisky is an excellent conspirator. Yes, it's really beautiful to do this in such a short time. But there's one thing he doesn't understand. The person he is fighting against is not alone. Instead, fate. Mortals fight against fate, and he is doomed to fail. Chapter 618 Xiaoju. Ask your little brother to fight. Curator Haoyan, I'm here to help you drag the time. You run away. Faced with this dead end, Alder's first thought was to escape. Escape this strange mass, and call Rayquaza again when it's out of the Moss area of effect. After all, it would be unwise to defeat Colress's machine while surrounded by Zekrom and Genesect. Want to escape? It's not that easy. Kisichi waved his hand, and the 5 Genesect behind him and the battery on his back immediately emitted a dazzling light. Genesect's exclusive skill, high-tech light cannon. Although Genesect is only an average phantom beast, but 5 cannons fired at the same time, the power cannot be underestimated. Faced with such a terrifying concentrated fire attack, Alder threw 2 precious balls. After the red light flash, a Volcarona, a mounted snail appeared. What surprise Haoyan was. The rank of these 2 Pokemon is actually the same as his Pokemon, breaking through their own shackles and reaching the first rank of Divine Beast. Although he is a bit older, Alder has been the Unova champion for so many years, and his strength is stronger than champions in other regions. No wonder Alder faced the Unova 4 Elite with a commanding tone. While he was thinking about it, Alder gave an order in a cold voice. Volcarona Fire Blast. Escavalier Hyper Beam. Volcarona and Escavalier attacked together, each with their own attack. Collision with Genesect high-tech light cannon. Boom. Although Volcarona and Escavalier were not weak, they suffered a huge loss in numbers. After being hit, they were knocked back several meters. The powerful high-tech light cannon focused fire, causing obvious crack in Alder's Escavalier's Orberg armor. As for Alder's ace Volcarona, it wasn't much better. When the blow failed to succeed, Kuisiki's face sank and he waved again. Zekrom leaped forward into the opposing field, ready to join the fight. Faced with such an urgent situation, Alder suddenly Alexander. He shouted at Haoyan, Director Haoyan, run away. I'll stay here for your queen. Get out of here quickly and summon Rayquaza to help. Seeing that the situation was so urgent, Iris also became anxious and released her Haxorus and Hydreigon, straddling in front of Haoyan. Director Haoyan, hurry up. I am with Grandpa Alder, helping you in the rear. We're here to help too. Babena and Helena were deeply ashamed when they learned that Kuisichi had deliberately let them go, and also released their respective Gardevoir and Miss Gerda to block Haoyan. Together with Alder and Iris, they want to help hand Haoyan escape. Facing the anxiety of several people, Haoyan was very calm. He waved his hands casually to tell them not to be so nervous. Not so. Isn't it just a Zekrom and a few Genesect? What's so great? Furthermore, it's not my character to run away. The 4 headed by Alder were stunned when they saw the presence of the old god Haoyan, especially Iris, who has watched Haoyan's Pokemon fight Zekrom. Even if Haoyan's Pokemon can be tied with Zekrom, the 5 Genesect Woolen Claw. How to fight without Rayquaza? Haoyan saw the doubts in their eyes, and saw that he took out one of the precious balls pinned to his waist. Seeing Haoyan's action, Kuisichi said sarcastically, Haoyan, you won't choose to use the Pokemon you cultivated to fight against me. I have collected all your information. I have to admit that your Pokemon is really strong, but no matter how strong they are, can they beat Zekrom and Genesect? Really? Haoyan played with the baby ball in his hand, and said calmly, you don't think you've collected all my information, so you know everything about me, right? Kuisichi was questioned by this, and for some reason, something was wrong in his heart. Haoyan's expression is really calm. No panic at all. Should not be. Haoyan ignored Kuisichi and continued, although I don't know how your signal blocker blocks the connection between me and Rayquaza. However, from the beginning I wasn't going to call Rayquaza to help. Haoyan was telling the truth. Even without the jammer, he didn't plan to summon Rayquaza. Rayquaza lived too far, and it would take 10 minutes at least to come to Unova region from above the height of Hoenn region. In 10 minutes, I can do a lot of things. I saw that Haoyan pressed the button on the baby ball under the astonished gaze of Kuisichi. Ice Ninetales appear in the battlefield. Mimi tilde. Ice Ninetales didn't have the tension before the war at all. Instead, he kept teasing Haoyan with his beautiful tail. That's it. Kuisichi looked in disbelief. That's it. Although Alder perceives that Ice Ninetales is very strong, it is not weaker than his ace Volcarona, and even stronger. But will Ice Ninetales be able to face the combined attack of Zekrom and Genesect? That's it. Ira's eyes widened too. Ice Ninetales was really pretty. Captivate Zekrom with beauty and turn against Genesect. In the eyes of everyone's astonishment, Haoyan said slowly, Xiaoju, there is a fierce battle now tilde. Call your little brother to fight, and I'll play with you after the fight tilde. Mimi tilde. Ice Ninetales is no longer playful, and the good-looking amber eyes are full of energy. At the same time, an unparalleled coercion descended between heaven and earth. Squeeze the whole world. Chapter 619 Kuisichi. I'm cracked. The whole Nuvma town situation has changed. Kuisichi looked at the Ice Ninetales exuding a powerful pressure in disbelief. He really couldn't figure out how an Ice Ninetales could exude such a strong coercion. But what surprised him even more was that 3 different dimensional spaces appeared beside the floating Ice Ninetale. Roar, roar, roar. There are 3 terrifying forces from these 3 different dimensions, each of which is no weaker than Zekrom. In the shocked eyes of everyone, Dialga, who was in charge of time, Palkia, who was in charge of space, and Giratina, who was in charge of antimatter, came out of the different dimensional space. Roar, roar, roar. 3 powerful mythical beasts stood behind Ice Ninetales one after another, like loyal guards. This. Alder was amazed. He knew that Haoyan could summon Rayquaza, but he didn't expect Haoyan to be so hung up. His Ice Ninetales can actually summon the 3 Sinnoh gods. Director Haoyan is awesome tilde. Iris looked at Haoyan with admiration. His worship is like the water of the Yellow River, surging endlessly. I'm torn. How can this be played? Kuisiki's face was full of despair. He never imagined that Haoyan would have this trick. No wonder he didn't panic at all from the beginning to the present. Xiaoju is awesome tilde. Haoyan rubbed the cute little head of the Ice Ninetales that fell back to his side. Mimi tilde. Bing Ninetales take credit for Mimi called. Without Rayquaza, Ice Ninetales can also summon the 3 Sinnoh gods. No matter how bad it is, Haoyan still has the silver feather that his mother Lugia left him. Little Lugia is now being led by him, and even if the mother Lugia is busy, she immediately left everything behind and rushed over after being called by Haoyan. If you still want to keep a little decency, you'd better surrender yourself. With a hint of coldness, Haoyan said slowly. With the Sinnoh 3 gods supporting the scene, Alder and the others straightened their back. Are they panicking? They don't panic. Surrender. Kuisichi is not reconciled. He has been preparing for so long and planning for so long. He thought he could kill Haoyan and dominate the Unova region. In exchange, this is the result. Not reconciled. I want to give it a try. Even if he can't beat it, maybe he still has the possibility to escape in the chaos. Once caught, he will be locked up in a Pokemon prison for the rest of his life. Lose his freedom and keep him locked up until he dies of old age. No, you can't surrender. I'm going to give it a go. All or nothing with it. There is no way out, shouted Zekrom. Enter the overclocking mode. Use Fusion Bolt. Genesect. Use a high-tech light cannon. Boom. Zekrom's tail, like an engine, turned frantically, emitting accumulated blue lightning. At the same time, Genesect, under the instruction of Kuisichi, produced a powerful beam of energy from the cannon on its back and blasted it out together, just struggling to the death. Haoyan's eyes flashed a bit of ruthlessness. Since he wants to fight, come on. Little 9, let Dialga and Giratina attack Zekrom. Palkia attack Genesect. Haoyan's voice fell, and Ice Ninetales waved his tail again and again and issued an attack command. Mimi tilde. Roar, roar, roar. The 3 gods of Sinnoh, who guard the Ice Ninetales, start moving now. Palkia's right shoulder flashed a dazzling yellow light. Facial Ren, which shredded the space, swung out and pointed at the Genesect core. Roar. Giratina made the entire plasma base shrouded in countless terrifying ghosts. Roar. Dialga's power seems to have stopped the flow of time in the entire team plasma base. The roar of time, which flickered brightly, joined Giratina's attack and attacked Zekrom. Boom, boom, boom. Earth-shaking attack. Constant roar. Zekrom's was attacked by Dialga and Giratina together, and he flew hundreds of meters away. Although the number of Genesect was large, their high-tech light cannons were only barely able to resist Palkia's attack. Iris, let go too. Break out those minions. Alder commanded his Volcarona and Escavalier, and began to sweep the army. Good Grandpa Alder. Iris also commanded her Haxorus, Hydreigon, and began to roll in the cloud. Babena, Helena, go save N. Haoyan explained, focusing on the battle. Babena and Helena looked at each other and ran quickly toward towards Team Plasma's base. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that the victorious side is gradually leaning towards Haoyan. Team Plasma on the quiz side will gradually crumble. Chapter 620. The overall situation has been decided. Miss Gerda, open this door. Gardevoir, you two. Babena and Helena each commanded their own Pokemon and opened the door to the room where N was imprisoned. The imprisoned N was originally waiting to die quietly in the room. When he saw Babena and Helena, he immediately asked anxiously, Sister, why are you here? What going on outside? Babena and Helena said together, We have found the director of Haoyan, and the director of Haoyan is fighting against Uisichi. Curator Haoyan specially arranged for us to rescue you. Haoyan. N's originally dull eyes suddenly lit up when he heard Haoyan's name. Quick, come and see. N quickly followed in the footsteps of Babena and Helena and ran to the ground. He saw a scene that shocked him. Haoyan calmly commanded the three Sinnoh gods, fighting. Spatial Ren. With a Spatial Ren, Palkia directly repelled the Genesect Corps. Immediately under the command of Haoyan, he joined the battle against Zekrom. Zekrom in overclocking mode, with Giratina and Dialga teaming up, has long been beaten with scars all over his body. Now adding a Palkia made him even worse. Under absolute strength, Kuikizi was simply unable to parry. As for those Team Plasma players, they were also defeated by Alder and Iris. The big picture is set. I surrender. Kisichi, who has no chance to turn over, his eyes are full of loneliness. Haoyan's method of summoning the Sinnoh three gods is too invincible. Zekrom alone, and a few Genesect, are no match for Haoyan at all. If he doesn't hurry up and surrender, it is very likely that Haoyan will let the three Sinnoh gods, who are free, attack him directly. By then, there will be no one. It is better to die than to live. Surrender must have an attitude of surrender. You should know this. Kneel down. Haoyan walked toward Kuisichi step by step, with a cold smile on the corner of his mouth. You. Kuisichi gritted his teeth. This eloquent word kill people. He is the leader of an evil organization after all, and making him kneel is an insult to his dignity. But when he saw the sneer at the corner of Haoyan's mouth, he shivered for no reason. His heart told him that if he didn't obey, he would probably die. Compared with death, dignity seems to be less important. The leader of Team Plasma, Kuisichi, threw off the scepter in his hand and fell to his knees in front of the group of Team Plasma. Seeing Kuikizi kneeling down obediently, Haoyan silently shook his head. For the enemy, Haoyan will never be soft-hearted. Let's clean up Zekrom with 3 songs. And when Genesect, he was about to let the 3 Sinnoh gods kill Kuikizi once and for all. But this Kisichi was one step faster than him and surrendered first. Even if he was asked to kneel, Kuisichi was obedient. In this way, there is no reason to kill him. If Iris and Alder weren't there, Haoyan didn't bother to talk nonsense with him. He just did it. It's just a pity that Kuisichi, who turned into a prisoner, could not be killed in front of everyone. You really are a man who can bend and stretch. Haoyan glanced at Kuikizi and pointed at the machine that controlled Zekrom and Genesect not far away. Xiaoju, flamethrower. Mimi tilde. Ice Ninetales form instantly changed, turning into Fire Ninetales, spewing out a scorching flame. Boom! An explosion sounded, directly blowing up the machine. The strange circle of light in the sky disappeared. Haoyan reconnected with Rayquaza, who was 10,000 meters away. Without the limitations of the machine, Zekrom and Genesect, who were absent, regained their senses. Zekrom, who was seriously injured, glanced at Haoyan silently, and then began to shrink at a speed visible to the naked eye. In an instant, it turned into a dark stone and floated straight towards Haoyan. Haoyan took it and held it in his hand. Through the stone itself of the dark stone, the weakened Zekrom inside can be sent. In the heart of Zekrom, the ideal dragon, Haoyan's powerful strength is the master he deserves to follow. Facing Zekrom's surrender, if it was before, Haoyan would probably be very happy. But now, it's just the dark stone casually in his pocket. Mastering Rayquaza, Xiaoju can summon the 3 Sinnoh gods, and holding Lugia's cub, one more Zekrom doesn't feel like it. As for the weaker Phantom Beast Genesect, Haoyan was even less concerned. At the same time, the 4 elites of Unova region arrived late with the investigator. Under Alder's command, he and a group of key criminals were tied up. Carry out aftermath work. With the help of Babena and Helena, N stepped forward to thank Haoyan. Things seem to be over here for now. It's not that simple. Chapter 621. Red wants to participate in the core competition. Zekrom turned into a stone and was accepted by Haoyan. Quish and Colress were taken to Pokemon Court to await trial. N is rescued and Team Plasma is disbanded by the Alliance. The restored Genesect, led by the eccentric leader, also left Nuvma Town. Unova region has calmed down. Just when Haoyan was about to continue to travel to Unova region, Professional Oak made a call, and Haoyan set foot on the road to Kanto region again. Only this time, Haoyan was not alone. Iris followed Haoyan and went to Kanto region together. Kanto region, Oak Institute, Professor Oak, Blue, and Red were waiting at the door early. Haoyan rode on Charizard and just fell with Iris. Professor Oak stepped forward with a smile. Haoyan, long time no see. Professor Oak, how are you doing? thanks to you, my body is very strong, and I eat 3 bowls of rice every day. After a few words of greeting, Haoyan introduced to Professor O. Professor O, let me introduce to you. This is Iris, the curator of Unova Region Sangyang Gym. Iris, this is Professional O. Iris smiled sweetly, and said hello to Professor Oak while holding her skirt. Hello, Professor Oak. Professor Oak glanced at Iris and praised, you are Iris, the genius girl in the legend of the Land of Dragons. Sure enough, he became the curator of Unova Region at such a young age. Iris smiled sweetly, a little shy, but also a little proud. How can Professor Oak is too bad. While chatting, Red and Blue stepped forward and greeted Haoyan respectfully. Brother Haoyan. Master. Haoyan looked at the 2 teenagers in front of him, and his eyes were full of relief. I haven't seen each other for a year, and the appearance of the 2 young men in front of me has changed. The originally childish face faded, and in the gestures there was already the temperament of a mature trainer. I heard that this time Blue will temporarily replace Champion and accept the challenge as the defender. It can be seen that your growth rate is very fast during this time. Haoyan looked at his disciple, Blue, with a smile. The reason why Haoyan gave up on Unova Region tourism, the reason is to participate in Kantoregion's core conference. Because of his outstanding strength, Blue temporarily took the position of champion. Accept the challenge as the 4 elites' last line of defense. Master is rude. Compared to you, I'm nothing at all. Blue looked at Haoyan with admiration in his eyes. Since serving as the curator of Viridian Gym, Blue has done his best to make an outstanding contribution to the local area. In addition, because of Haoyan's example, he worked hard to cultivate with Pokemon. The strength has grown rapidly, and it is also for this reason that the Alliance will entrust Blue to temporarily replace the Kantoregion's champion position. Although Blue intends to follow Haoyan's example, Engson is a gym leader. However, being able to get the commission of the Alliance to represent Kanto region as the most important member of the team is still a little proud. But when he saw Haoyan's Charizard's powerful breath completely shocked him. Blue also has a Charizard, and he can best understand the difference between his Charizard and Haoyan's Charizard. Immediately put away the pride in my heart. Where's Red? Do you have the confidence to win champion? Haoyan looked at Red. Unlike Blue guarding the last level, Red intends to participate in the core conference and be a challenger. Red glanced at Blue beside him and nodded calmly. Brother Haoyan, I followed the method you taught me and trained with Pokemon on MT Silver for 300 days. In 300 days, there is no slack for a day. My Pokemon and I are working hard to become stronger every moment. This time, I am confident that I can defeat the opponent and win the champion of Kanto region. It can be seen that Red is also determined. I stayed in a deserted place for 300 days just for special training and getting stronger. It's not easy to endure the loneliness that ordinary people can't bear. Only if you can endure loneliness can protect be prosperous. Red, Blue, come on. Haoyan looked at his 2 juniors encouragingly. Yes, remember the teacher's teaching. Red and Blue replied in unison. Iris felt the energy in both Red and Blue, and was a little dazed. Looking at Haoyan with more admiration, she decided, you have to follow Haoyan closely and learn from him a lot before you can embark on the path of the Dragon Master. Chapter 622 The opening ceremony of a different core conference. Kanto region, Indigo Plateau. A large-scale core conference was held here. The host, Vivian, warmly introduced the participating guests. Welcome to Kantoregion's Quad Elite. 4 elites land crossing. Lorelei, Agatha, Bruno walked out amid the cheers of the scene. Welcome to the president of the Kanto Alliance, Damalanchi. Amid the applause and cheers, the bearded Damalanchi, waving his hands full of spring breeze, slowly walked into the venue. Welcome to the entire Pokemon, the most learned Professor Oak. Professor Oak walked into the venue together with a kind smile. After introducing these people, Vivian paused deliberately. The audience under the stage immediately craned their necks and waited, because after the Kanto Alliance's propaganda, they all knew that Haoyan would come. They covet meet the legend, Haoyan. The host Vivian obviously knew what the audience was thinking and deliberately changed the topic. In previous years, the opening ceremony had a torch lighting ceremony. The torch will keep burning during the competition. We pray to the gods so that the players and Pokemon participating in the competition can be saved. The reason why the holy fire lasts for a long time comes from the feathers of Moltres. But because of this year's opening ceremony, an unprecedented heavyweight guest came. So this year's opening ceremony is also different from the past. Having said this, Vivian took a deep breath. Let's look forward to this heavyweight guest and ignite this year's torch. After speaking, Vivian raised her hand and pointed to the sky. Countless spectators looked up. Lee. Above the sky, a flame appeared. Moltres fluttered his flaming feathers from afar, hovering in the air. Moltres flew for 3 full laps, and finally landed firmly on the highest torch in the stadium, then spread his wings and lit the torch. In an instant, the torches erected around the entire venue were all set on fire. This year's court conference, the torch was lit by Moltres himself. Just as the audience was about to cheer, 2 bursts of lay growl were heard in the distance again. Lee. Enemy League. Blue and yellow figures fell from the sky. Articuno and Zapdos fell to Moltres. I bless the entire court conference together. The three saints gather. So Faith. The bearded Damalanchi looked excited. Organized for so many years, this is the first time the court conference has been held so well. Countless audiences suppress their desire to applaud and cheer, because they know that the person has not yet appeared, and now is not the time. Vivian's face flushed with excitement because of her excitement, and she has hosted countless competition. Moreover, Haoyan is not the first time she has been introduced, but this time, it was the most exciting time for her. Taking a deep breath, he said loudly into the microphone, "Next, let's applaud and cheer. Has been honored as the first person in the league. Legend of the Pokemon world. The appearance of curator Haoyan." Vivian's voice was hoarse because of excitement, but no one cared at this time. I saw her voice fall, and the three holy birds spread their wings together and screamed loudly. Countless light gathered on the body of a teenager, shining on Haoyan's young, handsome face. With a faint smile on his face, Haoyan waved to the audience. The atmosphere of the entire venue reached its peak the moment Haoyan appeared. The entire audience stood up one after another. Seeing the Haoyan they are most looking forward to, they don't have to suppress it anymore. He applauded vigorously. Even though his hands were red, he didn't care at all. She screamed with all her might. Even if she shouted, she didn't care at all. They are only for Haoyan. Release their enthusiasm. Haoyan, who was gathered in the eyes of all, was like a shining star, shining and outstanding. Master, she is like the sun in the night. Wherever he goes, it can turn the darkness into day. People can't look directly at its light. Blue in the background looked at Haoyan with admiration. Yeah, brother Haoyan is such a shining person. Red, like Blue, was full of admiration on his face. Director Haoyan. Iris, eyes were also burning, thoughtful. Blue, Red, and Iris, these three boys and girls, all hope that one day, like Haoyan, they will be admired by thousands of people. Chapter 623. Giovanni robs the car. The core conference, because of Haoyan's participation, is in full swing, but in another region, it's not so smooth. Quizzy and Colress, sentenced to life in prison by the Pokemon Alliance, are on their way to Pokemon prison. In order to pay attention, Alder and Unova 4 Elite, personally responsible for the escort. When the vehicle that escorted Quizzy and Colress came to a gap between the mountains, Caitlin, a person with different spiritual power, suddenly stopped the vehicle. He looked solemnly at the road ahead. What wrong? Fighting Elite asked Lianwu in an angry voice. Not far ahead, there are 4 men. They seem to be waiting for us to approach. Caitlin's senses told her that there was someone ahead around the corner. Hearing Caitlin's words made the other 4 elites look solemn. They were escorting the felon, and the other was in an ambush, obviously to hijack the car. Is it possible that you feel that they are working too hard, so come and give them warmth? And the other party only had 4 people, so they dared to fight against the 4 elites and Alders. Obviously these 4 people are not ordinary people. Everyone get ready for battle. Alder's face was ugly. 4 elite formed a protective circle around the escorted vehicle. They released their own ace Pokemon one after another, guarding the surrounding. I saw 4 men walking out at the end of the road. The appearance of these 4 people at the same time made the Unova superiors headed by Alder take a deep breath. Archie of Team Aqua, Maxie of Team Magma, Cyrus of Team Galactic, Giovanni of Team Rocket. The leaders of 4 evil organizations gather. What do you want to do? Alder asked nonsense, but in fact he had already signaled to his subordinates to go to the simultaneous alliance to find support. These evil leaders, relying solely on the strength of him and the 4 elite, are not their opponent. Giovanni didn't mind Alder's small movements at all, and said slowly, what we want to do, you should know very well. Give us Quish and Colress and we'll leave immediately. Give them to you. HMPH. Don't even think about it. Alder snorted coldly. Each of these people can turn their respective regions upside down and give them Quizzy and Colress. How is this possible? Fine. Since you don't give it, then I can only grab it. Giovanni's voice fell and Archie shook his hand and released his Gyarados. Maxie releases his Houndoom. Cyrus released his Weavile. Seeing the 3 Pokemon, Alder's face changed. The strength exuded by Gyarados and Houndoom is no weaker than his ace Volcarona. Slightly worse Cyrus. His Weavile also has the strength of Champion's Peak. When did these evil leaders become so strong? Just as Alder was thinking, Archie and the others attacked Alder in an orderly manner. Gyarados, Aqua Tail, Houndoom, Flamethrower, Weavile, Night Slash. Facing the opponent's attack, Alder immediately led the 4 elites to fight back. Volcarona, Bug Buzz, King Keldor, Close Combat, Commander Slash, Reuniqueless, Psyshock, Cofagrigus, Shadow Ball. All kinds of attack converging together, hit indissoluble. Although Alder has an advantage in numbers, the 4 elites are relatively weak. On the other hand, Giovanni's 3 younger brothers, after Giovanni's training and some special blessings of drug, have excellent individual strength, which is the key to the average combat power of both sides. After a long fight, Alder's pressure grew. Because of the leader of these people, Giovanni has not yet shot, but at this moment, Alder, who was commanding, suddenly felt a chill. A Beedrill ghostly appeared behind him, the venomous stinger in his hand aimed at Alder's chest. Stabbed directly. What? The sudden attack caused Alder to spit out a mouthful of blood. He understood why Giovanni didn't do anything. It turned out that he had released Pokemon long ago, and let Archie and the others act as bait. Beedrill, who had succeeded in a single blow, raised his stinger in his hand without any movement in his eyes, and attacked Alder again. At a critical moment, Alder's Volcarona, who was covered in flame, blocked Alder's face and resisted the fatal blow. Although his life was saved, Beedrill's poison had penetrated into Alder's body. Alder's face turned black. Beedrill, come back. Giovanni spoke softly, and Beedrill came back to him, guarding him like a guard. The four elites of Unova region lost the main force of Alder, and the situation went downhill. Chapter 624. Is the Flame White Kyurem stronger? Or is Mega Rayquaza stronger? With Alder down, the four elites were powerless to stop Giovanni's pace. He could only watch Giovanni helplessly as he took Wish and Colress away. Caitlin sighed heavily as he looked at Alder, whose face was darkened and was about to fall into a coma. Let go back. If you don't hurry up, Mr. Alder's life may be in danger. The next thing is not something we can participate in. The other four elites looked at each other, silently took out their flying Pokemon, and left with Alder. Giovanni and others blatantly hijacked the car, like a big hand, slapped them hard in the face. Meanwhile, on the other side, Giovanni stopped not far away. Giovanni habitually hides himself in the shadows. After being rescued, Kuisichi and Colress were not surprised to be rescued, but looked at Giovanni with trepidation. Quish, in particular, knew that Giovanni was a man and never did anything in vain. Save them, and Giovanni must have demand. Giovanni, tell me, what do you want? Giovanni, who was hiding in the shadows, did not directly answer Quizzy's question, but instead asked, Quizzy, do you know why you failed? Kuisichi said lonely, because I'm too weak. Giovanni looked at Quizzy lightly. That's right, a Zekrom, and a few Genesect. They're too weak. That's the main reason you failed. Kuisichi looked at Giovanni, his lips trembling slightly. Giovanni, you saved me with all your strength. You should not only want to ridicule me. Tell me, what do you want me to do? Giovanni glanced at Quizzy and said, I'm not bad at Miracle Eye. I'm here to help you. Help me. How can you help me? Quish looked at Giovanni suspiciously. Haha tilde. Giovanni chuckled and said slowly, it is said that in ancient time, there was a powerful ancient dragon. When the ancient dragon died, his soul split into Zekrom and Reshiram, and the body of this ancient dragon was transformed into Kyurem. It is said that as long as you get the gene wedge, you can fuse Kyurem and Reshiram to become the Flame White Kyurem. With such power, you can turn over. Hearing this, Quishy understood what Giovanni meant. To make the Flame White Kyurem, you first need to the gene wedge I just mentioned. I don't know where this thing is at all. Secondly, even if the gene wedge is obtained, the Flame White Kyurem is fused. Then what is the way to control him and make him obey orders? The Flame White Kyurem, the Quizzy coveted their power before. It's just that the power is too great to control them at all. Hehe tilde. Giovanni smiled and said, I know where the gene wedge is. Moreover, controlling Yanbai Kyurem, with the technological means we have mastered, is not necessarily a big deal. Hearing Giovanni's word, Quishy was moved, but when he thought of Haoyan, who couldn't be avoided, he immediately asked, then, where is that Haoyan? He will never let it go. He has mastered the ability to summon the three gods of Sinnoh, plus Rayquaza. Even the Flame White Kyurem can't compete. Giovanni chuckled and said disapprovingly, Kyurem in normal form is known as the strongest dragon, especially after merging with Reshiram and becoming Yanbai Kyurem. His strength completely crushed the three Sinnoh gods. Only Mega Rayquaza can stand against Kyurem. If Haoyan had summoned Mega Rayquaza, he would not have summoned the three Sinnoh gods to fight, because whether it's Rayquaza or Kyurem, they're all extremely proud dragon-type Pokemon. They will not allow other opponents to participate in the battle between them. As for whether Kyurem is stronger, or Mega Rayquaza is stronger, I'm looking forward to it. Quishy couldn't see through Giovanni's thought. He didn't understand Giovanni being in the middle. What good was it? Giovanni saw Kisiki's hesitation. He stepped forward slightly, and said with a light smile, what I want is very simple. If you succeed, then congratulations. I will leave Unova region. What you do in the future has nothing to do with me. But if you fail, I want you to submit to me and honor me as master. And everything about you, including life, is under my control. Would you like to join? Giovanni is now like a devil trying to lure a human to the depravity. And Kuisichi, a human being, was aroused by the devil's desire. Desire is like a prairie fire, burning Quish's heart. Rather than being a cross-street radicate, hide and hide, you can only be a scum of the sewer all your life. It's better to give it a go. At this moment, Kisichi made up his mind. Okay, I'll join in. Chapter 625 Land Crossing. Even Haoyan's disciple and grandson are about to surpass me. Blue and Thin Mushroom. Kanto Region. Courts Assembly. Red has overcome the final opponent and is the winner of the conference. Let's applaud the winner of this year's court conference. Red. Vivian raised Red's hand and gestured to the audience. Amid the applause, Red suppressed his excitement, because he knew that that the next challenge to the 4 elites and the final victory over Blue would be the highlight. Let's welcome with applause Mr. Bruno, the lead first defender, comes on stage. Vivian waved her right hand, and the light gathered in a corner of the stage. Shirtless, with small eyes with knotted muscles, Bruno steadily stepped onto the stage. Next, let's experience the battle between the 2 powerhouses together. Vivian stepped off the stage. Red in the center of the stage looked at Haoyan sitting on the high platform from a distance. Taking a deep breath, he took out the baby ball and got ready for the battle. Come out, Espeon. Against Bruno, a fighting maniac, Red chose to fight with Espeon, which has an advantage in attribute. Bruno took out the characteristic nunchaku from his waist, and with a little force, he threw a treasure ball. Come out, Onyx. Bruno also apparently expected Red to target him, starting Pokemon, choosing to use the ground and rock types of Onyx. Bruno's Onyx is similar to Haoyan's Tyranitar. The body is obviously 3 times bigger than the normal Onyx. The body is 30 meters long. This Onyx is a Pokemon that Bruno accidentally captured in Miacha Mountain. Espeon, use mind distraction. Onyx, earthquake. Soon, the 2 sides started a fierce battle. At the Gessie, Damolin looked at Haoyan curiously. Director Haoyan, do you think Red has a chance to win? Damalanji's question made Iris, who was nervously watching the battle, also look at Haoyan. Haoyan glanced at it and said, Red should be fine. Red has a good fighting talent. Mount Silver's 300-day hard training has made his character a lot calmer. Coupled with his Pokemon, he has reached the threshold of Champion's early stage, and it is not difficult to defeat the 4 elite. Damolin said with emotion. Curator Haoyan is really amazing. Influence, it can be said to be the largest in the entire Pokemon world. Bruno is your disciple and grandson, serving as the 4 elite. Blue, also your disciple and grandson, serves as the director of Viridian Gym, and even thinks that he has excellent strength and temporarily take the position of champion, including the current extremely promising Seed Red. I heard that he is also your student. Director Haoyan is amazing, as expected of the most legendary trainer. Damalanchi's words caused frequent nods from the people around him. This is just Kanto region. The entire world of Pokemon is full of legend. Charles Goodshow, you're so rude. I'm just an ordinary person. Haoyan kept a low profile. I don't get anything because of my achievement. It's no wonder that such a person can become a dragon and a phoenix. Damolin thought with emotion. Bruno, Tangshu, Blue, Red, Chuck, Sabrina, Corny. These people all fell under the door of Curator Haoyan, and they all have good achievements in their respective field. Otherwise, I will also find a chance to ask Curator Haoyan to be the master. Anyway, Director Haoyan has so many students and apprentices, it seems that there are many of me. Well, that's it. Iris made up his mind silently in his heart. At the same time, Lance felt inexplicably uncomfortable when he saw Haoyan, who was sought after by everyone. Looking at Haoyan, who seemed to be radiating light, he felt that Haoyan was getting further and further away from him. Lance Crossing knew Haoyan a long time ago. At the beginning, Haoyan was just a new curator of Hoenn region. Slowly, his identity began to change. Become elite curator, then hero curator, champion curator, and now legendary curator. Lance Crossing is champion in Johto region. The original trainers of Johto region regard Lance Crossing as idol. Slowly, the light of Lance Crossing was covered up, and the object of worship of most trainers also changed from Lance Crossing to Haoyan. When Lance Crossing realized the gap between him and Haoyan, Lance Crossing has been cultivating with great concentration. Covet was able to catch up with Haoyan, but every time he saw Haoyan, Haoyan opened a huge gap with him. How does this make Lance Crossing from Yulong family feel powerless? Moreover, even if he can't catch up with Haoyan, now even Haoyan's disciples and grandsons are about to overtake him. This kind of pressure made him Alexander even more. Haoyan is like the sun. Under his light, the stars will only dim. Hey, Lance Crossing sighed heavily in his heart. Professor Oak, who was on the side, closed the eyes of Lance Crossing's expression. He could understand Lance Crossing's mood. After all, Professor Oak was also an excellent trainer before. He understands Lance Crossing's pride and his frustration. In the same era as such a monster, Lance Crossing, you are doomed to misfortune. Professor Oak shook his head silently. Chapter 626. An accident is brewing in the Unova region. Unlike Antoregin's port contest in full swing, the Unova Alliance, with a prison car hijacked and leader Alder seriously injured, is thrown into chaos. Fortunately, the Unova Alliance blocked the relevant news for the first time, so as not to cause panic among the people. It's just such a blockade. It's estimated that it won't last long. Giovanni had taken Quish and Kolres so blatantly, and something must have happened. Higaki City, the headquarters office building of the Unova Alliance. 4 elite grown. Without Alder, it's like losing the backbone. The 4 elites of Unova region are relatively young and special. To put it bluntly, there are obvious flaws in character. Shuntel, who is proficient in ghost attribute, is an excellent novelist, but he is not good at communicating with people. It is obviously inappropriate to expect a socially fearful Shuntel to lead others at such a critical moment. The Lingonberry, who was proficient in evil attribute, although born in a noble family, is well educated, but the bad habit of gambling he acquired later, and even he regarded his whole life as a gamble. Counting on such gamblers, leading Unova region is like gambling, unpredictable. And Li En-woo, who is proficient in fighting, although he is the oldest one, is also Alder's disciple, but he is a solid warrior, and also has no leadership skills. As for Caitlin, she has just become the 4th elite, and she is the youngest, and her prestige in Unova region is relatively small. 4 people, you look at me, I look at you, and they are speechless. Finally, Caitlin said, although I don't know about Giovanni what they are going to do, but they must have a plan. We have to guard, and our current ability can't prevent Giovanni and the others. Otherwise, let's invite Curator Haoyan and ask him to temporarily take over the role of champion of Unova region. What do you think? Without a backbone, Caitlin immediately thought of the great words of commanding the 3 Sino-gods to defeat Uisichi at the Team Plasma headquarters. I agree. I agree. Gambler Lingonberry was the first to agree, followed by novelist Chantal. I agree too. Wufu Lianwu nodded hurriedly with the crowd. Just like that, Caitlin called Haoyan. Kanto region, Red defeated Bruno, Lorelei, Agatha, and was playing against Land Crossing. Blastoise, use Hail. Red commanded Blastoise with composure, fighting against Aerodactyl of Land Crossing. The gun barrel on Blastoise's casing fired a burst of blue energy toward the sky, causing hailstones to roll up in the battlefield, and the temperature of the entire battlefield dropped by more than 10 degrees. Aerodactyl, use Thunder Fang. Land Crossing's lead followed. Aerodactyl approached Blastoise with high speed, bark flashing in his mouth. Blastoise, retract into the shell. Red commanded, and Blastoise retracted the limbs into the hard shell. Aerodactyl flashed bar teeth, leaving a faint mark on Blastoise's body. Can't hurt Blastoise in the slightest, can only helplessly fly away. Blastoise, use Blizzard. Seizing the opportunity, Red spoke up again. The hail that had fallen in disorder, under the guidance of Blastoise, immediately formed a powerful blizzard, constantly eroding Aerodactyl in the air. Aerodactyl of the flight type and rock type, facing the ice type attack with outstanding effect, was beaten and retreated. The weakness of the main line is too obvious. At this rate, it's only a matter of time before Land Crossing loses. Haoyan looked at the battle and shook his head slightly. Red's Pokemon, in equal order, are weaker than Land Crossing, but Red was only relying on one Blastoise, and just dropped Land Crossing's 3 Pokemon. At this moment, the phone on Haoyan's waist rang. Seeing the unfamiliar number, Haoyan frowned. Every time his phone rings, it's nothing good. This time, it is estimated that it is no exception. Sure enough, as soon as the phone was connected, Caitlin's slightly anxious voice came. Hello, Director Haoyan. I'm Caitlin from Unova region. Quish and Colress were kidnapped by Giovanni of Team Rockets while being transported to Pokemon prison. Mr. Alder was also seriously injured in the battle. We would like to invite you to. Hearing Caitlin's remark, Haoyan frowned deeper. Okay, I get it. I'm leaving now, to the Unova region. Iris on the side heard Haoyan's word. What is so important? Red is going to fight Blue later, so leave at this time. And it going to Unova region. Is there anything wrong with Unova region? Director Haoyan, what happened? Iris asked quickly. Haoyan briefly told Iris what happened, and Iris' face immediately turned pale. Mr. Alder, who is so strong, was seriously injured because of the battle. How is this possible? If there is a ranking of champions rank, Haoyan must be ranked first, and the second person, in Iris' opinion, must be Alder, who has been champion for many years. But now Alder was seriously injured and unconscious. It seems that an earth-shaking change is brewing in Unova region. Chapter 627. When he learned that Alder was injured, Haoyan went directly from Kanto region to Unova, Higaki City, the headquarters of the Unova Alliance. Grandpa Alder. Iris lay on Alder's bed, eyes lush, fighting back tears. Alder is usually unpretentious, and has a good relationship with Iris. What did Nurse Joy say? Haoyan next to Iris looked at the Unova 4 elites around him. Nurse Joy says the toxins from Mr. Alder's body have been removed, but because toxins disrupt the body's functions, wound healing is slower. In addition, Mr. Alder's grade is there. He can't wake up in a short time. Caitlin, one of the 4 elites, said with a sad face. Then Grandpa Alder will be alright? Iris asked immediately. Caitlin shook his head silently. Silent. The other 3 of the 4 elite couldn't bear to answer either. When Iris saw the elite like this, the tears that were swirling could no longer be held back, and flowed. Director Haoyan. Grandpa Alder. Everything will be fine, right? Iris looked at Haoyan with hope. Trust me, Mr. Alder will be fine, Haoyan said in a sure tone. At this time, you can no longer pass negative energy to everyone. Iris wiped her tears vigorously and nodded vigorously. Haoyan is omnipotent in her heart. He said it's okay. It will be okay. After comforting Iris, Haoyan looked at Caitlin again and said, have you found out where Giovanni and the others are? Caitlin shook his head in shame. The Unova Alliance has launched all the investigators, but so far, there is no news. Haoyan's brows furrowed, and he asked again, then why did Giovanni and the others kidnap Quishy? Is there any information about their action? Facing Haoyan's question, Caitlin once again shook his head in shame. The other three elites also had expressions of ignorance. Haoyan's brows furrowed even deeper. This Unova 4 elite is too useless. Don't know anything. 2 days have passed since he got the news and came from Kanto region, but in the past 2 days, the 4 elite didn't even understand the basic situation. It seems that I can't count on them. Haoyan sighed slightly. Just then, the room door was violently opened. The visitor is a searcher. The inspector looked anxious, and Haoyan felt a little when he saw his expression. It should be Giovanni and the others who started to move. He said to the inspector, what happened? The investigating officer saluted Haoyan and hurriedly reported to Haoyan's temporary post as Unova champion. Just now, we received a notice. 5 hours ago, a pure white Pokemon descended on Opaloosid City, and this Pokemon was capable of falling into the sky. In just a few minutes, this pure white Pokemon set the entire Opaloosid City on fire. To stop this Pokemon from destroying the city, Mr. Shaka, retired from Sangyang Gym, go and fight that Pokemon. But that pure white Pokemon was too tyrannical and defeated Mr. Shaka's Pokemon, and even Mr. Shaka was seriously injured. Unknown to this day, according to the clues provided by the crowd at the scene, the person who controls this Pokemon is the repeat offender Quishy. A wave of unresolved waves rises again and again. Grandpa Shaka, life or death is unknown. Hearing this news, Iris's pretty face turned pale. Alder was injured in the front, and Shaka was seriously injured in the back. These two people are extremely important people to Iris. Alder is Iris's initiation teacher, and Shaka is her mentor. It can be said that Iris has today's achievement, and the general credit goes to these two people. Two people who are so important to him were injured one after another. Such a blow almost made Iris faint. A Pokemon that can land a sky full of fire, and is a pure white. Could it be that Quish has Reshiram? Haoyan naturally thought of Reshiram. Fire-type Pokemon. Most skins are yellow or orange. Pure white Pokemon are also fire-type, and they can set the entire city on fire, which only Reshiram can do. Notification sent in the name of the Alliance. Unova region enters emergency safety mode. At the same time, organize the gym curators around Opaloosid City. Bring the investigators to Opaloosid City, and go to the firefighting and disaster relief. Let the curators who are too far away to support them stay in the area to prevent such a thing from happening again. 4 Elite, you are guarding the Alliance headquarters. Report to me immediately if anything happens. Iris, you go to Opaloosid City with me. Haoyan calmly issued a series of instructions. Yes. All 4 elites nodded solemnly, and there were many signs that a catastrophe was sweeping towards the Unova region. Iris gritted her silver teeth and nodded vigorously. Hidden in his eyes is the spite of the attacker. Quish. Chapter 628. Who is the person in Giovanni's mouth? Opaloosid City in Unova region is a city built on ruin. The buildings here retain the original appearance of a large number of ancient ruins. At the same time, Opaloosid City planted a lot of trees. The whole city gives people a kind of city with deep historical precipitation, but it is full of vitality because of the green tree. But now, the city that was full of vitality has turned into a sea of fire. The whole city is full of fire. It's like God punishing the world and sending down holy fire. Human inferno. A large number of citizens who lost their homes wailed on the edge of the city. As the curator of the place, Iris saw the city he guarded look like this, and tears ran down his cheeks silently. Haoyan took out the baby ball from his waist and threw it towards the sky. Released all the Pokemon. Commanded, everyone, go and help put out the fire and save people. Roared Tilda. Charizard took off high, and he completely ignored the flames with the fire attribute, and could quickly shuttle in the sea of fire to save people. Out Tilda. Mimi Tilda. Little Lugia and Ice Ninetales shouted towards the sky, and a large amount of rain fell suddenly, shuttled through the burnt city. Shanaido Tilda. Gardevoir and Mewtwo can use Psychic to sense the direction of the trapped masses. Luca Tilda. Class Tilda. Lucario and Tyranitar are powerful enough to rescue trapped citizens. Everyone, come out and help. Iris also released her Pokemon to join the disaster relief team. With the addition of Haoyan and Iris, Officer Jenny, who was guarding the local area, got some breathing time. Director Haoyan. Officer Jenny gave Haoyan a salute. Haoyan frowned and looked around. The fire was already spreading. With a displeased face, he asked, Opaloosid City is on fire. 5 hours have passed. Why did you contact the Alliance so late? Haoyan is a modest gentleman when he is usually fine, but don't forget it. But he has been in the top position for a long time, and he has long developed an extraordinary momentum. Officer Jenny was questioned by Haoyan, and answered ashamedly, it's not that we are slow and don't report to the Alliance, but because of the fire, the signal base station in the entire Shuanglong town was destroyed. Causes no signal to be delivered. We can only send someone to a nearby city to inform the Alliance. Haoyan Haoyan took out the phone in his trouser pocket and glanced at it, and sure enough there was no cell phone signal, just like what Officer Jenny said. Well, I see. Speed up to rescue the citizen. Put out the fire as soon as possible. Haoyan retracted his phone, and there was a faint feeling in his heart. Yes. Officer Jenny saluted and went to work immediately. At the same time, Iris, who was on the side, saw Shaka lying on a stretcher, severely burned and being rescued by Nurse Joy. Grandpa Shaka, what's wrong with you? Iris burst into tears. Iris, don't delay Nurse Joy's rescue work. Haoyan stepped forward and pulled Iris away. Woo Tilda. Grandpa Shaka. Iris put her arms around Haoyan and cried bitterly in his arms. It didn't take long for Haoyan's chest to be filled with Iris tears. The culprit who set the entire Opelucid city on fire. Think about it. Excited, he walked out of a cave full of ice. In his hand, he held 2 baby balls. The power of technology is really great. Giovanni, if it weren't for you, I wouldn't have the power of Reshiram and Curam. Quish said to Giovanni outside the cave. Hee, you're welcome. Giovanni took out a special stone from his arms and threw it to Quishy. This gene wedge, take it. Kuisichi hurriedly took it and clenched it in his hand. As long as the powers of Curam and Reshiram are combined, then I have the strength to fight against Mega Rayquaza. World, surrender to my feet. Kuisichi looks like he has mastered the world and is very ambitious. Go. Giovanni looked at Quisky encouragingly. Go and conquer the world. It is good. There was a stern look in Kuisichi's eyes, and he immediately summoned his flying Pokemon to leave. The destination of his trip is Higaki City, which represents the highest power symbol of the Unova region, headquarters of the Unova Alliance. Giovanni watched Quish go away with a meaningful smile. Leader, why did you hand over such a powerful flame white Curam to Kuisichi? Isn't it better that such power is in our hands? Cyrus couldn't help the doubts in his heart and asked. Giovanni put his hands behind his back and said without looking back, Quasichi just used some technological means to keep Reshiram and Curam in his hands for a short time. It wasn't their heartfelt approval of which. Such an ethereal power. The wind will blow it lightly. I'm helping Kuisichi, but I just want him to try Haoyan and see where Haoyan's boundaries are. By the way, try it. If you want to unite that person to fight against Haoyan, join that person. Although Cyrus didn't follow Giovanni for a long time, he knew that Giovanni was a very proud person. How amazing is the person who can be admired by him? Who is worthy of Giovanni united? Boss, who is the person you said you want to unite with? Cyrus couldn't help but wonder in his heart. Giovanni turned away from the smile and looked at Cyrus blankly. Cyrus immediately felt the boundless cold wind surrounding him, like falling into an ice cave. There are some things that you don't deserve to know now. Yes. Chapter 629 Rayquaza. Come to Unova region. The headquarters of the Alliance in each region is an independent place. As a place of the highest power symbol, it gathers high-end talents from various industries. At the same time, the defense force is also the most powerful place. But at this time in Higaki City, a large number of investigators were dispatched to Opelucid City, and the defense force was relatively weak. But even so, there are 4 elite guards here. It is still the hardest fortress in the entire Unova region. When Haoyan left, Haoyan assigned Caitlin to contact various cities to dispatch personnel. Suddenly, there was a huge rumbling sound from a distance. The huge vibration caused the entire Alliance office building to tremble. Something seems to have fallen. Caitlin and the other 4 elites were immediately alerted. Viewed through the window, I saw a roaring fire from the signal base station in the distance, slowly pouring towards the ground. At the same time, a pure white Pokemon is rushing towards the office building. Reshiram, one of the 3 dragons of the Tao. As one of the 3 gods of the Unova region, there are stone statues of Reshiram everywhere. Destroy it. Destroy the damn Alliance headquarters of Unova region. Kisichi, who was riding on Braviary, laughed wildly, pointing at the Alliance's office building and shouting, Reshiram, fusion flare. Reshiram, who is pure white and has a high appearance, is like an incarnation of a demon. The white engine of the tail flashed red light frantically, opened its mouth to face the office building of the Alliance, and spewed out flames like a world annihilation. 4 elites saw that the entire building was about to be hit, and immediately looked horrified. Get out of here. Countless Union staff running around. Boom. The flames slammed into the building, causing the entire building to shake obviously. Fortunately, the building of the Alliance is made of steel, so that it will not be shattered at once. Caitlin and the others, who had escaped from birth, saw Kuisichi, who was commanding Reshiram, and their teeth itch with hatred. They have released their own Pokemon. Kuisichi, how dare you come back? When Kuisichi saw Caitlin and the others, he snorted coldly. Reshiram, use blue flare. Pure white Reshiram. The engine at the rear turns up again. Suddenly, the temperature in the air rose sharply. It seems that even the air is ignited. A flame that seemed to be able to burn up everything. Attack Caitlin and the others. The speed was so fast that it didn't give Caitlin any time to dodge. At a critical moment, Caitlin ignored the noble etiquette he usually cared about, and shouted at his Pokemon, Reuniqueless, use the light green. A transparent light green stood in front of her. At At the same time, the four elite Lianwu, Lingberry, and Chantal immediately directed their respective Pokemon to use energy attack to block Reshiram's attack. Boom! Reshiram's blue flare attack, and the four elites who hit them retreated. Ha ha ha! You can't bear this kind of power. You are too weak. Quick! Who was riding in the Braviary pulled out a baby ball and threw it. Come out, the strongest dragon, Hiram. As the red light flickered, a Pokemon appeared with an aura that looked down on the world. Accompanied by this Pokemon, the terrifying chill filled the audience instantly. The whole body is gray, with two fingers on each arm, very small, connected with two EPUB wings. The ends of the wings are flush sectioned, each with two icicles, like some sort of connection button. The incomparably astonishing domineering momentum rose into the sky. The temperature had risen just now because of Reshiram's attack, but with Hiram's appearance, it immediately cooled down, like a snow-capped mountain that has been cold for many years. Hiram. Caitlin's face changed greatly. Squishy actually controls Reshiram and Hiram. Quick, go and contact Director Haoyan. Caitlin knew that the situation at this time was not something they could solve. I have to ask Haoyan for help. Just when they wanted to take out the communicator and continue to speak, they were shocked to find out no signal. Just now, Reshiram had Reshiram destroy the signal base station at the headquarters. It's over. The four elites had a thought at the same time, and at the same time, Shaka, who was extensively burned, regained consciousness in a short time under the rescue of Nurse Joy. Iris hurried forward. Karen looked at Shaka with rain. Grandpa Shaka. Shaka didn't pay any attention to Iris' call. Instead, he looked at Haoyan beside Iris. How? Curator Haoyan. He, Gene Wedge, was snatched by Kuisichi. After that, Shaka fell asleep again. The wedge of Gene. Even Haoyan's expression changed when he heard this word. Guess what happened? Close your eyes immediately. Rayquaza, come to Unova region. Rayquaza, who lives at an altitude of 10,000 meters in the Hoenn region, suddenly opened his eyes. With a swing of his body, he immediately rushed towards Haoyan's location. Chapter 630. The Awakened Kisichi. The Unova Alliance building, which used to be majestic in the past, has now been blown up in half. Unova 4 Elite. In order to resist the two legendary Pokemon brought by Quisky, all power has been exhausted. The four elites are so embarrassed, and the investigators are even more unbearable. Ha 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 ha. Unova Alliance 4 Elite, who used to be high above, is now like a poor worm begging on the street. You didn't expect me, who wasn't in your heart at first, to have such power now. It's really refreshing to see you all in despair. Seeing the four elites on the ground, Kuisiki's face was filled with the excitement of the villain. His dream of occupying the Unova region, at least at this moment, was fulfilled. As if the disgraced four elites were not miserable enough, Kuisichi commanded again. Reshiram, Fusion Flare. Reshiram caught the engine on fire and activated overclocking mode. In an instant, the fire of divine punishment that destroyed the sky and the earth condensed. In the face of Reshiram's attack, the Pokemon of Unova C Elite and others have long lost their fighting power. Once hit, there is only one dead word. Chantal took back her Pokemon, closing her eyes in despair and waiting to die. Lianwu clenched his fist tightly and his veins burst out, but he had no fighting skills and could not fight against Reshiram. Lingberry's face was pale, and now he is like a gambler who already knows that he will lose but can't help but open his trump card. At a critical moment, Caitlin, the most junior, stood up. His eyes were covered with a light blue light, and his eyes lost focus. All her energies madly flowed towards the Pokemon in front of her. Caitlin's Reuniqueless, Musharna, Miss Gerda, feel the energy of Caitlin. The energy that was originally consumed is quickly replenished. Everyone, use light green. At Caitlin's order, her Pokemon regained its energy and immediately began to hack. A huge mirror suddenly appeared. Block Reshiram's Fusion Flare. The sudden explosion of the psychic girl Caitlin forced the four elites to die for another round. It's just that after the outbreak, she seems to be drained of energy. He couldn't even stand still, and was so soft that he fell to the ground. Chantal immediately stepped forward and hugged her, looking at her with concern. Sister, are you alright? Caitlin, who was lying in the arms of Brachiosaurus, trembled his white lips with difficulty. Yes, I'm sorry Sister Brachiosaurus, I tried my best. You've done a great job, gently said to Caitlin, stroking Caitlin's hair. Hee, psychic girls are really amazing, but no matter how powerful you are only a mortal. I can't fight against God. Quish's eyes flashed fiercely, and he pointed in Caitlin's direction and shouted, Reshiram, keep using Fusion Flare. Break them all down. Reshiram went into overclocking mode again, like the tail of the engine twirling wildly. The fire of divine punishment that destroys the heavens and the earth is about to come again. Feeling that the fire of divine punishment was about to strike, the eyes of Chantal, Caitlin, and the two women began to dim. The light of hope is about to go out. Just when everyone was desperate, the whole sky flickered non-stop. Endless turbulence transformed into terrifying thunder and lightning. 100-meter-long green divine body protruded from the turbulent stream. Roar! The clear and high-pitched dragon roar resounded throughout the world. The surging, domineering, and powerful coercion vents Rayquaza's holy power from the 9 heavens. With the appearance of Rayquaza, the sky has become his exclusive territory, and spreading his wings in front of the sky overlord Rayquaza is a blasphemy to the god. Roar tilde tilde. The pure white Reshiram, though controlled by Quishy, but with Rayquaza, he dropped the offense. At the same time, both feet dropped back to the ground, staring at Rayquaza vigilantly. Rayquaza, the curator Haoyan is here. Chantal and Caitlin looked at Rayquaza in the sky and the young man riding on Rayquaza in surprise. Director Haoyan. Lian Wu clenched his fists even harder and looked at Haoyan with hope. Ha tilde. Lingberry breathed a sigh of relief, and muttered to himself with a relaxed expression, as long as the whole card is not opened, the outcome of the bet is not yet clear tilde. Unova 4 Elite, who originally thought they were dead, were relieved because Haoyan led Rayquaza to appear. The light of hope once again illuminated their heart. Different from everyone cheering and cheering, Kuisichi stared fiercely at the big words on Rayquaza. Rayquaza, Huyan. The appearance of Haoyan shattered his dream of occupying the Unova region. That feeling is like in a dream, preparing to linger with the dream goddess. At a critical moment, it is as uncomfortable as being awakened. Chapter 631. If Yanbai Kuram is the general, Mega Rayquaza is the godless king. When Haoyan rode Rayquaza to join the battlefield, Haoyan immediately fell in love with Reshiram. Reshiram has bright blue pupils and dark lura, and has long, cloud-like hair on his head. The face resembles that of a white wolf, and the neck has 2 rings of metallic luster. The whole body is covered with feathery soft white body hair. One thing to say, if the beauty of the beasts is ranked, then Reshiram must be in the top 3. He sighed in his heart. The white dragon is much prettier than the black dragon. Such a beautiful and holy white dragon is actually controlled by such an ugly Kuisichi. What a waste. Thinking of Zekrom, who was just taken into the bag some time ago and turned into a dark stone, Haoyan had the urge to exchange Zekrom and Kuisichi for Reshiram. Roar. Rayquaza, who was in the same mind with Haoyan, let out a clear and high-pitched dragon roar. It seems to be dissatisfied with Haoyan's over-evaluation of Reshiram, and it seems to remind Haoyan that there will be a war later, so that he should not be distracted. Alright, Rayquaza, you're so handsome too. Haoyan patted Rayquaza under the seat lightly, and turned his attention to the other divine beast present, Kuram. Compared with the super handsome white dragon, the ice dragon Kuram looks much more ferocious. Bylong is like a gentle and jade-like sun. Ice dragon is like a general who fights and kills all the year round. The asymmetrical body seems to exist to kill the opponent. Ice dragon is also known as the strongest dragon in the world. In addition to the characteristics of belligerent, it is more because of the attributes of the ice dragon. He is a combination of dragon and ice. As we all know, the ice type restrains the dragon type. With such a combination of attributes throughout the entire Pokemon world, there is only one ice dragon. Twisky, after Giovanni kidnapped you, helping hand you got the light stone. Then you use Reshiram to attack Opaloosid City, in order to seize the Gene Wedge in the hands of the retired curator Mr. Shaka. Reuse the fire in Opaloosid City to get everyone's attention. Then you'd take the opportunity to go to Giant Chasm and take control of Kuram. Haoyan sorted out his thoughts and recounted what happened completely. That's right. Hearing that, Kuisichi had to admire Haoyan's strong logical ability. What if you guessed it right? Anyway, now I have Reshiram and Kuram in control. Haoyan was a little dismissive of Kuisichi's remark. Control Reshiram and Kuram. The reason you're able to control them should be the technology provided by Team Rocket, allowing Colress to make an enhanced version of the control machine. Right. You don't think that with these small means, you can really control them? Kuisichi snorted coldly. Want to use words to defeat me? Impossible. Anyway, I've got them under control. There is also the Gene Wedge. As long as Kuram absorbs the power of Reshiram, the legendary Flame White Kuram can be created. The strongest dragon Flame White Kuram has the strength to fight against Mega Rayquaza. Haoyan raised his eyebrows and added a bit of disdain. It is undeniable that Yanbai Kuram is indeed very strong. I don't know who is stronger, Kuram or Rayquaza, but one thing I can be sure of is that you will definitely lose. Facing Haoyan's affirmative attitude, Kuisichi felt guilty, but on the surface, he still pretended to be calm, and said grimly, before I fight, you are sure that I will lose. Really? Arrogant. Haoyan shook his head and said slowly, you destroyed the signal base station in Opaloosid City because you wanted to open up the time difference. But after you control Reshiram and Kuram, and invade Higaki City, the first step is to destroy the signal base station. This shows that you are not confident enough. I want to differentiate as much as possible against your power. Secondly, you just played some small trick to control Reshiram and Kuram. They don't really recognize you. You can't create bonds with Pokemon, and you can only control them by means. After all, it's just inferior. But you who only think of Pokemon as tools for conquering the world will not understand this. Kuisichi held up the Gene Wedge. It's useless to talk too much. Let's see the outcome of the battle. As soon as the word fell, the Gene Wedge in Quesky's hand immediately burst into a strong light. The Gene Wedge suddenly turned into a light rain shape of a hexagram, submerging into Kuram's head. spread, causing his aura to rise continuously. The light and rain disappeared, and Kiram's breath rose to its most extreme state. Roar! Kiram let out a sky-shattering roar, and the remaining wings of the originally condensed ice shattered in an instant. The next moment, the ice raged, and the thunder roared. Flame-white Kiram finally came to the world. The tyrannical breath spread throughout the space. At this time, the flame-white Kiram is like a general who is like a husband who is not open to Guanwanfu. Facing such a terrifying flame-white Kiram, Haoyan remained calm, but deep in his eyes there was a boiling fighting intent. Immersive, the whole person and Rayquaza became one. Rayquaza, Mega Evolution. Roar! Rayquaza felt the power of Haoyan. His body was changing rapidly, and the golden light surrounded the body of 100 meters. From the majesty of the 9 heavens, Mega Rayquaza descends into the world. Yanbai Kiram may be very strong, perhaps a peerless general, but Haoyan's Mega Rayquaza is the emperor who looks at the world. He is the only true dragon emperor soaring above the 9 heavens. Chapter 632, the maddened version of the flame-white Kiram. Along with Kiram's final fusion, there's Rayquaza's Mega Evolution. The entire space is filled with two powerful auras colliding. Is this the aura of Kiram and Mega Rayquaza? Okay, so scary. Caitlin looked at the two Pokemon facing each other in the sky with a shocked face. The Brachiosaurus swallowed hard. Although the momentum of the two divine beasts was not aimed at her, the pressure caused by the invisible force was enough for her to breathe hard. Sin, Curator Haoyan has come. No, why don't we step back a little? Brachiosaurus's words made the rest of the people nod again and again. It is estimated that the battle between the two divine beasts will be earth-shattering. Or leave quickly so as not to bring disaster to Chiyu. Kiram, what an intoxicating power. Kuisichi felt the flame-white Kiram that was no weaker than Mega Rayquaza, and his eyes were full of excitement. He couldn't wait to issue an order. Kiram, use Ice Beam to lower the surrounding temperature. The voice fell. The tyrannical flame-white Kiram let out a sky-shattering roar. His wings suddenly shook, and countless freezing cold air filled the surrounding. Let the ground form a layer of ice. It directly lowered the entire battlefield by more than 20 degrees. Kuisichi was very smart, and did not let Yanbai Kiram attack Rayquaza directly, but changed the surrounding temperature first. Such a low temperature environment will limit Rayquaza's attack. Haoyan Hudong Rayquaza. Rayquaza, use Dragon Dance. The 100-meter high Rayquaza. The azure light is bright, the delta symbol flashes, and an ancient and mysterious dance dances in the air. At the same time, Rayquaza's momentum is constantly improving. The golden ribbons are flying non-stop, and the fins are getting sharper. Seeing Rayquaza's action, Twisky sneered. Dragon Dance. It useless. Flame-white Kiram, use extremely cold flame. The flame-white Kiram's rear engine was turning frantically, sending out a frozen white rise that kept spreading. The temperature around Yanbai Kiram has reached -30 degrees. All the water molecules in the air have turned into pure ice. Open your mouth lightly, and spray the accumulated energy towards Rayquaza. Seeing the opponent attacking, Haoyan's eyes flash with more and more fighting intent. Rayquaza, Dragon Pulse. Roar. Rayquaza let out a high-pitched dragon roar, and the boundless dragon energy was boiling. He opened his mouth lightly, and immediately hit the boiling dragon energy together. Unleash an energy attack and collide with Kiram's extreme ice flame. Boom. Two energies that could destroy the world collided together, forming a giant explosion fluctuation. Kuisichi, who was riding on the Braviary, was almost overturned by the huge air wave. Braviary waved his wings continuously, barely able to stabilize his body. On the other hand, Haoyan, because it is integrated with Rayquaza Hudong, has no such negative impact at all. This gave Haoyan a huge advantage in command. Taking advantage of this gap, Haoyan immediately commanded, Rayquaza, use Dragon Ascent. Roar. The golden ribbon of Rayquaza is as dazzling as the sun. Huge light, people cannot look directly. The 100-meter-long divine body was dazzling with azure light, and with the power of 1,000 thunder, it charged towards the flame-white Kiram. When Kuisichi reacted, it was already too late. Rayquaza has poured the power of thunder on Kiram. Boom. A dragon ascent from Rayquaza knocked the flame-white Kiram directly to the ground. The huge force pressed Yanbai Kiram out of a deep pit. Kuisichi, although you control the flame-white Kiram by trick, but you can't get the recognition of Yanbai Kiram. You can't use his strength. Even if Kiram restrains Rayquaza in terms of attribute, there is no chance of winning at all. Haoyan, who was riding on Rayquaza, looked down at the shocked Kuisichi. Flame-white Kiram. Kuisichi looked gloomily at the flame-white Kiram who fell into the deep pit. He never expected that Rayquaza would exert such a strong power under Haoyan's command. Kuisichi snorted coldly and said unwillingly, I admit that you were right. I really can't control Kiram perfectly. While talking, Kuisichi took out a small machine from his arms, and he didn't look lost. So, I decided to relinquish the control of Kiram. At the same time, let the power of Yanbai Kiram be raised by another level. After speaking, Twisky pressed a button on the machine. At the same time, Haoyan felt a dangerous smell. The flame-white Kiram, who fell under the deep pit, has a geometric increase in momentum. Roar. Roar. The flame-white Kiram kept making a roar that shook the sky. The original deep pit is covered with countless froth. The surface of the earth is covered with a thick layer of ice, and it continues to spread. Following the roar of Hiram, the momentum of Hiram overwhelmed Mega Rayquaza in an instant. Fly out of the deep pit. The already tyrannical atmosphere has become more and more violent. In Haoyan's eyes, Yanbai Hiram was burning his life force and turned into a state of madness. Ha 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 ha. How is it? This is the enhanced version of the Flame White Hiram. Now he has the ability to compete with your Rayquaza for the title of the strongest dragon. Kui Kizi laughed wildly. What if you lose control of Hiram? As long as you can kill Haoyan who controls Rayquaza, that's enough. As for the Mad White Hiram, will he fight to the death with Mega Rayquaza? It's none of his business. Even if the entire Unova region has been frozen into a wasteland by the Mad White Hiram, it has nothing to do with him. Chapter 633 Ice Never Decay. Haoyan, as long as you die, no one can stop me in this world. Kui Sichi, who was riding on the warrior falcon, felt the Flame White Hiram stronger than Mega Rayquaza, and finally had a sense of revenge. He was just overwhelmed by the excitement, naively thinking that he could still control Hiram. Hiram killed him. Roar. Yanbai Hiram roared, but did not attack Haoyan as Kui Sichi said. Instead, he turned to stare at Quizzy. The wings lightly fluttered for a while, and a burst of extremely cold blizzard blew toward Quizzy. What? Quizzy was suddenly shocked, and when danger struck, he could only quickly let the warrior falcon dodge. Warrior falcon, run. The blizzard cast by the Flame White Hiram is simply not something that the warrior falcon can resist. The warrior falcon dived desperately to the ground, but after all, he couldn't escape the cold blizzard, and was directly frozen into an ice sculpture by a blast of blizzard. At the same time, Kisichi, who was riding on him, also fell from the sky. Life and death unknown. After cleaning up the annoying key, Hiram looked at Mega Rayquaza again. Only Mega Rayquaza deserves to be taken seriously. Haoyan didn't even look at Kui Kizi's life or death. Like the Mega Rayquaza under him, he put all his attention on Hiram. Haoyan was not surprised that Yanbai Hiram fell into a state of madness. After all, Kui Sichi was rescued by Giovanni. The previous Kyogre had fallen into a state of madness. It's just that Haoyan didn't expect that the Mad White Hiram became so strong. The overall momentum has overwhelmed Mega Rayquaza. Every part of Hiram's body contains the ultimate destructive power. Rayquaza, this is the strongest enemy. Haoyan patted Rayquaza under the seat, and the fighting intent in his eyes kept rising. Rayquaza with a sound the high-pitched and majestic Longyan responded to Haoyan. At the same time, in the dragon's eyes, like Haoyan, there is a strong fighting spirit. Since the Rayquaza Mega Evolution, there has been no rival. Compared with the three Sinnoh gods and their own younger brother, they cannot fully exert their strength to fight. Now, finally, there is an opponent that can inspire all of Rayquaza's will to fight. Haoyan didn't make Rayquaza wait for a long time. Hudung Rayquaza issued an order to attack. Rayquaza, let go. Dragon Ascent. In the dark, Haoyan felt that this battle might be an opportunity. Roar. Rayquaza's golden ribbons flew around, and the 100-meter body swayed quickly. Carrying the power and domineering aura, he rushed towards the Flame White Hiram. Roar. Hiram, who was in a state of madness, let out a loud roar. As the tail of the engine kept shining, endless icy air gathered. The answer to Dragon Ascent is the icy cold flame that is extremely cold. Boom. Two Pokemon that have reached the pinnacle of divine beasts collide together. It seems to have shattered the space. Even the Unova 4 Elite, who had retreated 10 kilometers away, covered their ears because of the loud noise of the collision between the two sides. Mega Rayquaza slammed firmly on Yanbai Hiram's body, and with the addition of Dragon Dance, left scars on Yanbai Hiram's body. But Mega Rayquaza, who resisted Hiram's attack, was equally uncomfortable. The spotless 100-meter body was covered with a layer of ice fog, and in Haoyan's perception, these tiny ice mists contain the energy of Hiram, which is constantly invading Mega Rayquaza's body. Although the Sky Overlord Rayquaza, because of the characteristics of the Delta airflow, the weakness of the original flight attribute disappeared. However, the ice-type skills can still do outstanding damage to the Dragon-type Rayquaza. Roar. Yanbai Hiram shook his head. In a state of madness, he had no idea what pain was. He was knocked down by Rayquaza twice, which made his already maddened heart hurt again. Rage completely swallowed up less than 1% of his sanity. Roar. The huge tail engine of Yanbai Hiram is spinning rapidly, and the energy freed between heaven and earth is his best fuel. Use the power of life to accumulate the strongest attack. Seeing the appearance of Yanbai Hiram, Haoyan's face was unprecedentedly solemn. Flame White Hiram is consolidating his strongest exclusive skill, Glaciate. Once hit by Glaciate with life force, Rayquaza of weak ice will be seriously injured no matter how strong it is. Rayquaza Dragon Ascent. Interrupt the accumulation of Hiram's energy. Roar. Mega Rayquaza also knew that the situation was urgent, and the ribbon was gleaming with gold. At the fastest speed, he charged towards Yanbai Hiram, trying to interrupt the opponent's skills. It's a pity that after falling into madness, Hiram used the power of light, coupled with the bonus of the overclocking mode. His energy energy accumulation speed is extremely fast, just 0.1 seconds before Mega Rayquaza hit him. Endless icy energy poured out on Mega Rayquaza and Hao-Yan. This move, Glaciate, seems to freeze time and space, turn the entire 10 kilometers around the Unova Alliance headquarters into snow. Thick ice cube covered the ground, instantly making the earthworm frozen soil. There is no Icarus flying, but the temperature here is as low as -100 degrees. At such a temperature, only 3 seconds of bare skin can freeze a person into permanent damage. Hao-Yan and Mega Rayquaza, who bore the brunt, were eroded by the endless cold. Rayquaza's green 100-meter body was frozen into a huge ice sculpture. It fell heavily on the snow. Ice never decay. Chapter 634 Transformation. Black shiny Rayquaza appeared. Time has passed by 1 minute and 1 second, and 3 full minutes have passed. But Mega Rayquaza and Hao-Yan did not break the ice. Still maintaining its original appearance and movement, it was frozen in place. Roar. Kyurem's previous move, Glaciate, consumed a lot of energy, maybe able to freeze Mega Rayquaza, making him growl wildly, as if to say, the strongest dragon. It him. The endless cold wind seemed to extinguish the fire of hope. The Unova 4 elite, who had retreated more than 10 kilometers away, all turned pale when they saw the battlefield at this time. How? Curator Hao-Yan and Rayquaza lost. Lian Wu clenched his fist unwillingly. Director Hao-Yan. Rayquaza. Chantal's pretty face was full of despair. The result of the bet is divided. Lingonberry lowered his head. His eyes began to dim. Even Mega Rayquaza can't stop the flame white Kyurem. In the whole world, who can stop Yanbai Kyurem? According to the Unova region mythology, Kyurem is inherently short-tempered and has a strong hostility toward humans and Pokemon. Even in Lacunosa town, there is a legend of Kyurem eating people. I'm afraid it won't be long before Kyurem, who has fallen into madness, will destroy the entire Unova region without reason. At that time, who can stop Yanbai Kyurem? Everyone. The youngest Caitlin stood up and faced the 4 elites who had lost hope, and said loudly, Curator Hao-Yan will be fine. He and Rayquaza will wake up. Please believe in Curator Hao-Yan. He is the one who creates countless miracles. It won't fall so easily. Caitlin's words attracted the attention of the 3. The 3 silently looked at the frozen Rayquaza and Hao-Yan, but after waiting for another 2 minutes, there was still no change. Director Hao-Yan and Rayquaza have been frozen for 5 minutes. Lian Wu let go of his clenched fists and replied weakly, the trump card is open. The end is already. Hey. Lingberry didn't want to say any more, and sighed heavily. Everyone trust me. I have a strong hunch that Curator Hao-Yan and Rayquaza will be fine. Caitlin said aloud to the crowd emotionally. Chantal hugged excited Caitlin, but at this moment she didn't know what to say. Caitlin broke free from Chantal's embrace and shouted to Hao-Yan and Rayquaza, who were frozen in the distance. Wake up, Rayquaza. Wake up. Director Hao-Yan. Hao-Yan, who is one with Rayquaza, sinks into the boundless darkness. There is only endless cold around. Did you lose? Rayquaza. Did we lose? Rayquaza. We may have lost. It's so frustrating. Hao-Yan's voice gradually weakened, and his life was gradually withering. Just when it was about to go out, Hao-Yan's weak voice reappeared. Rayquaza just lost. Are you convinced? I don't agree. I don't want to lose either. In the boundless consciousness, a clear dragon roar suddenly rose, responding to Hao-Yan's consciousness. Right, you don't agree. Sin, you and I are not convinced. How about we keep fighting? Roar. The clear and high-pitched dragon roar sounded like a thunderbolt in the boundless darkness. Then let's fight again. Hao-Yan's fire of light, which had already withered, was burning once again. Hoenn region, MT. Groudon, who was sleeping, suddenly opened his eyes and looked in the direction of Hao-Yan and Rayquaza. There is a force that stirs his mind and is rising. Roar. Groudon let out a hyper-voice growl and the sun was on fire. Countless magma rose up. Hoenn region, 127 Sea Road. Kyogre, who was sleeping deep in the 10,000-meter trench, opened his eyes suddenly, just like Groudon. In the depths of the sea, he felt the direction of Hao-Yan and Rayquaza. There was a huge whale call. The sea roared, and the storm rolled up the sky-high twister. Unova region. Frozen Hao-Yan and Rayquaza. At the same time, their eyes regained their vigor, and a breathtaking gleam emerged. Boom! The ice cube that freezes the body burst in an instant. At the same time, a pure white dazzling light descended between heaven and earth, shrouding them in it. What? Hao-Yan roared in the white light, releasing the unwillingness in his chest. Roar! Rayquaza in the white light immediately responded to Hao-Yan with a high-pitched dragon roar. The light on his body flickered brightly, and the delta symbol was printed in the air. The turbulent flow is violent. The blue light is bright. In this terrifying scene, like a split eye, Rayquaza's momentum continues to rise, reaching an incredible state. Rayquaza, which was originally based on blue, gradually faded away. Become the black that represents the supreme majesty. Sharp fin spines become more scary and sharp. The brilliant golden ribbon is surging in the turbulent flow. When the white light disappears, Rayquaza completely transformed. The delta symbol printed in the air returns to Rayquaza's 100-meter body, and the violent turbulence haunts the entire battlefield. Black shiny Rayquaza appeared. Chapter 635 Rayquaza, the strongest dragon. Director Haoyan and Rayquaza. Look at it. Caitlin, who shouted hoarsely, pointed to them in the distance, and shouted at the other three. Curator Haoyan woke up with Rayquaza. The power of Curator Haoyan must be inexhaustible. Lianwu waved his fist vigorously, as if cheering for Haoyan and the others. Pretty. I thought the trump card had been opened, but the real trump card turned out to be held tightly in the hands of Curator Haoyan. Lingberry looked excited. Sister Caitlin. Great. Curator Haoyan is fine. Chantal hugged Caitlin excitedly, although they didn't know what Haoyan had just experienced and why Rayquaza changed color. But they know that Haoyan and Rayquaza at this time have completely suppressed Yanbai Kirim in terms of momentum. Rayquaza. Nice job. Haoyan patted Rayquaza, who was sitting down. In Haoyan's perception, Rayquaza's original injury has been repaired. At the same time, his physical quality and the energy in his body are more than twice as powerful as before. This really surprised Haoyan again and again. Rayquaza, which has grown for thousands of years in the world, has already reached its peak in strength, and Hutung Haoyan experienced life and death. Let Rayquaza break through its own shackles, achieve a new self. If you are blindly desperate, you will not experience life and death in 10 directions. Roar. Rayquaza used Dragon Yin to thank Haoyan. If there is no Haoyan, he may not be able to go further in this life. How fortunate he is to meet Haoyan, who is one with him. Feeling Rayquaza's gratitude to him, Haoyan pointed to Kirim, not far away, and said, without his help, we wouldn't be where we are now. In order to thank this lovely opponent, do we express our roar. Rayquaza suddenly swung his 100-meter body, soaring and hovering high in the sky, his dragon eyes staring coldly at Kirim. The supreme authority of the Sky Overlord directly overwhelmed Yanbai Kirim to take a few steps back. Rayquaza, cover your body with Delta Airstream. Use Dragon Ascent. Tell the other party who is the strongest dragon. The voice fell. The black shiny Rayquaza changed the clear and high-pitched dragon roar before roaring and roaring in the sky. The golden ribbons danced violently. The Delta symbol began to flicker violently, and the body was surrounded by a thick and dazzling light like black gold. Turbulent flow. Wind howling. All the turbulent flow around is completely mastered by Rayquaza. Covering the 100-meter body, it forms the most indestructible armor. Next moment, Rayquaza's fierce dragon eyes stared at his opponent, Kirim, and charged away with the endless power of the sky. Fast. Very fast. Mega shiny Rayquaza is super fast. With the naked eye, it is no longer possible to see his movement. Only an afterimage like black gold can be seen. Boom. A huge sound like a tsunami. Before Kirim could react, Mega shiny Rayquaza had already hit him. The huge impact force smashed Yanbai Kirim into a 100-meter deep pit. Roar tilde 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 tilde. Yanbai Kirim detected that he was on the ground and struggled to get up. It took a huge amount of life just now to create a glaciate that could hurt Rayquaza, but I didn't expect that Rayquaza would break through the siege under the leadership of Haoyan. Immediately afterward, he resisted an enhanced version of Dragon Ascent from Mega Shiny Rayquaza. Energy and physical strength are already close to the upper limit. However, the Mad White Kirim did not admit defeat. Like the tail of an engine, it burns life force as fuel and spins hard. The ice crystals all over the body burst, and the flames flickered. The extremely cold ice flame combined with ice and fire has been condensed. Suddenly spit out a surging and terrifying energy beam at Rayquaza. A cold light flashed across Haoyan's face. It seems that the opponent is not satisfied. Then let hit him. Rayquaza, keep using the Dragon Ascent to smash him. Roar. Rayquaza accelerates suddenly, faster than the last time. The green light flickered, and the turbulent flow gathered again, rushing towards the energy beam. Boom. A violent explosion sounded suddenly. Smoke rises. Before the smoke dissipated, Rayquaza had already rushed out of the energy beam. This is Dragon Ascent in full force. With a huge impact, Kirim was knocked to the ground again. The reason why Haoyan dared to let Rayquaza face and restrain his ice-based skills is because Rayquaza's strength has greatly increased after he has transformed into black. On the other hand, the Delta turbulence covers the body, forming a strong and powerful armor. More importantly, Haoyan uses this method to tell his opponent who is the real strongest dragon. Kirim, who fell to the ground again, couldn't get up again no matter how hard he struggled. On Kirim's head, the Gene Wedge was forced out by Rayquaza's furious attack. Reshira M. Kirim lost the Gene Wedge to maintain the fusion completely separated. This also means that Rayquaza has earned the title of the strongest dragon. Chapter 636 Giovanni's ultimate purpose. In the distance of the Unova Alliance headquarters, Giovanni and a few of his subordinates were watching the battle for the strongest dragon from a distance. Kui Sichi, who was thrown to the ground by Blizzard's move by Kirim, was also among them. Kui Sichi, do you understand? Even the Mad White Kirim can't compete with Haoyan. Giovanni looked at Haoyan after the victory and said with a smile on the corner of his mouth. The disgraced Quizzy was speechless. After Rayquaza and Haoyan were frozen just now, Kui Sichi thought victory was in sight, but it didn't take long for Haoyan to transform with Rayquaza. Rayquaza. With great rank, he defeated Yanbai Kurum. The reversal came too quickly, which made it difficult for him to accept. Giovanni, why are you helping me when you know I've failed in the end? After holding back for a long time, Kuisichi came up with this sentence. The transformation of Hauyan and Rayquaza. Giovanni can be said to indirectly help an attack. Logically speaking, Giovanni should be hostile to Hauyan. After all, Hauyan destroyed the entire Team Rocket, but Quizzy had an indescribable feeling, as if Giovanni was cultivating Hauyan on purpose. Giovanni retracted his gaze, cast his gaze on Quish, and withdrew the faint smile at the corner of his mouth. Because only you understand that you are not fighting against one person, but the entire destiny. Recognize you're incompetent. That way, you will come with me. In terms of ambition, Kuisichi and Hauyan are the most similar. Unlike Archie, Maxie and the others, they chase the so-called ideal for the so-called belonging of the sea and land. Not as crazy as Cyrus, to destroy the original world and create a brand new world. Kuisichi is very practical. He just simply wants to occupy the world and gain the right to speak. Quizzy then asked inexplicably, according to the information I have collected, that Hauyan, his own Pokemon strength is extremely tyrannical. Even the undefeated Leon is not enough for Hauyan to fight with all his strength. What's more, he has mastered the 3 Sinnoh gods, as well as such a powerful beast as Rayquaza. Even if I join you, so what? What do you use to fight against such a powerful Hauyan? Kisiki's question made Cyrus and the others following Giovanni's side also bring a touch of doubt. Yes, Hauyan is so strong. What ability can I use to fight against him? Faced with his subordinate question, Giovanni looked at Archie and said, in order to expand the end of the sea, you wanted to use Kyogre to achieve your goal, right? Yes, Chief. Archie nodded silently. Giovanni looked at Maxie again. You too want to use Groudon to extend the earth? Yes. Maxie also nodded. And Cyrus, you want to create a whole new world, so you try to summon the Sinnoh 3 god. That's right. Cyrus agreed. Finally, Giovanni looked at Quish. You want to take over the world, so cultivate an end that wakes up Zekrom, trying to trick him into taking over the world. Having said this, Giovanni paused and continued. Have you found it? You all who fail have one thing in common. That you used Pokemon to achieve your goal. It turns out that you were all wrong. If you really want to be successful, or to achieve your own ideals, it's not about using other people or Pokemon. It's yourself. Giovanni's words made several people fall into contemplation. But no matter how hard they work, they don't understand how to achieve their goals with their own effort. Giovanni didn't give a shit anymore and continued. If I recruited you at the time, you should remember. Follow me, honor me, and I can help hand you and accomplish what you want. In order to meet your respective goal, you need to have enough ambition. Convert your ambitions into fuel and burst out enough power so that your true ideals can be realized. Cyrus took a step forward and respectfully asked Giovanni, that leader, when will our ideal be realized? Giovanni turned his back, looked at Hauyan in the distance, and said silently, soon. Recruit someone like you. Join him again. Ambition can be converted into enough power. What you have to do now is to indulge your ambition, spread it in your heart, and let it burn indulgently. Although Cyrus did not understand Giovanni's words very well, but during their contact with Giovanni, they knew Giovanni's ability. Know even more that Giovanni will not aim for nothing. Yes, Chief. Yes, yes. Maxie, Archie, and Cyrus agreed one after another, and then silently stood back behind Giovanni. And Kisichi hesitated for a moment, then said respectfully, Leader Giovanni, I'll join. After saying that, he stood behind Giovanni like everyone else and followed him. Giovanni, who turned his back, looked at Hauyan in the distance with a burning gaze, playing with a small machine in his hand. This machine can absorb the ambitions of these people, so that a Pokemon with special abilities can copy or reproduce the power that can oppose Hauyan. Chapter 637 Rayquaza, scumbag quote, roar tilde, representing the real Reshiram. The body emits a faint white light, and the body shrinks rapidly, until it transformed into a white stone. Hauyan felt something in his heart, stretched out his right hand, and swish. The stone representing Reshiram automatically fell into Hauyan's hand. Bright stone, same as Zekrom. Hauyan played with the light stone in his hand and stroked it carefully. At the same time, through the stone in his hand, he could feel the Reshiram deposited in it. Hauyan is naturally happy to take Reshiram, who has a good face value, into his pocket. The mood is much better than harvesting Zekrom's dark stone. Roar tilde tilde tilde. Rayquaza, who was living in midair, saw Hauyan's mouth with a smile, and let out a slightly dissatisfied dragon roar, and the huge dragon's eyes added a little jealousy. It seems to be saying, are you still not satisfied with me tilde? I still want someone else tilde. Hauyan patted Rayquaza quickly and reassured him. Oh, Rayquaza, look, he delivered it to the door himself. I didn't take the initiative to find him. You can't blame me for this tilde. HMPH, scumbag quote. Such nonsense can't deceive Rayquaza, who can already feel Hauyan's heart. Obviously a little happy inside. You lied to the dragon tilde. Rayquaza suddenly swung his 100-meter body and made a special circle in the air. In a hurry, worry. Haoyan hurriedly grabbed Rayquaza's dragon scale so he could barely stabilize his body and prevent himself from falling to the ground. It's no wonder that Rayquaza is a little emotional. After all, Haoyan is in Meteor and has obtained inheritance. It is the official and officially recognized inheritor of Rayquaza. Taking advantage of Rayquaza's stop, Haoyan immediately launched an offensive attack. Rayquaza, don't worry. If something happens, I will definitely call you as soon as possible. After all, you're so much stronger than Reshiram, right? And you're the strongest dragon. You need to be wider-minded. Besides, you are the strongest dragon, but you don't have a younger brother of the dragon system. This is not justified, right? Don't worry. In the future I will be more good to you. Rayquaza stopped the 100-meter body and stopped lying, as if what Haoyan said was so unreasonable. As the strongest dragon, how can there not be a younger brother of the dragon? Thinking of this, Rayquaza doesn't care about Haoyan anymore. Seeing that Rayquaza was no longer in a mood, Haoyan took advantage of it and hurriedly put the light stone in his pocket. Little did they know that this little action has already been seen by Rayquaza. Hey, just agree. You immediately put him away. Tilda. Really scumbag Tilda. After finishing Reshiram, Haoyan got off Rayquaza's body. Roar Tilda. Kyurem, who was lying on his side, struggled to get up and slowly moved towards Haoyan, looking at him pitifully. Because of the battle, he was already scarred. Especially using the power of life to fight made him extremely weak. Perceiving the Viridian power in Haoyan, he wanted Haoyan to help him recover. The rumored Kyurem, brutal and murderous, almost classified as a Pokemon that cannot be captured. That because Kyurem looked down on any trainer because of his rank. But when someone stronger than him appears, he will be obedient. Especially just now, the powerful ability of Haoyan and Rayquaza's integration and transformation made Kyurem envious. He also wants to become stronger like Rayquaza Tilda. It's a bit like an ancient military general. If you want to subdue him, you have to have a stronger force than him to shock him, or give him a benefit and let the other party follow him willingly. Coincidentally, Haoyan, who owns Rayquaza, is stronger than Kyurem. At the same time, in Haoyan's body, Kyurem saw a further possibility, but in the face of Kyurem's show of weakness, Haoyan ignored it. Instead, he frowned and looked at the frozen surrounding, waved his hand to Kyurem and said, "You have regained your senses, then you can go back to your original place." Haoyan didn't plan to subdue Kyurem, because he is no longer short of combat power. The second is Kyurem's asymmetrical body, with large wings on one side and small wings on the other, and that slightly rough shape. Haoyan, who had some obsessive-compulsive disorder, didn't like it so much, so he weakened his heart to conquer. Let me go. Haoyan has a cold attitude, really broke Kyurem's heart. Originally, Kyurem planned to have Haoyan help him with treatment, and he followed the trend, but he didn't expect that Haoyan had such an attitude. Kyurem couldn't understand why Haoyan was willing to accept Reshiram just now, but not him. Isn't this a double standard? Why? He has already put down his dignity and took the initiative to show it. Haoyan frowned and said to Kyurem, "You should still be able to fly, then go back to your giant chasm. There's nothing wrong in the future, just don't come out." After speaking, Haoyan waved his hand casually, ready to leave. Really go. Unbelievable gleams in Kyurem's eyes. Although the strength is not as good as Rayquaza, but it is still a beast. Just so careless. Just when Kyurem was heartbroken, Rayquaza took the initiative to speak out and uttered a dragon roar at Haoyan. Haoyan stopped and looked at Rayquaza unexpectedly. "Rayquaza, do you want me to take Kyurem?" Haoyan didn't understand. Why did Rayquaza with such a small miracle eye suddenly become so generous? Chapter 638 Reluctantly accept Kyurem and return to Hoenn. Rayquaza has some sympathy for Kyurem. After all, there are not many opponents who can fight with him. Groudon and Kyogre, let alone strength. The suppression of blood for thousands of years has made it impossible for them to fight against Rayquaza. Kyurem was the first opponent who dared to confront him. Although the other side still lost, but they won the recognition of Rayquaza. Furthermore, as Haoyan said, the strongest dragon always has a few younger brothers of the dragon system. Although Groudon is called the god of the earth, he can't fly, which is a real shame for the beast. What about the fat-headed fish? Kyogre. Some bloated heads look stupid. Tilda. When you go out to fight, isn't it very good to bring the 3 dragons of the Tao? Okay Tilda. Since you have spoken, Rayquaza, then I will reluctantly accept it. Tilda. Haoyan searched for a long time in his backpack before he found an ordinary red and white ball that had been dusty for a long time. Since the team was full, Haoyan didn't keep the baby balls in the backpack. That's it. An ordinary red and white ball priced at 200 yuan. Wouldn't this be too random? Kyurem could clearly see that this red and white ball, pinned to Haoyan's waist, carrying Lucario's precious ball, was obviously not in the same class. However, there seems to be no choice. Red and white balls are red and white balls. Tilda. Come on then Tilda. Haoyan pressed the red and white ball and threw it toward Kyurem. Before entering the baby ball, Kyurem gave Rayquaza a grateful glance. Rayquaza nodded silently. This little brother seemed to be quite obedient. Ruzi can be taught. Tilda. The red and white ball didn't sway at all, smile, then stop. At the same time, in Haoyan's heart, there is more bonds about Kyurem. When everything was settled and Rayquaza returned to Hoenn, Unova 4 Elite dared to step forward. Curator Haoyan, thank you. If you hadn't rescued in time, the entire Unova region would have been destroyed. Caitlin looked at Haoyan with admiration. Yeah, without Curator Haoyan, the consequences would be unimaginable. Chantal was also grateful. You're welcome. Did you transfer the injured Mr. Alder in time? Haoyan frowned and looked at the frozen Unova Alliance building. Director Haoyan has a heart. It has been transferred, and the teacher is now in a good condition. Alder's disciple Lianwu also stepped forward and thanked him. Then the rest of the repair work is up to you. Haoyan finished with a smile and was ready to leave. The 3 dragons of the Dao were all brought under his command, even if Huisichi did not die. Then in Unova region there is no trouble. As Director Haoyan planning to return to the Hoenn region, the gambler Lingberry asked politely, well, I plan to go back to Hoenn region, settle Kyurem, and then go to Kalos region again. Haoyan said his thought. After all, Kyurem, unlike Reshiram and the others, can turn into a stone and take it with him casually. So Haoyan planned to arrange Kyurem near Kana Gym and let him live with the 3 holy birds. Kalos region. Lingberry was acutely aware of a problem. Could it be that there's something going on there? Haoyan pondered for a while, and said noncommittally, I went to Kalos region just because I haven't been there. I want to travel. In fact, Haoyan knew that because of several actions against him, Giovanni had intervened. That means Giovanni is forming Celadon, Rainbow Team Rocket, seeking to make a comeback. And Celadon, Rainbow TM Rocket, there is one guy Giovanni will definitely be under his command, and that Team Flares v Eradicate. Don't say it, just don't want to cause unnecessary panic. Oh, I got it. Lingberry suddenly said, Kalos region is a beautiful region. If you have time, Curator Haoyan must go to Baltham Palace to take a look. Hehe, if you have a chance, you must go and have a look. Haoyan chatted casually. Sitting on the Boeing 748 luxury passenger plane bound for Hoenn region, Haoyan looked at the sky outside the window, thinking about this trip to Unova region. Xiaoming Advanced Divine Beast Elementary. Rayquaza morphed into shiny Rayquaza. Harvested the 3 dragons of the Dao. Overall the harvest is good. Haoyan stretched his waist and slept comfortably on the sofa of the luxury airliner. Looking out the window, a familiar building gradually appeared. He couldn't help sighing. I feel like I haven't been back to Hoenn region for a while. I wonder how Sabrina is doing now. Have time to check Sabrina's training. In all fairness, Haoyan, as the leader of Kana Gym, can travel everywhere so chicly. This is largely due to Gym's dedicated Sabrina. Although Haoyan hasn't landed yet, he has already felt Haoyan's breath in Sabrina of Kana Gym. Between the beautiful eyes, there was a flash of hope. Teacher, you're back. Chapter 639. Haoyan's huge influence. As soon as he returned to the Hoenn region, Haoyan started to get busy. Inform Mayor Takeo of Slateport City Council that a huge cave has been built not far from Kana Gym, used to house Kyurem. At this time, Haoyan was standing in Kyurem's new home, giving Kyurem a lesson. Kyurem, just stay here in peace. Don't run around, and don't affect the residents of the surrounding Slateport City. Did you hear that? Roared Tilda. The brutal Kyurem, like a well-behaved child, nodded obediently. Okay, let rest. Haoyan waved his hand. Roared Tilda. Kyurem slowly walked into the cave to recover from his injury. Haoyan used the power of Viridian to help him repair the surface injuries, but deeper internal injuries require a long period of sleep to repair. Woo Tilda. Sabrina, who was with Haoyan, was relieved to see the hideous Kyurem returning to the cave. As a psychic, Sabrina knows better than ordinary people how terrifying the cruel dragon Kyurem is. Only someone like a teacher who defies the sky can resist Kyurem. While Sabrina was sighing, Haoyan said to Sabrina, Sabrina, let's go back to gym. By the way, take a look at your growth during this time. Sabrina was shocked when she heard this. He responded loudly, yes. During Haoyan's absence, she has been practicing silently. The calm mind technique that Haoyan taught her was very effective. Her strength is rising rapidly. Although she did not fight against Wallace or Steven, she felt that she was not far behind them, and even had the confidence to defeat them. Inside the spacious Kana Gym, there were no empty seats filled with trainers. Under the leadership of Keiko, the gym manager, the staff is well organized. The trainer of Hoenn region learned that Haoyan came back from Unova region, and they all gathered from various cities wanting to meet Haoyan, who is known as a legend, especially when they knew that the legendary Haoyan would still use the identity of gym leader to assess gym intern Sabrina. It made countless trainers crazy. Because of Haoyan, Kana Gym has already become the strongest gym. There will be an endless stream of trainers coming to challenge every day. It is precisely because so many trainers come to challenge that the threshold of the assessment is constantly rising. Among the trainers, they are proud to obtain the badge of Kana Gym. In view of the high gold content of the Kana Gym badge, the Hoenn Alliance specially made changes to the regulations for the Kana Gym. Any challenger who participates in the Evergrande City Conference must collect all 8 Hoenn region gym badges to participate. participate. For example, the challenger who has obtained the Kena Gym badge, regardless of the number of badges, can directly participate in the Evergrande City Conference. If the challenger meets the above condition, he can skip the audition of the conference and enter the top 16 directly. Not long after the measure was promulgated, Kanto, Johto, Sinnoh and other regions also responded to the measure. In addition, the alliance also specially sent people to be stationed in Kana Gym, specially waiting. Once it is found that someone has passed the test of Kana Gym and obtained the badge, the other party's information will be registered in the register immediately. Absorb the badge winner into the alliance and act as the new force of the alliance, so to speak, as long as the Kai the Gym badge, in addition to honoring the ancestors, also guarantees that there will be a well-paid job in the future. When Haoyan and Sabrina returned to Kana Gym, they immediately aroused huge applause and cheered. Almost the entire Kana Gym was overturned. Director Haoyan, idol, I love you. Director Haoyan, just like Radicate loves right. Woo, I came from a Lola region not far away, and finally saw my male god. Curator Haoyan, and I feel that this life is worth it. Just one look at Curator Haoyan, I feel like my soul is about to fall. Headmaster Haoyan killed me. This is the style of the first person in the league, the strongest person in Pokemon history. Curator of Haoyan Niu Bipras. Countless trainers on the scene and all kinds of cheers made the whole gym boil. Mayor Wu He of Slateport City saw such a grand event, and his old face was full of smiles. Because of Kana Gym, a large number of trainers pour into Slateport City every day, bringing huge business opportunities. Slateport City also took this opportunity to take off quickly and became the city with the strongest economic strength in the Hoenn region. Even the entire Pokemon world is famous for Slateport City. According to this momentum, it is estimated that it will not take long for Slateport City to become an economic leader among many cities. It's all thanks to Curator Haoyan. Now Slateport City's daily tax can be said to be a daily income. The biggest worry for Mayor Wu and now is how to spend money. Lots of money and nowhere to spend it. This is the great influence of Haoyan. Chapter 640 Godstick Family J. Jaihua. Under the eyes of tens of thousands of people, Sabrina's nervous palms were sweating. Although Sabrina has some social fears, she is not good at communicating with people. However, the trainers who came to challenge him every day block Kana Gym. She was used to the attention of the crowd. What really made her nervous was because of the person who was going to fight, Haoyan, who was so powerful that it defied the sky. Sabrina's nervousness is obvious to all, and many trainers are talking about it. I didn't expect that Miss Sabrina, who is usually vigorous and resolute, would be nervous. That feeling is exactly the same as when I challenged Kana Gym. Nonsense. Don't even look at who Miss Sabrina is fighting. That Curator Haoyan, the real curator of Kana Gym, the first person in the alliance. If it's you, I think you can't even talk to Director Shang Haoyan. That is, okay, stop talking and watch the battle quietly. Curator Haoyan doesn't come back often. He can learn half a trick from his battle. It is estimated that he will be ranked in the Evergrande City Conference. Haoyan looked at the nervous Sabrina without urging her, waiting for her quietly. Call. Sabrina took a few deep breaths and managed to calm herself down. Yes, the whole person is a lot more restrained. There is a faint air of a general. Haoyan applauded Sabrina in his heart, and was quite satisfied with his intern. This time, I came back and trained Sabrina with a heart. Teacher, I'm ready. After a while, Sabrina spoke earnestly. Okay, let's start. Haoyan nodded with a smile. Sabrina, the intern of Kana Gym, challenges the curator of Kana Gym. Haoyan, the first round, start. The neatly dressed referee waved the flag and announced the start of the battle. Come out, Alakazam. Mega Evolution. At the beginning of the battle, Sabrina let Alakazam Mega Evolution. Open black lens bracket Pokemon close black lens bracket. Alakazam, Mega Evolution. Attribute Psychic. Level, Mid Champion. Characteristic Copy. When entering the field, copy the opponent's characteristics and become the same characteristic. Introduction. Alakazam has exchanged the release of real power at the expense of muscles, and can use mental power to detect everything. It can be seen that you have not slackened in your cultivation during this period of time. Haoyan looked at his opponent Alakazam with admiration and said with satisfaction. When Haoyan met Sabrina for the first time, Sabrina's strength was only gym level. After working as an intern at Kana Gym, his strength can be said to have risen rapidly, crossed the elite and reached the middle stage of champion. And from Haoyan's vicious eyes, it won't take long for Sabrina's Alakazam to break through to the peak of champion. In other words, Sabrina is starting to take on champion. Sabrina thanked Haoyan and said, I have today's achievement thanks to you, teacher. Without your teaching, I could not have reached the water I am now flat. Haoyan smiled, then took out Mewtwo's baby ball and threw it. Haoyan's Mewtwo, although there is no Mega Evolution, but the natural aura is enough to overwhelm Mega Alakazam. Moreover, Mewtwo, who has completely mastered the laws of Psychic, can be said to be the first king of Psychic Pokemon. Actual combat is also an important part of strength. Come on, let's get started. Yes, Sabrina's face froze, and she immediately began to command, Alakazam, use the shadow ball. Who tilde who tilde. Alakazam's spoon bent, instantly creating a pitch-black energy ball, which was thrown at Mewtwo. Against Sabrina, Hao-Yan no longer needs to command. Mewtwo gently stretched out a hand and tapped at the incoming shadow ball, breaking the menacing attack. Good. So strong. In an instant, Alakazam's attack was annihilated. As expected of the teacher's Mewtwo, it's much stronger than the last time I saw it. Sabrina did not lose heart and continued to command Mega Alakazam to attack. Kana Gym was hot. On the periphery of Kana Gym, a young woman with purple hair, wearing a delicate black tights and a cape with a starlight, walked towards Kana Gym. This person is the leader of the Kalos region gym, who is also dubbed the Godstick family. Jay Jaihua, who is also psychic specialty, has not yet entered Kana Gym, but she can clearly feel the intense psychic collision in Kana Gym. Jay Jaihua murmured to himself, what a terrifying psychic collision. Is this kind of power really the power that humans can have? But also, only those who possess such power can be called the children of destiny. Perhaps, only he can stop the cocoon of destruction and stop the destruction of the Kalos region. After talking, Jay Jaihua slowly walked into the gym.